Bring everything over here. Let me have a look, Han Feng said again, seeing the man staring blankly. Yes. The little woodworker snapped out of his daze. With a flush of excitement, he gathered the items and presented them to Han Feng. Han Feng took the bamboo tube cup, which was about the size of a thermos from his past life. He unscrewed the lid with a practiced motion and closely examined the threading. The threading wasn't complex. It was similar to the jar mouths he had seen in his previous life, just a single loop of threading. However, the ridges were quite pronounced. This design increased the contact area between the inner and outer threads, improving the water seal, while the single loop design made it very convenient to open. The second item the little woodworker produced was a fountain pen, originally invented by Han Feng. When Han Feng had first designed it, the cap simply slid onto the nib, and the ink reservoir was sealed with a wooden plug. But the one before him had been modified with threading. Han Feng noticed a seam at the back of the pen barrel. He tried to pull it off, but it wouldn't budge. Following the logic of the cup, he twisted it a few times. Sure enough, the rear section unscrewed. The cap at the front worked the same way. Both ends had been fitted with threads. The third item was a rectangular wooden stick, looking much like a stool leg. There was a circular seam in the middle. Han Feng twisted it a few times, dismantling the stick into two pieces. The connection point revealed a threaded structure. One end was a protruding screw, and the other was a recessed nut. If the excess wood on both sides were sawed off, it would be a genuine wooden bolt and nut. The final item looked like a medicine grinder, a disc with a hole in the center and a wooden handle passing through it. Usually, such a tool would be placed in a trough to grind herbs. But this one was different. The wooden handles protruding from the sides were square. How could it roll? However, as soon as Han Feng picked it up, he discovered the secret. The wooden handles on either side weren't connected. They could rotate independently in any direction. Upon closer inspection, even the central disc wasn't a solid piece. It was formed by two bowl-like structures buckled together. There seemed to be something inside. Han Feng held one handle and gave the other a hard spin. The central disc began to whir, spinning rapidly. It took a long time before it lost momentum and stopped on its own. Han Feng was astonished. Is this a bearing? This thing can be opened, right? Are there round beads inside? And grease too. Am I right? Han Feng asked tentatively. The little woodworker stood there, thunderstruck. The chief was indeed the smartest man in the Han tribe. No wonder he invented so many things. He had guessed the internal structure of a device he was seeing for the first time as if he had X-ray vision. The chief is correct. There are indeed round beads and grease inside. I didn't expect the chief to guess the mechanism at a glance. You truly are the ancestor of artisans of our Han tribe, the little woodworker said with worshipful reverence. Open it up, Han Feng commanded, feigning profundity while secretly enjoying the flattery. The little woodworker didn't hesitate. He had come to show off his skills to the chief, and he couldn't do that without opening it. He took a small iron hook, like an awl, from his box and pried out 8 wooden rivets from the outer ring of the central disc. The disc immediately separated. He held the disc level and lifted the top half, revealing the internal structure. There were 3 concentric grooves, each filled with white spheres of equal diameter. The gaps between the spheres were packed with grease, filling the grooves almost completely. It was indeed a bearing, but not the common hollow type. It was a solid bearing. Furthermore, its rotation direction was different. Hollow bearings were typically used for vertical rotation, but this one was designed for horizontal movement. Han Feng was intensely curious. Why would he invent such a thing? It is well known that necessity is the mother of invention. When there is a need, smart people find a solution. But the Han tribe didn't seem to have anything that required this kind of horizontal bearing right now. Horizontal rotation, Han Feng thought. Asterisk, could it be for the stone mill? To make it spin faster and smoother? Asterisk. Leaving aside whether a wooden bearing could support the weight of a millstone, stone mills didn't need to spin smoother. They relied on pressure and friction to crush items. If it spun too smoothly, would it still be a stone mill? This thing is likely just an auxiliary part. What is it mounted on? And how did you come up with the idea to build this? Han Feng asked curiously. Replying to the chief, I was actually inspired by you, the little woodworker said. Inspired by me? Han Feng raised an eyebrow. Aside from the stone mill, had he made anything else that rotated horizontally? He couldn't recall. Yes, chief. To be honest, this lowly one has a daughter, just 4 years old. She can already use chopsticks, but her arms are short, and she complains every day that she can't reach the dishes. Her mother always has to serve her. So, I thought, wouldn't it be great if the dishes could come to her? One day while eating, I looked at the porcelain bowl in my hand. It was perfectly round, impossible to shape by hand alone. I suddenly thought of the pottery wheel you invented, Chief. That thing spins on its own. So I thought, if I installed a larger pottery wheel on the table and made a double-layered table, I could put the dishes on top. Whatever she wanted to eat, she could just spin it to her front. I tried making it a few times based on that idea, but none of them worked well. They were hard to spin. Later, while eating, I saw a peanut accidentally fall on the table and roll. That gave me the idea to add some round beads at the connection point of the two rotating objects. Sure enough, it became much easier to spin. Asterisk, holy crap. He actually invented the lazy Susan. Asterisk. Han Feng was stunned, but also amused by the motivation. This guy researched this sophisticated mechanism just to spoil his daughter. But hearing about the rotating table made Han Feng suspicious. Is this guy a time traveler too? He decided to test him. Do you know about Earth? The little woodworker froze, then asked, what is Earth? Is it a new invention by the chief? How is it different from a football? Han Feng stared at his expression for a long time. It didn't look faked. He looked genuinely confused. He probably wasn't a time traveler. If he was acting, he deserved an Oscar. Han Feng trusted his gut. When the carpenter heard the word Earth, his eyes showed only confusion, not shock. That couldn't be faked. Han Feng felt conflicted. He didn't know whether to be disappointed or relieved. Part of him wanted a fellow traveler to cure his loneliness, but another part feared a rival who might steal his position. He had built the Han tribe from scratch with his own blood and sweat over several years. He didn't want anyone messing it up, let alone usurping him. Han Feng felt he was addicted to the sense of accomplishment from building an empire with his bare hands, and even more enamored with the power to control the fate of thousands. This was the poison called power, and he was already too deep to pull himself out. Chief, what is Earth? The little woodworker asked again, seeing Han Feng zone out. Han Feng snapped back to reality. Oh, Earth is nothing. Anyway, tell me more about these things. How did you think of making this screw? Circular mortise and tenon. Hee, this lowly one didn't have any grand ideas. I just like to tinker when I'm idle. At first, I made a bamboo cup for myself, but the opening was too small on the ones with a plug in the bamboo joint. It was hard to fill and clean. So, I wanted a cup with a wider mouth. But a wide-mouth cup couldn't be sealed with a plug. I thought of your fountain pen, Chief, where the cap slides on. I made a lid like that, but it leaked. I wondered how to seal it tighter. I thought of making a lid the same size as the cup mouth, then shaving off half the outer layer of the cup mouth and half the inner layer of the lid so they would fit together. But that still leaked. Then one day, while working at the shipyard, I used a hand drill to bore holes in planks. That gave me the idea of a rotating connection. I also saw the ropes coiled around the mast, and that inspired the shape of this circular mortise and tenon. After making the cup, I showed it to others at the shipyard. They thought it was amazing, but said it wasn't very useful. It wasn't strong enough to connect keels, and it was too troublesome to make, carving it out bit by bit with a small knife. It wasn't practical for production, but I didn't think so. I felt this circular mortise and tenon must have better uses than just cup lids. So, I tried making other things, like this pen and this square stick. Not bad. This threaded connection structure indeed has great potential. It can be used in various industries, not just for cups. Look at this pen. It's just a smaller cup mouth. And this stick, if used only for connection, it's not as strong as a mortise and tenon joint. You wanted to explore the uses of threads, but you dug in the wrong direction, Han Feng critiqued. The chief is right. I am dull-witted and couldn't think of where else to use this structure, the little woodworker said, scratching his head in embarrassment. No, you aren't dull. To innovate and create useful things on your own makes you better than most craftsmen. And this ball-bearing roller disc you made also has huge potential. It's not just for spinning tables. Though to use it elsewhere, it needs modification. By the way, what are these white beads made of? How is their pressure resistance? Han Feng encouraged him. Replying to the chief, these are solid ceramic beads I asked someone to fire. They are very hard. I haven't had any issues using them for the table, but I haven't tested their pressure resistance. The little woodworker answered immediately. Han Feng nodded. Ceramic balls. Made of clay. Easy to produce. Making steel bearings was impossible with the Han tribe's current industrial level. You couldn't hammer out steel balls. And regular steel balls might not withstand high pressure anyway. For low pressure or non-load bearing machinery, ceramic bearings were a very suitable choice. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. What are you called? Han Feng wanted to reward this carpenter, but realized he didn't know his name. Replying to the chief, "This lowly one is named Lu Xingfa." "Your surname is Lu? Are you from the deer tribe that produces coal?" Han Feng asked, surprised. Note: Lu for deer and Lu for the surname sounds similar. "No, I am from the Lu tribe that raises pigs. I joined the Han tribe at the end of the year before last. It's been 2 years," Lu Xingfa explained hastily. Note: this Lu sounds like a grunting noise. Oh, that Lu tribe, Han Feng realized. Alright, given your talent for invention and your proactive attitude in presenting them to the tribe, and these are 2 very potential inventions, I am promoting you to the rank of 4th-class Artisan of Wisdom. You are hereby appointed as a director in the Ministry of Works. In 10 days, move your household to Hanyang City and dedicate yourself to researching other uses for threads and ball bearings. Big Tree, handle his promotion paperwork and household registration transfer, Han Feng instructed. "Yes, I'll have someone do it tomorrow," Big Tree responded from the side. Lu Xingfa stood there, dizzy from the massive reward. He immediately knelt and kowtowed loudly. "Thank you for your grace, Chief. This lowly Lu Xingfa will work hard on the research." "Rise. Lu Xingfa. Lu Xingfa. This Lu isn't good. How about I change your surname? Let's call you Lu Xingfa. It sounds close to your original tribe's name." Han Feng casually changed his surname to break clan ties, something he was used to doing. Oh, thank you, Chief, for bestowing a surname. Lu Xingfa will never forget the Chief's grace. I will serve the Chief faithfully and never complain of hardship." Lu Xingfa was thrilled. How many people had been personally gifted a surname by the Chief? It was a supreme honor. Don't celebrate too early. Finish the paperwork tomorrow morning. Hand over your work at the shipyard and report to Hanyang City within 10 days. Your new land allocation will be in Hanyang. All right, take your things and go. "Yes, thank you, Chief." Lu Xingfa's story became an instant sensation. With just 2 small inventions, he had won the Chief's appreciation, jumped straight to a 4th-class Artisan of Wisdom rank, received a surname personally bestowed by the Chief, and was appointed as a director in the Ministry of Works. Although no one really knew what a director was, it sounded incredibly prestigious. It was a massive honor. After the initial buzz, people became curious about the inventions themselves. What were these things that the Chief valued so highly? Suddenly, threads and ball bearings became the new trend in the artisan circle. The news spread rapidly from the shipyard to the general populace, and through trade routes to every commandery and county in the Han tribe, becoming a household topic. Han Feng didn't mind the publicity. In fact, it was exactly what he wanted. As the saying goes, what those above love, those below will outdo. When everyone knew the Chief valued invention, the common people would actively join the ranks of inventors. This was only good for the Han tribe's technological progress. However, 3 days later, Han Feng had to crack down on a group of shipyard craftsmen. Due to the explosive popularity of the news, the shipyard workers became obsessed with inventing, hoping to replicate Lu Xingfa's instant success of rank, promotion, and wealth. They began to slack off, drastically reducing the shipyard's efficiency. Even some workshop foremen started neglecting their duties, causing delays in the completion of the twin-masted sailboats and postponing the start of the new ship project. When Han Feng heard this, he personally visited the shipyard. He demoted the slacking master craftsman by 1 rank and docked half a month's salary. One craftsman, who had feigned illness to stay home and work on inventions, was stripped of his nobility entirely by Han Feng. His 3rd-class rank was wiped out, reducing him to a commoner who had to start over as an apprentice. Han Feng also listed this man as a negative example on public notices throughout the city, issuing a circular of criticism. The Chief's thunderous measures instantly swept away the unhealthy atmosphere in the shipyard. The craftsmen resumed their intense work, and no one dared to daydream during working hours again. They really didn't dare. This was a real demotion. In the Han tribe, nobility wasn't just an honor or a status symbol, it was directly linked to land. The level of one's rank determined how much land one was allocated, and land meant economic output. If your rank was stripped, the extra land given to your family was gone. No land meant less produce, which meant less grain and money. Who dared to take that lightly? After this, Han Feng summoned Lu Xingfa privately and severely criticized him for showing off everywhere. However, he didn't punish him further, only urging him to finish his handover quickly, move his family to Hanyang City, and assume his post. Having dealt with these matters, Han Feng hurriedly rode back to Hanyang City. That morning, he had received a flying eagle message stating that Jin Yi had returned. Jin Yi had been appointed by Han Feng as the commander of the Jinwu Guard, in charge of intelligence gathering inside and outside the tribe. Nominally, he was the commander of the Imperial Guard, but Han Feng had sent him with the trade caravan accompanying the diplomatic mission to gather intelligence on the Grassland nomadic forces and the Ecchi tribe. His sudden return. Was there trouble with the mission? Han Feng needed to know immediately, so he didn't wait for the new ship construction to start. It was early winter in October. It hadn't started snowing yet, but the wind was strong and the air dry. Hooves pounded the road, kicking up dust. Han Feng rode hard, changing to a fresh, fast horse at Sitong County, and arrived back in Hanyang City by noon. He summoned Jin Yi, who had arrived that morning, to the top floor of the government building. Jin Yi greets the chief. Jin Yi entered the top floor office, immediately knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and performed a military salute. Rise. Why have you suddenly run back? Is there a problem with the diplomatic mission or the caravan? Han Feng asked directly. Huh? There's no problem, Jin Yi said, looking confused. Then why did you come back? Han Feng frowned, staring at him intently. I came back to report the recent situation to the chief. There was too much to say, and it's hard to write it all in a letter, so I made a special trip. I also brought some livestock back to the tribe. Oh, I forgot to mention. I left the main group to return early. 2 days behind me, there are dozens of our caravan members escorting a batch of livestock. There are over 2,000 cattle and horses, mostly cattle. The situation with the Grassland forces is a bit chaotic. I wasn't at ease with this transport mission, so I came back with them. I also wanted to report to the chief. I only left the main group and rushed ahead after we cleared the grasslands and entered the mountains. Seeing Han Feng frown, Jin Yi hurriedly explained. Han Feng nodded. He had no issue with that arrangement. The caravan was sent to provide logistical support and military backing for the mission, but it was still a caravan, so trading with the nomads was inevitable. What did they trade? Cattle and horses, naturally. They couldn't raise so many animals themselves while on a mission, so sending a batch back to the tribe and then transporting logistical supplies and goods to the grasslands to replenish the caravan was normal. However, hearing Jin Yi mention the chaotic situation in the grasslands, Han Feng asked calmly, are Maodun and Suratu fighting again? Jin Yi was shocked. I haven't said anything yet. How did the chief know? Han Feng glared at him with dissatisfaction. Humph, you know you haven't said anything? You are the commander of the Jinwu Guard, in charge of intelligence gathering and transmission. Yet I heard such important intelligence from someone else's mouth. Do you, the commander, have the face to speak? This was a direct expression of dissatisfaction. Seeing the chief suddenly angry, Jin Yi was terrified. He scrambled up from the other side of the tea table and prostrated himself on the ground. Chief, please quell your anger. It is my failure. I have disappointed the chief. Why haven't you sent intelligence back for so long? Han Feng stood up and paced with his hands behind his back. Chief, please allow me to explain. The journey for the caravan and the mission was not smooth. It took 2 months of hard riding to reach the Ecchi tribe's secret bridge. We encountered harassment from Maodun's forces on the way. However, both the ambassador and I knew the importance of the mission, so we didn't punish Maodun. We just warned him. Fortunately, he knows the power of our Han tribe and didn't openly make an enemy of us. No conflict occurred. But because of the delay, we missed the low tide when the bridge emerges. We had to camp on the coast and wasted a month waiting. When the tide fell at the beginning of the next month, both the ambassador and I proposed crossing the bridge immediately to visit the Ecchi tribe. However, the Ecchi tribe guide traveling with us said that if we went directly, the Ecchi tribe leader might mistake us for raiders. He proposed going back first to report the mission and test the leader's attitude. If the leader agreed, he would come back to fetch us. That guy was gone for 2 days. We waited until the bay flooded again, and he didn't return. We had no choice but to wait another month. It wasn't until the second low tide that he came over from Bamboo Island, saying the Ecchi tribe leader agreed to our visit, and then led the mission onto the island. But even after landing, things didn't go smoothly. The ambassador wrote back saying negotiations for a permanent embassy are very slow. The Ecchi tribe leader is especially reluctant to allocate land for our use. He agreed to let our mission stay, but only gave us a few bamboo houses and restricted our movements. We aren't allowed to trade on Bamboo Island either. Our range of activity is limited. So, the eyes and ears the Jinwoo Guard planted in the mission couldn't go out to gather intelligence or carry out the long-term undercover plan. I was worried the chief would blame me for incompetence and remove me from my post, so I kept delaying the report, hoping to give the chief good news once there was progress with the mission. Jin Yi is at fault. Please punish me, chief. Jin Yi finished in one breath and buried his head on the ground, daring not to look up at Han Feng. Han Feng didn't speak, nor did he tell Jin Yi to rise. He just paced silently, analyzing the intelligence. Traveling south from the Han tribe, it took over a month to exit the mountains and reach the grasslands. Once on the flat grasslands, travel was easier, but reaching the southwest tip of the continent still took the better part of a month. They encountered harassment from Maodun, but the mission still reached the coast opposite Bamboo Island in 2 months. Speed-wise, it was acceptable, but wasting 2 months over a trivial matter made Han Feng extremely dissatisfied. Why did they have to announce their arrival to the Ecchi tribe? Missing the first low tide was one thing, but during the second, they shouldn't have let the guide go alone. They should have forced a landing on Bamboo Island, arriving with an imposing stance. Letting the other side announce them and waiting for permission made the mission look weak, as if the Han tribe was inferior to the Ecchi tribe. Visiting you is giving you face. You should feel honored. What is this nonsense about waiting at the door? Furthermore, when Niue ran to the Han tribe shouting for a diplomatic mission, did he think about announcing it? The Han tribe agreeing was an act of great power benevolence. What is the Ecchi tribe? A small household. We, the Celestial Han tribe, are coming to your door to teach you technology, and we have to knock first? The more Han Feng thought about it, the angrier he got. Jin Yi and Beast Feng, the ambassador, had completely embarrassed the Han tribe. Didn't they know how to be assertive? Didn't they know how powerful the Han tribe behind them was? They actually lowered their status and waited on the shore for a month. The Ecchi tribe high command probably treated them like fools, and letting them announce it gave them time to prepare. A whole month. Who knows what that guide told the Ecchi leader? They probably planned how to deal with the mission. The stalled negotiations proved it. The Han tribe hadn't shown any ill intent. Everything was to help the Ecchi tribe build. Why drag it out? They must have plotted something. 2 months on the road, 2 months wasted on the shore, 2 months of stalled negotiations, and 2 months for the caravan to return. 8 months wasted, nothing accomplished, and so much money and grain spent. Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly asked, what about the carriages we sold to the Ecchi tribe? Did you give them the carts? Did they pay? That was over 1,000 carts. The payment should be more than 2,000 cattle and horses. Why did you only bring back 2,000? Where's the payment? Jin Yi's body trembled on the floor. He stammered. Replying to the chief, the carts were sent to the Ecchi tribe with the mission. The Ecchi tribe agreed to our price and agreed to pay in cattle and horses. But they said the Ecchi tribe couldn't produce that many animals. Their livestock is traded from Grassland tribes using sea salt. They said the Ecchi tribe's sea salt trade has been fully delegated to Maodun, and the cattle and horses exchanged haven't been transported to the Ecchi tribe yet. So they told us to go directly to Maodun to get the livestock as payment. But when our caravan went to Maodun to ask for the livestock, Maodun said the white salt was sold on behalf of the Ecchi tribe, so the livestock should go to the Ecchi tribe, not us. But when we went back to the Ecchi tribe, they claimed again that Bamboo Island had no spare livestock and told us to ask Maodun. So, hearing this, Han Feng exploded with rage. He kicked the kneeling Jin Yi, sending him rolling several times, and cursed loudly. Trash. You are all trash. You can't even handle such a small thing. You let them play you like fools. You've thrown away the face of my Han tribe. Can't you see they are passing the buck to avoid paying? A bunch of idiots. What use do I have for trash like you? Jin Yi was kicked all the way to the base of the wall by Han Feng. He scrambled to kneel and prostrate himself again, too terrified to even breathe loudly. Han Feng paced in circles, fuming. But anger alone wouldn't solve the problem. He had to wipe their asses for them, or this would be a massive loss. Han Feng glanced coldly at Jin Yi in the corner. In his heart, he had already sentenced this man to death. Incompetence was one thing, but hiding information about the mission to save his own position was unforgivable. He was no longer fit to be the commander of the Jinwoo Guard. Although Han Feng hated killing, every laborer was precious to the Han tribe. Jin Yi could not live. He simply knew too much. The existence of the Jinwoo Guard as an intelligence agency could not be leaked. With that thought, Han Feng suddenly shouted towards the door, "Guards!" Thump, 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 thump. Heavy footsteps echoed from the stairs. Creak. The wooden door pushed open, and 2 clerks in red official robes entered. Greetings, Chief. The 2 clerks bowed with clasped hands. Drag Jin Yi out. Behead him, Han Feng said coldly, his face expressionless. The 2 clerks exchanged glances, seeing only confusion in each other's eyes. In the corner, Jin Yi panicked. The chief was going to kill him. He crawled on his knees to Han Feng's feet, crying for mercy. Chief, spare me. I know I was wrong. Give me another chance. I will definitely get the payment back next time. Chief, spare me. Trash. You think there will be a next time? Han Feng kicked him again impatiently. Thud. Jin Yi's head hit the tea table, and he passed out cold. The 2 clerks, witnessing the chief's fury for the first time, were too scared to speak. Are you too deaf? Or do you want to die with him? Drag him out and chop him. Han Feng roared again. Yes, yes. The clerks snapped out of it. They rushed forward, grabbed Jin Yi by the arms, and dragged him out. At the door, one of them paused and asked cautiously, Chief, how should we chop him? Han Feng glared at the stupid question, but realizing they indeed hadn't done execution work before, he suppressed his rage. Take him behind the government building. Use a saber. Chop his neck. Remember to gag him. I don't want to hear him speak again, and don't let him scare the children at the school out front. The 2 clerks shuddered, forgetting to even reply. They hurriedly dragged the unconscious Jin Yi downstairs and out to the street behind the building. They found a rag to stuff in his mouth. People across the street stopped to watch, wondering what was happening. They tied Jin Yi's hands and feet and dumped him by the roadside. The cold wind woke him up. Realizing he was gagged and bound, and remembering the chief's order, he was scared out of his wits and began to struggle, making muffled noises. Stay still. Just wait to die. The chief called you trash. You must have done something to wrong him, one clerk said, kicking Jin Yi. But hearing he was to wait for death, Jin Yi struggled even harder. Brother, we don't have a knife. How do we chop? The chief is watching from above. This? You watch him. I'll go to the front gate and borrow a saber from the guard. The other clerk suggested, looking up to see the chief indeed watching from the 5th floor window. What are you waiting for? Go, go. One clerk ran to the front, borrowed a waist saber from the guard, and ran back. The other clerk took the saber, gritted his teeth, and swung at Jin Yi's neck. Unexpectedly, Jin Yi rolled and dodged it. The commoners across the street realized what was happening. Good heavens, they were killing someone. And since he was dragged out of the government building and the chief was watching, it was clearly an execution. They wondered what crime he had committed. Some women picked up their children and ran home, leaving only the idle men to watch. Can you do it or not? If you don't kill him, the chief will kill us both. Give me the knife. The other clerk couldn't watch anymore. He snatched the saber, kicked Jin Yi to the ground, stepped on his back to pin him, and swung the blade at Jin Yi's neck. One chop severed the head, slicing a groove into the ground and splattering blood all over the clerk. Seeing the actual beheading, the onlookers scattered. They were hunters, but killing a human, especially chopping a head off like that, was scary. The clerk who did the deed picked up the bloody head and went upstairs to report, reminding his colleague to return the saber. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of climbing stairs returned. The clerk walked in, carrying the dripping head. Chief, he is beheaded. This head. Han Feng gestured expressionlessly toward the tea table. The clerk understood, placed Jin Yi's head on the tea tray, and stood aside, bowing, unsure of the chief's intent. Go write a notice. State that Jin Yi, as the commander of the Grassland caravan, withheld information, failed his mission, caused the diplomatic envoy to face hardship, achieved nothing in 8 months, and failed to recover the payment of over 10,000 cattle and horses. He acted cowardly and indecisively, disgracing the Han tribe's name. For these combined crimes, he is beheaded for public display. Let the people know so they do not panic. Did you get that? Yes, this lowly one remembers. The clerk nodded hurriedly. Now he knew why the chief was so angry. Over 10,000 cattle and horses. This guy failed to get them back and hid it. He deserved to die. Bring it to me when you're done. Call someone to clean up the blood. And send someone to summon Yu Ji. Han Feng nodded and ordered. Yes, I will do it immediately. The clerk bowed and retreated downstairs. Soon, someone came up to clean the blood, terrified by the head on the table and the chief's anger. Han Feng stood by the window, letting the cold wind blow on him to avoid the smell of blood. He pondered his next move. Jin Yi was dealt with. Incompetence was one thing. If he had just reported the failure, Han Feng could have fixed it. But hiding it? Unforgivable. Killing him didn't even quell Han Feng's hatred. He had embarrassed the tribe too much. But the position of Jinwu Guard Commander needed to be filled. Han Feng thought of Yuji. This kid from the Yu clan was young, but his performance during the voyage with his uncle Yu Fu was impressive. He was brave enough to be the first to land at strange tribes. He had grown up traveling with the Yu tribe, so he was worldly. He was a natural socializer, a traditional trait of the Yu tribe. He was clever, decisive in danger, and calm. He might work. As for Beast Fong, the ambassador to the Ecchi tribe, Han Feng had a headache just thinking about him. Beast Fong was honest and loyal, a founding member of the Han tribe, but he lacked worldly experience and ability. Han Feng analyzed him as overly cautious, afraid of ruining relations between the Han and Ecchi tribes, so he couldn't act freely. But he couldn't be replaced now. He was already there. Han Feng would have to guide him and go there personally after the new year to back him up. Maybe things could still turn around. While Han Feng pondered alone, a clerk arrived at Yuji's door. "Is Yuji home?" A shout came from outside. Yuji hadn't married yet and lived with his parents. Today he had invited Jiang Yang's sister, Jiang Lei, to his home. They were in his room, and Yuji was holding her hand, teaching her to write. Yuji was deeply in love with Jiang Lei. Jiang Xian, the Youjiang chief, also wanted to match them to strengthen ties with the Han tribe. Jiang Yong saw how well the Han tribe lived and how well Yuji treated his sister, so he also hoped she would stay. With Yuji's smooth talking and the Han tribe's gifts of clothes and food, he had won Jiang Lei over. They were inseparable, just waiting for a good day to marry. Just as they were being intimate, someone shouted outside. Yuji was annoyed. He pushed open the door and yelled, "Who is it? I'm here. What's the matter?" He saw a county clerk standing at his door, wearing a leather headband, wooden hairpin, scarlet robe, and a copper seal at his waist. It was the chief clerk of the Hanyang County Criminal Division. This guy handled arrests and security. Why was he here? Did I commit a crime? Thinking random thoughts, Yuji didn't dare be rude to an official. He bowed. "I didn't know a superior official was visiting. Yuji failed to welcome you. Please forgive my offense just now. Please come in for tea. By the way, why are you looking for me?" "Skip the tea. The chief summons you. Come with me quickly," the clerk said expressionlessly. The chief had just killed someone and now summoned Yuji. Was Yuji involved with Jin Yi? The clerk wondered, so he kept his distance. Seeing the attitude, Yuji was unsure. Why summon him? Shouldn't the chief talk to his uncle? And looking at the clerk's deadpan face, did the chief disapprove of his marriage to the Youjiang woman? "Oh, the chief summons me? Please wait, let me get a coat." Yuji went back inside, told his parents, asked Jiang Lei to go home first, grabbed a sheepskin coat, and followed the clerk to the government building. He kept his head down, thinking. They climbed the stairs. At the third floor, a servant came down carrying a bucket and rag, both bloody red. A thick smell of blood hit them. Yuji frowned, his heart pounding. Why was there blood in the government building? It wasn't a butcher's shop. "Knock, knock, knock. Chief, Yuji is here," the clerk said. "Enter." Han Feng's voice came from behind the red door. Yuji entered nervously. Seeing Han Feng behind the desk, he bowed. Yuji greets the chief. The smell of blood was stronger. As he bowed, he felt eyes on him. He glanced sideways. A large human head sat on the tea tray, staring at him with dead eyes. He almost bit his tongue in fright. Sit over there and wait," Han Feng said expressionlessly. "Oh, yes." Yuji nodded, confused. The chief pointed to the seat next to the tea table. Yuji didn't dare disobey. He sat carefully on a rabbit fur cushion, staring at the head on the table. The atmosphere became weird. Soon, another clerk arrived, hair wet as if he'd just showered, face red from the cold. Reporting to chief, the notice is written. Read it. Yes. Cough. Jinwu Guard Commander Jin Yi, as commander of the Grassland caravan, withheld information, failed his mission, disgraced the Han tribe's name. For combined crimes, beheaded for public display. Let the people know, do not panic. Chief, is this okay? The clerk read, hands shaking from the cold. Hearing the notice, Yuji finally realized who the head belonged to. He had seen this man. The whole city had seen the mission off. Now the chief killed him and summoned Yuji. Could it be? Fine. Have copies made and posted. Send someone to explain it to the people. Han Feng nodded. Yes, I will do it immediately. The clerk bowed and left. Han Feng looked at Yuji and asked suddenly, I heard you were going to marry Jiang Lei of the Youjiang clan. Oh. Yuji didn't react immediately. Was it not what he thought? Yuji didn't know why the chief suddenly asked this. Did he disapprove of the marriage? But he truly liked Jiang Lei, so he braced himself and said, replying to the chief, yes, I like that girl. And I thought, if we can build a good relationship with the Youjiang clan, perhaps we can absorb them directly to strengthen our Han tribe. After speaking, Yuji stole a glance at Han Feng, but saw only an expressionless face. What if I order you to lead troops to attack the Youjiang clan? Han Feng stared at Yuji and asked. Yuji panicked. The chief wanted to attack the Youjiang clan? Why? Did Jiang Xian offend the chief? Unlikely. But Yuji couldn't worry about that now. He hoped to stop the order, so he knelt on one knee and clasped his hands. Yuji is willing to persuade the Youjiang clan to submit for the chief. If I fail, the chief can chop me. Han Feng's face suddenly turned cold, his tone icy. What if I insist you lead troops to attack them? Yuji froze. He knew the chief was unsatisfied with his evasive answer. He was being forced to choose between the Han tribe and the Youjiang clan, and he could only choose one. How should he choose? It didn't need much thought. Life in the Han tribe was good, and his family was here. His uncles, Yu Fu and Yu Yi, were heavily reused by the chief. They managed caravans or explored the seas. If anyone had the chance to defect, it was them, but they never thought of it. How could he? He would have to grit his teeth and give up the woman. Thoughts flashed in an instant. Yuji dropped his other knee, prostrating himself fully. His tone was firm. Yuji will obey the chief's command and lead troops to attack the Youjiang clan. Sit. Hearing the chief's voice, Yuji paused. Sit. Not attack the Youjiang clan? What did this mean? Yuji felt his intelligence vanish. Was he scared stupid? He looked up, bewildered. The chief had moved to the head of the tea table and gestured for him to sit. Yuji sat down carefully, then asked confusedly, Chief, when do I depart? It's early winter, the river hasn't frozen yet. If we wait another month, we might not be able to march. March where? Han Feng sipped strong tea to suppress the smell of blood. Didn't the chief just say to attack the Youjiang clan? We should do it early. Yuji asked, baffled. Did the chief have amnesia? Why attack the Youjiang clan? Han Feng asked calmly. Yuji looked blank. Didn't the chief just? Didn't you say you were confident in persuading them to submit? Then why attack them? Han Feng countered, as if he hadn't been the one forcing the choice. But the chief just? Hearing Han Feng speak as if it had nothing to do with him, Yuji muttered aggrievedly. Not attacking? Then why scare me? Why force me to choose? Is scaring people fun? Han Feng remained calm. He was just testing Yuji's loyalty to see if the kid would choose the woman or the tribe. Fortunately, he wasn't stupid. Young people in love are impulsive. Han Feng feared he might do something foolish. If so, he couldn't send him to replace the Jinwu Guard commander. An impulsive nature could be exploited by enemies. But he hadn't misjudged him. The kid was decisive. He might be usable. Making a judgment, Han Feng pointed at Jin Yi's head. You know who he is, right? Yes, Jinwu Guard Commander Jin Yi. Yuji answered without thinking. He had heard the notice. Do you know what the Jinwu Guard does? Han Feng asked. The Jinwu Guard is the chief's imperial guard, responsible for protecting the chief, clearing the way, standing guard, holding flags, and keeping watch. Yuji answered quickly, but then realized something was wrong. Clearing the way, standing guard. Why had he never seen them? And Jin Yi, the commander, if he was a bodyguard, why wasn't he by the chief's side, but sent to assist the mission? Yuji was smart. He realized the key point. But since the chief didn't tell him, he couldn't ask. Correct, they are the Imperial Guard. Are you willing to replace Jin Yi and become the commander of the Jinwu Guard? Han Feng stated his purpose. Yuji had thought about this when he entered, but now he hesitated. His intuition told him it wasn't simple. He asked tentatively, Chief, besides protection, what other tasks does the Jinwu Guard have? If it's just standing guard, I'd rather explore with my uncle. Standing around isn't my nature. His voice trailed off into a mumble, but Han Feng heard it. Han Feng smiled mischievously. Are you sure you want to know? Once you know, you either become the commander or end up like him. Do you still want to know? Han Feng stared at Yuji while pointing at Jin Yi's head. It's a trap, Yuji screamed internally. Asterisk wait, I asked the question. I tricked myself? Asterisk. Asking if you wanted to know was like asking, do you want to jump in or die? Worse than the Youjiang choice. He could choose not to listen. But this was a commander position. There were only 3 such positions in the tribe, rarer than a commandery governor. And the Jinwu Guard held important duties, evident from the secrecy. Know and join, or die? Even his uncles didn't know this secret. If he took the position, wouldn't he surpass them? The risk was high, but the opportunity was rare. The chief thought of him immediately after the vacancy opened. It showed great trust. Under Han Feng's gaze, Yuji's face changed colors. He struggled. He wanted to ask his uncles, but the secrecy made that impossible. He had to choose alone. It was a chance to reach the sky in one step. The room was terrifyingly quiet. After a long silence, Yuji gritted his teeth and decided. Yuji is willing to be the commander. Please instruct me, Chief. Han Feng nodded slightly, stood up, took a roster from the shelf, and handed it to Yuji. These are the members of the Jinwu Guard. Take a look. Yuji opened it curiously. It contained basic info, names, origins, family, enlistment dates. Not many people, only about 30. This was vastly different from his imagination. The other two guards had over 2,000 men. Why so few? And where were they? Chief, the people on this list? They are in the Grassland caravan and the diplomatic mission. But no one knows they are Jinwu guards. Only I knew their identities. Now you do too, Han Feng explained, sipping tea. Yuji was shocked. They were hidden in the mission and caravan, and their identities were top secret. What was the chief doing? Does Ambassador Beast Feng not know? Yuji asked. Han Feng didn't speak, just shook his head. Yuji was even more surprised. What were they doing that even the chief's trusted Beast Feng couldn't know? You must be curious. The Jinwu Guard is my Imperial Guard, yet not by my side. Their identities are secret, unknown even to my most trusted ambassador. Han Feng continued, seeing Yuji nod. That is because the Jinwu Guard is not just my guard. It is a secret intelligence agency. Though we are short on hands, as we just started. Chief, what is an intelligence agency? Yuji heard the term for the first time. An intelligence agency is responsible for gathering and transmitting internal and external intelligence. It also handles special tasks behind enemy lines, like assassination, theft, and spreading rumors. The internal system hasn't been built yet, but I can tell you its function. Infiltrate the sides of high officials and merchants, gather info on them. Are they corrupt? Betraying the tribe? Smuggling? Even what they eat, sleep with, how many women they keep. Gather it all and report to me. But this hasn't been implemented yet. Currently, the Jinwu Guard focuses on external reconnaissance. Hearing the special tasks, Yuji's mouth hung open. He didn't expect the chief to form such a department in secret. The chief clearly didn't trust the officials. He thought those officials were glorious, but they were all under surveillance. Although not yet built, he could imagine the power. It was a killer weapon. With this, the Han tribe wouldn't easily collapse. If anyone below moved, the chief would nip it in the bud. Ruthless. Han Feng continued. The Han tribe isn't huge yet. I trust the officials I appointed. But as we grow and the population increases, I will have to appoint strangers. I can't guarantee their loyalty. So I need this department to monitor them. Building the Han tribe wasn't easy, so I won't allow anyone to destroy her. Yuji nodded. The reasoning made sense. The chief said he trusted the current people, meaning his uncles were trusted. The department was for the future. Understanding this, Yuji felt better. The chief wasn't heartless. He was considering the whole tribe. Yuji asked, then what is the external focus? The chief said the people on the list are in the caravan and mission. Is it to spy on the Grasslands and the Ecchi tribe? Han Feng nodded approvingly. Yuji was sharp. He explained his original plan. How he planted spies in the Ecchi tribe. How they infiltrated. How he sent Jinwu guards into the mission to establish contact channels. And the future plans for the Ecchi tribe. Yuji listened, thrilled. It was like a spy novel. Especially the part about sneaking around and calculating others without them knowing. Hearing how the spies infiltrated and were treated like treasures by the enemy gave him a rush. Yuji suddenly felt that perhaps this department really suited him. Yuji listened to Han Feng's plan as if it were a thrilling spy novel. Being intelligent and sharp, he quickly understood the true duties of the Jinwu Guard. So, will my work direction after taking office still be the Ecchi tribe? After understanding the basics, Yuji quickly adapted to the role of commander and began asking about the work agenda. Correct. Currently, the Jinwu Guard's main reconnaissance targets are the Ecchi tribe and the Grasslands. Also, you know about the plan to build a city in the Grasslands next year. Regarding this, you need to prepare in advance. You've been to the Grasslands with your uncle before and are familiar with the area, so I have an important task for you. Find a suitable location for building a city along the lake. First, it must meet the needs for building a dock. This is crucial. Second, it's best to be near a water source, not the lake water, but a river flowing into the grasslands. If our ships can sail deep into the grasslands, that would be even better. Third, the place must be suitable for farming. The arable land must guarantee rations for the city's population. Fourth, there should be trees. This isn't a hard requirement, but having them is best for firewood. If not, we can ship coal there later. These are the criteria. You can select several such places. In the future, we will definitely build more than one city. Note down any suitable locations and report to me. Besides these, you need to cultivate your own personnel to expand the intelligence network. I allow you to recruit some small tribes in the grasslands in the name of the Han tribe. Pick smart and capable people to train. But you must distinguish between peripheral members and core personnel. Peripheral members only gather intel but don't transmit it, and they must not know what they are truly doing. Also, methods of gathering intel vary. Secret arrest, torture, heavy bribery, all are usable. Those are for the grasslands. Regarding the Xian tribe and internal personnel training, you can select people from retired injured soldiers or recruit orphans to train from a young age. Especially in Weishan and Luoyang commanderies, the newly joined tribes have orphans. If no one wants to raise them, take them in. Let's do this directly. Set up orphanages widely in the Han tribe in my name. Ostensibly, they are public welfare institutions for orphans, but management will fall under the Jinwu Guard. This way, you can develop manpower and select usable talents to absorb into the Jinwu Guard from childhood. Hearing Yu Ji ask about work, Han Feng laid out the plan for the Jinwu Guard, including short-term reconnaissance targets and long-term training models. Yu Ji was delighted. The chief's plan was perfect. Initially, rely on recruitment and bribery. Later, build orphanages for talent reserves. The development path was clear. Yu Ji bowed again to pledge loyalty. Han Feng nodded with satisfaction but warned him at the end, "Your predecessor was killed for hiding intelligence. I don't want you to follow in his footsteps. Remember to summarize news for me regularly. Even if there's nothing important, report something on time. Even if you find out how many children Maodun had, that's fine." Yu Ji shivered internally, realizing the chief was setting KPIs. He had to report something regardless. "Chief, rest assured, Yu Ji will not fail your expectations. I will fulfill my duties and keep the secrets." "Good. Fulfill duties and keep secrets. I hope you remember your words today. Remember, once you leave this room, the Jinwu Guard is just my bodyguard, including your uncle and your wife. Tell no one without my order. As for when to make this duty public, I will notify you." "Yes, I understand." Yu Ji bowed again. He received the tiger tally, seal, and waist tag of the Jinwu Guard from Han Feng and went home. In the following days, Jin Yi's beheading caused quite a stir. It was the first time the chief had executed a guilty official this way. However, after the crimes were posted, the people felt he deserved death. Over 10,000 cattle and horses. If brought to the tribe, people could rent more livestock during farming season. Now, because of one man, they were gone. Who would speak for him? Since the notice was public, Niu Wei and the other students studying in Han knew about it. Before Niu Wei could come to explain, Han Feng summoned him. With an absolutely dominant stance, Han Feng suspended their classes and demanded Niu Wei send people to Maodun and the Xian tribe to demand payment immediately. Otherwise, the Han tribe would launch a punitive expedition. He told Niu Wei to watch himself. If he delayed, Han Feng would kill him first. Niu Wei had no choice. He sent 20 of the 50 students back, 10 to Maodun, 10 to the Xian tribe leader. He was depressed. His hard-earned chance to study might end over this. He couldn't understand why the great leader would do this, or why that damned Maodun would detain the livestock, causing bad blood between Xian and Han. It seemed time to change the person handling the sea salt business. On the other side, the quietly promoted Yu Ji contacted Jiang Xian and Zhang Yong to prepare for the wedding and persuaded the Youjiang clan to submit as an in-law. Jiang Xian, seeing the Han tribe's life and hearing about the cattle/horse issue, realized the Han tribe could acquire massive amounts of livestock. Although Jin Yi messed it up, Jiang Xian saw the Han army and didn't care. He believed the Han tribe could defeat any enemy to get livestock. Sure enough, 2 days after Jin Yi's execution, over 2,000 cattle and horses arrived in Hanyang. This made Jiang Xian respect the Han tribe even more. On Yu Ji's wedding day, Jiang Xian finally decided to bring the Youjiang clan into the Han tribe. Han Feng was happy. He rewarded Yu Ji, allowing him to forge a custom weapon, then summoned Jiang Xian. He formally bestowed a surname on the Youjiang clan, still Jiang. They discussed relocation. Jiang Xian was sincere but had requests regarding sacrifices. Unlike the Han tribe, the Youjiang clan valued sacrifices heavily, to heaven for weather and harvest. Han Feng agreed. The Han tribe did that too. Jiang Xian also proposed sacrificing to the Sheiji, gods of earth and grain. This was crucial for any agrarian civilization. Han Feng, a science guy in his past life, had neglected this, only promoting reverence for nature and ancestors. When Jiang Xian mentioned it, Han Feng remembered the term Sheiji. It was traditional Chinese culture. Since he remembered it, adding it to the list was inevitable. He told Jiang Xian that when the Han tribe built a capital, they would build a temple of heaven to sacrifice to the state and earth. Jiang Xian was satisfied with Han Feng's openness, but they argued over the offerings. Jiang Xian said, "In disaster years, human sacrifice is needed." Human sacrifice? That was something the brutal Shang dynasty did. Han Feng governed with a people-first policy and refused. Sacrifices must happen, but we can't pin all hopes on gods. The gods would get tired and think us greedy. In disaster years, we must save ourselves first. Encouraging production in good years and stockpiling grain is more useful than 100 sacrifices. As for human sacrifice, I don't care about other places, but it is forbidden in the Han tribe. Han Feng was firm. He explained his plans for disaster relief, tax collection for grain storage, and price protection. Hearing this, although Jiang Xian wasn't fully satisfied, he agreed. Han Feng's methods were feasible. Plus, Han Feng said pigs and sheep were fine to kill, just not humans, cattle, or horses. Those were labor. Disasters reduced population. Human sacrifice would only anger the gods and help nothing. Jiang Xian accepted this. Thinking back on Youjiang history, human sacrifice indeed hadn't helped with disasters. Maybe it really did anger the gods. Thus, the annexation was settled for after the summer harvest. Han Feng delayed it because spring was busy, and moving then would affect planting. After resolving Hanyang's issues, Han Feng went to the military camp outside Fuma Pass. After inspecting individual weapon and tactical training, he began formation training. The soldiers performed well in the large 4,000-man formation. Han Feng had summarized 3 main formations: the hollow circle wagon formation, defense against cavalry; the spear shield hollow circle, infantry defense/counterattack with archers inside; and the pig charge attack formation, shield front, spears second, archers back, cavalry wings. These worked well, but in small unit assault formations, Han Feng found a problem. Previously, he organized by unit type, but in small groups of 5 shield bearers had too much defense and no suppression, while 5 spearmen had reach but no defense. It was ridiculous. Han Feng knew a bit about Qi Jiguang's Mandarin duck formation. It wasn't a single unit type. It mixed wolf brush wielders, shield bearers, and musketeers. So, Han Feng ordered a reform. The overall structure remained, but shield soldiers and spear/halberd soldiers were mixed at the platoon, zongqi, level. This allowed quick large formations and flexible small assault teams. From 6-man teams to 3-man teams, 3 talents array, they practiced everything. The 3-man team was the focus, mainly for capturing prisoners, a shield bearer to tank aggro, a spearman to engage, and a captor to grab the enemy. Even the officers had to admit, clear division of labor, offensive and defensive capabilities, flexible, and highly efficient for killing and capturing. While training formations at the military camp, Han Feng was also planning next year's development, especially regarding the Han tribe's expansion. As long as Han Feng was alive and the continent wasn't fully occupied, the expansion would not stop. Next year's plans focused on several areas. First, sending troops to attack barbarian tribes to capture prisoners for labor. Second, occupying a new salt mine. And finally, bringing back the 2,000-plus people of the Youjiang clan. Han Feng had already decided on the Youjiang clan's residence. Once the army marched out in the spring, the military camp would be empty, perfectly accommodating the 4,000-capacity camp for the 2,000 Youjiang people. After they settled in the camp, they would build a new city during the farming off-season, so they could move into new houses by winter. However, following custom, the Youjiang clan would be split up. Part would join newcomers from Weishan Commandery to form the new Shingang, New Steel, Commandery, and part would be distributed to counties under Hanyang Commandery, dispersing their clan power. Shingang Commandery was a key construction project for next year. As the population and territory grew, the demand for steel increased, necessitating faster construction of Shingang. Internal construction plans were set. External construction had three parts: the chemical plant on Lake Hard Island, a new commandery in the coal mine area, and building a city in the grasslands. The coal mine city hadn't been a high priority, but a few days ago, Jin Yi, stationed at the Deer Tribe's shore, sent a year-end report. He detailed construction and coal exploration, and casually mentioned that using the labor market method, he had gathered over 6,000 people. 6,000 people. Han Feng knew this included families. Excluding the old and weak, there might be 1,500 able-bodied men. But this population count was enough for a county, or even a commandery since it was a new region. This was Jin Yi's cunning. He detailed the docks and warehouses but glossed over the population, which only piqued Han Feng's interest. Han Feng analyzed that Jin Yi wanted to show his capability to earn an official position, preferably a governor. Since Han Feng saw through his little scheme, he didn't play games. He replied directly, submit the population and land registers, and he would appoint Jin Yi as governor. Seeds, tools, and cattle would be issued based on the registered population. Next year, he was to build a new city. He could pick the site and request materials, but the city had to be built before winter, or he'd be fired. Asterisk, you think you're capable? Go build a city yourself? Asterisk. Receiving the letter, Jin Yi smiled bitterly, happy that his dream came true, worried about the deadline. But the chief promised material support. The difficulty was manpower. He only had over 1,000 laborers. Jin Yi rubbed his face and decided he had to find a way to get more people. Looking at the name the chief gave the new commandery, a fire of ambition ignited in his heart. Dongxin, East Firewood, Commandery, east of the Luyang River, a land abundant in fuel. From now on, I am Governor Jing of Dongxin Commandery. In late December of that year, halfway through the long winter, Yuji departed for the grasslands. Han Feng didn't see him off, but summoned him from the camp before he left to emphasize future work, especially the city site selection. After Yuji left, Han Feng didn't return to the camp. The soldiers were familiar with the training. Now it was just practice. With the expedition imminent, the construction of troop transport ships was crucial. He had to visit the shipyard in Luyang Commandery. But as he was leaving, Xiao Dai stopped him. Husband, are you going out again? Xiao Dai, 7 months pregnant, blocked Han Feng. Zhan Ying, also pregnant, looked at him too, though she never spoke first when Xiao Dai was present. Yes, I'm going to Luyang for a few days to check the shipbuilding progress. Han Feng put on his bear fur cloak and turned back. Husband, mother says the babies will be born in 2 months. Can you come back then? I'm scared without you. Xiao Dai pleaded. Zhan Ying looked at him with a pitiful expression. Han Feng blinked. For a moment, he thought Xiao Dai was being dramatic. But then he realized. Oh, this isn't the modern era with advanced medicine. Childbirth is dangerous here, a life and death struggle. If Xiao Dai dies while I'm not there, I won't even see her one last time. We've been husband and wife for years. How could there be no affection? Her request isn't excessive, but he was the chief. He had so much to do. How could he manage everything? Han Feng helped Xiao Dai sit on the Kong bed and said, I have to check the shipyard. Originally, I planned to lead the expedition personally before spring, but looking at your timing, I probably can't make it. Hearing he planned to go to war, Xiao Dai and Zhan Ying felt even more aggrieved. He wouldn't be there for the birth, and what if something happened to him? Xiao Dai tried to stop him. Han Feng pressed a finger to her lips. You are both giving birth, so I must be here. Tell mother-in-law to leave the workshop for now and stay with you two to help. I'll go check the shipyard and arrange the expedition. I will definitely be back before you give birth, okay? Han Feng comforted her gently. Xiao Dai smiled, said and kissed his cheek. Han Feng added, when it's sunny, exercise more. Don't just lie or sit. Walk around. It's good for the body and gives you strength for childbirth. But don't overdo it. Also, ask mother-in-law to find experienced women in the city. Contact them early so they can help. I know. Go quickly, husband. Come back early. Sister Ying and I are waiting for you. Xiao Dai, reassured, fixed his collar and urged him to go. Han Feng kissed both women on the forehead and left for Luyang. On the way, he was conflicted. He really wanted to lead the expedition. He had mobilized over 4,000 elite troops, but neither soldiers nor generals had real combat experience. Could he be at ease? But his 2 women were giving birth. It was his first time being a father in 2 lifetimes. He was nervous. Both matters were important. Which to prioritize? He couldn't take 2 pregnant wives to war. In this conflicted state, Han Feng arrived at the Luyang shipyard. The twin-masted ship workshop was empty, The last batch of 4 ships had launched. In the new factory area nearby, a work shed was steaming. Countless workers drew water from wells, and others moved planks inside. This was a steam-bending workshop. Inside were over 100 large steamers, each 30 meters long. Below were 25 stoves, each with a stoker. Below the stokers were wood carriers and water fillers, all temporary recruits. In shipbuilding, especially wooden sailing ships, the keel needed roasting and bending, and the hull planks had to be steamed thoroughly to soften them for fitting onto the curved hull. When installing planks, they had to be tight with no gaps. After cooling, gaps would appear due to contraction, but the waterproofing workshop would handle that. The temporary laborers were crucial, handling all transport tasks so craftsmen could focus on building. Han Feng inspected the material prep and keel workshops. Few people were there. Master craftsmen directed temporary workers. He learned the tasks were mostly done. The last galleon keel was assembled. They were now building a sunken deck sand carrier outside the order. Han Feng nodded, praised the workers, and rushed to the plank installation workshop. Unlike the quiet keel shop, this place was bustling. Due to ample manpower, plank installation happened in a full surround manner. Bamboo scaffolding surrounded the tall hull. Workers installed planks on both sides simultaneously, 2 groups working top-down and bottom-up towards the middle. Another group laid the stern planks, and through the unsealed sections, Han Feng saw crews working on the 4 internal decks. The planking workshop was the busiest, responsible for the hull structure. Seeing this all-around construction method, Han Feng was thrilled. The goal was maximum speed. Han Feng asked the person in charge, who confidently guaranteed completion within 10 days if materials kept up. Han Feng happily announced a reward for the workers upon launch. He instructed Big Tree to ensure wood and nails kept coming. The materials department must not slow down construction. Next, they visited the waterproofing workshop. Most workers here were women. Han Feng inspected closely. Waterproofing involved stuffing hemp rope into seams and sealing them with a special mixture. It wasn't hard but required meticulousness and involved a huge workload. A ship tens of meters long had countless seams. Mobilizing idle women was a great move. No wonder efficiency was so high. Finally, Han Feng and Big Tree went to the next workshop. It was empty. It should have been the painting shop. He learned the other 2 3-masted ships had launched. One was fully rigged and used for training sailors. The other was being rigged with sails, anchors, and ropes. Han Feng boarded the ship at the dock to inspect. He looked with satisfaction at the warship, identical to his blueprints. Nearly 600 tons displacement, over 450 tons max load. Compared to modern iron ships, it was trash, but Han Feng was satisfied. With a 40-meter 3-masted ship, was an 80-meter one far off? Just as Big Tree invited Han Feng for lunch, the training ship returned. Han Feng refused the invitation, deciding to eat with the sailors on board to experience ship life. The 3-masted tower ship, galleon style, was massive. The main mast stood 43 meters high, with 2 secondary masts at 39 meters, rigging 3 Chinese-style batten sails. The ship itself was 14 meters tall with a draft of 6.5 meters. It had 4 internal decks, a poop deck on the top deck, 2 decks below the waterline, and 2 above. With portholes on the sides, it could carry 800 people and store enough food and fresh water in the hold for those 800 people for 3 months. Its load capacity was terrifying for this era. Han Feng designed this ship based on the famous galleons of the Age of Discovery. It had a streamlined hull, high seaworthiness, and crucially, massive cargo space. According to the ship classifications of that time, only a third-rate ship of the line, over 60 meters long with 3-gun decks, could carry 800 crew and 6 months of supplies. Han Feng's ship was only 40 meters long, a size smaller. Theoretically, it shouldn't hold 800 people. But the Han tribe's ships didn't need to carry massive amounts of gunpowder, hundreds of iron cannons, or heavy cannonballs. They didn't need heavy armor either, as there was no enemy cannon fire to fear. The Han tribe's enemies didn't even have boats. So, the Han tribe's 3-masted ship could dedicate all space to crew quarters. The hold didn't need to store gunpowder and could be filled with grain. Thus, carrying 800 people was no pressure. For short trips, squeezing in 1,000 was possible. Han Feng toured the ship from top to bottom, finally having lunch in the poop deck cabin with key personnel. During the meal, a slightly tipsy Big Tree praised him. The chief is truly the ancestor of humans and the ancestor of all crafts for shipbuilding. I remember seeing the chief using animal skins and willow branches to make a small coracle that held only one person. Just a few years later, the Han tribe can build behemoths comparable to small cities. With such giant ships, where can the celestial army of Han not go? Ha ha ha. The group burst into laughter, but they felt the truth in Big Tree's words. The Han tribe's progress was visible to all, led by the chief. They were incredibly proud of the tribe and proud to be part of it. Han Feng felt gratified watching the harmonious scene. This is probably how national confidence is cultivated, he thought. After lunch, Han Feng proposed continuing the sea trials in the afternoon to test the sailors' skills. The captains of these new ships were former captains of the twin-masted ships. Former first and second mates became captains of the sunken deck sand carriers, and former sailors were promoted to captains of twin-masted ships. New sailors were recruited to fill the gaps. Everyone's position had been elevated. Seeing such rapid promotion, they trained even harder. They knew Han Feng valued ability above all. Even a novice could be reused immediately if capable. This was the benefit of the Han tribe. The chief was young, and the tribe, like him, was full of vigor. On the training ship, the captain shouted commands. Sailors turned the rudder, pulled sails, and lookouts watched the wind flags to assist. The great ship left the dock, turned into the northeast lake, and sailed into the deep water that hadn't frozen. It was the coldest part of winter. The north wind howled, filling the sails and pushing the ship to top speed. The curved prow cut through the water, pushing aside 2 white waves and startling large fish from the depths. Han Feng sat in the warm poop deck cabin by a charcoal stove. A kettle whistled on top. Holding hot tea, he watched the scenery through the window slit. He placed the tea bowl on the table. The liquid remained calm, without ripples. Han Feng was surprised. The ship was incredibly stable. In his past life, Han Feng had been on sea vessels. Even warships weren't this stable. Perhaps it was because they were on an inland lake in winter, where the water was calm compared to the tumultuous ocean. After an hour of sailing, circling the coking plant Han Feng had planned, the ship turned back. After landing, Han Feng inspected the training of the sunken deck cargo ships. He instructed the shipyard to deliver all ships by the end of the month, then rode fast back to Hanyang Commandery. He didn't go home, but bypassed the city to the military camp outside Fuma Pass. He specially called Yu Fu, who was wintering at home, to join this military operation. Han Feng had an important task for him. Showing his token, Han Feng entered the central tent and ordered the drums beaten to summon all officers above the rank of past commander. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 drum rolls, the officers arrived, unsure why they were summoned so suddenly until they saw the chief. The generals greet the chief. The officers knelt on one knee and saluted. Rise. Sit. I summoned you to hold a meeting and arrange the expedition. After the meeting, the whole army will break camp and march immediately, Han Feng announced solemnly. Everyone was stunned. It was midwinter, snow blocked the roads, and it was freezing. Was it appropriate to march now? But no one dared question him. Yu Fu, introduce our target to everyone, Han Feng said. Yes. Yu Fu bowed, saluted the group, and pointed a baton at the sand table. Before winter, I led a fleet from Luyang. After 3 days, we encountered a tribe on the east bank, the Deer tribe, rich in coal, now named Dongxing Commandery and part of Han territory. The officers nodded. They knew this. Continuing south from Dongxing, after 7 or 8 days, we encountered a wide water area with sandbars. We found the Raccoon tribe and mineral deposits there. Passing the sandbars, after about 10 days, we encountered a hunting barbarian tribe here. I tried to trade with them, but these barbarians don't speak human language and are violent. Before my envoys could communicate, they attacked, stole our gifts and weapons, and killed 3 of us. Our envoys killed over 20 of them before breaking out. This tribe is our target. Population over 2,000, 400 to 500 able-bodied men. They live by hunting, use stone spears/axes, and have few crude bows. They live in earthstone round houses on an open plain by the river, with no walls. The land is fertile and water-rich, but they don't farm. They hunt and often conflict with neighbors, especially for bride snatching. Every night, they fight captives for entertainment and kill the losers. The neighbors hate them. Han Feng clapped his hands. That was months ago, so we must scout again. Now, the strategic goal. Next year's development requires labor. We need to capture more slaves. This operation is not to kill, but to capture everyone alive. Death cannot atone for their crimes. I want them to work for the Han tribe for life. The officers looked serious. Blood slaughter, Shui too, frowned. His family had been killed by the fire tribe, so he preferred killing enemies. Capturing was harder. Blood slaughter, do you have questions? Han Feng asked. Yes. Capturing them alive is too hard. We have a 10-to-1 advantage, so we'll win, but if they see us, they'll run. We don't know the terrain. Chasing them is risky, Blood slaughter said seriously. Han Feng nodded. Blood slaughter had guerrilla experience. Does anyone have ideas? Eagle Sharp, Ing Rue, of the Qinyo Guard spoke. Chief, we should use our numbers to encircle them, but I don't know how to do it without being seen. Han Feng nodded. Good points. Listen carefully. I will teach you tactics. First, we march in winter because tribes move less. It's the best time to encircle. Second, as you said, we can't land quickly without scaring them. So, my plan is an early landing. Early landing? The officers frowned. Chai Duo, commander of the Qinyo Guard, realized first. Chief means we land a day or two away, then march on land to encircle them quietly. Snap. Han Feng snapped his fingers. Exactly. We land 2 days away, rest, then march silently. Scouts will clear the way. Capture anyone we meet to prevent leaks. But to be safe, we need a diversion. Sound in the east, strike in the west. After the troops land, the fleet stays put. Yu Fu, take the 3 twin-masted ships and proceed. When you reach the target, beat drums and shout. Send landing craft to feint an attack. Don't actually land. Just pretend to attack for revenge. Keep their attention on the river. Once the land force completes the encirclement, we drive them to the river. Yu Fu, then you land everyone and bring the troop transports to fill the river. Scare them to death. If they still don't surrender, attack. With 10-to-1 odds and better gear. If you lose, you don't deserve to be officers. Everyone applauded the plan. The Qinyo Guard guarantees completion. Chai Duo saluted. Same for the Huban Guard, Blood slaughter added. Han Feng stood up and slammed the table. Orders. Clatter. The officers stood up. Qinyo and Huban Guards, assemble immediately. Bring all supplies. March out. Route. March to Fuma Pass tonight. Tomorrow to Matian County. Day 3 to Danshan. Day 4 to Hanyang. Day 5 cross the river to Ruyang. Day 6 to 7 to Sitong. Day 8 to 9 to Luyang. Day 10 to 13 to Weishan Dock. Camp there for 10 days. Logistics will make dry rations. Troops will practice boarding and ship life. Then we sail. Yes. Blood slaughter asked. Chief, why tour all these places instead of going straight to Weishan? Han Feng held up 3 fingers. 1. To train marching ability. 2. To let you visit home and show your families your glory. 3. The ships aren't ready. So, we parade to boost morale and show the people our strength. The officers agreed and went to break camp. Supplies were loaded. Soldiers packed gear. Livestock was slaughtered for frozen meat. An hour later, drums beat and horns blew. Over 4,000 soldiers lined up. Armor clattered. Flags snapped in the wind. A sea of red cloaks and shining iron armor. The Red Army of the Han tribe. Move out, Han Feng said simply. The red tide flowed. Qinyo cavalry led, followed by scouts, then the main force. Huban scouts flanked, and Huban cavalry protected the sides. Han Feng followed, reviewing troops with locals at each city. It boosted morale and intimidated new clans. Young kids clamored to join the army. The army marched east. At Hanyang, Han Feng visited his wives, promising to return. At Luyang, he checked the shipyard. The last ship was being painted. At Weishan, they camped for 10 days practicing boarding. The massive ships amazed the soldiers. Finally, the last ship arrived. For tower ships carried 2,800 men. The rest took twin-masted ships. Han Feng gave final orders at the dock. Follow the plan. If unsure, ask me via Flying Eagle. Yu Fu, make your performance convincing. Yes, rest assured, Chief. After watching dozens of large ships sail away in a line, Han Feng stood on the dock for a long time until goosefeather snow piled on his shoulders. He turned back to the Weishan government office and only returned home the next day after the snow stopped. The roads were slippery, so Han Feng traveled slowly. When he arrived home the next day, Xiao Dai and Zhang were already at their due date. For the past few days, Han Feng's mother-in-law, Shang, had been living at the house, sleeping with Xiao Dai and Zhang. Han Feng slept in the study across the hall, handling official business while eagerly awaiting the birth of his children. Having lived 2 lives, he was finally going to be a father. On the 3rd day after Han Feng's return, he received a Flying Eagle message from Yu Fu. It stated that the new three-masted ships were very fast, far exceeding the old ones. The voyage was smooth since the route was known. They sailed day and night, stopping for nothing. It took only a day and a night to reach the newly established Dongxing Commandery, coal mine, and another 3 days of nonstop sailing to reach the sandbars where they met the raccoon tribe. Now they were heading to the target area. The winter northwest wind was cold but strong, and with a tailwind, the fleet was moving at top speed. They expected to reach the landing point in 4 days. Han Feng replied immediately, "Stay safe, wishing you success and a speedy return. Report again upon landing, asterisk." News of the smooth voyage calmed him slightly, but the atmosphere at home grew tense. Xiao Dai and Jianing began experiencing abdominal pains. Based on his modern knowledge, Han Feng knew their pelvises were opening. Labor had officially begun. They couldn't go anywhere. They had to wait on the delivery bed. Han Feng didn't rest. He separated Xiao Dai and Jian Ying into 2 rooms, one in the bedroom, one in his study, which also had a heated comm. This was to prevent panic if one screamed in pain, scaring the other into holding back. Also, if they gave birth simultaneously, one room would be too crowded. Han Feng ordered women to boil water constantly and sterilized old linen cloths and silk swaddling clothes. He had chicken soup with noodles made and personally fed them to keep their strength up. Then he paced between the 2 rooms, comforting and encouraging them. Influenced by Shang, Xiao Dai and Jianing followed primitive traditions, asking Han Feng to put their best jewelry on them. Although he didn't quite understand, Han Feng brought out everything: pearls from Yue, seashells, gold and silver, antelope horn bracelets, and Chinese knots he had made. Xiao Dai watched Han Feng put a silver bracelet on her wrist and held his hand. "Husband, do you remember the character in Infant you taught me?" Han Feng nodded, pressing her hand to his face. "I remember." "No, you forgot. You told me that childbirth is a life and death struggle for women. So before giving birth, a woman must wear her most precious jewelry and dress beautifully to face death. Our Han tribe is inland. Beautiful shells are most precious. So the character for infant is woman with 2 shells on top. The child born is called a baby, Bao Bei, precious shell. Now that I'm wearing the jewelry you gave me, I'm not afraid. Husband, do I look pretty?" Han Feng nodded fiercely, eyes red. "My Xiao Dai looks pretty in anything. You won't die. You will be fine. Trust me. I am the chief of the Han tribe. When have I ever been wrong? Xiao Dai, you must be strong. I won't let you die, so you must live for me. This is the Son of Heaven's command. No one can disobey, not even ghosts or gods. Without my permission, you cannot die." Seeing his anxiety, Xiao Dai looked happy, despite the pain. She said generously, "Husband, go check on Sister Ying. You haven't been there for a while. She doesn't talk much. She'll be scared if you don't go." Han Feng nodded, kissed her forehead, and went to the study. Jianing reached out like a kitten when she saw him. Han Feng went over, and she hugged his neck. "Husband, I'm here. Don't be afraid." I'm not afraid. Husband is my savior. When the shaman chose me as a sacrifice to the river god, I was terrified. They threw me into the freezing water. I cramped and couldn't swim. They watched coldly as I drifted away. Just as I thought I was dying, husband pulled me onto the boat and gave me his clothes. Since then, I knew you were my savior. As long as you are here, I fear nothing. Rest assured, you will be fine. Heaven will protect you." Han Feng kissed her cheek. Jianing hugged him tighter, enjoying the moment. But soon, a midwife shouted from across the hall, "Chief, the first madam's water broke." Then came Xiao Dai's high-pitched scream of pain. "Oh!" Han Feng's heart trembled, and he looked toward the door. It was the last month of winter, and the final cold wave was biting. Snow had fallen recently, freezing the world outside. But inside Han Feng's small courtyard, it was bustling with heat and activity. Hired women rushed in and out with hot water. The main bedroom had become a temporary delivery room. Xiao Dai lay on the large bed in pain, gripping her mother's hand with one hand and Han Feng's with the other, gritting her teeth and pushing with all her might. "Madam, push. The baby is coming out. I can see the head." Hearing this, Han Feng took a quick peek. Okay, head first. The position is correct. His heart settled halfway. His hand was gripped white by Xiao Dai. He could feel her immense strength. Xiao Dai remembered Han Feng's words. She was the chief's woman. She had to be strong. So she clenched her teeth and pushed. But for some reason, the baby was stuck at the neck. The midwife panicked. If this continued, the baby might suffocate. Han Feng noticed something wrong. Seeing Xiao Dai straining silently, he He slapped his forehead and said, Xiao Dai, don't clench your teeth. Scream. Screaming helps you exert force. Xiao Dai blinked. Encouraged by Han Feng, she pushed again, this time letting out a loud scream. Oh, it worked. The baby's shoulders emerged. Once the shoulders were out, the rest was easy. After 2 more pushes, the baby was born. The newborn, sensing danger upon leaving the mother, wailed with eyes closed. As the umbilical cord was cut, a stream of pale yellow urine sprayed from his little pepper, drenching 2 midwives. But everyone was happy. Reproduction was the most important thing in this era. Chief, first madam, it's out. It's a boy. Let me see. Xiao Dai wheezed weakly, unable to hide her joy. But when they saw the baby, they both felt. Is this really ours? The kid was ugly, not very white, had long hair, and most shockingly, was born with 2 teeth. And he cried loudly. Shang interrupted them. Don't look yet. Wash him first, medicate the cord, and wrap him up. Xiao Dai, don't rest yet. The placenta isn't out. Push again. Oh right, the placenta. Keep pushing. Han Feng scolded himself for forgetting. The placenta came out smoothly. Xiao Dai had passed the danger. The midwives cleaned the mess. The baby, tired from crying, looked much better after being washed. His round belly was medicated and wrapped in silk. Shang wiped Xiao Dai's sweat and nagged about postpartum care. No bathing, no wind, and a stern warning to Han Feng. No sex. Exhausted, Xiao Dai looked at her sleeping son and discussed his oddity. Mother, didn't you say babies are born toothless? Why does my son have 2 teeth? Shang was stumped. She stared at Han Feng. Maybe the chief is different? Maybe he was born with teeth too. Han Feng rolled his eyes. It's because life in the Han tribe is good. Xiao Dai ate well during pregnancy, and I gave her bone soup. That supplements calcium. It's normal for the baby to have teeth. Xiao Dai blinked skeptically. Is that so? What else could it be? Han Feng spread his hands. Before dawn, a shout came from the study across the hall. Chief, the second madam is starting to give birth too. Han Feng ran to Jianing. The midwives, now warmed up, guided her. With Xiao Dai's success as encouragement, Jianing was confident. Her labor was also smooth. Thanks to exercise and good nutrition, the baby was positioned correctly. Han Feng told her to scream immediately. Soon, Jianing gave birth to a girl. Jianing was a bit disappointed it was a girl, but Han Feng was delighted. He had wanted a daughter in his past life. Girls are good. She'll be beautiful like you. Daughters are parents' little cotton jackets. Just wait for her to be filial to us. Reassured, Jianing relaxed. By daylight, Han Feng moved Jianing to the main bedroom, so the 2 women could keep each other company during confinement. The 2 babies, fed colostrum, slept soundly on the calm. Xiao Dai and Jianing leaned against a wooden chest, eating poached eggs and brown sugar water. Husband, give the children names, Xiao Dai said. Naturally. I've already thought of them. Han Feng ran to the study, wrote 2 names with a brush, and handed the papers to them. Xiao Dai's paper read Luo Cheng, success/accomplishment. Jianing didn't recognize the second character on hers. Sister, do you know this character? Xiao Dai shook her head. Husband, what is Luo Cheng's sister called? I haven't seen this character. This is Lan, billow/wave. It describes water, like in magnificent waves, Bo Lan Zhuang Qua. Inger and I were brought together by water. Lan'er is our crystallization. From now on, my daughter is Luo Lan. Cheng Lan'er, did you hear your father? Jianing said happily to the babies. The babies just grunted and slept. Mid-morning, a clerk knocked. A woman stopped him at the door until Han Feng came out. Chief, a flying eagle message from Yufu. Oh, let me see. Han Feng took the bamboo tube, checked the wax seal and Yufu's stamp, and opened it. The letter was short. The fleet had sailed day and night, and was very close to the destination. Yufu had lost track of the exact location due to time, so he sent a scout boat. After confirming the location, they sailed a bit more and stopped to land about 100 li, 30 miles, away. Landing was difficult. No docks, wild terrain. The large ships couldn't dock, so they used small landing craft to ferry over 4,000 people. Landing the horses was harder. The sunken deck ships couldn't dock either. The river ice couldn't support horses, and the water was too cold. Yufu had to lash small boats together and lay planks to form a pontoon bridge to get the 1,000 warhorses ashore. The army rested for a day, then marched stealthily toward the target. Yufu then led the 3 twin-masted ships to continue by water, as they were faster. The letter ended there. Han Feng knew Yufu had likely already reached the barbarian tribe. Indeed, shortly after the letter was sent, Yu Fu arrived at the barbarian tribe's shore. It was still cold, with unmelted snow. No animals were out, so the tribe was rationing food, waiting for spring. Their hope was shattered by Yu Fu's arrival. 3 twin-masted ships sailed boldly to the shore, adjusted their sails to stall, and began beating drums. Boom, 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 boom. The noise scared away mice and alerted the tribe. "What is that sound?" a woman asked her man in a stone hut. They were eating once every 2 days. "Sounds like the river. It's rhythmic. Maybe it's those people from last autumn who came on strange things. Wait here, I'll look." The man grabbed 2 short spears and a stone axe. "Wait, eat this dried meat. You need strength," the woman said. The man hesitated but ate it. If he got a harvest, it would be worth it. He went out and saw many others heading to the river. They saw the 3 ships stopping and making noise. "Captain Yu, they're coming out," a lookout shouted. Yu Fu laughed. "Lower the landing craft. Send one to probe. Keep shields up. It's a feint, avoid casualties." It was the final month of winter, and the last wave of the cold snap was in full force. Snow had fallen just a few days prior, leaving the world outside frozen solid. However, inside Han Feng's small courtyard, things were heating up with frantic activity. The women Han Feng had hired scurried in and out with basins of hot water. The main bedroom had been converted into a makeshift delivery room. Xiao Dai lay on the large bed, her face contorted in pain. She gripped her mother's hand with one hand and Han Feng's with the other, gritting her teeth as she pushed with all her might. "Push, madam. The baby is almost here. I can see the head." Hearing this, Han Feng quickly stole a glance. He muttered to himself, "Okay, the head is coming first." The position is correct. Half the weight on his heart lifted instantly. His hand had gone white from Xiao Dai's grip. He could feel exactly how much strength she was pouring into this. Xiao Dai remembered Han Feng's earlier encouragement. She was the leader's woman. She had to be strong. She gritted her teeth and strained, but for some reason, the baby seemed stuck at the neck and wouldn't come out. The midwife grew anxious. If this continued, the child might suffocate. Han Feng noticed something was wrong as well. Seeing Xiao Dai's desperate, silent struggle, he suddenly slapped his own forehead and shouted to her. "Xiao Dai, don't grit your teeth. Scream. Shout it out. It helps you exert force." Xiao Dai blinked, and with Han Feng's encouragement, she pushed again, letting out a loud cry this time. Ah! The scream worked. The baby's shoulders cleared. Though it was incredibly painful, once the shoulders were out, the rest followed smoothly. After 2 more pushes, the child was finally born. The newborn, sensing the sudden change in environment, kept its eyes shut and wailed at the top of its lungs. As the umbilical cord was cut, a stream of pale yellow urine sprayed from its little member, drenching the 2 nearby midwives. Despite the mess, everyone was overjoyed. A successful birth was a monumental event for the tribe's survival, the most important thing in this era. "Leader, first madam, it's a boy. Let me see him," Xiao Dai panted, her voice weak, but her face glowing with irrepressible joy. However, when Xiao Dai and Han Feng actually looked at the child, they both had a fleeting thought. Is this really ours? The baby was a bit ugly, his skin wasn't particularly fair, and his hair was surprisingly long. Most strikingly, the boy was born with 2 teeth already visible, and his crying voice was exceptionally loud. Shang suddenly interrupted their staring. Stop looking. Let's wash him first. We need to medicate the umbilical cord and wrap him in gauze. Xiao Dai, don't just lie there. The afterbirth hasn't come out yet. Give it one more push." "Oh, right. The afterbirth." Han Feng cursed himself inwardly. He had been so distracted by the baby that he'd forgotten the final step of the delivery. "Keep pushing. The baby is fine for now." Fortunately, the afterbirth came out without a hitch. Xiao Dai's delivery had been a close call, but she had made it through safely. While the women helped clean up the messy bed, the little brat finally tired himself out from screaming. Once washed, he looked much better. His round little belly was medicated and wrapped in old linen before he was tucked into a prepared swaddle. On the other side, Shang was wiping Xiao Dai's sweat with a hot towel, incessantly lecturing her on postpartum care. No bathing, no catching a draft. She even shot a warning glance at Han Feng, whispering to Xiao Dai about abstaining from marital duties for a while. The exhausted Xiao Dai enjoyed her mother's care, watching her sleeping son. She began to discuss the baby's oddities with Shang. "Mother, didn't you say babies are born without teeth? Why does my son have 2? Shang was momentarily stunned. After a long pause, she stared at Han Feng and said, Perhaps the leader is different from others. Maybe the leader was born with teeth too. Han Feng looked at the 3 generations and rolled his eyes. It's because our Han tribe lives well. Xiao Dai ate the best food during her pregnancy. I frequently made bone broth for her. That's full of calcium. It's perfectly normal for a baby to be born with teeth if the nutrition is good. Xiao Dai blinked skeptically. Is that so? What else would it be? Han Feng shrugged helplessly. It was still dark outside. After they talked for a while, Han Feng urged Xiao Dai to get some sleep. But just then, a shout came from the study across the way. Leader, the second madam has started her labor too. Han Feng scrambled over to Zhang Ying's side. The midwives, fresh from the first delivery, moved into position with practiced ease. With the experience they had just gained, this one was even smoother. Han Feng stayed by her side, offering comfort and encouragement. Knowing that her sister Xiao Dai had safely delivered a healthy boy gave Zhang Ying a surge of confidence. This birth was equally successful. Perhaps it was the regular walks Han Feng had insisted they take, or their superior diet, but the baby's position was perfect. Both women were healthy and strong, and the midwives were now seasoned pros. Learning from Xiao Dai's mistake of gritting her teeth, Han Feng told Zhang Ying to scream from the start. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Zhang Ying successfully delivered a baby girl. Zhang Ying felt a bit down when she learned she had a daughter, but Han Feng was genuinely thrilled. In his past life, he had always wanted a daughter, but he'd never had the time or the partner for it. He immediately comforted her. A girl is wonderful. She'll grow up to be as beautiful as you. They say a daughter is a parent's warm little padded jacket. Just wait. She'll be the one taking care of us when we're old. Seeing that Han Feng didn't look down on their daughter, Zhang Ying finally relaxed. Once Zhang Ying was cleaned up and settled, the sun had finally risen. Han Feng carried her into the main bedroom. It was cold out, and he figured the 2 women would be bored during their recovery month. Staying together would give them someone to talk to. Under the midwife's guidance, the 2 infants, 1 boy, 1 girl, were fed their first milk. Now, they lay side by side in the middle of the large heated Kong bed, fast asleep. Xiao Dai and Zhang Ying leaned against the large wooden chests at the head of the bed, eating poached eggs and brown sugar water that Han Feng had ordered for them. Husband, you should give the children names, Xiao Dai said between bites, glancing at Han Feng. Zhang Ying looked over expectantly as well. Of course, I've had names picked out for a long time. Just wait. Han Feng hurried to his study. With a few swift strokes of his brush, he wrote down 2 names and brought the papers back to them. The paper Xiao Dai received had the name Luo Chang written on it. Zhang Ying, however, didn't recognize the character on her paper. She knew the first character was Han Feng's surname, Luo, but the second was a mystery. She turned to Xiao Dai. Sister, do you know this character? Xiao Dai looked and shook her head. Husband, what is Luo Chang's sister's name? I've never seen this character before. That is Lan, Han Feng explained. It's a word used to describe water, as in magnificent waves, bo lan zhuang kui asterisk. It describes grand scenery or historical events. Inger and I were brought together by the water, and Lanner is the fruit of our union. From now on, my daughter shall be named Luo Lan. Chinger, Lanner, your father has named you. Did you hear that? Zhang Ying said happily to the sleeping infants. The babies, only a few hours old, merely grunted in their sleep, completely unimpressed by their new names. Once the women finished their eggs, Han Feng urged them to sleep. He sat at the table, continuing his work on the chemical plant's layout, while keeping a watchful eye on the 2 mothers and their children on the Kong. By mid-morning, a minor official arrived at the door. He didn't dare enter the inner room and was stopped by one of the women. Han Feng went out to meet him. Leader, an eagle messenger just arrived. It's from Yu Fu. Oh, let me see. Han Feng took the message immediately. The letter was inside a bamboo tube, sealed with wax bearing Yu Fu's personal seal. Seeing the seal was intact, Han Feng twisted it open and pulled out the letter. It wasn't long, just a routine report as he had requested. The gist was that after several days of sailing, the fleet was very close to their destination. However, because so much time had passed, Yu Fu wasn't entirely sure of the exact coordinates, so he had sent a scout boat ahead. After confirming the target location, the fleet moved further up the waterway. They anchored and began landing about 100 li from the destination. The landing took place during the day. No one was seen on the banks, but because it was a wild, undeveloped area without a pier, the large sailing ships couldn't dock. They had to use small landing boats to ferry the 4,000 men ashore in small groups. It took a long time to get everyone settled. Landing the warhorses was even more difficult. The deep-draft sand ships couldn't get close to the shore. Although there was some unthawed ice along the river, it wouldn't hold the weight of a horse. The water was freezing. Forcing the horses to swim ashore would likely kill them. In the end, Yufu had the small landing boats lined up and secured with wooden planks to create a makeshift floating bridge. Only then were the 1,000 warhorses successfully brought to shore. According to Han Feng's plan, the army rested for a day after landing. They began their march the following day, quietly creeping toward their destination. Meanwhile, Yufu personally led the 3 original 2-masted ships forward. They would move faster by water, so they could afford to leave a bit later. The letter ended there. Han Feng knew that by now, Yufu had likely already reached the destination. Messages took time to travel. Even the most timely report was essentially delayed news. Sure enough, shortly after the letter was sent, Yufu arrived at the destination, the banks of the barbarian tribe's territory. Although this area was south of the Han tribe, it was still far from warm. Heavy snow had fallen a few days ago. While the temperature was rising, it would be some time before the ice and snow fully melted. The grass hadn't even begun to sprout, so no animals were out foraging. Even though the barbarian tribe's food supplies were running low, they could only endure by rationing their meals, hoping for an early spring so they could go out and hunt. That hope vanished the moment Yufu arrived. 3 2-masted ships sailed boldly toward the barbarian shore. They didn't lower their sails but adjusted the angles so they wouldn't catch the wind. Then, Yufu ordered the sailors to beat the great drums. Asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. The thunderous drumming echoed across the land, scaring away the few rats foraging in the snow. The barbarian tribe, located not far from the shore, naturally heard the commotion. What is that sound? It sounds familiar. A woman huddled by a fire in a stone hut asked her husband. They hadn't eaten in a day. To survive until spring, the tribe's people had resorted to eating only once every 2 days. It's coming from the river. Listen to the rhythm. It's man-made. It's probably those people who came on the strange water things last autumn. They had many good things. Stay here. I'm going to look. The man made his judgment, grabbed 2 short spears and a stone axe from the door, and prepared to head out. The woman called out to him, "Wait. Eat this piece of dried meat first. You'll need your strength." The man frowned for a moment before taking the meat and devouring it quickly. It was a precious ration, but if eating it meant he could bring back a harvest, it was a worthy trade. He wouldn't have to worry about food for a while. After finishing the meat, he stepped outside, only to find many others in the tribe had already come out with their weapons. They all moved toward the river. After a short walk, they saw the 3 ships they had seen last autumn. This time, the ships had stopped brazenly, making a massive racket as if to provoke them. What were they planning? "Commander Yu, the locals are coming out. They're heading our way," a lookout perched on the mast shouted. Yufu grinned. He immediately signaled all 3 ships. "Lower the landing boats. Send 1 boat ahead to test them. Keep your shields up. This is just a feint. Avoid unnecessary casualties at all costs." 200 to 300 people emerged from the barbarian tribe, gathering slowly with various weapons. Their leader, Ju, ran over holding 2 steel sabers captured last time. Arriving at the shore, they saw the 3 sailboats lowering landing craft. The Han crew members beat drums, brandished steel sabers and shining spears, and shouted ferociously, looking ready to attack. Ju felt a sense of dread. Last time, despite having terrain and numbers, they suffered heavy losses. Now, facing a massive attack, what could they do? But Ju decided quickly. He shouted to his clansmen, "These people are here to attack us. We stole their things and killed their men last time. They want revenge. Their weapons are too powerful. If they land on our soil, we lose. We cannot let them up." Some prepared to defend, but others eyed the steel sabers greedily. One shouted, "Why fear them? We died last time because we weren't prepared. Now we are. Don't you want their fine clothes and sharp weapons? If we don't let them land, how can we rob them? We can't chase them on water." Ju was furious. Last time, neither side was prepared, yet we died more. If they climb up, we are finished. Their weapons are good, but you need to be alive to use them. Listen to me. Get big rocks and long sticks. Break the ice at the river edge and use sticks to hold off their boats. Cherishing their lives and respecting Ju's authority, the tribe obeyed. 700 men split into 2 groups. One group stood guard with weapons. The other gathered stones and sticks or smashed the ice to hinder the boats. Yufu didn't care. He just needed to keep them occupied. Soon, 6 landing craft were in the water. Yu Fu sent one to probe. A dozen men held shields protecting the front, while others rowed. 50 meters from shore, the barbarians threw stones. Thump, thump, stones hit the shields. The first attempt failed. The boat stopped rowing, drifted downstream out of range, and returned. The barbarians cheered. But before they could celebrate, the second attempt came. While they stoned the first boat, a second boat flanked downstream, attempting a forced landing 500 meters away. Ju sent men to intercept. The Han soldiers, having just stepped onto the ice, jumped back into the boat and retreated upon seeing the enemy. The first boat also retreated at the sound of a gong. Back and forth, they fought lively battles with 0 casualties. Ju commanded defenses and icebreaking. Yu Fu used his 6 boats to rotate harassment, giving the enemy no rest while his men took turns eating and resting. Under this cover, the main army marched stealthily. Chai Duo and Blood Slaughter spread scouts far and wide, forming a protective screen. It was late winter/early spring. Many small tribes were starving and foraging in the snow. They unexpectedly encountered strange men. These men wore red cotton coats, black hard leather armor, and carried unseen weapons. They knocked the foragers down and tied them up efficiently without a word. Scouts left one man to guard the captives and sent another to report. One scout guarded 5 captives, including a young girl. They were gagged. The scout sat on a fallen tree, took out a palm-sized flatbread, sliced it open with a dagger, inserted 2 slices of sausage, and ate. Scouts had the best rations. The scout chewed loudly. The captives drooled. He hesitated, then offered the remaining half bread. Want some? Only the girl nodded. She was starving. As a female, she received little food in her tribe. The scout untied her gag but not her bonds and fed her. She bit into the cold, chewy bread. The sausage was salty, greasy, and spicy, delicious. It provided energy and salt. She choked a bit. She had never eaten anything so good. She didn't understand why they were captured, but dying after this meal felt worth it. Slow down. No one's fighting you for it, the scout said, feeding her water from a bamboo tube. The girl finished and stayed quiet. The scout took out another half bread and ate, talking to himself. I was like you when I was little. Poor, starving in winter. But since joining the Han tribe, we live in heated houses, grow grain, raise livestock, and eat meat. I even found a wife and have a 2-year-old child. He sighed. Pity many in our tribe didn't survive to enjoy this. They starved like you. If they had this bread, maybe they wouldn't have died. He looked at them. Don't worry, we aren't bad people. We have a mission and can't be discovered. Once we're done, we'll release you. 15 minutes later, a noise came from the forest, like a migrating herd, but without animal cries. Rustle, crunch, thousands of feet on snow. The captive's eyes widened. An army emerged from the forest. Men in identical uniforms and weapons marched silently. A man in a red cloak riding a 4-legged beast led them. Seeing the scout, he rode forward. The scout bowed. Commander, we caught more foragers. Direction is that way. Chai Duo nodded. Continue scouting. Leave this to others. The scout hesitated. Commander, they aren't bad people, just starving. Can we give them some porridge? Maybe we can recruit them. The chief would be happy. Chai Duo frowned, but didn't refuse. They had plenty of food. I'll consider it. But don't worry about it. Mission first. If you fail the mission, bringing people back won't make the chief happy. Go scout. Don't delay the march. Yes. The scout sighed and ran ahead. Due to the snow and unfamiliar terrain, the main force moved slowly. Knowing Yu Fu's sailors were exhausted, the generals tacitly increased the pace. This was the Han tribe's first major legion operation, so they took it seriously. The scouts continued capturing people. To the general's surprise, they caught hundreds on the first day alone, men and women from different tribes. This posed a problem. They couldn't kill them, but guarding and feeding them required troops. Releasing them was impossible due to secrecy. The generals decided to leave over 100 logistics soldiers from both guards to guard the prisoners. Xue Dongliang and Eagle Sharp ordered the logistics soldiers, you don't need to fight. Just guard them, feed them, and if you can persuade them to join the Han tribe, I'll ask the chief to reward you. The logistics soldiers were thrilled. A chance to earn merit without fighting? Perfect. They gathered the prisoners, untied 1 or 2 from each group to feed the rest, and explained the situation. The powerful army wasn't targeting them, but the southern barbarian tribe. They would be released afterwards. Resentment faded with the food. But soon, some prisoners became uncooperative. not for themselves, but for their starving families back home. Fake blind man, a logistics soldier, spoke to some hunter leaders using gestures. The Han tribe can provide enough food, but you must join us. We have ways to produce food. If you work hard, you can feed your family. Tell your companions. If you agree, I'll give you food and let you go back, escorted by our men. If you lie, our army will return and kill you all. Many hesitated. Then a young, very thin man asked, "Is it true? If we join, we get food." "Of course. You saw our army. If we didn't have grain, how could we feed so many soldiers?" Fake blind man gestured. The young man nodded. He was a tribal chief of a small tribe, under 100 people. His food was gone. He had to decide quickly to save his tribe from starvation. The Han tribe was powerful. Losing his chief position was nothing compared to survival. "What do we have to do?" "Build houses, farm, raise livestock. We'll teach you. If you work, I guarantee you'll eat this bread every day." "Okay, I agree. Can I take my men and go?" "No. Only you go. 2 of my men will follow. If they don't return, your companions die." The young chief agreed. He looked at his bound companions, then walked toward his tribe. Less than an hour later, he returned with his whole tribe, shivering, ragged people holding children. They agreed immediately upon hearing about food. Fake blind man untied the companions, gave them quilts, and ordered a pot of porridge made with snow water, rice, and sausage. The starving savages devoured it. Seeing this, others stopped hesitating. The Han tribe's strength and food were real. Many volunteered to contact their tribes. Fake blind man followed the same method. Some tribes joined entirely. Some brought elders to negotiate. One guy even killed his chief to join. Another just stole his family away to join. Fake blind man accepted everyone. Food wasn't an issue. The ships had plenty. By evening, over 1,000 people, including prisoners, had gathered. Managing them was getting hard. Fake blind man sent a runner to the main force, requesting to send the willing recruits to the large ships on the river. The generals agreed. It solved the prisoner problem and gained population. They ordered a tower ship to stay behind to transport them, while the rest of the fleet moved to the target for the siege. Before sunset, the recruits were sent to the river. The young chief was nervous but awestruck when he saw the massive ships. "Did the Han tribe build these?" "Yes. We sailed from far upstream. Listen to instructions. A big ship will take you to the tribe to work and feed yourselves," a logistics officer explained. "Just one ship can hold all of us." "Of course. You'll see how big it is." The officer signaled the ship. 3 landing craft came to ferry the people in batches of 100. The ship then turned and sailed upstream. The remaining dozens of ships sailed south to join the main battlefield. The encirclement was forming. In the last month of the long winter, on the 3rd morning after the landing, the 2 main forces had successfully maneuvered to the outskirts of the target area, lying in wait for the signal from the fleet. The target barbarian tribe, after 2 days and nights of ceaseless harassment by Yufu, was exhausted and nearly out of food. Previously rationing food, they now had to eat more to maintain strength for the potential fight. For 2 days, they remained vigilant. By day, they broke ice. By night, Yufu's crews rotated to launch raids, sometimes landing to grab prisoners. Forced to light bonfires and keep watch in the freezing cold without shelter, the barbarians burned through their firewood and energy. On the 2nd day, Yufu brought 3 ships close to shore, tied captured prisoners to the masts, and whipped them. Their screams devastated the tribe's morale. Then, right before their eyes, the Han sailors cut off the prisoners' big toes and branded them with hot irons. The barbarians were furious and wanted to rescue them, even threatening mutiny against Chief Ju. But Yufu simply retreated to the middle of the river, leaving the barbarians screaming in impotent rage on the shore. Anger turned to despair. By the 3rd morning, the barbarian warriors were red-eyed and dispirited. Just as they expected another raid, the 3 ships fell silent. Then, things got worse. A twin-masted ship sailed in under full canvas. Then another, and another. Soon, there were 28 ships. Finally, 3 massive 3-masted tower ships and several large sunken-deck transports arrived. This was the final straw. Barbarian warriors screamed and ran toward the tribe to grab their families and flee into the forest. But as they packed, a thunderous drumbeat echoed from the river. Boom, 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 boom. Over 100 drums beat in unison, the noise tearing through the air and reaching the forest miles away. On the other side, Bloodslaughter and Chai Duo jumped up. Assemble, form a line and close in. Clatter. Thousands of armored soldiers sprang from the snow, forming a line and advancing to the drumbeat. The barbarian tribe was in chaos. Many ran for the forest, only to see an army emerging, men in identical red coats and black armor, looking like the sailors but equipped 100 times better. The 4,000-man line formed a massive encirclement. Panicked barbarian warriors tried to break through the gaps individually. But as soon as one rushed the line, 3 Han soldiers swarmed him, one shield bash, one grapple, one tie-up. The line stepped over the bound man and kept moving. Chief Ju realized it was a trap. The ships were a diversion. He knew he couldn't wait. If the two forces merged, his tribe would be annihilated. He had never imagined a tribe could field an army 10 times the size of his entire population. Ju looked at the approaching forest army, then at the river where landing craft were rushing the shore. Stop charging. You're seeking death. Come back. Group together. We break out, or we die. Ju's shout worked. The tribe gathered around him. Men in front. Strongest first with spears and axes. Archers second. We break out, toward the east mountain. Women and children follow with spears and stones. Boys chest high. Grab a spear and follow me. Rallied by Ju, the tribe mobilized. Using their hunting formation, they charged at a single point in the Han line with a roar. Chai duo and blood slaughter cursed. The encirclement was thin. A concentrated charge could break it. But they knew how to adapt. Blood slaughter roared. Drummers. Signal. Shield bearers. Countercharge the enemy. Others shrink the encirclement toward the center. Chai duo issued the same order. Boom, 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 boom. Flags waved. Shield officers signaled. Soldiers raised their shields and swung their wooden clubs, charging like riot police. Over 1,000 shield soldiers formed 3 walls of steel and wood, crashing into the barbarian vanguard like Mars hitting Earth. Stone axes bounced off shields. Han soldiers blocked and swung clubs, knocking enemies down instantly. In one clash, 70 or 80 barbarians fell. Seeing the countercharge work, the commanders decided to abandon the encirclement and crush them. Drums beat faster. The commander's flag pointed forward. The bugler blew the charge. Do. All forces attack. 1 head equals half a merit. 1 live capture equals a promotion. Charge. The merit system stimulated the soldiers. The order was given. Why wait? 4,000 Han soldiers swarmed forward. Shield platoon leader Sturdy Shield went crazy. Holding a solid wood shield painted with a bull, he charged like a mad bull. His heavy armor added momentum. He smashed into the enemy crowd, knocking people flying without even using his club. His 50 soldiers followed suit, displaying the mad bull spirit of the Qinyo Guard. Chief Ju was dumbfounded. He expected to break through, not face a countercharge that shattered his vanguard. His starving, exhausted warriors couldn't match the well-fed, armored Han elite. Before he could react, the general charge sounded. Han soldiers flooded in. Ju just wanted to cut a bloody path and escape. He wielded his 2 steel sabers, injuring several Han soldiers who tried to capture him alive. But then, a halberd platoon leader charged from the flank with a 4-meter-long halberd. The iron halberd pierced Ju's lower back, the bloody tip exiting his abdomen. Ju shuddered, propping himself up with his sabers. This is the enemy chief. No quarter. Kill him, the officer shouted. Surrounding soldiers thrust their spears and halberds. Ju was turned into a pincushion, hoisted into the air by a ring of soldiers. His eyes filled with fear and confusion before losing their light. With their leader dead, the remaining barbarian warriors surrendered or fled, only to be captured. Over 700 men were taken. Only a few diehards were killed. Over 1,000 women and children retreated to the riverbank, shivering. But the sailors had landed, blocking their retreat with spears and shields. The 2 Han forces met, surrounding the survivors on the beach. Surrender and live, officers shouted. Surrender and live, soldiers repeated. Seeing they were trapped, the women and remaining men considered their options. They noticed the Han soldiers hadn't killed many people, mostly just tying them up. The cowardly men hiding among the women surrendered first. The women followed. In primitive warfare, women were rarely killed, just taken as spoils. They knew they wouldn't die, just change husbands. Without men, the tribe couldn't survive anyway. Their only worry was the children. Would the victors kill them? Fortunately, the Han tribe didn't. They separated captives by age and gender. Girls and boys under 8 stayed with mothers. Boys 8 to 12 went to government farms for 3 years of labor before becoming citizens. Males over 13 had their big toes cut off, heads shaved, and faces branded, becoming lifelong slaves for mines and construction sites. The prisoners were processed quickly. After a meeting between the leaders of the Chinyo Guard, Huban Guard, and the fleet, Yu Fu, they sent a battle report to Han Feng and asked for instructions. When Han Feng received the message, he was changing diapers. He had moved his office home to be with his children, Luo Chung and Luo Lan. He read the report, nodded, and wrote a reply. 1. Commendation * praised their bravery. Ordered Huban Guard to camp at the barbarian site, treat wounded, and recruit surrounding tribes, using the logistics method. 2. Merit * ordered prompt statistical reporting of merits. 3. Deployment * ordered the fleet to transport prisoners to Weishan. Women/children to wait for allocation. Slaves to heal, then work. * ordered all twin-masted and sunken-deck ships to transport the Chinyo Guard, men and horses, to the west bank of the Grassland Lake. Yu Fu to lead the fleet. Contact Yu Ji for the city site. * Chinyo Guard to land, camp, train, and build the new city's defenses. The orders were received. Huban Guard was happy. Rest, recruit, potential merits. Chinyo Guard was unhappy. Construction duty in a desolate place, no glory. Hearing of the low morale, Han Feng was furious. He sent a flying eagle message reprimanding Eagle Sharp, Chinyo Guard military Sima, for letting morale drop. I send you to the grasslands because you can fight. The factions there are fighting. We are building a city on their turf. War could start any time. If you slack off and get wiped out by cavalry during landing, how will I face your families? Eagle Sharp realized his mistake and the gravity of the mission. He rallied the troops. We are going there because we are the elite. We need to be ready for war. Morale was restored. Eagle Sharp suspected Yu Fu snitched on him, but it was actually Yu Ji's spies, planted on the ships, who reported it to Han Feng via the Jinwu Guard network. Yu Fu took the blame unknowingly. The big and small ships split up. Huban Guard stayed behind, cleaned the camp, and used food to recruit starving small tribes. This method worked well. They also discovered local resources. From a tribe called Papa, they obtained a fruit. It looked like a mango but had a hard purple shell with 4 ridges. When ripe, it exploded, revealing white, cotton-like fibers protecting seeds. Shui Dongliang, Huban Sima, was interested in the fibers. They were white, soft, long, and tough, a perfect substitute for wool. He immediately sent a letter and 4 Papa fruits to Han Feng via Flying Eagle. Although Han Feng remained at home, he had already received word that the prisoners had arrived in Weishan County. These were the male captives from the barbarian tribe, over 1,000 adults and teenagers. They were currently undergoing punishment in Weishan. Once their toes were removed, they would be dispatched to various construction sites as labor. Han Feng didn't need to oversee such details personally. He only needed to issue orders to his regional administrators. With spring approaching, he demanded to know if farm tools, seeds, oxen, and labor were ready. If they weren't, they needed to be fast. If the spring plowing failed, the officials responsible would lose their jobs. Since ancient times, farming had been the lifeblood of agrarian peoples. The Han tribe was a massive agrarian-based society. Such matters were never forgotten. As for the spring sacrificial rites, Han Feng delegated the organization to Jiang Xian. The man seemed to have a peculiar passion for rituals, so Han Feng let him handle the tedious details. He would only need to show up and play his part when the time came. This was Han Feng's 6th year in this world. He now had children of his own and was 17 years old. Furthermore, the rat shaman, who had been tasked 2 years ago with codifying the sundial and the calendar, had finally produced results. Han Feng could finally announce the Han tribe's new systems at the start of spring, a formal era system for seasons, 14 months, and 14 hours. Starting this year, the Han tribe officially adopted the era name Jianyuan. The day following the last full moon of winter was designated as the first day of the first month, New Year's Day, marking the cycle of the new and the old. Alongside this came the Jianyuan New Calendar. This national calendar divided the year into 4 seasons and 14 months, each 30 days long. Every 14 years would be a leap year, where each month gained an extra day. Each day was divided into 14 hours based on the movement of the sundial shadow. With this, the Han tribe finally had a complete method for recording time. It provided a clear framework for agriculture, factory shifts, schooling, and communication. It allowed people to understand exactly how much delay existed in their information. Furthermore, with this calendar, school terms and daily schedules could be precise, significantly improving administrative efficiency. As for the contributor to this new calendar, the elderly rat shaman, Han Feng was not stingy with his rewards. The shaman had no heirs, so no matter how high his status rose, it couldn't be passed down. One reason Han Feng felt comfortable heaping honors upon him. Besides, the man's contribution to the Han tribe's calendar was truly monumental. No reward was too great. On the afternoon of the 26th day of the 14th month of the year before Jin Yi, Han Feng was at home drawing architectural designs for a dual-unit carbonization tower for coking. Suddenly, he received an eagle messenger from Dongliang. To his surprise, it wasn't just a letter, there was a package as well. Han Feng picked up the bundle. It felt like it was filled with foam, large in volume, but incredibly light. He didn't immediately think of cotton, so he didn't pay it much mind and opened the letter first. As his eyes scanned the contents, he nearly jumped out of his seat. This was from Dongliang, the military secretary of the Huban Guards. He didn't mention military matters. Instead, he reported that they had obtained a nut-bearing fruit from the locals. The fruit resembled a loofah, but when it matured, the inside became hollow and filled with white, fluffy fibers that looked like clumps of wool. Dongliang believed this could completely replace wool as a raw material for textiles and urged the leader to take it seriously. How could Han Feng not take it seriously? He had been telling Yu Fu to look for alternatives to wool and rami during his explorations for years. Yu Fu had found plenty of minerals, but he'd been clueless about local flora. Han Feng understood, though. Yu Fu's fleet spent more time on the water than on land, so their contact with local tribes was limited. Even if the locals had unique resources, they rarely reached the Han tribe due to a lack of exchange. Realizing the package likely contained the cotton he had been searching for, Han Feng was ecstatic. He grabbed the bundle and ran inside to show his wives and children, as if the family were about to open a grand prize. It was also a good way to entertain the two women during their recovery month. "Husband, what is that?" Xiao Dai asked, cradling the sleeping Luo Cheng. "Hee, I'm not entirely sure yet, but it's something good from the expeditionary force. They say it can replace wool. If it works, the Han tribe won't have to rely on the grasslands for wool anymore. Let's open it together." "Is it that plant wool you always talk about?" Zhanning asked in surprise. Living with Han Feng, they had heard of his dreams. As a leader focused on agriculture, he desperately wanted a plant that could be grown to solve the tribe's clothing needs. None of them expected the day to come so soon. Han Feng gently opened the bundle. Inside was a layer of thatch, and nestled within were 4 purple fruits the size of mangoes. The beautiful color caught the women's eyes, but Han Feng's gaze was locked on the cracks in the husks. Soft, white fibers were already peeking through. These fruits had been picked a bit early, so they hadn't fully burst open. Han Feng decided to keep 2 intact and pry open the other 2. Snap! The dried husks were hard and resilient, feeling like dried pomegranate skin. Han Feng easily tore along the cracks, peeling back the 4 petals. Inside were clumps of white cotton, clinging to the inner husk like silkworm cocoons. Each petal held 5 to 6 cotton bolls of varying sizes. The ones near the center were the largest. Each fruit contained at least 20 bolls. Xiao Dai and Zhanning were experts in the textile industry. They knew every step of turning fiber into yarn and yarn into cloth. Seeing these soft, white bowls, they couldn't help but reach out. Zhanning picked up a bowl and pulled at it. She found the fibers were divergent rather than wound in a ball like a cocoon. She was delighted. This meant the fibers were easy to process, much easier than reeling silk from a cocoon, where you had to find a microscopic end and unwind it. Xiao Dai pulled out a bowl and tore it into several tufts of white fiber. She pulled them straight and asked Han Feng for a ruler. The measurement was a pleasant surprise. The largest bowl had fibers over 3 centimeters long. That was more than enough for spinning. Xiao Dai immediately pulled some fibers and twisted them into a thread by hand. She then tested its tensile strength to see if it was as strong as silk or hemp. It would be embarrassing if the thread snapped the moment it was put on a loom. Fortunately, the cotton thread proved to be quite sturdy. Xiao Dai and Zhanning worked together to pluck all the bolls from the 2 fruits. They spread them out and fluffed them together into a thick, palm-sized pad to test its use as a filler. They wanted to see its warmth and elasticity. Loft and elasticity were crucial for warmth. Any cold-weather clothing or bedding relies on layers of air to insulate the body. Therefore, a filler must be fluffy to trap air and resilient enough to bounce back after being compressed. If it stayed flat, The air would be squeezed out, and it would lose its warmth. To their delight, the cotton fibers were both fluffy and resilient. For a plant with this structure, it was a natural trait. If it weren't fluffy and elastic, it wouldn't be able to burst through its hard outer shell. After a series of tests and analyses, Han Feng was certain this could be used for weaving and as a warm filler. This discovery would be a massive boost to the Han tribe's population growth and productivity. Beyond cloth, the ability to use this as a warm filler meant the Han tribe could finally say goodbye to animal skins for warmth. This would free up skins to be tanned into leather goods or high-end furs. Furthermore, the advent of mass-produced cotton clothing would change the fact that the Han tribe was largely paralyzed during the winter, significantly increasing their overall efficiency. Most importantly, these cotton clothes would be vital for the Han tribe's northward expansion. Without them, the cold would have been an insurmountable barrier. Husband, this is a treasure. If we can grow this in the Han tribe, we'll never lack for cloth or warm clothes again. But what is it called? How do we grow it? How much does it produce? And how many times a year can it be harvested? Han Feng thought for a moment. The locals call it the paw fruit because it makes a popping sound when it bursts. But we can't call it that. Look at it. It looks like a white flower made of fluff. Let's call it cotton, *Manhwa*. Cotton. I like it. It sounds lovely, Jiang chirped. As for how to grow it, the letter says it's a vine-like plant, similar to a loofah. The seeds are those hard nuts wrapped in the center of the cotton. When the cotton bursts, the white nuts are exposed. After a week, they turn yellow and fall off. I suspect those nuts are the seeds. The plant spreads by growing its vines, and the seeds fall into the soil to sprout, or they're eaten by birds and animals and dispersed elsewhere. I think the seeds need treatment before planting. That shell is so hard, it might struggle to sprout on its own. Tell you what, when spring comes, we'll do experiments in batches. We'll plant some directly, some with the shells manually cracked to expose the kernel, and some soaked in acid to simulate an animal's stomach acid. By comparing the results, we'll know the best way to grow it. Han Feng toyed with the hard seeds, his mind already analyzing the possibilities. Xiao Dai and Jiang weren't interested in the agricultural details. They pushed the task onto Han Feng, wanting him to find someone to handle it, so they could start weaving with cotton as soon as possible. Han Feng scratched his head. He suddenly remembered an official he had appointed to the Ministry of Agriculture, a man who was illiterate but had been promoted for discovering that pinning antelopes led to an extra breeding cycle per year. Han Feng immediately sent the seeds and his planting theories to that official. He kept only 3 seeds for himself, intending to plant them in his own courtyard to observe them personally. At the same time, he wrote back to Shui Dongliang, praising his discovery and instructing him to report any other unique finds. He officially named the plant cotton and ordered Shui Dongliang to collect as many seeds as possible and send them back immediately. As for the reward, Han Feng told him it would come once the cotton was successfully established and growing in the Han tribe. He assured Shui Dongliang that his contribution would not be forgotten. The first month of the first year of Jin Yi marked the first clearly recorded year in the Han tribe's history. While Han Feng had designated the first day of the first month as New Year's Day, there were no fixed traditions yet. However, for this inaugural celebration, all official Han tribe factories were given a 7-day holiday. Government offices were also closed, save for a skeleton crew. Starting this year, sacrificial activities evolved from a centralized affair to a grassroots one. Han Feng retained the sole right to perform sacrifices to heaven, earth, and the state, but the right to honor ancestors was granted to the people. Families took advantage of the long holiday to offer sacrifices to their forebears and departed elders. Sacrifices required food, so the Han tribe saw a spontaneous surge in the slaughtering of pigs and sheep. People offered the heads of these animals to their ancestors, while the remaining meat was prepared into various delicacies or cured for later. Overall, everyone ate significantly more meat during these few days than usual. Eating well at the start of the year was a way to pray for health and strength, ensuring everyone had the energy to work hard for a bountiful harvest. After a few days of feasting, the people spent the final 3 days of the holiday frantically preparing farm tools and seeds. Temperatures were rising steadily. It was the perfect time for spring plowing. For the Han tribe, nothing was more important than the farming season. On the 8th day of the first month, the official day to return to work, Han Feng ordered all counties and districts to begin the spring plowing. The Han tribe's territory wasn't yet vast enough to span different climate zones, so local adaptation wasn't necessary. the timing was the same for everyone. The weather was beautiful that day, with a bright sun and a warm spring breeze carrying the scent of wildflowers. As the leader, Han Feng felt obligated to set an example. He personally hitched an ox to a plow and tilled several mu of land. However, he didn't plant grain. Instead, he planted various vegetables and fruits. Common Han tribe greens, the red-fleshed watermelons Yu Fu's fleet had brought back, which were tiny, barely weighing 2 pounds, the newly acquired cotton seeds, and grape cuttings from the Zhu tribe. Han Feng's plot wasn't for mass production. It was the Han tribe's agricultural laboratory. Many crops, like corn and soybeans, had been perfected here before being introduced to the public. Once the spring plowing was settled, Han Feng stayed home for 2 more days until his children's umbilical cords had fallen off. Only then did he set out for Weishan County. There were many new construction plans for the year, but almost all of them centered on Weishan. It was the heart of this year's development. Upon his arrival, Han Feng was greeted by Yun Ji. Han Feng didn't stand on ceremony with him. Yun Ji had secured his position as county governor by promising to bring in 50,000 people. A year had passed, and that quota was still far from met. It's been a year, Han Feng began. How many are you short of that 50,000? How much longer will it take to bring them all in? Yun Ji had expected this question and answered calmly. Leader, Weishan County currently has over 28,000 people. We would have hit 30,000 if you hadn't drafted so many men for the army late last year. As for the rest, I estimate it will take at least another 6 months. I see. Han Feng nodded, then suddenly said, take your time. Stability is more important than speed. You can be a bit more gentle with your methods. I want obedient citizens, not slaves with missing toes. I hope you understand. Oh, by the way, I need you to draw up a list this month. I'm taking 3,000 households from Weishan to move west and establish Shingang County. The announcement should say, free housing, tax exempt for the first year, half tax for the second and third years. Each household gets 2 antelopes and a handcart for free. Heads of households must be under 35 and bring their minor children. First come, first served. The migration starts on the first day of the second month. Han Feng laid out his plan casually, but Yun Ji nearly panicked. He had worked so hard to use those 50,000 people as leverage to build his power base, hoping to make Weishan the strongest county in the tribe. Now, with one sentence, the leader was taking 3,000 households. 3,000 households, not individuals. That meant the heads of households would bring their families, at least 3 or 4 people per home. 3,000 households meant over 10,000 people. Half of Weishan's population would be gone in an instant. A year of hard work would be wiped out, sending Yun Ji back to square one. Yun Ji, determined to grow his influence, immediately tried to deflect. Leader, 3,000 households? Isn't that too many? Weishan is still a new county itself. Han Feng acted as if he hadn't heard the complaint. 3,000 is a lot, but you can provide them, can't you? And I'm not just taking from you. Other counties are contributing too, just not as many. They are in the old territories. They have no one around them to draw from. You're different. You said yourself you'll bring in over 20,000 more people in the next 6 months. You have the means to replenish your numbers. They don't. Besides, you keep sucking in people. Your county is approaching 30,000. Do you know how many resources it takes to support a city that size? Forget food. Think about iron tools. How much will you need? How much will you consume? The Han tribe cannot just increase its population without increasing production. Otherwise, as we grow, we'll just slide back from glory into the Stone Age. That's why we need Shingang County. Only by building that place will your new people have the tools and farm implements they need. Or were you planning to let them keep using slash-and-burn methods? Faced with Han Feng's logic, Yun Ji had no choice but to swallow his pride. Regardless of the leader's true intentions, his reasoning was sound. As the population grew, so did the demand for iron. He couldn't just take the benefits without contributing. Ultimately, under Han Feng's pressure, Yun Ji agreed. Though he was loath to do it, he realized Han Feng was intentionally suppressing him. Han Feng noted Yun Ji's excuses. The man had developed a mysterious confidence that as long as he hadn't finished his 50,000-person quota, Han Feng wouldn't dare touch him. Han Feng wasn't removing him, but he could certainly move his people. Asterisk, you're using your population to stall me? Fine. I'll dig out half your people and see how long it takes you to fill the hole. Asterisk. Yun Ji, still stewing, didn't realize the depth of Han Feng's maneuver. Once the migration was settled, Han Feng asked, what about the prisoners? Leader, they are still recovering. Since the punishments were carried out in winter, the cold helped prevent infection. Only 3 out of the 1,000 have died. They're doing well. Hanfeng nodded. I'm taking all those slaves on the first of the second month as well. Leader, Jin Yi shouted, but Hanfeng cut him off instantly. Don't tell me you need them. What use are they to you? These slaves were captured by the army. They are tribal property. I decide how they are allocated. The men are going. However, Weishan has contributed a lot this year, so I'll give you some compensation. You can keep the captured women and children. Use them as bait to lure in the tribes that are still hesitating. Tell them that if they join the Han tribe, you'll give them a luxury house. If they're single, you'll give them a woman, and maybe even a kid as a bonus. Buy one, get one free. See how convenient that is. They won't even have to do the work themselves. Jin Yi nearly choked on his own blood at the suggestion, but he had to admit it was a brilliant way to maximize the value of the captives. It served several purposes. First, it attracted outsiders to join the Han tribe, strengthening their numbers. Second, by marrying the captives to newcomers, it shifted any potential resentment away from the Han tribe. Finally, it solved the issue of what to do with the women. If they were given to the soldiers who had destroyed their original tribe, it would create long-term risks and offer no extra gain to the tribe. Hanfeng's plan was cleaner. The captives and the newcomers didn't know each other. Put them in a new environment with superior living conditions, and they would become true Han tribespeople in no time. Jin Yi was ultimately satisfied with this arrangement. He could use the women and children to recruit enough people to offset his losses. Not entirely, but enough to keep him from being crippled. Hanfeng watched him, thinking, you have to leave some roots when you harvest leeks, so they can grow back for the next harvest. Fortunately, Jin Yi didn't know what Hanfeng was thinking, or he might have been driven to a sickbed by pure rage. With that settled, Hanfeng visited the floating island mining area. This was the site for Shingang County. Hanfeng's goal was simple, a city built to serve the mines. You could call it the miners' home. Once finished, it would be a one-stop production center for mining, smelting, and casting. Currently, it was just a camp for a few hundred miners. Dali had been overseeing the iron mines for 3 years. He had made massive contributions, providing the tribe with over 100 tons of high-quality magnetite annually. Given the primitive transportation, even if the miners could dig up more, they couldn't move it. But that was about to change. Once the new city was built, all iron ore from Shingang, except for silver, saltpeter, and lead, would be processed locally. The steel plant would consume it all. The coke would be shipped by water from Dongxing County to the Lake Island coking plant, then to Weishan, and finally by land to Shingang. This plan would drastically reduce land transport distances and improve efficiency. Shingang would no longer export, or it would export finished iron tools or ingots. When Dili heard the leader was investing heavily to build a city and a steel plant here, he was ecstatic. Leader, you mean we'll get more wind-powered or crushers? And dozens of massive blast furnaces. Hanfeng's cheek twitched. We can have more crushers, but we don't need that many blast furnaces. Once we have a steady supply of coke, a blast furnace never stops. It's a machine that pours out molten iron continuously. You'll be lucky if 5 crushers can keep up with 1 furnace. However, we will need many Bessemer converters. Once Shingang is built, we'll use top-blown converter technology. We don't have pure oxygen, but even blowing in oxygen-enriched air will be faster and produce better quality than hammering it out by hand. If the steel plant was the heart of Shingang County, then the iron rails within it were the focus of this entire construction project. In the Han tribe's metallurgical process, the blast furnace was just the basic step of extracting metal from ore. It produced molten iron, but it couldn't make steel. The molten iron had to be transferred in a massive ladle to the air blowers. In the past, this was incredibly difficult. First, the ladle was dangerously hot. Second, it was so heavy that ordinary roads or carts couldn't support the weight. In the modern world, this would be handled by gantry cranes or other heavy machinery, but that was far beyond the Han tribe's current capabilities. So, Hanfeng came up with the idea of iron rails. He planned to lay a track between the blast furnace and the blowers to transport the ladles. The benefits were numerous. First, rails have a much higher load-bearing capacity than ordinary roads. The wheels are locked onto the rails, and the sleepers beneath distribute the weight. Even a ladle weighing several tons could be moved safely. Additionally, iron rails were heat-resistant, making them the perfect choice for transporting molten metal. Finally, Hanfeng had a hidden motive. He wanted the people of the Han tribe to get used to the concept of a railway. Even without steam engines or a formal transport network, He wanted them to see that roads could be built this way. He wanted them to understand the advantages of rail over dirt. He was planting a seed. Even if the technology didn't fully mature in his lifetime, he was leaving behind the blueprint for the future. He had confidence, though. Even if he couldn't finish it, his children surely would. After discussing the steel plant with De Li, Han Feng urged him to prioritize housing for the residents, as well as the city walls, streets, government offices, banks, and schools. He promised to send help and a new batch of slaves the following month. With everything arranged, Han Feng returned to Hanyang City. A month had passed, and his two children had finally opened their eyes. They were awake more often now, giving Han Feng a chance to actually bond with them. Han Feng spent his days playing stay-at-home dad, inventing toys for the infants, while remotely managing the construction projects across the tribe. One day, just as he had finished assembling a cradle from the carpentry workshop and was testing a rattle he'd commissioned, news finally arrived from Yuji, who had been gone for nearly 3 months. The Eagle Messenger reported that he had successfully met the arriving Chinyo guards. They hadn't landed immediately. Instead, Yuji had boarded their ships and led the fleet another day's journey south. They finally made landfall on a rocky shore to begin building the new city. According to Yuji's report, which included a hand-drawn map of the local power dynamics and the lake's topography, this site was on the southern part of the Great Lake's western shore. It sat precisely on the border between the territories of Maodun and Suratu. Using this location as a dividing line, Suratu's territory to the north was larger but more arid and barren. Maodun's territory to the south was smaller but boasted an underground river flowing from the Great Lake. Consequently, the southern grass was lusher, and there were stands of forest providing timber and fuel. Furthermore, south of the Great Lake, there were tribes living between the lakeshore and the bay. They weren't nomads. They were settled tribes that lived by fishing, hunting, and gathering. These people were hardworking and capable fighters. However, because their land wasn't suitable for horses, they lacked the mobility of Maodun's forces. After several raids by Maodun, they had been forced into submission, serving as his exploited vassals. Yuji had chosen this spot because it was a buffer zone. The shore was rocky and the water deep, making it perfect for a deep-water pier to dock large ships. To the south of the landing site was a forest of several dozen hectares, mostly shrubs and hardwoods. According to the locals, this was where the underground river flowed. Along its path, the water occasionally surfaced to form ponds and small lakes, nourishing the endless grass and livestock of the plains. This location perfectly met Han Feng's requirements. First, it had a natural harbor. Second, it had fuel. Third, its position on the border of two powers allowed the Han tribe to play them against each other, making manipulation easy. It was also ideal for trade. Being between two powers meant neither could easily blockade the other's access to the city. Economically, it would be a free zone. Furthermore, its proximity to the bay meant easy communication with the Ecchi tribe on Bamboo Island. The Han tribe could use this city as a base to gradually extend its influence over the Ecchi tribe. Eventually, the Ecchi leader wouldn't be able to refuse them, as the Han tribe could simply bypass him and deal directly with his subordinate tribes. As for the farmland Han Feng wanted, the proximity to water and the forest meant fields could be cleared. If that wasn't enough, they could dig irrigation canals, though that would be a long-term project. There were no strict limits on the city's size. Yu Fu had discussed land area with Suratu, but since the Han tribe had chosen a site on the very edge of his territory, Surata hadn't complained. Even if he wanted to manage that land, he probably wouldn't bother. In truth, this land was a no-man's land buffer between Maodun and Suratu. Both sides tacitly used it as a border and rarely crossed it, though recently, an emboldened Maodun had been crossing over to raid Surata's lands. The Han tribe didn't need to worry about Maodun's attitude. In fact, Han Feng wanted Maodun to attack. It was common knowledge that nomadic tribes were generally poor. They had no fixed property, no permanent homes, and lived in tents. They followed the grass and water. This lifestyle made them incredibly difficult to deal with. Agrarian tribes were settled and lacked horses and riding skills. The strength of an agrarian tribe lay in their settlements, resource development, and superior weaponry. They were formidable in siege warfare and defense. However, they struggled in open field pursuits because they lacked cavalry. Nomads weren't necessarily better fighters. They were just better at running. If they saw they couldn't win or that the cost of victory outweighed the loot, they would simply hop on their horses and vanish, leaving the agrarian soldiers staring at the dust. This was why Han Feng wanted to provoke Maodun into attacking. He wanted to use the Han tribe's heavy infantry advantage to crush him. If the Han tribe tried to hunt Maodun's main force in the open, Han Feng feared the worst. First, the march would exhaust the troops. Attacking a fresh enemy with tired soldiers was a recipe for disaster. More importantly, Maodun likely wouldn't commit to a decisive battle. That wasn't the wolf logic of the nomads. Why risk everything when you can raid repeatedly? Han Feng predicted that if the Han tribe took the offensive, Maodun would simply flee and shadow them. Once the infantry grew tired, the nomads would swoop in like a pack of wolves. A war was inevitable. Maodun was still withholding payment for over 10,000 head of cattle and horses. If the Han tribe didn't teach him a lesson, he would only grow more arrogant. But the how of the war was the question. Han Feng's plan was to move the troops in first. While building the city, they would train cavalry. They would use diplomacy to demand payment. If he paid, fine. If he attacked, even better. If he did neither, they would wait for the right moment to strike once the Han cavalry was ready. Upon receiving the news, Han Feng immediately contacted Yu Fu. He ordered the fleet to stop by the small tribes they had traded with on their way back, the ones with only a few hundred people or even single families. He wanted to see if they could be recruited and settled near the new city. He also wanted to recruit their young men into a temporary cavalry unit to assist the Han tribe. Furthermore, once Yu Fu returned to the barbarian tribe's former lands, he was to pick up the supply fleet and transport the Huban guards to join the Qinyo guards. This would ensure they had enough manpower to defend against Maodun. He ordered them to start by building the pier. As for the city itself, Han Feng intended to visit and oversee the layout personally. He already had a design in mind for this grassland city, but he needed to see the terrain before making the final call. In Han Feng's vision, the city would have multiple layers of defense. First, a massive pier capable of docking many ships at once, enough to evacuate the entire population if necessary. The pier would be enclosed by walls extending into the deep water to prevent nomads from raiding the ships or cargo. The walls would extend inland to form an inner city connected to the pier. This area would house warehouses, residences, bank vaults, government offices, barracks, and schools. A main road would lead directly to the pier. This zone would be strictly guarded, accessible only to Han residents and registered merchants. Surrounding the inner city would be an outer city divided into two districts. The East District would be the trade zone for consumer goods, including inns, taverns, and restaurants. The West District would be a professional livestock market. The nomads had nothing to sell but livestock, hides, and horns. They could sell their animals in the West Market for Han currency and then spend it in the East Market. Those who didn't want to leave could stay in the inns. The outer city would also house the nomads who chose to join the Han tribe. They would have residency rights and the same status as ordinary Han citizens, primarily serving as managers for the livestock the Han tribe purchased. The inner city walls would be taller and thicker, with exceptional defensive capabilities. Elevated bridges would connect the inner city walls to the outer city walls, allowing the garrison to move flexibly between them without being exposed to enemies below. This design was based on the reality that if a major attack occurred, the outer city would likely be abandoned. It was impossible to hold. The priority was the inner city. This wasn't a lack of confidence. It was the nature of the city. Its purpose was trade. You couldn't trade if you didn't let people in. But once you let them in, you never knew if they would suddenly turn into raiders. By dividing the city, Han Feng ensured that if a riot or a planned infiltration occurred, the gates could be slammed shut. The inner city would hold firm, supplied by its own warehouses and the pier. The garrison could use the elevated bridges to deploy quickly, using the two layers of walls to turn the entire outer city into a massive killing jar. No matter how many enemies got in, they would be caught between two fires. Finally, he planned to build bastions protruding from the outer city walls. This would allow defenders to fire on enemies clinging to the walls from the side, ensuring there were no blind spots in the city's defense. Han Feng gathered tools and craftsmen, took a tower ship and 2 cargo ships, and sailed to the grasslands. Jin Yi Year 1, January, grasslands. Nomads returned to the spring pastures. Surida friendly. Sold 200 cows to Han. Wanted salt. Maodun nervous. His spy saw the Han camp, Qinyo guard, building permanent structures. Then the Huban guard arrived, 4,000 plus total troops. Then the massive ships. Maodun was terrified. Are they going to attack? Why are they building a city? Early February Han Feng arrived. Maodun saw a young man in black and red robes, wearing a purple gold crown and a sword, being greeted by the entire army. Is that the Han chief? That night, Han Feng held a meeting in the main tent with Eagle Sharp, Shui Dongliang, Yu Fu, and Yu Ji. Reports asterisk. Asterisk Eagle Sharp / Shui Dongliang asterisk camp is secure. Suratu is friendly, trading. Maodun is quiet but spying on them via a small proxy tribe. Asterisk Yu Fu asterisk fleet will return soon to explore further south. Asterisk Yu Ji asterisk Suratu has 400 heavy cavalry, leather armor, stirrups. He is watching. Maodun has disappeared / gone into hiding, likely in the small spy tribe nearby. Asterisk diplomatic mission asterisk stalled. Xian tribe won't give land or pay for carts, using Maodun as an excuse. Han Feng's orders asterisk. 1. To Beast Fong, via Yu Ji be aggressive. Tell the Xian leader we have an army of 10,000, bluff, in the grasslands. Demand payment by month's end or we burn their carts and land on Bamboo Island. 2. To Maodun asterisk send a messenger to the spy tribe, pretending to know Maodun is there. Tell him the Han army is here. Pay the debt immediately. Stop using Xian as an excuse, or we will flatten his pastures and kill his herds. 3. Recruitment asterisk recruit small, oppressed tribes, like the 1,000 Sheep tribe. Tell them Han is here to stay. Join us for protection and the best pastures. As time passed, Maodun watched with growing dread as the Han camp became increasingly fortified. Yet, these elite warriors showed no sign of marching out. The wait felt like a slow-motion death sentence. He was desperate to know their true intentions. In early February, the tension was broken by the arrival of another Han fleet. This time, there were only 4 ships, but they were all massive 3-masted vessels. One was a multi-deck troop transport, while the others carried tools and supplies. What caught Maodun's eye was a youth among the new arrivals who clearly held a very high status. The boy wore a black and red robe, a purple gold crown, and a long sword at his waist. When he disembarked, a massive contingent of soldiers from the camp lined up to receive him with full military honors. Even the high-ranking officers in red capes knelt on one knee and salute. Such a high-level reception sent Maodun's mind racing. Asterisk, who is this? Someone so young with such immense status in a superpower like the Han tribe. Could it be the legendary Han leader himself? Asterisk, the thought left Maodun stunned. Han Feng, however, had no time for Maodun's curiosity. After a brief look at the grassland scenery, the novelty wore off. He had seen grasslands in his past life. They were all more or less the same. He had work to do. That evening, Han Feng held a meeting in the main tent with his key commanders to assign tasks. The leaders of the Qianyo and Huban Guard sat on one side, while Yu Fu and Yu Ji sat on the other. Han Feng sat at the head of the table, studying a map. Ing Rue, Shui Dongliang, how is the camp coming along? Have you discovered anything noteworthy? Han Feng asked the 2 military secretaries. Leader, the camp is fully fortified, reported Shui Dongliang, the Huban Guard secretary who had a background in construction. All barracks are built with rammed earth. They'll hold up through winter and heavy rain as long as the lake doesn't flood. Defense is solid. We have numerous watchtowers, and the fortifications use trenches, rammed earth, and wooden palisades. It's more than enough to stop cavalry, though we're vulnerable to fire. I've already had water reservoirs dug inside the walls to counter that. Please rest easy. Han Feng nodded. Good. This camp is only temporary anyway. Once the new city is built, the barracks will be moved inside the walls. He turned to Ing Rue. Anything to add? Ing Rue thought for a moment. Yes, leader. Since the Qianyo guards arrived first, we've observed a few things. Shortly after we landed, Suratu visited personally. He brought 200 head of cattle as a gift, hoping to buy salt. He's been friendly and seems to be in a wait-and-see mode. When the Huban guards arrived, I notified him to complete the salt trade, and we exchanged more for cattle and horses. On the other side, Maodun has been quiet. However, this month, a small nomadic tribe moved into the area. They're just grazing, but they haven't made any move to contact us. I've noticed they're watching us constantly. Their herders linger nearby for hours, just staring. It's highly unusual. Normally, a new neighbor would at least say hello, and nomads are usually obsessed with our goods. I suspect they're Maodun scouts, sent to monitor our every move. I've told the men to stay alert. Han Feng nodded again. He had noticed the herders watching the landing earlier that day. He didn't care if Maodun knew they were there. In fact, he wanted Maodun to feel the pressure. If the man was smart, he'd pay his debts. If not, they'd settle it on the battlefield. He turned to Yufu. What's the status of the fleet? When are you heading back? Leader, once the tools are unloaded, I'll send some ships back with the livestock. As for myself, I need to return to finalize the locations of the new copper, salt, and nitrate mines. Once that's done, I'll lead the fleet south along the Luyang River to explore further. I'll aim to be back before the next new year. I'll leave a few ships here as a base to explore the Great Lake and the unknown lands on the eastern shore. They can also serve as an evacuation route for the city if needed. Good. But hurry with those mine locations. If you're going south, you need to leave soon to account for the return trip. I want you back by the end of the year. Understood, leader. I'll manage the time carefully. I trust you. If you need anything, just ask. Now, Yuji, it's your turn. Tell me about Suritu, Maodun, the embassy, and the Ecchi tribe. Yes, leader, Yuji began. Suritu is quiet. After his clash with Maodun last year, he's armed about 400 heavy cavalry. They use crude leather armor, similar to our old leather lamellar armor. They have stirrups made of wood and grass, and high-back saddles are rare. They mostly use bows, spears, and stone axes. He's mostly focused on defense and is waiting to see how we handle Maodun. He knows about our chariot deal with the Ecchi tribe and the unpaid debt. He likely heard it from the former commander, Jin Yi. The mood in the tent soured at the mention of Jin Yi. The commanders were annoyed. They were here specifically to clean up his mess. Yufu shot a worried look at his nephew, Yuji. The previous commander was dead, and now his nephew held the position. He wasn't sure if that was a blessing or a curse. Han Feng's face darkened. Jin Yi had been a disaster. Not only had he failed to get the payment, but he'd also blabbed about it to everyone. Yuji continued. As for Maodun, he recently moved back to his spring-summer pastures south of the lake. However, he disappeared shortly after arriving. No one knows where he is. My analysis is that he's either hiding because he's afraid of our army, or he's very close by. Close by? Ing Rue frowned. Exactly. You mentioned that small tribe watching us. They're one of Maodun's subordinate tribes. A tiny group like that wouldn't dare monitor a massive army like ours unless they had backing. If Maodun isn't hiding, he's likely embedded with that tribe, personally scouting us to plan his next move. Han Feng nodded, impressed by Yuji's reasoning. He didn't comment, instead asking about the embassy. The embassy is stable. I hear from them regularly. The Ecchi great leader hasn't harmed them, but he's stalling on the land grant. When Shoya asks about the chariot payment, they use Maodun as an excuse. Han Feng let out a cold laugh. Send a message to Shoya? Tell him I said to show some backbone. Tell him to inform the great leader that 4,000 Han troops have entered the Grasslands. Exaggerate it. Tell them we have 10,000 armored elites ready to wipe out the Ecchi trade routes and warehouses. Tell them we won't hesitate to land on Bamboo Island itself. Demand payment by the end of the month, or else. And tell Shoya that words aren't enough. If they like our chariots so much, have him publicly burn a few of them. Start a rumor among the Ecchi people that their leader's refusal to pay is going to bring the Han army to their shores. Don't be afraid. Even if the embassy is seized, we will storm Bamboo Island to bring them home. The commanders straightened their backs, their expressions grim. They knew the leader was done playing games. War was on the horizon. I'll send the message immediately, Yuji said, standing and saluting. Han Feng signaled him to sit. You have more to do. Contact Maodun's tribe. Since he's hiding, just act like we don't know where he is. Send a message to his camp. The Han army is here. Pay the debt now. Stop using the Ecchi tribe as an excuse. If he doesn't pay, we will trample his pastures and slaughter his people. Let him see if we're joking. Also, have the merchants recruit more small tribes. Like that 1,000 sheep tribe you mentioned. Find the ones that are struggling and oppressed. Tell them the Han tribe is here to stay. If they join us, they'll have the best pastures. And if they don't, I'll take the best pastures from someone else and give it to them. Tell them those exact words. Only then did everyone realize from Han Feng's words that this Jinwu guard was no simple figure. The commander of the Jinwu guard was the chief's personal guard, yet now he was being sent to manage a Grassland caravan. Not only that, but the tasks the chief had assigned to Yuji could only be described as far-reaching. Though it was just a small caravan, it was being run like a diplomatic mission, responsible for liaising with various powers and keeping track of their major movements. So, the Jinwu Guard was actually a diplomatic corps. Strange ideas began to bubble up in everyone's minds. But since the chief hadn't told them, they certainly wouldn't ask. After this meeting, however, everyone looked at the young man, Yuji, with newfound respect. This man held a military title but performed the duties of a diplomat. Though he might lack martial prowess, his influence could not be underestimated. After the meeting concluded, everyone began to busy themselves with Han Feng's orders. Yu Fu was the first to depart. Like his nephew, his tasks were numerous. Besides continuing his explorations, he was now in charge of coordinating all shipping and transportation. There was no special reason for this, other than Han Feng considering that Yu Fu had discovered all these new waterways. Therefore, Yu Fu should have the most say in the fleet's routes. Yu Fu was returning for this very purpose. Han Feng had instructed him to lead the fleet from the Great Lake, first down the Luyang River, then turn at the junction with the Chaoyang River. The fleet would travel upstream toward Hanyang Prefecture, but stop midway. Their true destination was the primeval forest that Han Feng had named Giantwood Prefecture. This roundabout approach was born of necessity. The grasslands were simply too poor, utterly lacking in resources. The construction of the new city required vast amounts of timber, which the local area couldn't provide. There were forests, yes, but they were mostly underdeveloped trees and shrubs, suitable for daily firewood, but useless for construction. Thus, the timber had to be shipped from afar. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have enough wood to fire the bricks. Han Feng had no choice. He didn't lack craftsmen, manpower, or tools, only materials. But with everyone already here, he couldn't let them sit idle. So, Han Feng organized the people to dig trenches, using the excavated earth to build the rammed earth walls of the inner city. The inner city Han Feng designed was not a fully enclosed fortress, but a U-shaped defensive structure. Its opening extended deep into the Great Lake, creating a unique structure that integrated a shipping dock with land-based city walls. Due to the functional needs of the inner city, it had to accommodate warehouses, a bank, government offices, a school, barracks, and residences. Consequently, the inner city alone covered a massive area, a rectangular city within a city. The upper opening of the U corresponded to the dock area, immediately followed by the warehouse district. This layout was for ease of loading and unloading, and placing the warehouses near the water also helped with fire prevention. Below the storage area was the residential district, the main living area for the inner city's inhabitants. It featured a mix of independent courtyard homes and apartment-style buildings, surrounded by supporting facilities like public bathhouses, latrines, farmers' markets, restaurants, and hospitals. Adjacent to the residential area was the school. It didn't need to be enormous, but it had to accommodate tens of thousands of students simultaneously. This was primarily for educating the nomadic tribes who had pledged allegiance. Han Feng genuinely intended to assimilate them, and teaching them Han characters and culture was an indispensable tool for that. Beyond the school was the government district. This was not only the new city's administrative center, but also housed other public facilities, such as the bank headquarters and the bell and drum tower for telling time. The final section, right up against the city wall, was the barracks. This was the inner city's garrison, and it couldn't be small. The barracks had to accommodate a 10,000-strong army, though it would house no cavalry, consisting entirely of city defense troops. This layout stretched the inner city's area to an immense size. After Han Feng had arranged everything, he discovered that the inner city was a staggering 600 meters wide and 2 kilometers long. This inner city alone was larger than 3 of Luyang Prefecture's market districts combined. Even compared to the current largest provincial capital, Ruyang Prefecture, it was more than twice the size. In the end, however, Han Feng approved the plan. It was a bit large, but this place was a crossroads, and anything smaller wouldn't be able to hold everyone. It wasn't just for the people of the Han tribe, but also for the local grassland tribes, and in the future, even the Ecchi tribe would have a permanent presence here. With so many foreign tribes watching, they might never see the true heartland of the Han tribe. But this border city, far from the Han's central territories, had to project an aura of majestic power and awe, to make those smaller tribes think twice before provoking the Han. This was the face of the Han tribe, its calling card. It had to be built not only large, but also well, to show off the Han tribe's advancement and strength at a single glance. Furthermore, with the inner city already so massive, the outer city would be boundless. As the saying goes, a 3-li city, a 7-li outer wall. According to the current layout, the outer city was essentially the inner city's protective shell, a place for outsiders and merchants to live and trade. But even as an outer city, it still needed walls. That wasn't an urgent matter. As long as the inner city was built first, the outer city could be developed slowly. In any case, This was not a project that could be completed in a year or two. With the plans finalized, Han Feng immediately began making arrangements. He had people start surveying the land and digging earth to ram the city walls, directly incorporating the current military camp into the city's site. The earth was sourced from the trenches outside the outer city. For now, they were trenches, but once they were fully excavated and connected, they would become a man-made moat. And so, Xue Dongliang, with his experience in organizing large-scale projects, naturally became the chief engineer. As the chief, Han Feng couldn't possibly act as a foreman himself. He only needed to oversee the big picture, watch everyone work, and wait for news from all sides. At that moment, far away on Bamboo Island, Shoya was in a bamboo house in Clear Spring Valley, reading a newly received letter. The letter was written by Yuji, but it bore the chief's seal, indicating that the words within were indeed the chief's command. Shoya had no doubts about this. The sheer domineering aura radiating from the words could only have come from the chief himself. No one else would have the guts or the authority to say something so audacious. But now, the chief's letter was ordering him to burn the carts and apply immense pressure on the Ecchi tribe. Should he really do this? Would the Ecchi tribe truly imprison or even kill the entire Han tribe delegation? Shoya held the letter in silence for a long time, causing the others in the room to frown frequently. Finally, his gaze fell upon the gleaming golden ceremonial staff. The small, cast-relief characters on it struck him deeply. Those who offend the mighty Han shall be punished, no matter how far. He had already failed the chief's trust, failed the mission embodied in that phrase. Since the chief had given the order today, what did it matter if he died? With the entire Han tribe backing them, he refused to believe the Ecchi chief would truly dare to do anything to them. That night, Shoya gathered the guards of the diplomatic mission in his small building to discuss their plan. They covered everything: where to intercept the carts, how to confront the Ecchi tribe afterward, and how to protect the other members of the mission. They formulated several contingency plans based on different scenarios, whether to surrender and await rescue from the chief, or to kill the Ecchi tribe's leader and fight their way out. The group strategized in the bamboo house until nightfall before returning to their respective quarters to rest and build up their strength. The next day, in the Clear Spring Valley where the Ecchi tribe's leader resided, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The people living there were already up, grabbing various farm tools and preparing to work the fields. It was the peak of the spring planting season, so no one dared to be lazy. The elders of the Ecchi tribe were no exception. As the heads of their respective families, they had to supervise their families' farming, manage the tribe's many affairs, and secure some benefits for their own clans. They were so busy they barely had time to breathe. Early that morning, Elder Mi and Elder Do, who were in charge of planting corn and soybeans, along with Elder Zhu, who oversaw construction, all arrived at the home of Elder Shang, the one responsible for livestock and vehicles. They were there to demand more horse-drawn carts from the old man. Elder Shang, give me another 20 carts. I have official business to attend to. It's the middle of spring planting, and I need these carts to haul manure. If you delay this crucial work, can you bear the responsibility? Elder Mi demanded, spittle flying as he tried to secure more vehicles to take back for his own family's use. That's right. I need 20 as well, not one less. We need just as many for planting soybeans. If you dare refuse, I'll report you to the great chieftain. Elder Do chimed in, standing shoulder to shoulder with Elder Mi, aggressively blocking Elder Shung's path. You two are full of it. You've already been given more than enough carts for spring planting. Now you're trying to swindle me again? Let me tell you, there are no more. Now get out of my way before you make me late for breeding the cattle and horses. Elder Shang, thoroughly annoyed by their pestering, had lost his patience. They wanted more carts? The carts had long since been allocated to his own family. Where would he find any for them? He cursed at them, pushing them aside as he spoke. However, no sooner had he pushed the two away than another person blocked his path. Elder Shang, they may have enough carts, but I certainly don't. The great chieftain ordered us to build him a grand house like the ones the Han tribe has. My construction site is in desperate need of carts to haul earth and stone. You promised my site 200 carts, but where are they? I've only seen 70. If you keep delaying like this, can you afford the consequences when the project falls behind schedule? Elder Zhu, who was in charge of construction, spoke with fury, glaring at Elder Mi and Elder Do. He couldn't help but curse them silently. Asterisk, these two old fools do nothing but line their own pockets. The carts for public projects haven't even been fully allocated, and they're already hoarding them for their families. People like them should be sacrificed to the heavens. Let the gods punish their souls and reincarnate them as draft animals in their next lives. Asterisk. Hey, you, surnamed Zhu, what do you mean we have enough carts? Don't talk nonsense. We know you're short on carts, but so are we. Don't you stir up trouble here. I'm warning you. Elder Me immediately threatened when he saw Elder Zhu's hostile glare. Trapped between the three of them, Elder Sheng felt his head was about to split. He was on the verge of losing it. All three of you, get out of my way, he roared. Do you want the carts or not? At this, the three of them turned to him in unison. What? You old coot. You're finally willing to give them up. Weren't you just saying you had none? What did I tell you? You must have hidden them all away for your own family. Elder Do jeered. Elder Sheng's beard trembled with rage. You shut your mouth, he bellowed. If you falsely accuse me again, I won't even give you a single wheel. Seeing that Elder Do was about to retort, he shouted again. Quiet. To be honest, I only have 30 carts left. I can give them to you, but it's up to you to decide how to split them. Hearing that Elder Sheng was willing to compromise, Elder Me and Elder Do stopped arguing with him. They both turned to Elder Zhu. Well, little Zhu, 10 for each of us, right? The math is easy. Easy my ass. You two have more than enough carts. Don't think I don't know. The carts you're asking for now are for your own families. Don't say I'm not giving you face. Of these 30, I'm taking 20. You two can split the remaining 10. If you don't agree, I'll take this matter to the great chieftain and let him decide. Elder Zhu said, looking at them with contempt, his threat unwavering. You. Elder Me was so angry he was speechless. You what? Yes or no? Just one word. If not, we'll go see the great chieftain. Elder Zhu pressed, showing no sign of backing down. Elder Me and Elder Do immediately caved. It was true they wanted the carts for their families, while Elder Zhu needed them to build the great chieftain's house. If this matter reached the great chieftain, the outcome was obvious. They would be the ones in trouble. Fine, you win today. We'll give you face this time. Old Sheng, where are the carts? Take us to get them. Elder Do said, finding a way to back down gracefully. Humph. What a bunch, Elder Sheng grumbled. Follow me if you want the carts. With a snort, he reluctantly led them to the corral and parking area under his jurisdiction. But just as they turned into the backyard parking lot, their path was once again blocked by a gleaming, bronze ceremonial staff. The person holding it was none other than the Han envoy, Shoya. The elders were stunned by Shoya's sudden appearance. Then, their gazes went past him to the parking lot, where they saw dozens of men from the Han tribe delegation dismantling carts. Several of the 30 carts parked there were already in pieces. Others were carrying armfuls of corn stalks from a nearby feed shed, piling them onto the scattered cart parts and preparing to light a fire. The four elders stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Han envoy, what are you doing? Why are you destroying our carts? Oh heavens, make them stop. You can't burn those carts. Elder Sheng, at the head of the group, cried out in alarm at the sight. Hearing this, Shoya let out a cold, derisive laugh. Not only did he not stop his men, but he mocked them. Your carts? Did you pay for them? Where are the cattle and horses you promised in payment? It's been half a year. Since you're unwilling to pay, what right do you have to call these carts yours? Therefore, these carts still belong to our Han tribe. And since they are the Han tribe's carts, as the envoy to the Exine tribe, I have full authority to dispose of them. I'm smashing my own carts, burning my own carts. What business is it of yours? The elders were left speechless. The Exine tribe was indeed in breach of the agreement. But as elders of the tribe, they couldn't just stand by and watch these hard-won vehicles be destroyed. Elder Zhu was the first to speak. Oh, Han envoy, if you're here to demand payment, you can just discuss it with our great chieftain. Why resort to this? Why? These are fine carts. It would be a terrible waste to destroy them. They aren't easy to make, you know. Please, have them stop. What's so wasteful about it? We have plenty of carts better than these back in the Han tribe. Smashing a few is no big deal. Our Han delegation has been here for over half a year. Not only have we not been treated as friends, but the Exine tribe has gone back on its word and refused to deliver payment. This has truly chilled the hearts of our Han tribe. Esteemed elders, our hearts are cold. Your tribe is so stingy and petty. I don't wish to trouble you with such trivial matters any longer. We'll just have to smash a few carts and warm ourselves by the fire to soothe our Han tribe's frozen hearts. What are you all standing around for? Burn them. Let everyone warm up, Shoya said, his face a mask of utter disappointment as he glared at the elders before him. His fiery gaze seemed to say, You all forced me to do this. Hearing his command, the men of the delegation immediately touched their torches to the wood below. The carts, coated with countless layers of tung oil during their manufacture, caught fire instantly. Fueled by the flammable corn stalks, the dozen or so dismantled carts erupted in a whoosh of flame. The roaring blaze shot more than 20 feet into the air, quickly consuming the masterfully crafted two-wheeled vehicles. No, don't burn them. Han Envoy, how could you do this? We never said we wouldn't pay. How can you just burn our carts? Stop. Seeing the hard-won carts instantly consumed by the inferno, Elder Me couldn't stop himself from rushing forward. But after just 2 steps, the intense heat drove him back. His heart felt as if it were being sliced by a knife. These were such good carts. Hearing the old man's stubborn words, Shoya immediately called out to his men. Smash the remaining dozen or so. Add some more fuel to the fire. No. Stop. The 4 elders shouted in unison and tried to rush forward to stop the delegation. But they were held back firmly by the men at Shoya's side, forced to watch as the delegation members swung axes, furiously hacking at the wheels. The essence of a cart lies in its wheels. The Xian tribe still lacked the ability to manufacture wheels so sturdy, durable, and exquisitely crafted. They had gone through great hardship and paid a heavy price to obtain these carts. But now, they could only watch as the delegation destroyed the wheels, one by one, with single axe blows. They knew their tribe had absolutely no way to repair such damage. As they watched the remaining dozen carts be destroyed before their eyes, the old men seemed to lose all their strength, slumping to the ground in despair. They watched as the delegation tossed the broken frames and wheels into the raging fire. The elders' hope turned to despair, despair to twisted anguish, and finally, anguish to ferocious rage. Suddenly, Elder Me leaped up as if possessed. He lunged at Shoya, grabbing the front of his robes and roaring. Why did you do this? You just want the cattle and horses, don't you? I just said we'd give them to you. We'll pay. And you still smashed and burned our carts. Why? Tell me why. Huh. I'm going to tell the great chieftain. I'll have him expel your Han tribe delegation from Bamboo Island. What kind of damn Han envoy are you? You just wait. You just wait. Shoya, without a shred of courtesy, kicked him to the ground. Far from being flustered, he continued his threats. Hell, wait. Wait for what? Expel our delegation? I think you're the ones who should be waiting. Let me be frank with you. Since your Xian tribe doesn't honor its agreements, and since those cards have been used for so long without payment, there's no reason for our Han tribe to continue cooperating with you. Don't trouble yourselves with kicking us out. I've already sent half of my men to reclaim those vehicles. I doubt it's possible to bring them all back, and burning them would be a hassle. But destroying all the wheels is easy enough. A single axe blow will do. Your farmlands, your construction sites, your mines, your salt flats. News will be coming from all these places soon. I guarantee you, elders, in no more than 3 days, there won't be a single usable cart left in the Xian tribe. When that time comes, you won't need to chase us away. Our Han tribe will withdraw from Bamboo Island on our own. Elder Me, lying on the ground and groaning as he clutched his chest, was so overcome with anger and panic at Shoya's words that he spat out a mouthful of blood, rolled his eyes, and fainted. The ferocious expressions on the other 3 elders' faces immediately cooled. Elder Zhu looked at Shoya with a grave expression, cupped his hands in the Han tribe's manner, and asked, Han envoy, were you speaking the truth just now? Shoya's face was also solemn. He cupped his hands towards the distant Han tribe lands and replied, in the northern lands, there is a nation named Han. The people of the great Han are true to their word. What they say they do. They uphold integrity and are strict with themselves, unlike certain petty states in remote corners who are fickle, treacherous, and break their promises. Such people are despised by the heavens. Elder Zhu bowed again. Han envoy, please calm your anger. This is indeed the fault of my Xian tribe, but it truly has nothing to do with me. I urged them long ago to settle the payment with the Han tribe, but they wouldn't listen. Alas, I implore the Han envoy to be merciful and halt the destruction of the carts. We must not act on impulse. I will go to the great chieftain right now and persuade him to settle the payment with your tribe in full. After speaking, Elder Zhu gave Elder Do and Elder Sheng a helpless look, then turned and left in a huff. As he passed by Elder Me, who was playing dead on the ground, he kicked him viciously, causing Elder Me to spit up another mouthful of blood and nearly die for real. Shoya found this turn of events somewhat unexpected. He hadn't thought there would be someone among the Xian tribe's elders who sided with the Han. What he didn't know was that among the 10 elders of the Ecchi tribe, there were indeed a few who were pro-Han. This included Elder Shang Wei, who was enterprising, eager to learn, and open-minded. The other was Elder Zhu, who had just apologized to Shoya. Elder Zhu was in charge of construction for the Ecchi tribe and had a deep, scholarly passion for all kinds of architecture. In recent years, the various items imported from the Han tribe had made him fall in love with Han culture. The Han characters, the calligraphy and paintings on their ceramics, their printed books, and even the miniature models of their cities. All of these fascinated Elder Zhu. He was especially captivated by the architectural models. From these exquisite, grand, and magnificent structures, he could feel the vastness and depth of Han culture. Therefore, within the Ecchi tribe's council of elders, Elder Zhu was a rare pro-Han voice. He was extremely enthusiastic about learning everything about the Han tribe. He was so in favor of the Han tribe having a permanent presence that he would have raised both hands and feet in support. As for providing a piece of land for the delegation, he was the first to agree. In Elder Zhu's mind, there was no problem with the Han and Ecchi tribes living together indefinitely. If possible, he would actually prefer to live in the Han tribe's lands himself. Thus, he was deeply unwilling to see the relationship between the two sides deteriorate to this point, which is what led to the scene that had just unfolded. The Ecchi tribe placed great importance on this batch of carts, so no one was willing to lose them. While Elder Zhu went to persuade the great chieftain, Elder Do and Elder Sheng shot a helpless glance at Shoya and his men. Without a word, they lifted the unconscious Elder Mi and hurried after Elder Zhu, intending to discuss countermeasures with the great chieftain together. As for Shoya, who had just been radiating power, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief once they were gone. He immediately led the delegation back to the residence the Ecchi tribe had arranged for them and nervously organized their defenses, preparing for a battle that could break out at any moment. This arrangement wasn't born of arrogance on Shoya's part, but of necessity. He knew, of course, that the best decision right now would be to flee with his men. Staying in their residence, they could be surrounded at any moment by the great chieftain's enraged forces. But he couldn't leave. Although he had just threatened the Ecchi tribe elders, claiming he had already sent men to destroy carts all over Bamboo Island, that wasn't actually the case. Shoya had indeed sent out more than half of his men, but they were merely hiding outside the valley, having gone nowhere. That's right, he had been bluffing. The chief's orders were clear: apply pressure on the Ecchi tribe, make them recognize their place, and force them to settle their payment immediately. They should not attempt to make an enemy of the Han tribe. There was no benefit in it for them. So, Shoya smashing those 30 carts was just a pressure tactic, not a genuine attempt to destroy all of them. That would only escalate the conflict, benefiting neither the Han nor the Ecchi. The Han tribe didn't actually want to go to war with them. Why fight when something can be resolved through diplomacy? Doesn't war cost money? Don't people die? It would only be a pointless drain on the nation's strength. What the Han tribe needed was development, not endless militarism. Even when wars did occur, they were wars in service of development, like the recent campaign against the barbarian tribes. The true purpose of sending troops was to acquire slaves, that is, labor. In the end, it was all for the sake of construction. In other words, even if Shoya had truly wanted to smash all 1,000 carts, it would have been practically impossible. Since landing on Bamboo Island, the delegation had been confined to the valley by the Ecchi tribe. They were completely ignorant of the island's geography and population distribution. What little they knew came from the common folk in the valley and was hardly reliable for planning an operation. So, the dozens of men Shoya had sent out would have been completely lost once they left the valley. They wouldn't have recognized a thing, let alone been able to go around smashing carts all over Bamboo Island. Besides, 60 men were nowhere near enough to accomplish such a plan. Sending them to smash carts all over the Ecchi tribe's home turf? Was he trying to get them killed faster? The real plan for this operation was for Shoya to lead 40 men to the corral in the valley and smash all the carts in that parking area. This was to pressure the Ecchi tribe and force them to the negotiating table. The other 60 men were to hide just outside the valley. Their mission was to conceal themselves and wait. By hiding, they would create the illusion that the delegation had truly gone to smash carts across the island, putting pressure on the Ecchi tribe's leadership. And they would wait for Shoya's move, and monitor how the situation developed. If Shoya and his men were captured, the remaining men would have to find a way to rescue them, while also sending word back to the chief about the delegation's fate. If Shoya and his men were killed outright by the Xian tribe, it would mean a complete rupture between the Xian and Han tribes. The 60 hidden men would then quietly move to the dark bridge at the strait, wait for low tide, and fight a bloody path back to the Han tribe by any means necessary, so the chief could lead them back for revenge. It could be said that Shoya's plan was flawless. He was betting the lives of 40 men to force the Xian tribe's leadership to negotiate. No matter what attitude the Xian tribe took in the end, he had ensured he had a backup plan. Even in the worst-case scenario, he was confident that at least some members of the delegation would make it back to the Han tribe, even if it was only one person. Therefore, with all his escape routes planned, Shoya was now perfectly calm. He swaggered back to his residence with his men to await the arrival of the Xian tribe's leadership. Clear Spring Valley, named for a clear spring, was the source of all fresh water on Bamboo Island. To control this place was to control the entire island. Thus, it was also the political and cultural center of the Xian tribe, the seat of its great chieftains for generations. Next to a construction site on a flat piece of land halfway up the valley stood a 2-story, green bamboo building. Inside, Elder Zhu, who had run all the way here, was arguing heatedly with the great chieftain. Great chieftain, if you don't settle the payment of cattle and sheep with the Han tribe, we're truly going to lose those carts. The Han delegation will withdraw, and that will be a tremendous loss for us. It will be a wasted opportunity for the Xian tribe's development. Finding another chance like this will be incredibly difficult. Elder Zhu was so anxious he was stomping his feet, making the bamboo floor of the building thump loudly. Elder Do and Elder Sheng stood to the side, saying nothing, offering no opinions, and taking no sides. They just wanted to quietly await the outcome of this dispute. The great chieftain of the Xian tribe was also getting a headache from Elder Zhu's scolding. Although he was indeed the great chieftain, enjoying supreme status on the island, he still had to bow his head to these elders who held real power. After centuries of development, the Xian tribe had long established a clear and complete system of governance. It was like an inevitable historical process, when humans gathered into tribes, and tribes banded together into alliances to resist powerful enemies. A leader, like an alliance chief, would emerge. However, the earliest succession of leadership was through abdication. To put it bluntly, whoever in the entire nation was most capable and had the highest public support, the old leader would have to yield his position to this newcomer. Yu the Great was chosen as leader because of his success in controlling the floods. He then founded the Xia dynasty. But when Yu the Great grew old, he wanted to pass the throne to someone he favored. That person, however, didn't want to be king and simply ran away, which was quite awkward. Moreover, the people of the Xia dynasty at the time weren't particularly fond of this person. Instead, Yu the Great's eldest son, having been influenced by his father since childhood, had been doing good deeds for the nation from a young age and became the most popular successor. Thus, Yu the Great's eldest son inherited his father's throne, and the seeds of primogeniture were sown. But such a system of abdication was not suitable for an agrarian civilization. If the fundamental principle was that the most capable person becomes the leader, then many people would surely be unconvinced. You say you're powerful, but I say I'm powerful. This position can't be passed to you. If you want it, you'll have to fight me first. Thus, to compete for the throne, the country would fall into turmoil every time there was a succession. For the common people who depended on farming for their livelihood, this was simply a disaster. You're busy planting crops, and suddenly the king changes. Then a few powerful figures start calling for men. Come on, follow me to war. Who could stand that? If everyone went to war, who would farm the land? So, to prevent such turmoil from recurring in the country, the eldest son of Yu the Great, the second ruler of the Xia dynasty, didn't even consider anyone else when he grew old. He directly passed the throne to his own eldest son, officially beginning the system of primogeniture that would last for thousands of years. Father dies, son succeeds. If there is no son, brother succeeds brother. The greatest advantage of this method of succession was stability. I don't care how capable you are. The throne must be passed to my son. Therefore, there was no need for others to compete, and the people could live in peace. But such a system was not without its problems. For example, what if some of the king's descendants were unreliable, naturally dull, cruel, and inhumane, or only knew how to indulge in pleasure? Such a situation would naturally be of no benefit to a country. So what was to be done? Thus, the Crown Prince Training Institution, the Eastern Palace, and the Prime Minister to assist the throne naturally emerged. What if the crown prince is playful and doesn't study? No problem, beat him. There are imperial tutors, a royal academy, and the nation's top teachers providing one-on-one professional tutoring on how to be an emperor from a young age. What if the emperor is fatuous and only knows how to indulge? No problem. There's still the prime minister to help handle government affairs and persuade the emperor to do his job. After several hundred years of development, the Exian tribe had also developed a similar management system. The great chieftain of the Exian tribe inherited his position through primogeniture, and the Council of Elders was responsible for assisting the great chieftain in managing the tribe. The 10 elders each managed a specific affair, checking and balancing each other. Those in the tribe who thought they were very capable or who were truly talented, although they had no chance of becoming the chief, could compete for the position of an elder. They could also become powerful figures in their own right, satisfying their desire for power and making the tribe more stable. Therefore, in the Exian tribe, the 10 great elders each held real power, even possessing the ability to challenge the chief. They could all say without hesitation, "I watched the chief grow up." So, Elder Zhu was not at all intimidated when facing the great chieftain, giving him a piece of his mind. The great chieftain, frustrated, couldn't even argue back, which was incredibly vexing. However, facing the pressure from the Han tribe delegation, he still said angrily, "Is it that I'm unwilling to settle the payment with them? It's that our Exian tribe simply can't produce that many cattle and horses right now. Our own livestock are all needed. How could we possibly give them to the Han tribe? We have plenty from our trade with the Grasslands, and we agreed to give them those directly from there. What does it have to do with us if that Maodun won't hand them over?" The great chieftain paced around angrily, defending himself. "But the Han envoy has already sent his men to smash the carts. We can't just watch and lose these vehicles. I hope the great chieftain can come up with a plan immediately. Even if it means saying a few soft words to the Han envoy, we have to get them to stop first," Elder Zhu said, feeling very helpless and finally offering this suggestion. "Soft words? Why should I? Our Exian tribe's population isn't that much smaller than their Han tribes. What can they do to us?" Hearing Elder Zhu's words, the great chieftain immediately jumped to his feet and cursed. He was, after all, the leader of a large tribe with a population of nearly 100,000. How could he speak softly to an envoy from a tribe of similar size? Let alone an envoy. Even if the Han tribe's chief himself came, he would absolutely not bow his head. But after venting, he calmed down. Cursing wouldn't solve the problem at hand. He still needed to find a solution. So he asked the elders, "Are you really sure those envoys have gone to smash carts everywhere?" Elder Zhu snorted unhappily. "I don't know. That's what the Han envoy said just now. And he also said that the people of the Han tribe keep their word. Since he said it, it must be true." After hearing Elder Zhu, the great chieftain looked at Elder Do and Elder Shang, signaling for them to answer. "We too were late coming back. We took Elder Mi to the shaman doctor first. On our way, we checked the Han envoy's residence. There was indeed no one there. The guards at the valley entrance also said they didn't see anyone leave. I think those people must have slipped out secretly. They wouldn't let us know beforehand if they were doing something like this," said Elder Shang, who had been silent until now. Hearing this, the great chieftain grew even angrier. He pointed at them and cursed. "Then what are you all standing here for? Hurry up and send people to notify all the regions to stop the Han tribe's delegation first. Do you really want to wait until you hear news of the carts being destroyed?" Only then did they react. Elder Shang, being in charge of the tribe's livestock, immediately went out to arrange for messengers to ride out and deliver the news. Only Elder Zhu and Elder Do remained in the room. But before they could speak, the great chieftain continued his tirade. "That Han tribe is just using the fact that they can make a few things to extort us. This is blackmail. Those carts are just a pile of broken wood, yet they dare to price them at 10 head of livestock each. It's outrageous. So what if I don't want to give it to them? A mere 1,000 carts, and they want to trade them for 10,000 of our livestock. Have they gone mad with poverty?" After catching his breath, the great chieftain said again, "Go and tell that Han envoy that we are willing to settle the payment, but their price is too high. And they smashed dozens of carts this time, so they must lower the price. Also, we can't produce that many cattle and horses right now. We can only gather 1,000 head for them on Bamboo Island for now. For the rest, we can send people with the Han tribe to negotiate with Maodun. If that Maodun still refuses to pay, it has nothing to do with us. The Exian tribe promises to stop supplying Maodun with white salt. As for the remaining livestock, the Han tribe will have to get it themselves. And that in no way," He's the one who started all this. Look at the mess he's made. Immediately send someone to the Han tribe to contact him. Tell him to find a way to smooth things over on their end. If he messes up, tell him never to come back. After the Xian chieftain laid out his plan, the two remaining elders hurried out to carry out his orders. Elder Do went to find someone to send a message to Niu Wei, while Elder Zhu headed to the delegation's residence to convey the Xian chieftain's terms. Shoya, who had been waiting for a long time, saw that only Elder Zhu had come, unaccompanied by armed soldiers. He let out a long sigh of relief. Has Elder Zhu come to drive us away? If so, our delegation can leave immediately, he asked. Elder Zhu, however, forced a smile and cupped his hands. Han Envoy, please don't be angry. I have already persuaded the great chieftain, and he has agreed to settle the payment with you immediately. However, there are still some difficulties. I hope the Han Envoy can be understanding. Shoya's heart leaped. It worked, but he feigned displeasure and asked, since you're settling the payment immediately, why are there still difficulties? Don't tell me your great chieftain wants to drag this out for another year or so. Does he think our Han tribe is easy to fool? No, Han Envoy, you've misunderstood. Our great chieftain has no such intention, Elder Zhu said, waving his hands frantically, fearing the situation would sour again. Our great chieftain's meaning is that he is willing to settle the bill immediately. It's just that he feels the price your tribe has set is too high. 10 head of livestock for one cart is a bit too expensive. The cart is just a pile of wood. It's not worth that much. Therefore, he hopes the Han Envoy can lower the price a little. As for the livestock, we cannot produce that many on Bamboo Island right now. The great chieftain has instructed that we can first gather 1,000 head of livestock on the island to give to you. For the remaining balance, he is willing to send men with you to seek it from Maodun. If Maodun still refuses to hand over the payment, our Xian tribe is willing to sever ties with them and stop supplying them with white salt as a gesture of friendship to the Han tribe. As for the rest, the Han tribe will have to figure it out themselves. Shoya mulled it over. It seemed like the best solution for now, but the part about Maodun sounded a bit ridiculous. Asterisk, you owe me, and Maodun owes you. Why should I have to go collect your debt for you? Do I have that obligation? You owe the Han tribe money, so you should be the one to pay it back. I don't care if you have the livestock now or not. Your livestock is useful, so you can't spare it? Is our livestock useless? Why don't you give me your livestock first, and then go get yours back from Maodun? Asterisk. The more he thought about it, the angrier Shoya became. He immediately demanded, lower the price? That's impossible. The wood may not be valuable, but the craftsmanship is. Those logs were steamed, boiled, and dried. So many complex processes were involved. When your Xian tribe asked for 1,000 carts, we made them for you without a second thought. Do you know how much manpower and resources that took? Don't those workers need to be fed? Don't their families and children need to be fed? Besides, you agreed to this price in the beginning. We didn't force you to buy them. Since you agreed, why are you now saying it's too expensive? Where were you then? If you thought it was too expensive, you shouldn't have ordered them in the first place. And you've delayed the payment, which should have been made half a year ago. Do you have any idea what enormous losses this has caused our Han tribe? I should be charging you interest, and you have the nerve to ask me for a discount? What are you thinking? Elder Zhu, you're a man of understanding. You know how useful these carts are. 1,000 carts, or 10,000 head of livestock. Do you know what a huge impact that would have had in our Han tribe? How many great things could have been accomplished? But because your Xian tribe went back on its word and acted in bad faith, all of that is gone. Do you know how great the losses are for the Han tribe because of this? So, lowering the price is impossible. Not a single head of livestock less. After hearing this, Elder Zhu understood. He had never really thought about it this way before. Now, hearing Shoya's calculations, the Han tribe's losses were indeed immense. So he tentatively asked again. If we don't lower the price, then we don't. But our Bamboo Island truly cannot produce that many surplus livestock right now. We can only do as the great chieftain said. First, gather 1,000 head to give to you. For the rest, we are willing to send men with you to Maodun's to claim compensation. If Maodun still disagrees, we are willing to impose sanctions on them and cut off their white salt supply. What do you think of this, Han Envoy? Elder Zhu tried to negotiate again. Elder Zhu, that's even more wrong. What if our Han tribe first collected 10,000 head of livestock from the Xian tribe, and then told you to go get the carts from Maodun? If he refused to give them, we would stop trading with him and let you retrieve the remaining vehicles yourselves. What would you do then? This time, Shoya didn't directly refute him, but posed a counter-question for Elder Zhu to answer. This. Putting himself in their shoes, Elder Zhu was at a loss for words. If that were to happen, he knew the Ecchi tribe would be unwilling. No one would be satisfied with such an outcome. Thinking of this, Elder Zhu couldn't help but curse Maodun's ancestors in his heart again. But the matter at hand still needed to be resolved. So he continued to ask Shoya. In the Han envoy's opinion, how should this matter be resolved? Shoya pondered for a moment. In the current situation, it was unrealistic to bypass Maodun and have the Ecchi tribe directly provide 10,000 head of livestock. If he held firm, they would just be at a stalemate, making no progress and only worsening the relationship between the two sides. Besides, his bluff about smashing the carts would be exposed in a couple of days if there was no further action, which would make things even more troublesome. So, after some thought, he said, if your Ecchi tribe genuinely wants to maintain our relationship, you must show sincerity. Don't shift the blame to Maodun. My point is, not only will the price not be lowered, but you must also provide compensation for the 6-month delay. I demand that you add an additional 20% to the original payment in livestock. When Elder Zhu heard that Shoya was raising the price at a time like this, he was about to protest. We can't even afford the original price, and now you're adding 20%? We'll be even less able to pay. But before he could open his mouth, Shoya raised a hand to stop him and continued. The additional compensation is what you owe. Think about it. If those 10,000 head of livestock had arrived at our Han tribe half a year ago, they would have produced several thousand young by now. Even if the gestation period for cattle and horses isn't that short, my request for an additional 2,000 is not excessive, is it? No matter how you calculate it, a 6-month delay means it can't be the same price as before. These are living creatures. Cattle and horses bear young. Elder Zhu felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Every word Shoya said was reasonable. No one could refute it because he was speaking the truth. But he still had to bite the bullet and say, the Han envoy's words are reasonable, but the Ecchi tribe truly cannot produce that many livestock right now. Even if we wanted to compensate you, we are powerless to do so. Han envoy, please think of another idea. Of course, I have already thought of a solution for you. It doesn't matter that the Ecchi tribe doesn't have that much livestock. You can first gather 2,000 head of livestock from Bamboo Island as compensation for the delayed settlement. For the remaining payment of 10,000 head, I will allow you to pay with an equivalent value of white salt. If you agree, this transaction will be settled. I can use those 2,000 head of livestock to transport the white salt back. From then on, we will owe each other nothing. How about it? Shoya said again. When Elder Zhu heard this, his eyes lit up. Hey, that's a reliable idea. The Ecchi tribe could barely manage to scrape together 2,000 head of livestock. And they could certainly produce white salt equivalent to 10,000 head of livestock. After all, they were on an island. They lacked everything but sea salt. So he quickly cupped his hands and bowed. Thank you for your tolerance, Han envoy. However, this matter is of great importance, and I cannot make the decision alone. Allow me to report to the great chieftain first, and I will give you a reply later. Rest assured, Han envoy, since the Han tribe is willing to make a concession, I will do my best to persuade the great chieftain. Please wait a moment. Shoya nodded and said no more, watching as the elderly Elder Zhu hurried back. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. If only everyone in the Ecchi tribe were so sensible. Meanwhile, Elder Zhu ran all the way back to the great chieftain's bamboo house, panting as he relayed what Shoya had just said. Then he waited for a reply. Smack! The Ecchi chieftain slammed his hand on the table in anger, sending the Han tribe porcelain tea set on the bamboo table flying. He roared. Outrageous! This is outrageous! Has their Han tribe gone mad with poverty? Their price was already so high, and now, not only are they not lowering it, they're demanding compensation. And you just agreed to it. Elder Zhu frowned and immediately retorted. The compensation they're asking for is also very reasonable. If this had happened to our Ecchi tribe, I imagine the great chieftain would demand even more. As for the price, since we agreed to it in the first place, we cannot go back on our word. Otherwise, if everyone knows our tribe is fickle and untrustworthy, who will trade with us in the future? Where will we get our livestock? I urged the great chieftain to prioritize the tribe's reputation. The Ecchi chieftain was left speechless by Elder Zhu's retort and could only continue to slam the table. He cursed again. Are you still an elder of our Ecchi tribe? Whose side are you on? Why do you speak for the Han tribe at every turn? Don't you consider the interests of our Ecchi tribe? Elder Zhu was unmoved. I am not siding with the Han tribe. I am siding with reason. And it is precisely because I am considering the interests of the Xian tribe that I am urging the great chieftain to protect our reputation and integrity. Otherwise, we will find it difficult to operate on the grasslands in the future, and we can forget about ever getting anything good from the Han tribe again. Seeing that the great chieftain was about to fly into another rage, Elder Zhu continued his tirade. I urge the great chieftain to see the facts clearly and not to say anything rash like we don't need the Han tribe. Think about how much help the Han tribe has been to us since they delivered those 1,000 carts half a year ago. Now that Elder Sanjin has carts to transport, or our metal production has increased significantly. We have materials for both farm tools and weapons. This is a tangible improvement to the strength of our Xian tribe. And the caravans transporting goods, Elder Mi and Elder Do using them to transport grain. In just half a year, our people's reserves, the tribe's granaries, and our metal production have all seen significant increases. And this is the change brought by just 1,000 carts. Can the great chieftain not see this? We have developed so quickly with just 1,000 carts. How many carts does their Han tribe have? Probably too many to count. How terrifying must their development speed be? How much stronger will they be than us? And how many other good things does the Han tribe have that we have not yet seen? Does the great chieftain not wish to learn? Now, just 1,000 carts have blinded the great chieftain, and he has been opposing the matter of the Han tribe's permanent station on Bamboo Island. The great chieftain should think about it. According to the charter proposed by the Han envoy, they are here to help us with construction. The benefits we could gain from learning even a little from them are immeasurable. Why can't the great chieftain understand this? We are indeed not as good as the Han tribe. This is a fact. But as long as we are willing to learn, even if we are never as strong as the Han tribe, we can still develop ourselves and strive to make the lives of our Xian tribe people better. Isn't this your responsibility as the great chieftain? But what are you doing now? Not only are you not considering the tribe's development, but you are also constantly obstructing it. If the late great chieftains knew about this, who knows how they would blame you? Elder Zhu's machine gun-like barrage, even bringing up the deceased former chieftains, finally woke the Xian chieftain up. He sat there in a daze, lost in thought. Was he really wrong? Agreeing to the Han tribe's permanent delegation, as Elder Zhu said, would indeed allow them to learn many technologies and help their Xian tribe develop rapidly. But would such a Xian tribe still be the Xian tribe in the future? Promoting the Han tribe's writing, learning the Han tribe's way of life. Would the Xian tribe still be under his control in the future? To be honest, the Xian chieftain was looking quite far ahead. He believed that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Even if one did fall from the sky, it would be laced with deadly poison. Why was the Han tribe so enthusiastic about helping Bamboo Island? What was in it for them? What benefits did they gain? Was there no conspiracy involved? He wouldn't believe that even if you beat him to death. It was just that the elders of the tribe were either controlled by their selfish desires, only knowing how to benefit their own families and never caring about the tribe's future, or they were like Elder Zhu, blinded by the benefits the Han tribe offered, unable to see the sharp knife hidden behind this piece of fat meat. He suddenly slumped down powerlessly, as if resigned to his fate. He said weakly, "Let's handle this transaction according to the Han envoy's method. Give them the livestock and pay the rest with white salt. Let their team go back. As for the matter of the permanent delegation in the future, I still hope to discuss it with the Han envoy in person." Elder Zhu was overjoyed and nodded immediately. The great chieftain has finally made a wise decision. The Xian chieftain, however, smiled bitterly. I hope this decision doesn't sink the Xian tribe into the sea. But Elder Zhu was full of confidence, his gaze firm as he looked at the Xian chieftain. Rest assured, great chieftain, we are only learning from the Han tribe. The Xian tribe will always be the Xian tribe. Even if we learn the Han tribe's ways, we will still be ourselves. Once the solution for the cart transaction was finalized, Elder Zhu informed Shoya and requested that he immediately recall the men sent to destroy the carts. Shoya naturally agreed and, in Elder Zhu's presence, released a hawk, signaling that the message had been sent. Shoya did indeed send a message to the 60 men, but the content was not what he told Elder Zhu. He informed them that the matter was temporarily resolved and they could return, but they should wait a day and come back in batches. If they all popped up at once, his bluff would be exposed, and who knew what kind of trouble the Xian tribe would stir up then. Han envoy, since the transaction has been settled, what do you say we go to our great chieftain and discuss the matter of the permanent legation? Elder Zhu asked. The weight in his heart finally lifted after seeing Shoya release the hawk. He was now following up on the great chieftain's earlier instructions. Shoya didn't agree immediately. Instead, he asked, when can the Xian tribe fulfill this promise? Elder Zhu thought for a moment before replying. We can provide the white salt now. We have it in stock. You can send your men to inspect the goods with us right away. As for the livestock, we truly don't have that many here. We'll have to gather them from all over Bamboo Island. From sending the message to bringing the livestock back, it will take 5 days at most to deliver them here. Shoya felt there were no issues with this. He could get the white salt, worth 10,000 head of livestock, immediately. Even if the livestock was a few days late, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. So he nodded. Good. Since the Xian tribe is showing such sincerity this time, let's continue our talks. We never wanted things to be this way. The Han tribe is very fond of making friends. Yes. We also hope to become friends with the Han tribe, to trade with each other, learn from each other, and progress together. Han envoy, shall we go now? Elder Zhu said, still smiling placatingly. In such a hurry? Shoya raised an eyebrow. Very well, allow me to change my clothes first. Please wait here, Elder Zhu. With that, Shoya closed the door without waiting for Elder Zhu's reaction and went into the inner room. He really was going to change his clothes, but he also wanted to use the time to give some instructions to his subordinates. Shoya was very confident about this negotiation. Since the Xian tribe had already compromised once, the subsequent talks would be easier. People are sometimes like that. Before they kneel, their legs are like steel bars, but once they've knelt once, they throw caution to the wind. It's hard to get them to stand up again. What he needed to do now was to use his strong position to force the Xian tribe to submit. Shoya gave instructions on what to do after he left and how to respond to various situations. Then, he took only 2 guards with him to the Xian chieftain's bamboo house. When they arrived at the bamboo house with Elder Zhu, the Xian chieftain had already composed himself and regained his usual dignified demeanor, hiding all the helplessness and frustration he had shown to Elder Zhu earlier. Seeing this, Elder Zhu gave the Xian chieftain a slight nod, acknowledging his ability to consider the bigger picture. Following Han tribe etiquette, Shoya entered and gave the Xian chieftain a deep bow to show respect before speaking. I am grateful that the Xian chieftain has been able to correct his past mistakes and preserve the friendship between the Han and Xian. I also hope that our 2 tribes can live in harmony forever, seeking deeper exchange and development. The Xian chieftain looked at Shoya with a blank expression, showing no interest in his very official-sounding speech. He just gave a faint wave of his hand, motioning for Shoya to sit down, and quickly got to the point. The Han envoy once mentioned borrowing a piece of land from our Xian tribe to help us develop and to establish long-term trade between our peoples. I wonder what the specific details are. Perhaps the Han envoy could state them directly, what you need, and what benefits this would bring to our Xian tribe, so that we can make a judgment. The Xian chieftain wasted no words. After accepting Elder Zhu's argument, he had already recognized the benefits of using the Han tribe to develop his own. Asking Shoya for details now meant he was genuinely considering it. Shoya understood the Xian chieftain's meaning. He also knew the other party was no fool. If he didn't offer some real benefits, or rather, let the Xian tribe feel like they were getting a good deal, they wouldn't easily agree. Even if they did, they probably wouldn't grant the Han tribe much authority on Bamboo Island. Our Han tribe has made this plan, naturally, for the mutual development of both the Han and Xian tribes. This is a great opportunity for a win-win situation for both of us. First, once the legation is permanently stationed in the Xian tribe's lands, we can formulate more suitable trade plans based on your local production and needs. For example, what the Xian tribe needs, and what our Han tribe can bring over to sell. This point alone involves a lot of content. Oh, I wonder what this content includes. Please, Han envoy, explain in detail, Elder Zhu interjected. He was even more invested in this negotiation and was listening to every word Shoya said with great concentration. Shoya smiled and continued. Since we're talking about trade, it involves many things. First is the issue of trade routes, whether to go by land or by sea, or both. This would be beneficial for both of us. Wait a moment. Hearing Shoya's words, the Xian chieftain frowned and interrupted. I know about the trade routes you mentioned, and I understand the sea route. I've heard that the Han tribe possesses a kind of tool that can travel on water, very large, capable of carrying many people and goods at once. I support the idea of the Han tribe helping to open a sea route. But what is this land route you speak of? Our Xian tribe is located on an island. Does the land route refer to trade routes within the island? But that has nothing to do with the Han tribe, does it? No, no. Great Chieftain, you've misunderstood. The land route I'm referring to is a land route from Bamboo Island to the Grasslands. Shoya quickly explained, waving his hand. From Bamboo Island to the Grasslands? Are you talking about that dark bridge? Elder Zhu also asked with a frown. That's right, the dark bridge. Since ancient times, the Xian tribe has used this natural passage to trade with the Grasslands, which is how you've become so prosperous and powerful today. But it is this very passage that has also severely restricted the Xian tribe's development. I walked this road when I first arrived on Bamboo Island and waited for over a month on the other side of the bridge. I have some understanding of the situation here. This dark bridge is submerged by the sea at high tide, making it impassable. It's only barely crossable at low tide, but the time it's exposed is extremely short, a day and a half at most. And because the bridge is submerged in seawater for long periods, it's covered in moss and home to many aquatic animals. It's filthy, rugged, uneven, and exceptionally slippery. It's completely impassable for carts and barely usable for pack horses, and even then it's very dangerous. Even the pack horses often fall and break their bones. Forgive my bluntness, but for your tribe to have neglected to repair such a vital lifeline for centuries is a major mistake. If our Han tribe had encountered such a situation, we would have cleared this lifeline long ago, Shoya said brazenly. The Xian chieftain and Elder Zhu frowned. As high-level leaders of the tribe, how could they not know the impact of this road on Bamboo Island? Impossible. Repairing the road, of course they had thought about it. But what about the technology? They simply didn't have the ability. They had no tools, no techniques. More importantly, who was this road being built for? Building the road was naturally for the development of the Xian tribe. A well-built road would allow them to sell Bamboo Island sea salt and trade for more resources. But if they lacked the strength, what if this road became a channel for the nomadic tribes to plunder Bamboo Island? Wouldn't that be letting the wolf into the house? They would gain no benefits and instead invite the enemy to their doorstep. What a loss that would be. Elder Zhu was in charge of construction for the Xian tribe, so he was naturally very interested in what Shoya was saying. He was the first to ask, does the Han tribe have the ability to build such a road, one that can accommodate a large number of carts and horses? Of course, our Han tribe has built countless city walls and canals. What is a road like this in comparison? I observed the terrain of the dark bridge when I came. The entire bridge is made of rock and has remained firm after countless years of being washed by the sea. Building a road on it is completely feasible. Moreover, this dark bridge is not very long, 30 kilometers at most, but it is very wide. Although it's rugged and uneven, it's relatively flat overall. The narrowest part is several hundred meters wide, and the widest part can even reach 2 kilometers. On such a large platform, let alone building a road, even building a city would not be difficult. The technology fully supports it. Shoya once again hyped up the benefits of this road to the two of them. The Xian chieftain was still a little worried and hesitant. If they could really build such a road, that would of course be a good thing. Although he didn't know the famous saying, to get rich, first build a road, it didn't mean he didn't understand the importance of transportation for development. Han Envoy, if this road can be built, it is naturally a good thing. But we are worried that once the road is built, instead of bringing development to Bamboo Island, it will bring enemies. Those nomadic tribes on the grasslands are not easy to get along with. They are a group of rootless strongmen. If they find out about Bamboo Island's prosperity, I'm afraid they will all come to plunder. After hesitating for a long time, the Xian chieftain finally voiced his concerns. But there was another half he didn't say, that the Han tribe was just as unreliable as the grassland tribes. Who knew if the Han tribe would come to rob them after the road was built? But Shoya just smiled again and continued. I think the great chieftain's worries are a bit unnecessary. Don't forget, this road is being built by the Xian tribe. Can't the Xian tribe control it? If nothing else, if a checkpoint is set up on this side of the road, who could break in without your permission? Of course, I also know that the great chieftain doesn't fully trust our Han tribe and is worried that we will also plunder Bamboo Island. But I think that's completely unnecessary. Because our Han and Xian are friends. Whatever we need from each other can be obtained directly through trade. Sending troops to rob you? Doesn't sending troops have costs? For our Han tribe to travel so far to fight a war, just for some things that could have been traded for, I'm afraid even a fool wouldn't do such a thing. Being exposed on the spot, the Exian chieftain's face turned slightly red. Of course, he couldn't admit that he was thinking that way. After pondering Shoya's words, he found that they actually made some sense. Since he had already agreed to long-term trade with the Han tribe, they really had no reason to rob the Exian tribe. Besides, the Han tribe was so rich, and the Exian tribe was inferior to them in every way. What could they possibly rob? It would just be a losing proposition. So, the Exian tribe only needed to defend against the Grasslanders. In that case, if the Han tribe was willing to help the Exian tribe build a checkpoint, there would be no problem at all. So the Exian chieftain nodded, affirming the proposal, and then asked about the specific method. Han envoy, you worry too much. How could I think that way? Bamboo Island only produces some sea salt, which is not a rare resource. The Han tribe's salt-making technology is better, and seawater can be obtained anywhere. How could you covet the little things we have on Bamboo Island? What I'm really worried about are those nomadic tribes. If the Han envoy can help us build a checkpoint to guard this road, that would be for the best. I just don't understand. How difficult is this road to build? How long will it take? And how much manpower and resources will it require? Shoya had been here for half a year and had long considered this matter. Therefore, he said with confidence, this road is easy to build, but I don't know what kind of road the great chieftain wants. If we build a simple one, it won't require much manpower or resources, and the cost will be low, but its transport capacity will certainly be limited. It will only be enough for carts and horses to pass. Such a road can only be used for a dozen years at most before it becomes unusable and has to be rebuilt. The other method, although it consumes more, is a once-and-for-all solution that can last for hundreds or even thousands of years without being destroyed. I wonder which one the great chieftain wants. The Exian chieftain's interest was piqued. Building a great road to bring wealth to the tribe. He would become the most remarkable chieftain in the tribe's history. Something that generations of chieftains had failed to accomplish would be achieved in his generation. This was a great deed that would be passed down through the ages. But when it came to making a choice, he was very conflicted. A once-and-for-all solution was of course good, but a temporary road was also cheap, and the construction period would certainly be shorter, which would speed up the Exian tribe's development. But if he calculated the long-term cost, the permanent solution was of course more cost-effective. So he asked again, Han envoy, how would a road that lasts a dozen years be built? And how would a permanent one be built? The simple one is to use wood as a bridge, adding a layer of wooden bridge on top of the dark bridge. The advantage is a short construction period, but it's not durable. The permanent solution is to raise the entire dark bridge so that it is exposed above the sea, using mud, sand, and stone as raw materials. This would be a once-and-for-all solution. But this method cannot be accomplished in a day. It will require more manpower and time. However, the materials are not expensive, just a bit troublesome to transport. I wonder which one the great chieftain wants. The Exian chieftain hesitated. The simple option was just a wooden frame, which didn't sound sturdy. If a strong sea wind came, wouldn't a single wave knock it over? But the permanent solution, raising the entire dark bridge above sea level, sounded like a massive undertaking just from the description. It was over 40 li long. It would be like piling up a mountain. Elder Zhu, being in construction, understood immediately, but he felt both options were difficult. Making a wooden bridge that could withstand ocean waves was unrealistic to begin with. Given the weight of the wood, it would be a miracle if it could hold up. Raising the dark bridge was even harder. The sheer scale of the project was unimaginable. Most importantly, there was no construction window. There were only 1 or 2 days of low tide each month. To raise the dark bridge above sea level would probably take a lifetime, and the manpower and resources required would necessitate a full mobilization of the entire tribe. Elder Zhu thought for a moment, then whispered with the Exian chieftain for a while. In the end, they decided to build the permanent road. A wooden bridge was simple, but such a large project would still consume a lot of resources, especially wood. If it couldn't even last 10 years, then rebuilding it every decade would probably deplete all the trees on Bamboo Island. Han envoy, a wooden bridge is not a long-term solution after all. The permanent one is better. It's just that the project is so vast and the construction window is too short. With the Exian tribe's own strength, I'm afraid it would take decades to complete. Does the Han envoy have any countermeasures? Elder Zhu asked. Elder Zhu is worried that the rising tide will affect the construction schedule. What's so difficult about that? We just need to build 2 sea dikes to block the seawater, Shoya said with complete confidence. Sea dikes? The Exian chieftain asked, not quite understanding. That's right. We just need to take advantage of the low tide when the bridge is exposed to build a sea dike, which is a high wall on each side of the dark bridge to block the seawater. That way, when the tide comes back in, the middle will become a waterless trench. Then we can work day and night to fill this trench with earth and stone, hauling it with carts and carrying it with oxen. In 1 or 2 years at most, we can fill it up and create a grand road to the heavens. Shoya gestured as he spoke, and a look of sudden realization dawned on the Exian chieftain and Elder Zhu. Their eyes lit up. Asterisk right, we can do it like that. Why didn't we think of that before? Asterisk, but upon further thought, they understood. It was because they didn't even have the technology to build those 2 sea dikes. With such a short time, what could they use to build a high wall that could withstand the mighty force of the sea? It was absurd. So Elder Zhu had to ask again, Han Envoy, how would these sea dikes be built? If we use rammed earth to build the walls, earth walls are most afraid of water, so that's definitely not possible. If we use giant stones, not to mention whether we have that many or can even move them, stones have gaps and can't block the seawater at all. If we use wooden walls, they wouldn't have the necessary support and would be washed away by the sea. Shoya raised his eyebrows and looked at the 2 of them, feeling that he had overestimated their intelligence. He explained patiently, these dikes are easy. Earth does fall apart when soaked, but we can lock the earth in place. Use gunny sacks, fill them with sand and earth, and then stack the sandbags to form 2 dikes. If you're worried the sandbags aren't strong enough, you can cover them with a large net. Repeat this a few times, and even the biggest waves won't be able to knock them over. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhu slapped his thigh. What a brilliant idea, Han Envoy! If we do this, the road can be completed in 2 years. The Exian chieftain, however, nodded and then shook his head. I'm afraid it's not that simple. For the 2 dikes the Han Envoy mentioned, how many gunny sacks would we need? Our Exian tribe simply doesn't have that many. And the tools for digging, the carts for transport, and so on. Shoya clapped his hands, thinking to himself, and we've come full circle. He continued. What the Exian tribe lacks, our Han tribe has. If the Exian chieftain agrees to the legation's permanent station on Bamboo Island and allocates a piece of land to us, we can conduct large-scale trade. However many gunny sacks the Exian tribe needs, we can find a way to ship them over. If you don't have enough carts, we can use local materials. The Exian tribe can fell the timber, and our Han tribe's craftsmen can make them on Bamboo Island. This would be convenient and save time and shipping costs. The same carts would then be much cheaper. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The Exian chieftain listened. So, after all that talk about building a road, you were setting a trap for me here. However, by the time he decided to build the road, he was no longer against the idea of a permanent legation. Without the Han tribe's technical support, the Exian tribe alone simply didn't have the ability to build the road. But if you want the Han tribe's technical support, can you not let them stay permanently? Can you refuse to trade with them? If you refuse to trade, you probably won't even be able to buy a single gunny sack, and the road won't get built. Han Envoy, there's no need to dwell on the matter of land. I agree. The legation can have as much land as it needs. Elder Zhu can accompany you to find a suitable location. Just let me know when you've chosen. However, since our Exian tribe has made such a huge concession, the Han tribe should also offer something in return, such as technology, farm tools, and the like. Shoya thought to himself, done, and nodded. That's only natural. When our chief sent me on this mission to the Exian tribe, I came bearing gifts. Ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones, including the manufacturing techniques for these 4 items. Also, books from our Han tribe, and the art of printing for the Exian tribe to learn. In terms of agriculture, our Han tribe has brought seeds for barley and wheat. These are excellent fine grains, far superior to corn in both taste and nutrition. Oh, and also millet, a fine seed we recently obtained. In the spirit of friendship between our tribes, our chief said he is willing to share it with our friends in the Exian tribe. In addition to these, there are many rich ways to prepare food. Although it's the same old grain, we've added many new ways to eat it, which can improve the palatability of the food and benefit more people. There are even more construction projects. Our chief said he wants to build processing plants, a bank, a school, and a seaport on Bamboo Island. All of these will be built here, and when we leave, they will naturally be left to the Exian tribe. Regarding the processing plants, our legation hopes to hire local people from Bamboo Island for construction. After they are built, we can also hire local workers. This will not only boost the local economy of Bamboo Island, but also teach the workers the techniques to the greatest extent possible, so they can also learn how to make those products. As for whether the Xian tribe will have these people produce things in the future, that will be entirely up to the great chieftain. This can also be considered a form of our technical support. Oh, I wonder what technologies you have, and what our Xian tribe can make for ourselves. The Xian chieftain was, of course, extremely fond of the Han tribe's good things. If his own tribe could also produce these fine items, that would be even better. There are quite a few. For example, ceramics and weaving. With these two, the livelihood of the Xian tribe can be improved several times over, so that everyone on Bamboo Island has clothes to wear and can afford to use porcelain bowls instead of still eating out of bamboo tubes. Shoya immediately introduced. The Xian chieftain was so excited, he almost stood up. He didn't care much about ceramics. The Xian tribe could already fire simple pottery. Although the entire island couldn't afford metal utensils, every household had pottery pots and bowls. If it was just an upgrade to porcelain, the practical significance wasn't great. But weaving interested him greatly. Although it wasn't as cold on Bamboo Island as it was in the Han tribe's lands during winter, people still had to wear clothes, if only for modesty. But the Xian tribe still only had animal skins. In the cold winter, it was fine to bundle up for warmth, but they couldn't all go naked in the summer. They had learned to make felt from the Grassland people, but no matter how thin you pressed it, felt was still a woolen garment. It wasn't as cool and refreshing as the Han tribe's linen cloth. Is the Han envoy talking about making linen cloth? Elder Zhu also asked excitedly. Precisely. Our chief heard that the Xian tribe still covers themselves with animal skins and felt deep sympathy. So he asked me to present the art of weaving to the Xian tribe, in the hope that our brethren in the Xian tribe can also wear linen clothes soon. To make linen cloth, you must first plant hemp. Our Han tribe will also select fine varieties to transplant to Bamboo Island, including the techniques for planting, harvesting, and processing hemp. All of this will be passed on to the Xian tribe at that time. Shoya said very generously. He had heard about these things from the chief long ago. The Han tribe's strategy was to drain the Xian tribe's national strength, encouraging them to plant low-yield wheat and large fields of hemp, thereby encroaching on Bamboo Island's grain fields and creating a food crisis for them. And the Han tribe's legation, here, could win the hearts of the people of Bamboo Island by spreading advanced technology. In short, they had to convey a concept to the people of Bamboo Island. The Han tribe is advanced, the Han tribe is prosperous, the Han tribe is here to help you, and everything the Han tribe does is for your own good. If your lives are not good, if you can't eat, if you are forced by the great chieftain to be laborers, to build that road that who knows when will be finished, then there must be something wrong with your great chieftain. So you must rise up and resist his tyranny, and then pledge allegiance to the Han tribe that is good to you. As for giving up some low-end technology for this, that was nothing at all. In any case, the Han tribe would not pass on the multi-spindle spinning Jin Yi and the flying shuttle loom to them. Teaching them to twist hemp thread by hand and weave cloth on an ordinary hand loom was enough. You can't be picky about free things, can you? As for ceramics, the profit from that wasn't very large. Porcelain was fragile, afraid of being dropped or bumped, and dead heavy. It was a lot of trouble to transport it all the way to the Xian tribe, and it wouldn't sell for much. It wasn't as profitable as selling iron pots. Now that the Han tribe had coal, there would be no shortage of iron in the future. So giving them the ceramic technology would not only win the hearts of the people, but also promote cooperation between the two sides, earning them a favor. Why not do it? There was also the banking business. By bringing the Han tribe's monetary system to Bamboo Island, if you wanted to buy our good things in the future, you would have to use the Han tribe's currency for transactions. No money? No problem. The Han tribe could buy up Bamboo Island's grain, causing a further food shortage. They could also buy up timber, make some small carts, farm tools, looms, and other things on the spot, and then sell them back at a high price, forcing the circulation of the Han tribe's currency. The Xian tribe could only watch helplessly. The Han tribe could use this to control the entire economic lifeline of Bamboo Island. Then, when the people of Bamboo Island were full of grievances and rose up in rebellion, and the Xian tribe's Great Road was also completed, it would be time for the Han tribe to send troops to eliminate the harm for the people, sweep away the great chieftain's brutal rule, and establish a new prefecture of the Han tribe. At that time, they would release the grain they had previously purchased and hoarded. How could they fail to win the hearts of the people? This series of interlocking schemes was nothing short of vicious. But the inexperienced Ecchi chieftain and his elders were currently blinded by the benefits the Han tribe had offered. So much advanced technology, and they were even helping them build a road. This was all for their own good. They were the kind of fools who would be swindled out of everything they had and still say thank you. As for their previous attitude of haggling over 1,000 carts, although on the surface it seemed like a loss for the Han tribe, was the Han tribe really losing carts? Not at all. What were carts to the Han tribe? They could make as many as they wanted. The Han tribe simply needed a lot of livestock to expand their farmland and feed more people. Han Feng was actually even happier about the Ecchi tribe's greedy attitude. The more they valued these things, the easier it would be for him to control them. In the future, if they were disobedient, he could just casually give them something, and they would be so happy they wouldn't know which way was north. And what the Han tribe considered good things were just disposable products to them. This was the suppression brought by technological level. In modern terms, it was called an import-export deviation. I have plenty of things to sell to you and make your money, but you have nothing to sell to me except for the most basic industrial raw materials. Back in the day, the rabbit suffered so much from the eagle because of this. Because its own country's manufacturing level was not good enough, it had to import everything from foreign countries. However, not only did they impose a technological blockade on you, but the finished products they sold you were also ridiculously expensive. Back then, if the rabbit had a company that could export and earn foreign exchange, they would have laughed in their dreams. They could finally earn other people's money. Now, Han Feng was using this same set of tactics in reverse on the Ecchi tribe, and it felt so satisfying. A comfortable Han Feng was lazily lying in the large tent of the military camp, holding a long letter from Shoya. It detailed the entire operation and the final negotiation results, and informed Han Feng to prepare to receive the livestock and white salt on this side, as well as the support needed for subsequent plans. Han Feng read with great interest, occasionally marking some key points with a pen. He would later organize them into a list and send it directly back to the tribe, so they could load the ships and transport everything to the new city on the grasslands. But after putting down the letter, Han Feng lifted the curtain and went outside. In the past 2 days, Yuji's intelligence had reported on Maodun's specific situation. The account with the Ecchi tribe was settled, but the debt Maodun owed the Han tribe had not yet been paid. He couldn't just do nothing, could he? Outside the Han tribe's military camp on the grasslands, thousands of soldiers, except for those on guard duty, were engaged in their daily drills. Some were running, others were practicing archery. The few cavalrymen, having reached the grasslands, were running wild, galloping with abandon. The cavalry units of the Tiger Stance Guard and the 1,000 Cattle Guard stood on opposite sides. Sometimes they would chase each other, shooting arrows. Other times they would conduct mock saber charges, putting on a spectacular show. Han Feng had already sent Yu Ji to receive the white salt and gather intelligence from various sources. But on this day, a person Han Feng hadn't seen in a long time appeared before him again. In the distance, north of the camp, the sound of galloping hooves grew from a murmur to a roar. Soon, 1,000 riders appeared on the horizon, heading this way. They were men and women, old and young, driving a large herd of cattle and sheep, and they arrived before the camp covered in dust. The man at the head, his hair tied up, immediately dismounted and respectfully knelt before Han Feng. Ling Feng pays his respects to the chief. Rise quickly. Ling Feng, it's been a long time. How have you been with the caravan? Han Feng, seeing it was Ling Feng who had pledged allegiance to the Han tribe before, immediately and warmly helped him up. Thank you for your concern, chief. I am quite familiar with the grasslands and have been doing well with the caravan. A few days ago, I met Commander Yu and heard news from home. My 2 children are now in school. My wife has my wages to spend, and we have land and livestock at home. Life is very good, Ling Feng said with a broad smile, seemingly having just received the news himself. That's good. It must be hard on all of you who wander so far from home, Han Feng said, patting his shoulder with emotion. It's not hard. To be able to contribute to the development of the Han tribe is something we are proud of. We may not have great abilities, but we know that as long as we follow the chief's arrangements and do what we should, our Han tribe will grow stronger and stronger, Ling Feng said, his voice full of admiration for Han Feng. Good. Truly a loyal and brave man of our Han tribe. So this time, reporting to the chief, a few days ago, the newly appointed Commander Yu arrived at the caravan. He ordered those of us who were originally from the grasslands to go out and find small tribes we were familiar with and persuade them to join the Han tribe's new city on the grasslands. Therefore, I went to find the 1,000-sheep tribe, whom I knew from before. Their chief has long admired our Han tribe. After hearing my invitation this time, he especially led his entire tribe to pledge allegiance. Ling Feng explained, gesturing to the crowd behind him. Oh, well done. So these are the people of the 1,000-sheep tribe. I've heard of them. Which one is their chief? Han Feng had already spotted the young man at the very front. He was Ili, the chief of the 1,000-sheep tribe. He only asked so that Ili would come forward and greet him. Ling Feng understood immediately and quickly beckoned for Ili to come over and pay his respects. Ili was clearly prepared, perhaps having been coached by Ling Feng beforehand. After dismounting, he quickly came to Han Feng's side, bowed respectfully, and said in broken Han language, Ili, greets, chief. I wish to bring my tribe to join Han tribe and follow chief's command. Good, good, please rise. Since you have come to join the Han tribe today, I will certainly not fail you. From now on, your tribe can live here in peace. I guarantee your people will not lack for food or clothing and will live a life 100 times better than before. Seeing the man's good attitude, Han Feng kindly helped him up. Ling Feng immediately translated Han Feng's words into the Grassland tongue for Ili. Ili had apparently only learned that one Han phrase. After hearing Ling Feng's translation, he began to speak rapidly in his own language and bowed to Han Feng again. Ling Feng translated directly. Chief, he says thank you for accepting him and his people. From now on, he will be loyal to you. However, his people are currently in great need of salt. He asks if the chief can provide them with some first. He is willing to trade livestock for it. Han Feng nodded. Of course, that's no problem. And since they have just arrived, I can give them some white salt for free as a gift for joining the Han tribe. Also, an iron pot for each household. This will be distributed after household registration, with proof of residency. Let them settle in here first. Ling Feng immediately translated Han Feng's words. Ili expressed his thanks again and praised Han Feng's generosity, which Han Feng accepted with a smile. After meeting Han Feng, Ili returned to his people and told them the good news, which immediately drew cheers from the tribe's people. Their first impression of the Han tribe was very positive overall. A short while later, Ling Feng led the 1,000-sheep tribe to set up a camp of tents not far from the military camp. They built simple corrals, and some of the young men rode out to scout the surrounding pastures and assign grazing areas for each family. The women, with their children, began to organize their newly moved belongings and make cheese and other foods from cows and goats' milk. Han Feng arranged for Ing Rue to register their households, distribute the white salt, iron pots, and spoons, and to count their cattle, sheep, and horses. Of course, it was just a count to give Han Feng an idea of their numbers. He couldn't possibly confiscate their property. That wasn't realistic. There was no arable land here yet, and these people depended on their livestock for survival. What would they eat without them? However, this led Han Feng to discover a very serious problem. People were coming to join them, but how to settle them was a major, difficult issue. History from his past life told him that since the spring and autumn and warring states periods, nomadic and agrarian peoples had always been at odds, attacking and conquering each other for thousands of years without ever finding a way to effectively coexist. Even in the modern era, apart from a few large, fixed cities, the herders of the grasslands still lived much as they had thousands of years ago, without a fixed abode, migrating with their cattle and sheep. Why else would they be called autonomous regions? They were truly difficult to govern. This involved the issue of survival modes. It wasn't that they hadn't conquered each other in history. During the Han Dynasty, when the nation was strong, they drove the nomadic Xiongnu to migrate west. But they only drove them away. They didn't immigrate to the grasslands to permanently occupy them, because grain couldn't be grown on the grasslands, and the people couldn't survive. And in the Yuan Dynasty, the nomadic people took over the Central Plains, converting good farmland back into pastures everywhere. The people of the Central Plains, who had relied on farming for generations, could only starve to death. This was the conflict arising from their different modes of survival. But one might say that with modern technology, grain could surely be grown on the grasslands. Han Feng absolutely believed this. But why were there still nomadic herders? Couldn't everyone just settle down and live a fixed life? It really wasn't possible. If you took good grasslands and converted them all into farmland, wouldn't your country still need to raise cattle and sheep? How many cattle and sheep hides, and how much beef and mutton did the country need each year? Could they all be raised in pens? That was simply impossible. Take the current Han tribe, for example. Putting aside whether the existing grains could be grown on the grasslands, didn't the Han tribe need pastures to raise cattle, horses, and sheep? Of course they did, and in large quantities. The Han tribe needed a large number of draft oxen to open up farmland, and they needed fine horses to form their own cavalry. Transportation was also essential. Could all these animals be raised in pens? It is said that you can't train 1,000-li horse in a courtyard, and Han Feng deeply agreed. Horses were born to run. Even if you pinned them up, they would survive, but a horse raised in a pen could never outrun a horse from the grasslands. This was beyond doubt. Therefore, Han Feng was also very troubled. The city had not yet been built, so it was no problem for them to continue herding. But once the city was built, they would certainly need a number of herders to graze their flocks outside the city for long periods. And they couldn't always stay in one place, or they would eat all the grass. So they would still have to migrate. How could this mobile population be effectively controlled and managed? To restrict the movement of herders and make them stop their nomadic lifestyle, you first have to solve the problem of feeding the livestock. This is where silage or haylage would be perfect, but what seems simple is as difficult as ascending to heaven for this era. Silage refers to green plants like rice or corn stalks or melon vines, which are fermented to slow down their decay process and extend their storage time, so that livestock can be fed even in seasons without fresh grass. The biggest technical hurdle here isn't shredding the stalks. A hay cutter can do that. It's just a matter of efficiency. Nor is it the lack of a suitable fermenting agent. Silage requires a large amount of lactic acid bacteria for fermentation, and while the Han tribe doesn't have this technology yet, the herders are born with it. They have long been making and eating cheese, and what is cheese but a product of lactic acid fermentation? The Han tribe now has the technology to brew wine and make yeast starters, so it shouldn't be too difficult to develop a grass starter from cheese. But the most important thing is the sealing during fermentation. In modern times, this is no problem at all. You can use large plastic sheets for pit storage or plastic film for individual bales. But where would the Han tribe get plastic to seal out the air now? Han Feng thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good idea. Oilcloth and oil paper? Those things can't completely seal out the air. They're barely adequate for waterproofing. Using tin barrels to store silage? That would meet the condition of completely sealing out the air and could be tried, but tin barrels are too difficult to make. Silage is a high-consumption product, and using them to store grass would be too costly. It's best to avoid it if possible. Leather bags were basically out of the question. There weren't nearly enough, and it would be too extravagant. After thinking for a long time, Han Feng finally remembered the Ukamiya forest northwest of Fuma Pass. He had thought about developing the Ukamiya forest before, but that was for making hard plastics or elastic rubber. Ukamiya gum is a special type of rubber with the dual properties of plastic and rubber. Below 60 degrees Celsius, it's a hard plastic, like a plastic basin. Above 60 degrees Celsius, it becomes an elastic rubber. In modern times, it's generally used to make airplane tires. But no one had ever used Ukamiya gum to make plastic sheets. Han Feng didn't know if the Han tribe could do it. It would require repeated experimentation and verification. But in any case, without plastic sheets, they couldn't make silage this year. So, the problem of getting the 1,000-sheep tribe through the winter still had to be addressed in advance. Han Feng first visited the herders' homes. One reason was to meet them and get to know each other. The other was that he wanted to learn more about the herders here. This would be of great help for both management and warfare. He followed beside Ing Rue, with several horse-drawn carts loaded with gifts behind him. At each family's tent, Han Feng would call the whole family out. First, he had Ing Rue register their household. Then he would give them an iron pot, a spoon, and a small knife the length of a palm for cutting meat. At first, Ing Rue had opposed this, but Han Feng thought it was unnecessary to be so guarded. A family with a fruit knife could rebel? If they really wanted to rebel, wouldn't the bows and arrows they carried be more useful? What does raising poles and banners mean? It means you can rebel with a wooden stick or a bamboo pole. It has little to do with whether you have iron tools. The important thing is the method of rule. When the Han tribe first came into contact with the 1,000-sheep tribe, their population was less than 2,000. But after a few years of development, they had become a large tribe of more than 2,000 people. But who would have thought that such a tribe was still using stone knives to cut meat? It was almost no different from tearing it with their bare hands. So, giving them sharp knives now would only win their gratitude. How could it lead to a rebellion? Moreover, even in the Han tribe's own territory, Han Feng had never issued any kind of weapons ban. Every household kept iron spears. Although they didn't have crossbows, longbows were not forbidden. Those things were easy to make. You could carve one in 2 hours. They were widely held among the common people. If you had money, you could even go to a blacksmith to order a custom-made sword, as long as it was for your own use and not smuggled outside. The reason for this was not only because Han Feng was confident that no one would rebel against him, but also for the safety of the people. The Han tribe was a new tribe, and every year a large number of wild people who lived by hunting joined. If you asked them to switch from hunting to farming and give up all their weapons, they couldn't get used to it all at once. Besides, the Han tribe had to clear large areas of farmland every year, and this farmland was obtained by squeezing the living space of wild animals. It was common to encounter fierce beasts while farming. Not to mention in the Han tribe's era, even when my rabbit founded the country, there were still frequent incidents of wild tigers entering villages and injuring people. So, in the Han tribe, don't be surprised if you see a group of farmers in the morning carrying hoes, with bows on their backs and swords at their waists, going to weed. Those are for self-defense. In places that have been developed for several years, it's better. But in the new prefectures and counties of the Han tribe, it's not uncommon for draft oxen to be attacked by wild beasts while clearing land. In places like that, when farming, you usually have to arrange for a few neighbors to patrol the area with weapons. Farming is like fighting a war. Sure enough, after each household received a small knife, they were all overjoyed. Many of the herder women and children even took out cheese or dried meat to give to Han Feng, but he only tasted a little. The herder's cheese and dried meat were as precious as a farmer's grain, perhaps even more so. If a farmer's life was hard, a herder's life could only be harder. A farmer at least had a fixed home, but a herder could only wander in search of water and grass. How could Han Feng eat and drink their things? However, Han Feng did not miss this opportunity to learn. He focused on investigating the population composition of each herder family. How many people were in a family, what their relationships were, how many cattle, horses, and sheep such a household needed to meet their daily food expenses, how many was considered wealthy, in which season they had more, and in which season less. For example, for 50 sheep, 10 cattle, and 20 horses, how large a pasture was needed for the livestock to eat each day, and to what extent would they eat before moving to another place, and so on. These things seemed trivial, but they were very useful for understanding and managing them, including when the herders went to war. They had no military supplies. Even when they went to war, they drove their cattle and sheep with them. Those cattle and sheep were their military rations. When they were really hungry, they would even eat their war horses. There were also the breeds of cattle, horses, and sheep. Although there were no artificially improved breeds at this time, the herders who had been raising livestock for a long time had also summarized their own experience. Ling Feng was very proficient in this, and gave Han Feng some very important advice. Chief, look at their flocks of sheep. Do you see any special characteristics? Characteristics? Han Feng looked at Ling Feng in confusion. Seeing him nod, he began to observe the flock carefully again. And this time, he really did see something. Well, this flock has both goats and sheep. The goats include black-headed ones and pure white ones. The black-headed goats are sturdier, and the white-haired goats have longer hair. They look different. So there should be 3 breeds in total, right? Han Feng asked tentatively after watching for a while. That's right. The chief is truly amazing, seeing that there are 3 breeds at a glance. But does the chief know the characteristics of these 3 types of sheep? Ling Feng continued to ask. Han Feng thought to himself, asterisk, how would I know? I'm not a shepherd. Asterisk, so he shook his head, signaling for him to just say it. Chief, this black-headed goat is sturdy. It eats as much as other sheep, but it has the greatest weight, so it's the main source of meat for the herders. And this type of goat is also good at producing milk, Ling Feng immediately introduced. Oh, you mean this black-headed goat is specially used to provide food for the herders? Han Feng said with sudden realization. That's right. This white-haired goat doesn't have any outstanding advantages, but its fur is the most beautiful, so herder families often raise a few, specifically for skinning to make clothes. The last type is the sheep. This type is very common and is also the most numerous. The wool of the sheep is also the main raw material for herders to make felt, so it also accounts for a large proportion. But these are not the most important. Based on my years of personal herding experience, these 3 breeds can be roughly divided into 2 categories. Ling Feng continued to introduce other breeds to Han Feng. Which 2 categories? Goats and sheep? Is the difference that big? Han Feng asked, puzzled. The difference is really big. I personally think that if the chief really wants the Han tribe to control the grasslands, then he must vigorously promote the raising of sheep among the herders. The fewer goats, the better, Ling Feng said with a very serious expression, looking at Han Feng. Why? When Han Feng saw how solemnly he spoke, he couldn't help but take it seriously. Could there be such a big difference between goats and sheep? Chief, goats are easy to raise. They are resistant to rough feeding, and they are not picky eaters. But the land grazed by goats becomes barren. When they eat grass, they often eat the roots as well. In winter, when pasture is scarce, these goats will even gnaw on tree bark. Often, after a pasture has been grazed by goats, not a blade of grass will grow. Although sheep are pickier about the grass they eat and don't like to gnaw on tree bark and shrubs, and their environmental adaptability is poor, sheep only eat the parts of the grass above the ground. The grass in a pasture grazed by them will grow back in a short time. So although sheep are picky eaters, they still account for a large proportion of the flock. I personally think that if the chief wants to occupy the grasslands for a long time and stably, then sustainable and stable development is the most important. So we must encourage the herders to raise more sheep and fewer goats, or even no goats at all. Chief, don't think it's an exaggeration. Based on my personal experience, I saw a piece of grassland in the west when I was a child. I haven't been there for a few years, but now it has been grazed into a desert by the flocks, Ling Feng explained again. Han Feng's mouth fell open in surprise. Damn, so goats are that powerful? They even eat roots and bark? That really is destructive to the environment. If they were allowed to continue grazing indiscriminately, would this vast grassland turn into a desert in the future? Thinking about it carefully, it was very possible. Why did the nomadic peoples of his past life live on the edge of the desert, with the grasslands and the desert just a step away? Was it because grazing led to the desertification of the grasslands? Or was it just nature's arrangement? But the three northeastern provinces were at a similar latitude to Inner Mongolia. Why was one side the primeval forest of the greater Shingang Mountains, and the other side grasslands and Gobi Desert with sparse surface vegetation? However, Han Feng was more willing to believe the view that grazing led to the desertification of the grasslands. If cutting down trees could cause soil erosion, couldn't eating grass cause the desertification of the grasslands? Thinking of it this way, they really had to vigorously promote sheep that didn't eat roots and bark. Just as Ling Feng said, stable and sustainable development was more conducive to the Han tribe's long-term control. And at this moment, Han Feng thought of even more. Right? I actually forgot about protecting the ecological environment. If Ling Feng hadn't reminded him, he almost wouldn't have remembered. Then he heard him say, Ling Feng, you're right. We not only need to encourage the raising of sheep, but we also need to actively improve the ecological environment. We should plant high-quality pasture grasses like alfalfa, sweet elephant grass, barley grass, and ryegrass on the existing pastures. Then we need to use the household registration system to confine them to certain pastures. Each household can divide their pasture into several small areas and practice rotational grazing, using limited pasture to raise more livestock, thereby increasing the herder's economic income and standard of living, and also improving the ecological environment of the grasslands. Seeing that Han Feng had accepted his suggestion, Ling Feng was also very happy. He quickly cupped his hands and said, the chief's thinking is too thorough. This will not only allow for sustainable development, but also make the herders more grateful to us. It's just that there is still a difficult problem. I wonder how the chief will solve it. What problem? Han Feng asked again. It's the problem of how the chief will promote sheep. Goats are the main source of milk and meat for the herders. If the chief says they can't raise them, they won't just stop. That's a bit unrealistic, Ling Feng said with a worried look on his face. Han Feng nodded. It's certainly unrealistic to just tell them not to raise them. But you can indirectly raise the price of sheep. The herders also need to interact with our city dwellers, and they need to sell their sheep to us in exchange for some daily necessities. And at this time, we not only need to raise the purchase price of sheep, but also refuse to buy goats, so that they know that there is no future in raising goats, and only by raising sheep can they trade with us for things. This way, without us having to publicize it, they will know what kind of sheep to raise themselves. As for your concern about the food shortage caused by the reduction in the proportion of goats, that's even less of a problem. If there are fewer goats, can't they raise more cattle and sheep? As long as the proportion of other breeds in the herd is increased, it will be fine. They can even practice semi-farming and semi-herding. Even if they can't grow much grain, it can serve as a food supplement in times of emergency. Asterisk. 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 A friend's book recommendation, Negative Hero. A story about a hero girl plagued by misfortune who meets a negative-minded pseudo-uncle. The content is lighthearted. If you're interested, you can check it out. This discussion with Ling Feng gave Han Feng a deeper understanding of the herders. To resolve the goat and sheep issues sooner, Han Feng bought some goats from the herders that very day for the soldiers to have a feast. However, to supplement their food, Han Feng used grain as a trade. In fact, herders didn't just eat cheese. They wanted to eat grain too, but they simply didn't have any. Otherwise, why would there have been so many instances in history of nomadic peoples raiding the Central Plains for grain? The grain sold to the herders wasn't much, but the variety was complete, mainly including wheat berries, flour, corn, millet, and yellow millet. This choice was also to prepare for planting these crops on the grasslands in the future. Otherwise, even if you brought them rice, they couldn't possibly grow paddy rice on the grasslands. If there was upland rice, they could give it a try. Among these grains, Han Feng was most optimistic about barley, wheat, and millet. Although their yields were not large, they were very suitable for the climate here. Millet evolved from foxtail grass, so its adaptability was strong. The Han tribe's wheat and barley also originally came from the grasslands, being varieties of local barley grass and ryegrass. In addition, pasture grass was also a target for planting by the Han tribe. From Han Feng's observations over the past few days, he found that there was no alfalfa, the all-purpose pasture grass, here on the grasslands. He had seen this plant by the swampy lake before, but the grasslands lacked this excellent pasture grass. It seemed necessary to plant some here. At the very least, using alfalfa as winter fodder for the livestock would be very suitable. After organizing all this information into documents and lists, Han Feng immediately contacted Hanyang City, asking them to prepare the various necessary items and ship them over. Although they couldn't plant grain this year, the pasture grass had to be planted first. In any case, it didn't require much management. You could just plant it and leave it. So, at the very least, they had to plant a patch first to provide winter pasture for this year. Over the next few days, as time went on, progress on all fronts advanced steadily. By the beginning of the third month, several more small tribes or grassland wild people chose to join the Han tribe. The population grew from the initial 2,000 plus of the 1,000 sheep tribe to over 5,000. These 5,000 plus herders were not a small force. If you were to rank individual tribal populations, a nomadic tribe of over 5,000 could even be in the top 10 on the entire grassland. It was clearly a significant presence. However, before joining the Han tribe, they were not a single group. Among them were the 2,000 plus from the 1,000 sheep tribe brought by Ling Feng, led by Ili. There was also a bull-bone tribe brought by Wu Yun, a grassland wild man later introduced to join the Han tribe by Ling Feng, with a population of only 800, but still a considerable force. In addition, there were some family-style small tribes, with a couple hundred at most and a few dozen at least, and of course, some lone wild people. Because of the difficulty in managing these scattered herders, Han Feng carried out the first reorganization plan for the herder households. The household registration system first established households based on married couples as the family unit, and then managed them through mixed grouping. Han Feng directly mixed these 5,000 plus people together, then divided them into groups of 5 households, with a squad leader. 10 households had a platoon leader, 5 platoons formed a company, 2 companies had 100 household leader, and then there were 500 household and 1,000 household leaders. It was somewhat similar to the military household system, but it was quite suitable for these mobile herders. This way, the Han tribe didn't need to interfere specifically in the herders' own affairs. They only needed to select a few of the original leaders to be 1,000 household officers. Any government orders could be communicated directly to these 1,000 household officers, who would then pass them down to the herders at various levels below them. Although this would greatly reduce the Han tribe's level of control, it was the best way for the Han tribe and these herders to coexist. In any case, if the Han tribe really wanted to control them, they wouldn't use those so-called 1,000 household or 100 household leaders, but rather the unique resources in the Han tribe's hands: coal, grain, steel, cloth, and most importantly, currency. As long as you bought things from the Han tribe for a day, you would never be able to leave the Han tribe. In stark contrast to the situation on the Han tribe's side was a piece of intelligence Han Feng had recently received. It said that Maodun had returned to his tribe, but he had not been seen, and his specific whereabouts were unknown. Along with this news came a message about the delegation. Shoya had already dispatched some men to escort the 2,000 head of livestock and the white salt to the mainland, and had successfully handed them over to Yuji's caravan. They were now being escorted by the caravan's troop of leather-armored heavy cavalry towards the military camp and were currently on their way. The appearance of these two pieces of news immediately caught Han Feng's attention. He sensitively sensed that the opportunity for war might be coming. These two pieces of intelligence seemed normal on their own, but when analyzed together, they were very telling. For example, why did Maodun suddenly disappear? Where did he go? And why did he have to play the disappearing act just when the Han tribe was transporting salt back? Who could say there was no connection? What if they were after this batch of salt? Or was it a feint? Send the army out to protect the salt convoy, and then Maodun would come to raid the home base? These were all very possible. Han Feng didn't know his real movements yet, and couldn't make effective arrangements. He could only notify all departments to enter a state of alert in advance, and then ask Yuji to report the recent news from Bamboo Island and the locations of Maodun's subordinates. Maodun alone was hard to find, but his subordinates, his soldiers, so many people should be easy to find. First, check if he had any signs of mobilizing a large army. If he had, how many people would there be? Through these numbers and the direction of their march, they could judge when they would appear and what bad things they wanted to do. A day later, Yuji sent back a message. Due to the small number of Jinwu Guard, or rather, the caravan's intelligence personnel, they were temporarily unable to fully monitor Maodun's forces. Therefore, they only knew that they had made some movements, but they didn't know where they went or how many there were. Fortunately, they found some mutilated human corpses. From the clothing and dress of these corpses, the Jinwu Guard scouts quickly determined that they were envoys from the Ecchi tribe. The time of death was not long, just in the last 2 days. To confirm the true identity of these people, they found members of the Han tribe delegation who had come to transport the livestock and white salt to identify the bodies. It was finally confirmed that the deceased were indeed the people sent by the Ecchi tribe to give Maodun an ultimatum. These were the envoys sent by the Ecchi tribe to Maodun's tribe, and now they were dead. This situation was very intriguing. The Han tribe had forced the Ecchi tribe to settle the payment with white salt, and had also demanded a 20% increase in livestock as compensation. Logically, they should hate the Han tribe. But the Han tribe was currently providing so much technical support and had construction plans to carry out. What could the Ecchi chieftain do? He couldn't do anything. But as the great chieftain of a large tribe, he was unwilling to swallow this insult. So, unable to do anything about the Han tribe, the Ecchi chieftain turned his attention to Maodun. If it weren't for this guy dragging his feet and not giving the Han tribe the livestock, how could his Ecchi tribe have suffered such losses? That's right, this was all Maodun's fault. The furious Ecchi chieftain mercilessly threw the blame on Maodun and sent a special envoy to give him an ultimatum, demanding that Maodun hand over the 10,000+ head of livestock. Asterisk, didn't you always tell the Han tribe that the livestock could only be given to the Ecchi tribe? Now I've come myself. What excuse do you have? Hand them over quickly. Asterisk. But how could Maodun agree to the Ecchi chieftain's request? He had used the large amount of sea salt provided by the Ecchi tribe to form his own alliance. He had also used the livestock exchanged for salt to expand his own tribe. 10,000+ head of livestock. How many more herders could that support? How many more cavalry could be formed? It was definitely not a small number. If Maodun had been willing to give it up easily, he wouldn't have been dragging his feet and not paying either side. Now the Ecchi chieftain was pressing him to repay the debt and had even given him an ultimatum, saying that if he didn't repay, they would cut off ties. If they really did that, then the one who would suffer the most should be the Ecchi tribe, because they would have lost 10,000+ head of livestock and a large amount of white salt for nothing. But Maodun was even more heartbroken. His cooperation with the Ecchi tribe was not just about exchanging white salt for livestock. It involved many terms, such as bronze stirrups, spearheads, arrowheads, bamboo arrow shafts, and so on. These were all negotiated by Niuwei and Maodun. The only requirement was that Maodun maintain the trade on the grasslands for the Ecchi tribe, and then give the exchanged livestock to the Ecchi tribe. But now that the Ecchi tribe had broken off relations with him, he could forget about ever obtaining these very useful strategic materials from the Ecchi tribe again. Although he really wanted to return the livestock to the Ecchi tribe to maintain their relationship, the development of the situation was clearly out of his control. If Maodun's strength was great, and he maintained a dominant position in the alliance, that would be fine. But once he handed over the livestock and lost his absolute advantage, the tribes that had become his enemies last year because of the white salt might come after him, especially Surutu or the Han tribe. Even his own alliance might dissolve prematurely due to the loss of the white salt supply. So, Maodun, who was not in control of his own destiny, could not let the others in the alliance know about this matter. He tortured the Ecchi tribe's special envoy, forcing out the details of the transaction between the Han tribe and the Ecchi tribe. He learned that the Ecchi tribe had already settled the payment with white salt, and that this batch of white salt had already been transported to the Grasslands. So he killed the Ecchi tribe's special envoy and then set his sights on this batch of white salt belonging to the Han tribe. The Han tribe had many good things that were very tempting, but the Han tribe's strength was also much greater than the Ecchi tribes or any other tribes. Especially the Han tribe's recent actions. They had already sent a large number of soldiers to the Grasslands, and their strategic objectives were not yet very clear. These soldiers had plans to build a city and stay permanently, but it was not impossible that they would take the initiative to attack. And their attack target. Before, Maodun was still wondering if the Han tribe's attack target was the Ecchi tribe or himself. Now it seemed that their trade conflict with the Ecchi tribe had been resolved through white salt. Surutu's side had always had a good relationship with the Han tribe, so the Han tribe would not attack Surutu. Using the process of elimination, throughout the entire Grassland plus Bamboo Island, the only one who had offended the Han tribe was himself. If Maodun still couldn't see this now, he wouldn't be Maodun. After learning that the Han tribe intended to deal with him, Maodun, after careful consideration, decided to strike first. The Han tribe was indeed powerful, but he could at least get the first move. However, his target was not the Han tribe's military camp. Those several thousand soldiers with their fine armor, sharp weapons, and strict discipline looked like they would be hard to provoke. It would take a great price to defeat them, and crucially, he had no confidence that he could win, and the benefits would not be great. So in the end, Maodun locked his target on the batch of white salt and livestock that the Ecchi tribe had just compensated the Han tribe with. Controlling these materials was only a Han tribe caravan, and the caravan's 70-plus leather-armored heavy cavalry. They only had sabers and lances and didn't know how to play with mounted archery. In this aspect, he had an advantage in both troops and tactics. First, defeat the caravan, seize these materials and the caravan cavalry's equipment, and then turn around to deal with those several thousand elite soldiers. The Han tribe didn't have many cavalry, while he was all cavalry. At that time, if he fought a guerrilla war with the Han tribe, he might not necessarily lose. Maodun's idea was a good one, and in fact, it was much as he had imagined. The Han tribe's several thousand elite armored soldiers were fine for defending a city on the Grasslands. But if you wanted to take the initiative to attack, how could you fight if you couldn't even catch up to the enemy? If they were to take the initiative to attack and were then led around in circles by Maodun's cavalry, when the Han tribe's infantry was exhausted, it was really uncertain who would win or lose. Therefore, the tactical objective of taking the initiative to attack was not feasible. However, this was also a relative issue. The Han tribe's heavy armored infantry couldn't fight a decisive battle against Maodun's main cavalry force, but that didn't mean Han Feng had no way to deal with him. I can't catch your cavalry, but I can play base swap. Are you scared? Maodun's cavalry was elusive and indeed not easy to catch. And even if he knew where they were, he couldn't catch up to them. But their spring and summer pastures were fixed, which gave Han Feng the possibility of raiding their main camp. The Jinwu Guard, under Yu Ji's organization, had already begun to play its role. They had mastered the locations of several of Maodun's key pastures. After all, Yu Ji had previously done business on the Grasslands with Yu Fu. At that time, Maodun had not yet fallen out with the Han tribe, and the two sides had had a lot of contact. The locations were always about the same. The Han tribe's caravan had also stayed at their camp before, so finding their location was not difficult. Moreover, the migration trend of the grassland herders was generally to be by the lake in spring and summer, and to go directly west into the western mountains in winter. The lush vegetation in those valleys was their guarantee for surviving the cold winter. Maodun's tribe was no exception. They also camped by the Great Lake. With this prerequisite, it would be much simpler for the Han tribe to directly use sailboats to transport soldiers and raid Maodun's camp by the lake. Now, the only problem that needed to be solved was that Han Feng didn't want to trade bases with him. Raiding Maodun's home base was no problem, but Maodun wasn't idle either. He was also eyeing the Han tribe's batch of livestock and white salt. This huge amount of supplies was currently guarded by a caravan of less than 200 people. If they encountered Maodun's main alliance force, they would obviously not be able to hold out. If Han Feng only cared about raiding his home base and ignored the caravan, the Han tribe would obviously suffer a greater loss. So, the caravan also had to be well guarded. Not just the caravan, but the military camp here as well could also become Maodun's attack target. Imagine if Maodun failed to plunder the caravan and then discovered that his own home base had been raided, what would he most likely do? Obviously, the military camp, with all its troops out and its defenses empty, would become the best target. But since Han Feng had thought of it in advance, he wouldn't leave him an opportunity. No, he should prepare something for Maodun in advance. Otherwise, the Han tribe would be too passive. After the tactics were decided, Han Feng immediately began to prepare. The troops were ready, but they were short on some weapons and armor. However, there was no choice but to make do for now. The entire Han tribe's Grassland base was mobilized by Han Feng. The two garrisons had a total of more than 4,000 soldiers. Han Feng couldn't possibly take them all out at once. It was just a raid on a home base. Too many people would be useless. Therefore, he only sent one Tiger Stance guard to carry out this task, with Xue Tu as the overall commander for this operation. This spring, both units had experience in raiding barbarian tribe camps, and it was also an amphibious landing. So Han Feng only explained the strategic objectives and left the specific implementation plan to Xue Tu to formulate. In short, the goal this time was to cause as much damage to the other side as possible. What property did the herders have? Basically, it was livestock and then yurts. So Han Feng's request was to burn all the yurts he saw, capture all living people as slaves for the Han tribe, kill all who dared to resist, regardless of age or gender, take away the livestock that could be taken, and kill the ones that couldn't be taken on the spot. After killing them, they had to be thrown into the lake. Even if the Han tribe couldn't get them, they couldn't leave a single sheep's wool for them. For those who dared to be enemies of the Han tribe, there was nothing more to say. If I don't beat you until you call me daddy, then I'm not capable. When you plan to rob the Han tribe, you have to be prepared to be robbed in return. On the other side, Han Feng gathered all the herders who had recently pledged allegiance and had them organize all males over the age of 15 into a mobile support cavalry to protect the caravan's journey. The herders were still resistant to going to war so soon after joining the Han tribe, and their enthusiasm was not high. Moreover, they were somewhat afraid of Maodun. These people were originally small tribes that were not welcomed by any of the major powers. They all knew of Maodun's strength and that he had a cavalry of several hundred leather-armored soldiers, so they were all a little scared of him. Another thing was that the difference in troop strength was a bit too great. With less than 6,000 herders, organizing all males over the age of 15 only yielded just over 1,200 men. These grassland men could all ride horses and draw bows, so they didn't need training. After all, this was their specialty. But compared to Maodun's main force, which was equipped with a small amount of bronze weapons and bronze stirrups, with only self-made bows and a small number of wolf-fang and dog-fang arrows, the equipment advantage was huge. The Han tribe side was already short on numbers, their equipment was poor, and their morale was not high. What kind of fight was this? Helpless, Han Feng could only personally do the ideological work for the herders. He first found Ling Feng and Wu Yun, and then gathered the original small chiefs of those herders before speaking to them. I know that you have all just settled down and are also somewhat afraid of Maodun, but we must fight this battle. Why? Because Maodun wants to rob our batch of white salt. As soon as these words were spoken, and after Ling Feng and Wu Yun's translation, the small chiefs all looked over. Although they didn't care much about other things, white salt was very attractive to them. The grasslands did not produce salt. In the past, they all relied on the Ecchi tribe for supply. Later, there was the Han tribe. But now, the Ecchi tribe had gradually withdrawn from the grasslands, so the only one who could provide white salt was the Han tribe. Everyone could understand this reasoning. This was also why everyone chose to join the Han tribe. Although most of them wanted the protection of the Han tribe, not lacking salt by following the Han tribe was also one of the purposes. Now that the chief actually said that Maodun wanted to rob the Han tribe's salt, they began to panic a little. Han Feng continued, "You guessed right. That is all the salt for the second half of this year and all of next year. If he robs it, then the entire grassland will have a salt shortage. But now, the warriors protecting that white salt are less than 200 people. What do you say we do?" This was equivalent to Han Feng directly kicking the ball to them, letting them choose for themselves whether to send troops or not. If they didn't send troops, there would be no salt to eat. If they did, there would definitely be losses. For a time, these small chiefs all frowned, obviously not expecting the situation to be so complicated. At this time, Ili suddenly asked, "Chief, there are so many warriors in the military camp, and their weapons are so good. Why don't you let them go, but let us go?" Han Feng was prepared for this question. He was also straightforward and confessed directly. "These soldiers I brought from the tribe are all infantry. They can't ride horses, and the Han tribe doesn't have that many horses for them to ride. Another point I want to make is that they are not going to war, but have other tasks. I will draw half of them to go by boat to attack Maodun's pasture, and the other half will stay to defend the military camp to prevent Maodun from coming to raid. So now, the only ones who can support the caravan at the fastest speed are you." Ili frowned again and said nothing. He wanted to say why the chief didn't let them stay behind and let the soldiers brought by the Han tribe protect the caravan. But when he thought that those infantry couldn't ride horses, he couldn't say anything more. Seeing that no one was responding, Han Feng could only use real benefits to persuade them. So he said to these people, "As far as I know, Maodun's army is not ridiculously strong. They have at most 300 or 400 main forces wearing leather armor, and they also have stirrups and use bronze arrows. Your worries are nothing more than these." Han Feng glanced at them and continued, "But if you are willing to go to war, I can give each of you a suit of iron armor and iron arrows. As for bows and sabers and spears, I can't produce them for now. I can only transport them from the tribe, but it's too late now." Seeing that everyone was stunned, Han Feng beckoned and called over Shuetu, who was not far away, and then had him stand next to him. "See? You recognize iron armor, right? It's the same material as your iron pots, much stronger than leather armor. No matter what weapons Maodun and his men use, wearing this, you can be invulnerable to swords and spears." As Han Feng spoke, he directly drew the long sword from his waist and hacked at Shuetu's stomach twice. A sound of metal clashing rang out, but the sharp steel sword could not cause any damage to the iron armor, which made the chief stare in disbelief. Of course, Han Feng was deceiving them. At such a close distance, if he had stabbed with the steel sword, he could still have pierced the iron armor. It was just that he cunningly used a hacking attack. It would be a ghost if that could break the defense. But even so, the Han tribe's iron armor was more than enough to defend against Maodun's small number of bronze arrowheads. "This, for us, everyone has one." Ili pointed at his nose and asked in disbelief. And Shuetu, who had been hacked at, was also dumbfounded. He asked Han Feng in a low voice, "Chief, are you really going to equip them with iron armor?" Han Feng said without hesitation, "They are also people of the Han tribe." After saying this, he nodded to Ili again. "Everyone has one. You can use them for now. Return them after this battle. But in a few days, I can customize a new batch of cavalry-specific armor for you. For now, I can only strip some from them and lend them to you to wear. You don't have to worry now, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, Ili and Shuetu were once again dumbfounded. "Chief, we also have to go to war immediately. If you strip our armor and give it to them, what will we wear?" Shuetu immediately objected. Ili looked at Shuetu's question and also stared at Han Feng. He wanted to see if the chief was tricking them into sending them to their deaths. "What are you in a hurry for? Who said I wanted your armor? I was talking about the armor of the crossbowmen of the 1,000 Cattle Guard. They are not going out to fight, just defending in the military camp with the help of fortifications. Even if they really fight a defensive battle, they are also shooting arrows from a distance. The role of armor is not great. What's wrong with taking it and giving it to the cavalry to use first? The number is also about the same. If it's not enough, we can add some leather armor from the logistics soldiers. It's more than enough to make up more than 1,000 sets." Han Feng explained to him and Ili while scolding Shuetu. Shuetu suddenly realized and immediately had no objection. As long as it wasn't stripping his soldiers, it was fine. As for the 1,000 Cattle Guard, as the chief said, they weren't going out either. On the other side, Ili's eyes also lit up. The Han tribe regarded these armors and weapons as treasures. If he wanted them normally, he would definitely not have a chance. But this time was a good opportunity. And with these invulnerable armors, even if they went to war, they could reduce some losses. This way, the herders of his tribe should be able to accept it. "Chief, we are willing to go to war. It's just our weapons. Do you think you can also change some long sabers and long spears for us?" Ili asked again. Han Feng thought to himself, "We haven't even fought yet, and you're already thinking about getting benefits. Sabers? It's not impossible, but there are none now. Those things are very troublesome to make and can't be made in a short time. Besides, you haven't used them before. Even if I give them to you now, they're useless. As for changing weapons, there's nothing good I can give you for now. There's only a batch of iron-tipped feathered arrows. It just so happens that you also have bows. Let's use them for now. If you want sabers, we'll talk about it when you come back. Ili thought for a moment. Having arrows was not bad, so he nodded in agreement. After agreeing to go to war, the small chiefs went back to organize the herders. They gathered 1,200 herders in a scattered manner. These young men all carried bows and led their own horses. Each person had at least 2, and some had as many as 4. On the horses' backs hung quivers made of animal skin, filled with many of their self-made wolf-fong arrows. Han Feng also called out the crossbowmen of the 1,000 cattle guard. Because they had to draw bows and shoot arrows, their armor was not as perverted as that of other infantry. But although it was only a single-layer lamellar armor, it was made of steel plates. The silver-shining armor still dazzled the herders' eyes. Change equipment, Han Feng immediately ordered. Due to the rush and lack of preparation, the crossbowmen had to give their spare uniforms to the herders. This made Ili a little confused. Didn't they say they were going to change into armor? Chief, this is... Iron armor can't be worn against the skin. You need to pad it with a layer of clothing. There's no time to prepare for now, so let's wear this first. I see that many of you are bare-chested. How can you wear armor like that? Han Feng had to explain. Oh. Ili suddenly realized and began to have his herders change clothes on the spot. Fortunately, the people of this era were basically the same size. They couldn't eat enough, so few of them were fat. In addition, the current fabrics had no elasticity, so they were made looser. This way, the process of changing clothes was very smooth. The herders, wearing the Han tribe's standard military uniforms for the first time, felt a bit unaccustomed, but at least they looked the part. They appeared much neater. Since the herders didn't have proper footwear, Han Feng had a large amount of linen cloth intended for foreign trade brought over, torn into small pieces, and given to them as foot wraps. Foot wraps were very suitable for wearing boots. Even during World War II, Soviet soldiers commonly used them. And it wasn't a strip of cloth as many people imagined. That was for foot binding. The proper foot wrap used as a sock was actually a square piece of cloth. One corner faced forward, the foot was placed in the center, and then the 4 corners were wrapped around the foot in the order of front, left, right, and back. No tying was needed. You just slipped your foot into the boot. The boots were also spares from the archers. They picked sizes that fit, and it worked out well enough. The final step of donning the armor was done with the help of the archers. Fortunately, the Han tribe's armor was adjustable, so it wasn't picky about size. Taller individuals just had a smaller percentage of their body covered, meaning more of them was exposed. Then came the iron helmets, which were also adjustable, though they didn't have face masks. The newly outfitted young herders finally found some confidence. Wearing this impenetrable iron armor gave them a sense of security. If they could still be shot to death, they could only blame their own bad luck. Han Feng looked at these uniformly dressed but disorderly temporary cavalrymen and had no complaints. No matter how unskilled they were, there were still over 1,000 of them, and they were wearing iron armor. Next was forming up. The organization was already in place, directly following the previous household registration system. Squads, platoons, companies, battalions, and regiments. They formed up by unit, each following their own leader. Then there were the iron arrows Han Feng had promised them. The 2 garrisons of the Han tribe used crossbow bolts, which were quite different from arrows and not interchangeable. Generally speaking, crossbow bolts had smaller, pointier heads without much of a blade, like a pyramid. The shafts were shorter because they were fired from the crossbow stock, and they only had 2 fletchings to lie flat in the groove. Arrows, on the other hand, had fewer restrictions. They were longer, and the arrowheads came in all shapes and sizes, but most were wider than the shaft for greater killing power and often had barbs. Another feature of the Han tribe's arrows was that they had 3 fletchings for better flight stability. Normally, the army wasn't equipped with these kinds of arrows. But considering this was the new city on the Grasslands, and the powers on the Grasslands were complex, it was the front line where war was most likely to break out. Therefore, for the sake of city defense, it was never wrong to have more arrows. So a batch had been sent over with a recent shipment. There weren't many, but it was more than enough to equip these 1,000-plus cavalrymen. The 1,200 men each received 50 iron-tipped arrows. However, considering that the arrows might not be recoverable and could even be picked up by the enemy and used against them, causing unnecessary casualties. Han Feng had this batch of arrowheads made to be disposable. The so-called disposable iron arrowheads were cast directly from iron smelted with coal. If coal was used directly for smelting without being desulfurized to make coke, the temperature would be lower, and the resulting iron would have a high sulfur content, making it very brittle. Arrowheads cast directly like this, without being forged, would shatter on impact with stone. The same would happen if they hit a person's bone. The shattered arrowhead would remain in the wound. If the target was lucky and it only pierced flesh, it was possible to preserve a complete arrowhead. But even if such cast iron arrowheads were shot back by the enemy, they would shatter on impact with the Han army's steel plate armor. It was absolutely impossible to use the Han tribe's arrows to counterattack the Han tribe. This tactic was basically the same as the rabbit's weapon design philosophy. The eagle's mortars had a caliber of 81 millimeters, so the rabbit had to make theirs 82 millimeters. It might only be a 1 millimeter difference, but in a real battle, it made a huge difference. If your side captures our army's shells, but they are larger than your caliber, you can't fit them into the barrel and can only abandon or detonate them. But if our side captures your shells, because our barrel caliber is 1 millimeter larger than your shells, they can just fit in and be used, albeit with difficulty. This is a battlefield advantage. I can use your weapons if I capture them, but you can't use mine. Annoying, isn't it? It was precisely because Han Feng had fully considered this point that he had painstakingly created these disposable arrowheads. Even the iron pots sold to the Grassland people were made of this high-sulfur iron, which would shatter with a single blow. The desulfurized wrought iron pots used by the Han tribe, on the other hand, could only be hammered flat and deformed, but would never shatter. Did you think the Han tribe was so kind as to export ironware? Was it that easy? But obviously, these newly subdued herders didn't know this. They took the finely crafted iron-tipped arrows in their hands and couldn't put them down, reluctant to shoot them. Arrows shot in battle were hard to recover. Each one used was one less. It was too much of a waste. All right, the weapons and armor have been given. The rations are flatbreads made from flour, which will last for a few days. As for horse feed, I believe you know more about that than I do, so I won't provide it. This food is enough to last until you meet the caravan. For the rest of the time, your food will be supplied by the caravan. Let me repeat your mission this time. Your objective is to rendezvous with the caravan, protect the livestock and white salt with them, and then return here as quickly as possible. If you encounter enemies on the road, avoid them if you can. If you can break through, don't get bogged down in a fight. If your casualties are too high, you can abandon the goods and protect the caravan members first, then retreat. We'll figure out how to get the goods back later. Yes, we will definitely bring back both the caravan and the goods, Ili said. Although he said that, he was still grateful for Han Feng's words. They had made things much easier for them. At least the last sentence, that if casualties were too high, the chief didn't want them to fight to the death but to abandon the goods and protect the personnel, seemed very humane. It showed that the chief at least didn't see them as cannon fodder. In the chief's heart, they were more important than those goods. The two garrisons of the Han tribe also had cavalry units. Although not many, they added up to more than 300 men and 1,000 horses, fully equipped with weapons and armor. The Tiger Stance Guard was going by water to launch a surprise attack, so they couldn't be used. The 1,000 Cattle Guard was staying at home for a defensive battle, so they didn't need cavalry either. Han Feng simply combined the two garrisons' direct cavalry units, had them act together with the herders this time, and then found the caravans with Yun to be their guide. For the time being, there were no other problems. After the cavalry set off, Han Feng also had Ling Feng tell the remaining women and children of the herders to restrict their herds from grazing too far for the next few days. If they encountered enemies, they should immediately run into the military camp so that the soldiers could protect them. The herder women readily agreed, but whether they would actually come when the time came was unknown. After sending off the cavalry reinforcements, it was much simpler for the Tiger Stance Guard to set out. Everything was ready. There was no need to prepare. Shuetu even said with great enthusiasm, "As long as the ships are in place, all enemies will be defeated. Chief, don't worry. We've done this kind of amphibious landing before. There's nothing to worry about." But Han Feng still shook his head and couldn't help but exhort, "You must not underestimate the enemy. Your operation this time is very different from the last one. It won't be as easy as last time. First, last time you landed 2 days in advance, not under enemy fire. Second, this time the enemy has horses and a formal army, whereas last time they did not. So, you must not underestimate the enemy. You must be prepared to deal with any possible accidents in advance. But you don't have to worry too much. Haven't you practiced beach landing training before? When the time comes, just fight according to the situation and use that method. Pay attention to using the shield soldiers well. The enemy has a lot of long-range weapons. You must let the shield soldiers play to their high defensive advantage. Yes, please rest assured, Chief. I know what to do. After hearing Han Feng's comparisons and exhortations, Shuetu finally knew to take the enemy seriously. He was no longer as casual as before and began to get serious. The Tiger Stance Guard's fleet also set off on the same day as the cavalry. Han Feng personally saw off these soldiers he had trained himself, hoping they would have a good harvest, both for themselves and for the Han tribe. But Han Feng was not too worried. Although the Jinwu Guard still couldn't confirm where Maodun's main army was, it was confirmed that his army had left the camp long ago. So Maodun's pasture was now an empty camp with only the old, weak, women, children, and livestock. For Shuetu's 2,000-strong army to attack such a target, even if they couldn't win, they could retreat with ease. 32 masted sailboats, fully loaded with soldiers and provisions, set sail. Following behind were 3 three-masted sand-carrying ships with sunken holds that had just been unloaded. They were used to transport construction materials to the grasslands, but after unloading, they were directly commandeered by Han Feng to participate in this mission with the Jinwu Guard. However, Han Feng didn't intend for them to go ashore and fight. These large ships were specially used to transport prisoners and livestock. The continuous line of sails gradually disappeared from sight. The fleet's route was not to sail along the coast, as that would be too easy to expose their target. If Maodun's herders discovered the Han tribe's fleet transporting so many soldiers to their side, this surprise attack would be impossible. So the fleet first moved away from the lakeshore, circling far around to avoid being discovered by people on the shore. The 2 units assigned to the attack mission had already set off, leaving only the 1,000 cattle guard to stay behind in the military camp. Han Feng was not idle either. He first ordered all the crossbowmen of the 1,000 cattle guard to return to the camp and stay there, not to come out from now on. They were a group of soft-skinned soldiers without armor. If they were ambushed and suffered casualties, it would be a pity. Han Feng couldn't bear it. From now on, the defense of the military camp would be taken over by the halberdiers. Multiple sentry posts were arranged, with guards on duty in shifts, and the alert level was raised. The shield soldiers were lucky not to be assigned to guard duty. They were too heavily burdened, and in a real fight, they were needed to tank in the front. So the shield soldiers had to maintain sufficient stamina. However, Han Feng still issued a camp-wide Level 1 combat readiness order. The so-called Level 1 combat readiness meant being ready to fight at any time. Soldiers were not allowed to take off their armor. Weapons had to be at hand. They could not act alone, and they had to maintain the most basic organization. This was conducive to gathering at any time and could truly be called sleeping on their spears and waiting for dawn. Although it was a bit exaggerated, because it was impossible to determine whether Maodun would come to attack the military camp, being prepared was always better than cramming at the last minute. If he didn't come, it would just be a military exercise. In any case, the Han tribe had nothing to lose. However, at this time, Maodun still didn't know that Han Feng had already made a plan against him and had sent 2 large armies to beat him. Maodun had a lot of people. His own cavalry numbered over 10,000, which was equivalent to over 10,000 families, meaning each family contributed 1 man. By this calculation, the population he controlled was around 50,000. But he was only attacking a Han tribe caravan of less than 200 people, so he certainly couldn't bring everyone out. That would be too much of a waste of manpower. And he didn't bring a single ally with him. In fact, he even kept this matter a secret from his subordinates. First, he didn't want his subordinates to know that he was at war with the Han tribe, because most of the tribes on the grasslands acknowledged the Han tribe's strength. You, Maodun, have the guts to court death, but don't drag us down with you. Maodun was afraid that if they knew, they would run away in fear and break up the alliance, so he didn't dare to tell them at all. Second, he was here to seize supplies this time, all white salt and livestock. Such important strategic materials were of course safest in his own hands. If he brought his subordinates along to fight, how would the spoils of war be divided? If you didn't give them anything, who would still acknowledge you as the leader? But without this white salt, he couldn't control the subordinates in the alliance, so it was better not to bring them. Along the way, Maodun sent out many scouts to scout in all directions, and he deliberately took deserted paths, partly to find the Han tribe's caravan, and partly to avoid being discovered by other tribes. Although he didn't know the specific route of the Han tribe's caravan, there was only one direction from the dark bridge on Bamboo Island, so he didn't have to worry about not finding it. And his target, at this time, was not hiding at all. Yuji knew that the chief had sent more than 1,000 iron-armored cavalry to meet him, and his heart was filled with excitement. So he was not afraid at all. He led the caravan openly, following the usual route towards the military camp. The entire caravan was mounted on horses. The 70-plus heavy armored cavalry now had only 50-plus men. The missing ones were sent by him to win over small tribes, such as Wu Yun and Ling Feng. In the middle of these more than 100 cavalry, there was a team of two-wheeled horse-drawn flatbed carts, loaded with sacks of gunny bags, firmly tied with ropes. Each cart had a driver, but next to the carts were also several unridden horses, prepared for the drivers. If it came to abandoning the carts and fleeing, the drivers could also instantly mount their horses and leave. Just then, two herders with bows on their backs suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. When they saw this convoy from afar, they immediately shouted with excitement. One of them immediately raised the ox horn hanging on his chest and blew it with a woo-woo sound. Two of Maodun's scouts were patrolling the trade route frequently used by the Han tribe. At first, they thought it was unlikely they would run into them. After all, the Han tribe wasn't stupid. They might have already heard about the planned robbery and would probably take a detour. But now, Yuji had appeared here as if he knew nothing. This situation made the two scouts extremely excited. They had been patrolling this area for several days and had finally caught sight of the Han tribe's caravan. Seeing the long line of carts following behind their 100-plus men, the two confirmed their target. They immediately blew their horns to signal the great chief, who was not far away, that their target had arrived. At that moment, Maodun, who was eating mutton in a nearby tent, was suddenly startled. He faintly heard the sound of a horn. He listened intently, but before he could make it out, someone had already burst into the tent. "Chief, the scouts on the perimeter have blown their horns. They must have spotted the caravan. Shall we go after them now?" asked a sturdy man with two braids, bare-chested, and wearing only a pair of felt shorts. "They're here? Ha ha ha, let's go. Sound the horns, gather everyone. They're finally here. Tell the warriors that if we take this batch of white salt, everyone will be rewarded. We'll split the livestock we get equally." Maodun slammed down the silver bowl of mare's milk in his hand, wiped his mouth messily, and gave orders as he strode out. "Yes." The man who had come to report quickly left. At the same time, the herders who were scattered around grazing also heard the horn from here and began to urge their horses to gallop in this direction. In a short while, they had gathered into a force of several thousand. These temporarily assembled cavalrymen were all young and strong, most with 3 horses each. Although there were less than 4,000 of them, the number of horses was over 10,000. The sound of 10,000 horses galloping on the grassland was like a muffled thunderclap, a deep, oppressive rumble. The thundering sound of hooves came from behind, making the members of the caravan's hearts tighten. Although they were fully prepared this time and knew they might be attacked, now that it was actually happening, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "Heavy cavalry, provide cover. Carts, speed up. Don't let the enemy surround us." Yuji knew the enemy had arrived the moment he heard the horn. But he was very calm, commanding his men with composure according to his plan. Before Maodun's army could gather, he had already raced ahead. "Crack, giddy up." The long whip cracked loudly. With a shout from the driver, the 4 horses pulling the cart began to gallop. But the weight on the flatbed still limited their speed, allowing the enemy behind to close in. "Quick, outflank them from both sides. Don't let them get away." Maodun had just assembled his several thousand men when someone reported that the caravan had already passed their camp. This infuriated him, and he immediately led his army in hot pursuit. Swish, swish, swish. The pursuing cavalry behind them finally caught up to within bowshot and launched their first attack. Countless bamboo arrows tipped with bronze heads flew towards them. But shooting from behind at a target that was constantly moving forward, very few hit their mark. Only a few arrows managed to stick into the gunny sacks at the back of the flatbeds. However, this dangerous situation still frightened many of the drivers. One of them immediately shouted, "Captain Yu, our carts are too heavy. The enemy is catching up. What do we do?" Yuji was riding a light horse at the front and was the fastest. Hearing someone shout from behind, he slowed his horse slightly and looked back. He saw that the Grassland cavalry was already only a few dozen paces behind the carts. Some were shooting arrows, while others were throwing stones with their arms, making the gunny sacks on the carts thud. He quickly shouted to the drivers behind him. All carts, proceed as planned. Jettison the sacks to reduce weight. The drivers had been waiting for Yuji's order. The enemy was getting closer and closer. If they didn't lighten the carts, they would really be caught. But Yuji wasn't reluctant to part with the salt bags. He was doing it on purpose. He was waiting for this very moment. The plan would only work if the enemy was close enough. Sure enough, after he gave the order to jettison the sacks, the drivers sprang into action. On one of the carts, the driver crouched in his seat, holding the reins with one hand to control the direction, then turned around and pushed one of the high-piled sacks off the back. Thump! The heavy sack fell onto the grassland, making the pursuing Maodun cavalry pause for a moment. They couldn't figure out what this meant. Was the Han tribe giving up the white salt? Or did they think that by dropping a few bags of white salt, they would cause them to fight over it and stop the pursuit? How was that possible? The Han tribe underestimated them too much. Couldn't they just pick it up after the battle was over? But suddenly, something unexpected happened. The sack that had just fallen was still connected, as if by a thread. A rope was tied around the middle of the sack, and the other end was still attached to the cart. The cavalry behind immediately followed the rope with their eyes, and what they saw almost scared them out of their wits. The sack landed and was dragged along the ground by the rope. But the cart in front suddenly turned and veered to the left. After running for a few dozen meters, another sack suddenly fell from the cart. It was only then that they realized that the rope tied to the first sack was connected to this one. The two sacks lay on their pursuit path, with a taut rope stretched between them, like a tripwire for horses, blocking their way. The men in the front row's eyes widened. They didn't even have time to curse before they instantly urged their mounts to jump over the rope. But there were also unlucky ones who fell. They weren't tripped by the rope, but were thrown off when their horses leaped over it. Although Maodun had obtained many bronze stirrups from the Ecchi tribe, they were still a minority. Only a few hundred men were equipped with them. Most of them still had no saddles or stirrups. The men who had been charging at the front were still drawing their bows and shooting arrows, with both hands off the reins, relying only on their legs to grip the horse's belly. This sudden jump threw many of them off. The men in the first row, having seen the rope, were mostly able to jump over it. But the men behind them were not so lucky. They didn't see the tripwire set up by the sacks on the ground, and in an instant, a dozen or so riders were tripped, sending both men and horses flying. This caused a commotion in the dense cavalry formation. Many, unable to dodge in time, had a chain reaction collision with the fallen horses in front, and some even trampled the first men and horses thrown to the ground into a pile of mangled flesh. Maodun was not charging at the very front and was lucky enough to avoid it. Seeing the tragic scene ahead, he quickly ordered his men to go around. He looked at the messy sacks and ropes on the ground, his eyes spitting fire. He cursed silently. These Han tribe people are too cunning to use white salt to set such a trap for us. But he didn't stop to check, only continuing the pursuit. He knew very well that the Han tribe was deliberately trying to stop them, trying to use a few bags of white salt to entice them to stop chasing. How was that possible? And Yuji and his men, who were fleeing for their lives in front, couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw the tragic scene behind them. Ha 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 ha, they're down. Trip and die, you bastards. You want to rob our Han tribe's things? Dream on. The captain is amazing. I didn't expect this method to actually work. I thought it wouldn't at first. Stop talking. Everyone keep running. Don't stop with the sacks. Keep throwing them. Yuji couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene behind him. That's right. The idea of using thrown sacks as tripwires was Yuji's. But at first, everyone was not optimistic about this plan. Tripwires were a good thing, but the sacks were too flat, and the rope they pulled was not high enough. Horses could easily jump over them, making them basically useless. But to everyone's surprise, such a simple tripwire had a very good effect when the enemy was in hot pursuit. The rope was indeed low and easy to avoid, but the people behind had limited vision and might not be able to see it. Besides, even if they did see it, at such a high speed, they might not have time to react. As long as one unlucky person was tripped, the consequences in a dense cavalry formation were imaginable. The carts in front were swerving wildly, dropping sacks as they went, leaving a trail of tripwires on the road behind them. The enemies chasing at the very front were prepared this time. They all grabbed their horses' manes or hugged their necks and jumped over. But this way, although these people were chasing fast, they couldn't free their hands to shoot arrows at the front, which gave the Han tribe's convoy a great sense of security. But the people behind were not so lucky. They now knew the Han tribe's trick, but the tripwires were becoming more and more numerous and dense. Although they used all their riding skills to dodge left and right, up and down, some still fell into the trap, being tripped along with their horses. This immediately caused a chaotic scene. Some were lucky not to be killed in the fall, but were still trampled into a pile of mangled flesh by their comrades chasing from behind. Others were tripped by the horses lying on the ground, and their horses immediately lost their footing and somersaulted forward. Maodun was chasing from behind, both anxious and angry. Seeing his warriors fall one after another, he had already suffered such great losses before even catching up to them. But he also wondered, did the Han tribe really not want the white salt? Were they really willing to throw it all away? He was puzzled and quickly broke away from the pursuing group, circling around from the outermost edge. He saw that the sacks on the Han tribe caravan's flatbeds were getting fewer and fewer. Some had even thrown all their sacks off. The lightened carts were running faster and faster. In contrast, his own warriors behind had already suffered considerable casualties. Seeing this, he roared at his men, "Stop! Everyone stop! Stop the pursuit!" The warriors who were close by heard him and quickly passed the message to those around them while still running. Then they began to slow down and gradually came to a stop. When all the cavalry had stopped, Maodun looked far ahead. The Han tribe's convoy was now all empty flatbeds, with not a single bag of salt on them. He was here to rob salt. Since they had already thrown all the salt down, what was the point of chasing them? The Han tribe people who were still fleeing for their lives in front saw that the enemy had all stopped and immediately shouted, "Captain, Maodun's men have all stopped. They're not chasing anymore." Yuji didn't even turn his head. He shouted, "Don't mind them. We keep running. Everyone can take this opportunity to change horses. They'll be chasing us again soon." This time, Yuji's strategy worked. Everyone in the caravan began to admire him. Hearing what he said now, they quickly began to change horses as requested. No one questioned his orders. And Maodun's men behind them had all stopped by now. Many dismounted and began to move the sacks, wanting to load the white salt abandoned by the Han tribe onto their own horses and carry it away. Maodun was no exception. He urged his panting horse towards a fallen bag of white salt behind him, then leaned over on his horse and reached out to grab it. But he couldn't lift it and almost fell off his horse. "Damn it, why is this salt so heavy?" Maodun cursed suspiciously, dismounted, drew a bronze dagger from his waist, and stabbed it into the sack. But this time, it felt very difficult, as if he had stabbed a stone. When he pulled the dagger out, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He saw that these sacks, which were supposed to be filled with white salt, were actually filled with yellow earth. "Chief, we've been tricked. Those bags are all filled with dirt." Just then, the others who were moving the sacks also discovered the anomaly. These bags of salt were obviously much heavier than white salt. When they opened them and saw the yellow earth inside, they knew they had been tricked by the Han tribe this time. "Damn it, the Han tribe is too despicable. Keep chasing. Kill them all." Maodun cursed angrily, but one of Maodun's confidants immediately stopped him. "Wait, Chief, we can't chase them anymore." Maodun immediately looked at this confidant with suspicion, which startled him. He quickly explained, "Chief, think about it. Since their carts were all loaded with yellow earth, and they deliberately took this road to trick us, where would their white salt be? I estimate that either they have another team that took a different route, or it's still at the seaside and hasn't been transported over yet. We didn't come here to fight a war with the Han tribe, but to seize this batch of white salt. Please reconsider, Chief." Maodun thought about it and agreed. The top priority now was not to chase and kill this caravan, but to find that batch of white salt. His tribe needed this batch of white salt to maintain the stability of the alliance. This was the most important thing. But to just give up on the caravan in front, he was unwilling. He couldn't just be tricked like this and not do anything about it. So he gritted his teeth and made a decision. The wounded returned to camp. "The rest of you, divide into 3 teams. One team will continue to pursue the caravan in front. One team will go to the dark bridge at the bay at the fastest speed and see if that batch of white salt is still there. The rest of you, search the other roads. You must find this batch of white salt for me. Go quickly." The possibility that Maodun might rob the caravan's white salt was something Yuji had told Han Feng. So, in reality, he had received the news even earlier than Han Feng. With so much time to prepare, Yuji certainly wasn't going to be foolish enough to wait to be robbed. However, Maodun's side wasn't entirely wrong in their guess. Yuji was indeed using the caravan as a decoy to buy time for the team that was actually transporting the salt. While Yufu's army was split into 3 groups, searching everywhere for this batch of white salt, a rather inconspicuous small nomadic tribe had just passed by Maodun's troops. The tribe's young chief, mounted on his horse, waved his horse-catching pole to drive his herd, putting on the appearance of an honest herder. However, once Maodun's horsemen were far away, he suddenly let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the nervous sweat from his forehead. "Saren, they've passed. Should we go now?" the anxious young chief asked the man beside him. "Gisang, you need to be calm. Don't make any moves yet. We'll continue transporting the goods after they're a bit further away. Right now, we are just ordinary herders. We are grazing our livestock. You need to be clear on this point," the young man called Saren calmly reassured him. But the young chief, Gisang, was still uneasy. He pressed again, puzzled. "Saren, didn't you say the Han tribe is very powerful? That as long as we join the Han tribe, we'll no longer be bullied, and our people can all live good lives? But why do we have to hide and sneak around now? Can't even the Han tribe defeat Maodun?" Hearing this, Saren couldn't help but laugh out loud, his confidence unshaken. "Gisang, you should know the strength of the Han tribe. In this world, no tribe is stronger than the Han tribe. The reason we have to hide this time is simply because we have too few people right now. Besides, our Han tribe has relatively few horses, so we don't have many cavalry for the time being. But our infantry is elite. Even Maodun wouldn't dare to provoke us lightly. It's just that most of our warriors can't ride, so we can't pursue them. Otherwise, how could Maodun be so arrogant? Just you watch, Maodun won't be jumping around for much longer. This time, our chief is widely recruiting herders, intending to properly punish the troublemaker Maodun. When the time comes, with us herders who can ride as warriors, equipped with impenetrable iron armor, horn bows, and iron arrows, what will Maodun amount to? He'll have to obediently give up the most fertile pastures to us." Gisang couldn't help but nod, agreeing with Saren, who claimed to be a member of the Han tribe's caravan. He had seen the various carts made by the Han tribe, as well as the cloth, white salt, ceramic vessels, and iron pots they sold. The most tempting, of course, was Saren's steel saber, which could decapitate an ox with a single blow. Unfortunately, the Han tribe never sold such fierce weapons. Gisang had never been to the Han tribe's lands. All his knowledge of them came from the caravan. It was a powerful tribe skilled in making all sorts of good things. Whether it was items for daily life, tools for labor, or weapons for war, the Han tribe produced the best. They used these magical items to trade for large numbers of cattle and horses from the grasslands, and their people lived very well because of it. It was a very happy tribe. But this time, Saren's invitation was somewhat unexpected. Saren said that the higher-ups were inviting small tribes like theirs to join, that they would be given the best pastures, and that they could also live good lives. And they wouldn't have to migrate to the mountains to farm, because the Han tribe would soon have a city on the grasslands as well. They could continue their old herding lifestyle. This was very tempting for Gisang. After thinking for a few days, he finally decided to join the Han tribe. But what he didn't expect was to run into trouble on the way to join them. Because Gisang's tribe was quite far from the Han tribe's new city on the grasslands, having been pushed to the coastal areas by other powerful tribes, they were actually closer to the caravan's encampment. So Saren had brought them directly to the caravan's camp. As it turned out, Saren's unintentional move was a stroke of luck. Having received news that Maodun was going to rob the goods, Yuji was worrying about how to transport this batch of white salt. Just then, Saren brought Gisang's tribe. Unfortunately, Gisang's tribe was not large. With men, women, old, and young all together, they numbered less than 1,000. It was a bit unrealistic for them to travel with the caravan and be responsible for its security. According to Yuji's intelligence, Maodun would send at least 3,000 or 4,000 men. Even if they brought Gisang along, it would be of no use to their safety. After thinking for a while, Yuji made a decision. He would lead the caravan, using all of its vehicles, to pull sacks filled with dirt to attract Maodun's attention. The 2,000 head of livestock and the white salt delivered by the Ecchi tribe would all be secretly transported by Gisang. The cattle and horses were livestock to begin with, so entrusting them to Gisang and his herders to drive and care for would not look suspicious at all. Yuji was very confident about this. The large amount of white salt was transported directly on the backs of the livestock. The entire group had not a single cart, which also reduced the risk of being discovered. Sure enough, the 3 search parties sent out by Maodun saw that they were just a group of ordinary herders, with not a single cargo cart or a single person from the Han tribe in sight. They didn't even bother to search and just rode off. The chief had given a strict order. They had to get to the Han tribe caravan's camp by the sea as quickly as possible. Perhaps that batch of salt hadn't even been sent back yet. And so, Gasang, who was responsible for secretly transporting the white salt, and Saren, who was leading the way, both managed to escape disaster. They grazed their herds until evening, and as soon as it got dark, they loaded the salt bags onto the backs of the livestock. Then, using a compass and the stars to navigate, they began to move under the cover of night. Maodun's 3 groups of men had completely lost their original target. One team was still frantically chasing the caravan, led by Yuji. The other 2 teams headed straight for the Han tribe's camp by the sea. The remaining teams searched for a possible other convoy along other routes. And Maodun himself was sulking in the temporary camp where he had set up the ambush. The losses this time were too great. Just yesterday, during the pursuit of the convoy, his team had suffered more than 200 casualties due to the tripwires Yuji had dropped. This was certainly not much compared to the total force of nearly 5,000, but he just felt aggrieved. The Han tribe's caravan hadn't even fought with his warriors, but had caused him such great losses with their despicable, underhanded tactics. He was certainly not reconciled. The horses and warriors who were tripped were basically beyond saving. They had all lost their footing and fallen headfirst. The horses' necks were basically broken on the spot, and the men were not much better off. The lucky ones only broke their arms and legs and had a chance of recovery, but even if they recovered, they would be disabled and unable to ride or shoot a bow again. The unlucky ones mostly died on the spot. Some, like the horses, had their necks broken. Others, who were originally only lightly injured, were trampled into a pile of mangled flesh by their comrades from behind, so much so that they couldn't even be identified. Maodun wanted revenge, but he also knew that now was not the time. Finding that white salt was the top priority. However, what he didn't know was that at the same time he was robbing the Han tribe's caravan, Han Feng was also eyeing his home base. The Tiger Stance Guard had been at sea for 2 days. To avoid being discovered by the enemy, they had not dared to sail along the lake shore. Fortunately, the Jinwu Guard scouts leading the way knew the enemy's exact location. They followed the designated direction, calculated the sailboat's speed, and when they estimated they were almost there, they had the fleet drop anchor and stop. Then they sent out small boats to scout the lake shore. On the evening of the 2nd day after setting out, the fleet arrived at the anchorage point. Shuetu immediately sent out a dozen single-man reconnaissance boats to approach and scout. Under the cover of night, the dozen small boats came to the lake shore. However, they didn't dare to get too close, let alone land. They only identified the number of people in the camp by the firelight from the lake surface. When it was completely dark, campfires were lit one by one, and the livestock were driven back into the temporary corrals by the herders. The tents scattered not far from the lake shore now lit up one by one like lanterns. The scouts carefully counted the number of tents, estimated the number of enemies, and some checked the terrain to confirm if it was the target location. Everything was proceeding in an orderly and silent manner. Before long, these scouts began to return and report their findings. They each reported the results of their reconnaissance, and Shuetu cross-referenced this data to arrive at a relatively reliable conclusion. Based on the terrain and the number of people, it was confirmed that this was indeed Maodun's home base, his tribe's spring and summer pasture. During this season, his tribe would always stay here. The camp was not far from the shore, large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. There were indeed 6,000 or 7,000 tents, and the starlight stretched for several miles. However, based on the combined intelligence from the Jinwu Guard, there were not that many warriors here. Maodun's alliance army could muster tens of thousands of young men, but that was the total number of the alliance. His own main tribe had about 10,000 households, but it was impossible for them all to live together. This tribe with 6,000 or 7,000 tents was just his largest one. The number of young men he could mobilize was basically just over 6,000. But yesterday, they had received a report from Yuji saying that the number of people pursuing them was about 5,000, with over 10,000 horses. Of course, it was impossible for so many people to be drawn from a single camp. They must have been drawn from several camps respectively. In that case, as Maodun's largest main camp, they would at least leave half of their young men to guard it. So the possible number of troops here was about 3,000 plus. If you counted a few women, or if more young men were left to guard, then the estimated defensive force here was about 4,000. The Tiger Stance Guard had only sent 2,000 men this time. They were at a disadvantage in numbers, but it couldn't be said that the gap was too large. With the advanced equipment of the Han tribe, it was enough to make up for the lack of numbers. Moreover, the proportion of crossbowmen in the army set up by Han Feng was very high, reaching half. That is to say, among these 2,000 men, more than 1,000 were crossbowmen. This advantage was even more obvious. Xuetu was very confident in this battle, so he immediately decided that the whole army would rest on the ships and launch a landing attack before dawn. However, the soldiers could sleep, but he couldn't. At this time, Xuetu and the army quartermaster Xue Dongliang. One had to consider tactics, the other had to coordinate provisions and supplies, calculating the army's food, and the scouts had no rest at all. When the moon was high in the sky, a dozen small boats once again approached the shore under the cover of night. The scouts on board used lead weights to measure the water depth everywhere, looking for suitable landing points, and the place where the sunken hold cargo ships could get closest to the shore. These people were busy for more than 2 hours before they found a suitable landing area, and in this area, they placed several sealed barrels painted red and white as buoys, which was extremely professional. When the fish belly white of the east was about to appear, Xuetu gave the order for all the warriors to get up and eat, preparing to launch the attack. The breakfast that day was very rich. The usual morning porridge was replaced with more filling dry rice. The cured sausage, which usually only appeared in a few slices, was a whole one per person today. There were also some pickled, refreshing melon dishes to go with the rice. The clear stewed fish soup was unlimited. You could drink it like water. All the warriors filled their stomachs. Around 4:30 in the morning, the warriors took their last trip to the latrine, then began to help each other put on their armor, checking their weapons and equipment. In addition, according to the tactical requirements of this battle, they were very likely to carry out a fire attack. The army quartermaster Xue Dongliang had also prepared a large number of torches, as well as tung oil in bamboo tubes. These things were given to the least burdened spearmen and halberdiers to carry. Around 5 o'clock in the morning, the eastern sky gradually turned white, and the day was dawning. The herders in the pasture also began their day's activities. The men had basically not gotten up yet, but the women were already carrying large and small pottery jars or wooden buckets into the corrals, taking advantage of the cool morning to milk the cows and make cheese. Some were carrying pottery to the lake to fetch water for washing clothes or cooking. But at this moment, someone suddenly discovered several red and white barrels floating not far from the shore. In a natural environment, these two colors were very prominent and hard not to notice. "What is that?" a female herder fetching water asked in surprise. "I've never seen it before, but it looks like something man-made." "Look, those things all look exactly the same," a woman next to her speculated. "I think it looks like some kind of container, and it's made of wooden planks. The only ones who can make something like this should be that Han tribe," another person guessed. "A Han tribe container? Then how did it get here? Who knows? Maybe they sold it to another tribe, and those people accidentally dropped it in the water and it floated here. But since it's here, it's ours. You guys wait. I'll go back and get a pole to fish it out." But just as a group of women were about to get their hands on these buoys, the half-red sun slowly rising from the water in the distance was blocked by some strange black shadows. Someone immediately asked doubtfully, "Look over there, what is that?" "Something is blocking the red sun. It seems to be getting bigger and bigger." And amidst the women's pointing and chattering, more than 30 sailboats were taking advantage of the eastward tailwind to charge towards the lake shore. The decks were already filled with elite armored warriors sitting cross-legged, their weapons already placed in the landing craft. The women on the shore screamed in terror at the increasingly large monsters in their vision. But just as they were about 100 meters from the shore, the monsters finally stopped. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a deafening sound of war drums suddenly rang out from the huge fleet. Countless red flags pointed diagonally towards the shore, and the commanders on all the ships shouted in unison, "All hands, to the landing craft! Archers, covering fire! Shield soldiers, spearmen, and halberdiers, beach landing! Form up and cover the archers' landing! Full assault! Go, go, go!" As the war drums thundered and the banners flew, under the command of officers at all levels, all the armored soldiers of the Han tribe began their landing assault. To gain more time on the beach and avoid wasting it on the small boats, the landing craft had been put in the water before departure, towed behind the sailboats by ropes. Now, at the time of landing, the soldiers only needed to jump into the small boats and row towards the shore. As ordered, The shield bearers and spearmen landed first. 1,000 archers gathered on the decks of the various ships, aiming at any potential enemies on the shore. They were to provide covering fire for the first wave. Once the first group of warriors had established a foothold, they would follow. The herder women on the lakeshore were stunned. At sunrise, dozens of never-before-seen behemoths suddenly appeared on the water, laden with sea monsters clad in iron scales. Their mounts roared like thunder, driving the sea monsters towards the shore. No one dared to stay. Although the women of the grasslands were known for their bravery, the sight of this made their legs go weak. They dropped what they were holding and fled in terror. Some stood frozen on the spot. But as the first wave of troops was about to reach the shore, the large ships behind them unleashed a volley of 100 crossbow bolts, targeting these women. The dozen or so who remained on the shore were instantly struck by multiple arrows and fell into pools of their own blood. Although a dozen women were insignificant to the outcome of the battle, war was war. The archers' mission was to clear all targets from the shore before the first wave landed. They didn't care if they were women, children, or anything else. The successful landing of the first wave was the only priority. Sure enough, after this group of terrified women fell, with the splashing sound of oars, the first wave finally reached the shore. The warriors jumped directly into the shallow water, quickly formed up, and landed on the western shore of the Great Lake. As the fleeing women raised the alarm, and with the deafening sound of war drums from the lake, the herder camp by the shore erupted in chaos. Many bare-chested men, not even properly dressed, emerged from their tents. Some held spears, others carried bows and arrows. Without needing to be organized, they rushed to their corrals to get their warhorses first. What's going on? What happened? Many men, feeling more secure once mounted, began to grab the fleeing women to ask what was happening. It's sea monsters. Sea monsters came from the Sunrise Sea. They have glowing scales and killed our people with strange bows and arrows. They're coming ashore. A woman shrieked in terror. Sea monsters? The men who asked were a bit confused. They had never heard such a ridiculous thing. But since these so-called sea monsters had killed the women of their tribe, they had to do something about it. A group of fully armed men rushed towards the lake. From a distance, they could hear the thunderous drumming, and their hearts began to pound. Could it really be sea monsters? Otherwise, why would they be accompanied by thunder and come from the water? But just as they were hesitating, many more people began to run inland. But what they were shouting was different from before. Help! The Han tribe is attacking from the lake. Everyone, grab your weapons and go fight. A woman of about 20, cupping her hands around her mouth, shouted as she ran. A dozen or so riders passing by immediately stopped her. What did you say? The Han tribe is attacking. Yes, it's the Han tribe. There are a lot of them. The woman confirmed with a nod. How do you know it's the Han tribe? Someone else asked. Some of their flags have the character Han on them. I recognize that character. It's the same as the one on my family's pottery bowl, the woman explained again. But someone just said it was sea monsters with scales like fish. That's the Han tribe's armor. Don't you know what armor is? The woman retorted to the questioner. Now everyone understood. The so-called sea monsters were just a group of people wearing armor. They had all heard of armor. Their own chief had learned from the Han tribe and created a heavy cavalry unit wearing leather armor. But they now also had some bronze arrows that could pierce leather armor, so there was nothing to be afraid of. No matter how powerful, they were still just people. What was the difference between them? However, some more cautious people asked again. How many people from the Han tribe are there? How many horses? How did they get here? Are they all wearing leather armor? What weapons are they carrying? The young woman answered calmly. I didn't count carefully, but there are about 2,000 or 3,000 of them, all warriors. I didn't see any horses. They all came from the water, riding on some strange things I've never seen before. But they're not wearing leather armor. The armor glows white, like metal. They use strange spears and bows and arrows. The dozen or so riders imagined the scene based on her description and felt that the number was not too large. They should be able to fight. As for the weapons, they were all spears and bows and arrows, similar to their own equipment. So someone said, you go quickly and call more people. Tell them the Han tribe is attacking us and to bring their weapons to fight. Otherwise, they won't get any spoils of war. The woman nodded and, without saying much, went off to call for more people. But while the young men from all over Maodun's tribe were still gathering, some herders who were closer had already arrived at the lake. By the time they got there, the Han tribe's first wave had already landed completely. However, these soldiers did not launch a rash attack. Instead, Under the command of their officers, they quickly formed a semicircular formation with their backs to the lake. The shield bearers, holding shields as tall as half a man, stood at the outermost perimeter, forming an unbroken shield wall. Behind this low wall of shields were the spearmen. Although the regular army's spearmen and halberdiers belonged to the same unit, their weapons were different. The halberdiers used 4-meter-long iron halberds, but had no defensive gear. The pikemen, mainly used to defend against cavalry charges, had a 7.5-meter-long pike and a round shield half a meter in diameter. They were mainly used to form up with the shield bearers, and the current formation was just that. Above the low wall formed by the shield bearers, a row of extremely long pikes extended diagonally. Above this dense line of pikes, another row of round shields raised the shield wall a section higher. On the periphery of this formation, 1,000 Grassland cavalrymen rode back and forth, looking at this formation with some bewilderment. This was the first time they had seen such a way of fighting. The enemy's fighting style was different from theirs. The other side had no horses at all, but instead used large wooden boards to block themselves completely. They couldn't even see a single person from the outside. And their combination of weapons made these Grasslanders feel like a cat trying to eat a hedgehog. They didn't know where to start. The countless wooden boards were arranged without any gaps, making their arrows completely ineffective. If they charged forward with their spears, they would be blocked by the long pikes protruding from the wall. If they charged, they would probably be the first to die. But just staring at them wasn't a solution. In just a short while, many more herders had gathered, and the number of cavalry had reached over 2,000. A man who seemed to be a leader saw that his warriors were not attacking and the enemy was not moving, looking like a standoff. So he asked, puzzled, "What's going on? Why aren't you attacking? Don't you see more people coming from behind? Are you waiting for the enemy to get more and more numerous?" Someone replied, "They have a wooden wall. Our arrows can't penetrate it. They also have long spears. We can't charge even with horses. We can't let everyone go to their deaths like this." But the leader immediately whipped the man who replied, making him cry out in pain. "Are you all stupid sheep? If arrows can't get through, can't you use stones and javelins? Quick, drive them into the water." After saying this, he sent a few trusted men on fast horses to report to Maodun that the Han tribe had suddenly raided their pasture, which was not a good thing. The battlefield by the lake also quickly became active. At the urging of several small leaders, the herders launched an attack. Countless stones and javelins were thrown at the Han tribe's shield wall, making a thudding sound. The shield wall shook, but remained stable. Jin Yi was one of the members of this shield wall. As a shield-bearer squad leader, he was currently shouting orders for his soldiers to hold on. "Everyone, helmets on, heads down. Hide your bodies behind the shields. Protect your limbs." The shield-bearers were all equipped with mountain pattern armor. The plates of this armor were interlinked without being tied with hemp rope, all having a double-layered, three-dimensional structure. It also had a very large coverage area. The upper body was well protected, and the entire upper arm to the shoulder was covered by a pauldron that extended to the elbow. The forearm was also protected by an iron bracer that went from the elbow to the back of the hand. The armor on the lower body also hung down to the knees. The only weakness could be considered the exposed lower leg, but at this time, it was also blocked by the large shield. As long as they hid carefully, they would not be attacked. The enemy's stone attack was obviously useless against the formation. Without cannons or catapults, throwing egg-sized stones at the shields at most made a sound. They quickly discovered this and increased the number of javelins. With a whooshing sound, countless javelins flew towards the shield wall, instantly causing some losses to the Han tribe's formation. Some of the stone javelins were blocked by the shield wall, some flew over the shield wall and stuck in the empty ground behind, and some, as if by magic, flew through the gaps between the round shields, causing some scratches to the spearmen standing behind. But because the Han tribe was equipped with iron armor, they only suffered some scratches. The wounded could still continue to fight, and it didn't have a great impact on the battle. However, the javelins, the only thing that could pose a slight threat to the Han tribe, were quickly depleted after 2 volleys. The number of javelins a cavalryman could carry was limited after all. It was not their main weapon. 3 per person was a lot. There wasn't that much stock. But seeing that the effect of the javelins was not very obvious, and the Han tribe archers on the water were getting closer and closer, the few small leaders left behind by Maodun to guard the home base also became anxious. They quickly called for everyone to go around to the side of the formation to look for a breach. Those with bows and arrows shot at the water surface to prevent the archers from landing. The volley from more than 2,000 people formed a rain of arrows, but the range of their bows was obviously not that far. The dense rain of arrows all fell into the water, stirring up a splash of white water, but it could not stop the archers from landing. And one of the small leaders who had a bronze javelin, unconvinced, directly spurred his horse and charged towards the formation. When he was about 30 meters away, he pulled the reins and began to turn to the side. But at the moment he turned, the bronze javelin in his hand was also thrown out fiercely. The golden spearhead was fast and fierce. With a thud, it stuck in a large shield, directly piercing a hole in the 2.5-centimeter thick oak shield. The spearhead pierced through the shield and hit the side of the face of the warrior holding the shield. Fortunately, their helmets had 3 sides of soft armor hanging down to protect the side of the face and neck. The bronze spearhead did not pierce the double-layered mountain pattern armor, but the fierce impact still shattered 3 of the warrior's side teeth, causing him to spit blood and faint on the spot. With the fainting of this unlucky fellow, a gap appeared in the originally flawless shield wall. Although the halberdiers in the back row immediately dragged the person down and held up the shield, in just a few seconds, someone had seized the opportunity to shoot a few arrows at this empty spot. The halberdier who came up to fill the gap was hit by a dozen arrows while holding the shield. Although most were blocked by the armor, 1 arrow still hit his lower leg. However, due to his posture, the arrow hit his shin bone and was blocked by the bone. It fell off after less than 2 seconds on his leg. Although there was a sharp pain in his shin bone, this warrior knew the importance of the formation, so he gritted his teeth and held on, only hoping that the archers behind could land quickly so that they would not be so passive and could launch a counterattack sooner. Just as he was thinking this, Shuetu, who was landing with the archers, also noticed this situation. He quickly called a few hundred crossbowmen to stop and had them fire a volley at the enemy from the small boats, first to relieve the pressure on the shield bearers in front, and also to cover the landing of the other half of the archers. Swish, swish, swish. Several dense volleys of arrows rained down, instantly blanketing the enemy cavalry active in front of the formation. Many of the herder warriors were struck by multiple arrows and fell from their horses. Others were wounded and fled, and even many of the horses were injured. The herders' leaders were all greatly alarmed. This was the first time they had seen the Han tribe's archery, and they were shocked that it could shoot so far. The leaders had tried to use volley fire to attack the lake's surface earlier, but due to the distance, they had been unsuccessful. Now, suddenly being counterattacked by the Han tribe, most of them began to fear and hold back, only maintaining a certain distance to shoot from the periphery, but with basically no effect. Seeing this situation, Shuetu's confidence in this battle grew. He quickly urged the archers to take advantage of this gap to land. 1,000 men, divided into 2 groups, quickly reached the protection of the shield wall on the shore. Advance 100 paces, form a circular formation to defend against the enemy. Shuetu, now on shore and clad in silver-white scale armor, began to shout orders. The flag bearers and buglers beside him immediately relayed his commands to the entire army. The 2,000-man formation began to transform like a precise machine. The shield bearers at the front began to advance rapidly, with the spearmen close behind. The newly landed crossbowmen formed a square in the middle of the shield wall. The shield bearers on the flanks contracted backward, eventually turning the shield wall into a circle, firmly protecting the archers in the center. The leaders under Maodun began to grow anxious. The Han tribe's tightly defended formation left them with no opening. This was completely different from the chases and pursuits they were used to. The enemy was right in front of them, but they had no good way to attack. But just because they didn't move didn't mean the Han tribe wouldn't. Shuetu was well aware of Han Feng's strategic objective, to eliminate as much of the enemy's effective strength as possible. They were not here to defend, but to attack and destroy. So Shuetu quickly issued his second order after landing. Archers, advance by volley fire. Spearmen and shield bearers, advance slowly. Halberdiers, light the torches. With the new order, the halberdiers, who were carrying the tung oil and torches, began to prepare for the fire attack. The defensive circle formed by the spearmen and shield bearers began to move slowly inland, gradually pressing towards the enemy camp. The heavily protected archers automatically divided into several waves, taking turns to fire at the surrounding enemy targets. After the first wave fired, they would stop to reload their crossbows. The second wave would pass the first and continue firing. This was repeated, causing a continuous stream of arrows to pour out from the Han tribe's circular formation. Any enemy who came close was struck by multiple arrows and fell from their horse. Swish, swish, swish. The crossbow bolts flew out in a continuous stream, causing many casualties among Maodun's cavalry. They dared not approach easily, nor were they willing to leave easily, allowing the Han tribe to charge into their camp unopposed. These cavalrymen were mostly dressed in felt clothing or were bare-chested. The few leaders wearing leather armor still suffered heavy casualties under the attack of the Han tribe's iron arrows. They rode their horses, constantly circling the Han tribe's formation, but dared not get too close. They could only use the same volley fire to slow down the Han tribe's advance. But Wolfang arrows and a small number of bronze arrows were almost useless against the Han tribe, who were equipped with large shields and iron armor. This was an asymmetrical war. Seeing the Han tribe getting closer and closer to the camp, some of the enemies began to lose their composure. Their own tents were right behind them. It was too late to move them now. Their bows and arrows were almost useless against the Han tribe, which reminded them of the javelins they had used at the beginning. Some tried the same trick again, accelerating from a distance and charging towards the Han tribe's circular formation, intending to throw their javelins when they were 30 meters away. But the situation was different now. When the Han tribe's archers hadn't landed, the spearmen and shield-bearers could only defend passively and couldn't launch an effective attack. But now it was different. The archers in the center of the circular formation had joined, giving the formation long-range shooting ability. Therefore, when the enemy's javelin throwers had just charged to about 50 meters, they were hit by the archers' concentrated fire. Dozens of crossbow bolts flew over like a dense swarm of locusts, instantly turning those brave javelin throwers into porcupines. The horses, struck by multiple arrows, ran wild in panic. Some charged directly at the circular formation and were immediately speared to death by the spearmen's 7.5-meter-long pikes, unable to get close to the shield wall at all. When the circular formation had advanced to a distance of only about 200 meters from the camp, the halberdiers in the formation had also lit their torches and prepared the tung oil and other materials for the fire attack. Then they all began to report. Report, torches are ready. Report, tung oil is ready. Report, felt strips are ready. A series of reports came in, which invigorated Shue Tuesday. Looking at the white tents not far away, he immediately shouted, "Load fire arrows. Aim for the tents and fire at will. Yes, prepare fire arrows." The halberdiers quickly used bamboo tweezers to pick out the wool felt strips soaked in tung oil from the bamboo tubes, and then helped the archers wrap them around the crossbow bolts. After a wave was all loaded, the halberdiers responsible for holding the torches lit the crossbow bolts for them one by one. The archers each found a tent or yurt within range, quickly aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger. Swish, 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 swish. A series of bright flames, trailing black smoke, flew towards their tents and yurts under the terrified and desperate gazes of countless herders. The felt tents, made from pressed wool, caught fire instantly. With the help of the morning breeze, they turned into huge fireballs in just a few dozen seconds, making the just whitened sky darken again. Countless herder children and women crawled out of the burning tents in terror. Their cries and curses mingled together. Some herder warriors, seeing this scene, also quickly left the ranks to find their families, putting their children and women on their horses, and then rushing to their own corrals to release the livestock. Their homes were gone. The livestock was their only property. Now they could only try to save their last means of survival. Don't run. There aren't many of them. Everyone, charge and kill them all. You come back. Don't run. A small leader under Maodun shouted at the top of his lungs, but not many people listened to him. Some ran away directly, while others charged at the tiger stance guards formation. The small leader drew his bow and shot down a fleeing cavalryman, but was immediately shot down by a stray arrow from somewhere. Damn you, if you want to charge, charge yourself. Didn't you see they're all wearing iron armor? Our arrows can't even hurt them. Go to hell. A herder not far away cursed in a low voice after shooting the stray arrow. He was not discovered in the chaotic camp. He turned his horse and quickly ran towards his home, wanting to take his wife, children, and livestock and flee this place of trouble. But some cavalrymen, seeing the Han tribe begin to destroy so recklessly, their eyes also began to turn red from the firelight. They picked up their javelins and charged madly at the Han tribe's circular formation, but were immediately stopped by the spearmen outside the shield wall. Some again picked up stones and stone axes for long-range attacks, but the attack range of 30 or 40 meters could not break through the Han tribe's archery range. The cavalrymen who dared to charge in front of the formation all died on the spot. Amidst the surrounding towering flames, rolling smoke, the screams of the wounded, and the neighing of warhorses, the herders' camp was in complete chaos. At this time, the weakness of Maodun's cavalry was exposed. They had no strict military organization. Many warriors had no clear officers to lead them. When they saw they could win, they swarmed up. When they were at a slight disadvantage, they scattered. The lack of officers and the casual structure made it impossible for them to organize an effective counterattack. Those who dared to charge the formation were scattered. The timid ones had long since disappeared, and even began to go home to pack their belongings and prepare to flee. Such a chaotic scene made Shue secretly despise them. The Grassland cavalry was not without brave warriors. Those who dared to charge the formation were all skilled fighters. If they were organized to launch a mass charge, the Tiger Stance Guard's thin shield wall might not be able to hold. But unfortunately, they couldn't organize themselves together. These bravest warriors often charged alone, basically becoming suicidal attacks. Although this battle was won, seeing the constantly fleeing herders and livestock in the distance still made Shue secretly anxious. This did not conform to their strategic objectives. The chief wanted annihilation, not just a simple defeat. But the nature of the nomadic people was often like this. Advance when there is profit, retreat when there is not. They were so fast when they fled that they couldn't even be caught. Seeing this scene, Shue no longer played it safe. In order to expand the results of the battle amidst the chaos, he quickly ordered, all troops, disperse. Each squad, form a 5-element formation and find your own targets. Burn all the tents, kill all the herders. Everyone, chase them. Don't let them get away. With the military order, the Tiger Stance Guard's large circular formation immediately dispersed. The various arms formed 5-element formations as they had practiced and charged in all directions. The Han tribe's 5-element formation was a multi-arm combination tactic. The formation was equipped with 1 shield bearer, 1 pikeman, 1 halberdier, and 2 crossbowmen. A group of 5 could both attack and defend, forming its own combat system, which was more than enough to deal with the unorganized herders. The herder cavalrymen who were unwilling to flee, seeing that the Han tribe's impenetrable large formation had dispersed on its own, also quickly called their companions to counterattack, wanting to take the opportunity to kill some enemies and seize the Han army's weapons, especially that impenetrable iron armor, which made them extremely envious. The sound of horse hooves thundered from all directions. Some brave and fierce cavalrymen broke into the Tiger Stance Guard's formation and began to attack the small groups of Han soldiers with various weapons. But the wolf-fang arrows they shot, even at close range, still could not penetrate the Han army's defense. The stone axes, javelins, and other weapons they threw were also blocked by the flexible shield bearers. The crossbowmen did not give the enemy a second chance to strike. 2 iron arrows were shot in succession, instantly shooting the attacking enemy off their horses. However, in the chaotic battle, and with only 2 archers in a squad, the long-range shooting ability was greatly reduced, and it was impossible to form a covering fire advantage. It was also difficult to achieve accuracy against the flexible cavalry. The Tiger Stance Guard's battle also fell into a stalemate, until someone came up with a good idea on the spot. In Jin Yi's squad, the 2 archers had shot 4 arrows but failed to hit the cavalrymen circling around them. Jin Yi immediately cursed, "Are you too stupid? If you can't hit the man, shoot his horse. Knock his horse down, and we'll go up and get him together." The 2 archers muttered, "Those are good horses. Our horses. If we bring them back to the tribe, we can plow so much more land." These were all common people who had lived through hard times. Although life in the Han tribe was good, and farming could provide a life without worrying about food and clothing, the shortage of cattle and horses in the Han tribe was still a reality. During the spring plowing every year, each family could only rent cattle and horses from the public corrals. This way, many people had to wait in line during the spring plowing. Their thinking was very simple. They were thinking of capturing some cattle and horses this time to improve their lives, so they were reluctant to shoot the horses and only wanted to kill the men. But now was a time of war, and of course, the goal was to kill the enemy. Although their hearts ached, they still quickly aimed the sights of their divine arm crossbows at the enemy's horses. A few arrows were shot, and the horse that was hit immediately fell to the ground. A herder fell from his horse and rolled a few times. He looked at the group of Han soldiers behind him. then at the javelin in his hand that was not as tall as a man, and then at the long spears and iron halberds in the Han army's hands. He was so scared that he turned and ran. Most of the herder cavalry used bows and arrows as weapons. The number of weapons like stone axes and javelins, which could be both thrown and used for close combat, was not large. They had already consumed a lot in the previous attack. But even if they were holding stone spears, they didn't have the guts to fight the Han tribe's spearmen and halberdiers on foot. The Han tribe's long weapons indeed had an absolute advantage in this kind of battle. But Jin Dun, having finally caught such an opportunity, how could he let this horseless enemy go? Their shield bearers had been taking a beating in the front row since they landed. The subsequent attacks were also mainly by the archers, with the spearmen as support. The shield bearers had no chance to strike at all. This half-day of fighting had frustrated him. Whether it was the enemy's head or a living captive, that was real military merit. That could directly lead to a promotion in rank and a reward. How could he let it go so easily? He immediately led his squad and charged forward with a roar. The herder who had fallen from his horse had injured his leg and was limping, unable to pick up speed. Seeing a group of iron-armored Han soldiers charging up from behind, he was so scared that he quickly threw the stone axe in his hand. But it was knocked far away with a clang by the solid wooden shield in Jin Dun's hand. The spearman next to him seized the opportunity and immediately charged forward with his 7.5-meter-long spear, piercing the herder through. Jin Dun secretly thought it was a pity, but still ran over and cut off the man's head with his saber, then hung it on his waist. He said to the members of his squad behind him, "We have to be quick. Our squad has only killed 2 so far. We need to cut off 5 heads to get everyone promoted by 1 rank. Don't just stand there, let's go." The reason Jin Dun said this was because of a rule set by Han Feng. In the Han tribe, military merit was generally exchanged for enemy heads or captives. However, to prevent soldiers from fighting amongst themselves for credit during battle, Han Feng had established a system where merit was calculated based on the temporary combat unit. Cutting off a few heads during battle was one thing. The Han tribe's heavy armored infantry wouldn't be at a disadvantage. But capturing prisoners was not a one-man job. At the very least, while one soldier was tying up a prisoner, another had to stay behind to provide cover. This meant that combat had to be done in groups, ranging from 3-man squads to groups of 7 or 8. Merit was recorded for the group. If the total number of heads or captives was less than the number of people in the group, the merit would be accumulated for now, and rewards would not be given. If it was greater than the number of people, the entire group could be promoted together. Although this method of recording merit seemed to favor the weaker members of the group, it was beneficial for group unity. Groups were generally formed flexibly based on the combat situation, and most would use a mix of different troop types. This meant that in combat, the group had to rely on their teammates. Otherwise, not only would it be difficult to gain merit, but they would also be in danger. After Jin Dun and his men took the cavalryman's head, they moved on to another location. In the chaotic camp, countless Han tribe soldiers, each in their own small group, set fire to any building they saw and killed any person they saw. Unless someone surrendered voluntarily and there were no enemies around, they would choose to tie them up and take them captive. Otherwise, in a critical moment, no one would risk their own life for a single prisoner. The scattered small groups quickly captured most of the camp. The red flags of the Han army were everywhere, along with the raging fires and rolling smoke from the burning tents. Many herders and livestock fled in all directions in panic, but were quickly intercepted and killed by the soldiers of the Tiger Stance Guard. The chief's order was to exterminate all people and livestock, leaving none behind. The once glorious Maodun tribe, enjoying the status of an alliance leader, where every other tribe had to be respectful, never dreamed that their own tribe would one day be turned into a sea of fire. Countless herders and livestock died tragically, making the young men with bows and arrows see red. They had failed to protect their own people, not because they were not brave, but because the enemy was too strong. Each of them had a suit of impenetrable iron armor, and their bows shot farther than theirs. Their own weapons were blocked by the enemy's large wooden boards, making these warriors who had never bowed their heads feel a deep sense of powerlessness. I have a way to defeat those enemies. Who is willing to go with me? At this moment, a young man at the outermost edge of the crowd, among those preparing to flee, suddenly spoke. You? What way? Stop bragging. They're about to break through. We should just take our livestock and run. Anywhere is better than staying here. A middle-aged man next to him sneered. The young man ignored his words and continued to urge the others. The Han tribe's iron armor is too powerful. Our weapons can't hurt them, but they have no horses and are too slow. I have a way to deal with them. If it works, not only can we survive, but we can also kill a few enemies for revenge, get a suit of that iron armor, and maybe even a weapon. Who is willing to go with me? The crowd looked at each other, not knowing if he was telling the truth. The middle-aged man who had just sneered asked again. You talk a good game. First, tell us your plan. If it's really feasible, we can talk. Don't lead everyone to their deaths. The young man still didn't speak, but this time he looked around at the crowd and finally showed them his secret weapon. When everyone around saw what he was holding, their eyes lit up. A few minutes later, just as the various squads of the Han tribe were about to burn down all the tents and yurts, the young herders who had just fled returned. Although there were not many of them, there were still 100 or 200 scattered around. The thundering sound of horse hooves came, drawing the attention of the various squads of the Tiger Stance Guard. The bare-chested herders quickly spread out, but they neither drew their bows nor threw their javelins or axes. They just charged forward with a stick with a rope on it. The riders galloped past the scattered Han soldiers, but did not stop. The young rider flicked the pole in his hand, and a loop of rope settled over the head of a Han soldier. He galloped past without stopping, dragging the roped soldier away. The surrounding soldiers were shocked. Seeing their comrade being taken away, they quickly shot arrows to stop him, or drew their sabers, or swung their halberds, trying to cut the deadly rope. The soldier being dragged felt the world spin. The rope around his neck made it impossible for him to breathe. He had to drop his weapon and use both hands to pull at the rope around his neck to prevent himself from being strangled. He wanted to kick his legs, but the constantly moving horse gave him no purchase. Both of his boots were pulled off. The silver-shining iron armor was now covered in brown mud and green grass. The soft grass constantly scraped past his body, but it felt as painful as a steel knife scraping his face. Just as his eyes were rolling back and he felt he couldn't hold on any longer, the forward momentum suddenly stopped. A chaotic sound of shouting and killing immediately came to his ears. Several people in the same armor quickly surrounded him. A shield-bearer swung his saber and cut the rope around his neck, then cursed and went to cut off a herder's head, even hacking off his limbs in a fit of rage. This sudden attack finally made the soldiers of the Tiger Stance Guard feel troubled. Most of them were not familiar with the herder's way of life and didn't expect them to have such a tactic. They weren't afraid of weapons like bows, arrows, spears, and axes, but they didn't expect the enemy to use such a soft knife. Using a horse-catching pole to rope their heads and just drag them away was really catching them off guard. With this tactic, no matter how thick the armor was, it was useless. The attack by the nearly 200-man lasso team caused considerable losses to the Tiger Stance Guard. The shield-bearers who were dragged away were better off. They were equipped with short weapons. Some, before being dragged too far, cut the rope over their heads with their own sabers. The few scouts also suffered basically no casualties. Each of them was equipped with at least 2 short knives and easily escaped from the lassos. The worst off were the spearmen, halberdiers, and archers. They had no short weapons. Long spears, halberds, and bows were useless against the tough ropes. Their only short weapon, the entrenching tool, was fine for hacking people like an axe, but it was not easy to cut a rope with it. Some of these men were rescued by their comrades, but some were dragged away and disappeared from their comrades' sight. Some, even if rescued, were found to have their necks broken, barely alive, or already dead, their heads twisted at an unnatural angle. On the other side, the herders, nearly 200 of them had attacked, but only 30 or 40 returned alive. But these 30 or 40, behind their horses, were dragging more than 20 soldiers of the Tiger Stance Guard. Some were long dead, others were barely alive. Only this many came back. One of them looked around, his face pale as a ghost. Yeah, but we didn't lose out this time. Look what we got, haha. A one-eyed young herder laughed wildly, pulled out the crossbow bolt stuck in his arm, spat fiercely at the arrowhead, but still cherished it, and put it in his quiver. Then he picked up his stone axe and walked viciously towards the back of his horse. The Han soldier lying behind was barefoot, his eyes rolled back, saliva mixed with blood slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth. He had been dead for a long time. The bright armor had become filthy, but in this herder's eyes, it was a rare treasure. Damn it! How do you put this thing on and take it off? The young man, after fumbling for a long time without figuring out how to put on or take off the armor, couldn't help but curse. But someone around him reminded him, "Don't take it off here. This isn't far from the camp. Be careful the enemy catches up. We should go quickly. We can figure out how to take it off later. I have a live one here. What should we do? Should we kill him? A teenager of about 10 suddenly asked. A live one? Keep him. We'll take him and present him to the chief. We'll definitely get a lot of rewards. Don't let him die. He's not worth much dead. Someone next to him immediately suggested. Oh, then I'll tie him up first. When we get to a safe place, I'll take off his clothes. The teenager nodded and immediately tied up the semi-conscious soldier. He then had someone help him put him on his horse, waiting for the others to finish packing up before leaving together. But just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Stop messing around. The Han tribe is chasing us on horseback." Everyone was shocked and immediately looked towards the camp. Sure enough, more than 100 Han soldiers in iron armor were chasing them on horseback. They were all holding sabers and spears, charging towards them with a fierce momentum. It was obvious they were here to retrieve the bodies. It turned out that after the Tiger Stance Guard, who had been capturing the camp, was suddenly attacked by the lassos, Shui Tu, who was still observing the entire battlefield from the lake shore, immediately gave instructions. He had the soldiers who were skilled in horsemanship form a temporary cavalry unit using the captured horses and charge over to retrieve the bodies of their comrades. But they were not to get bogged down in a fight. Just drive the enemy away and bring back the bodies. There were indeed some people in the Tiger Stance Guard who could ride horses, but no one dared to boast of being skilled in horsemanship. The Han tribe's horsemanship was all based on high pommel saddles and stirrups. They really didn't dare to brag about this kind of horsemanship, where you just grip the horse's belly with your legs. But to retrieve the bodies of their comrades and prevent them from being desecrated, not a single one who had ridden a horse before backed down. Those who didn't have the chance to go could only regret not having learned to ride. This temporary cavalry unit was not large. Most of them were scouts from the Tiger Stance Guard. Although these scouts were not equipped with horses, they had all learned to ride, so that they could ride back on captured enemy horses. There were also a small number of officers. Many of the early soldiers of the Han tribe had also had contact with horsemanship. Now that the army had expanded and they had become officers, they had more opportunities to ride. The smallest proportion were a few craftsmen and grooms from the logistics department. There were blacksmiths who changed horseshoes and grooms who fed the horses. Although they didn't participate much in combat, they dealt with horses all day and had some experience with horsemanship. Now that they finally had a chance to go to the front line and earn some military merit, the logistics soldiers were not to be outdone. Anyone who could ride a horse all charged up, and even their weapons were borrowed. Seeing a cavalry unit suddenly appear from the Han army, the dozens of men were startled. They had been fighting for so long without seeing any Han tribe cavalry. Their first impression was that the Han tribe people couldn't ride horses. So they hadn't run far after roping the men, thinking that as long as they were out of bowshot, it would be fine. They didn't expect that some of these Han soldiers would actually chase them on their own horses. The dozens of men were caught off guard and hurriedly packed up and mounted their horses to flee. But some were reluctant to part with the iron armor and clothes on the bodies, so they had to continue dragging them behind their horses. But this inevitably slowed them down, and they were soon caught up by the Han tribe's temporary cavalry. Some were killed on the spot. Others, who really couldn't run fast, had to chase after them and cut the ropes, which was considered retrieving the bodies. In the end, even the only survivor was snatched back from the herders by the soldiers. But the herder boy who had captured him was too vicious. Seeing that he was about to be caught, he had no choice but to give up the prisoner. But before throwing him off the horse, the boy drew an arrow and stabbed it directly into the captured soldier's eye. The wolf-fang arrow penetrated deep into his skull. Although it didn't go all the way through, it still took the soldier's life. With a thud, the body fell heavily to the ground. The herder boy glared fiercely at the pursuing Han soldiers behind him. His spoils of war were all gone, leaving only the iron helmet he held in his arms. The pursuing Han cavalry, seeing that all the bodies dragged by the enemy had been recovered, did not get bogged down in a fight. Some began to patrol in circles, while others dismounted and put the bodies on their horses. Then they all returned with the bodies of their comrades. It wasn't that they were unwilling to pursue, but their abilities were really limited. They were not proper cavalry. Their weapons were a motley collection, and their horse gear was incomplete. Some were already about to fall off just by gripping the horse's belly with their legs, let alone using weapons on horseback. It was fine to come over and scare people, but if they really fought with those herders on horseback, it was uncertain who would win or lose. They couldn't cripple their own skills and waste their advantage. By the time these people returned, the battle at Maodun's home base was basically over. The Tiger Stance Guard soldiers scattered throughout the camp also began to search everywhere, driving the captured prisoners and livestock to the lake shore, preparing to escort these people onto the ships. The army quartermaster Shui Dongliang, who had been on the ship all this time without coming down, now also brought people over to start counting the spoils and losses. The battle, which had started in the morning, was basically over by around 7 o'clock. Only a few herders who were unwilling to leave easily, or who remained in the distance to monitor the Tiger Stance Guard, were still lingering. They also wanted to know the purpose of the Han tribe's sudden attack on this pasture. Was it for long-term occupation? Or was it like the rules of the Grasslands, to raid and then run? Shui Tu ignored them. The Tiger Stance Guard had no professional cavalry at the moment, so there was nothing they could do about them. He had to let the temporary cavalry that had just been responsible for retrieving the bodies patrol the perimeter, and then let the other infantry hurry up and clean up the battlefield, clearing the spoils and losses. The quartermaster, Shui Dongliang, had already organized the sailors on the ships to start working. The Tiger Stance Guard had used more than 32 masted sailboats for this expedition. Each ship was equipped with 2 small landing craft, for a total of more than 70. These 70-plus small boats, in addition to being used for landing, had another use. They could be used to build temporary pontoon bridges or piers. This was the case at the moment. The 70-plus small boats were divided into 3 groups. Each group of more than 20 boats was lined up tightly, connected with ropes, and then covered with wooden planks. The end near the lake shore was fixed with 2 wooden stakes, and the other end was directly connected to the cargo ships anchored in deep water. The military scribes were currently standing at the head of the pier, counting the number of prisoners while pressing them onto the large ships. Before long, Shui Dongliang, who was in charge of the entire Tiger Stance Guard's logistics, found Shui Tu and said with some difficulty, "Old Tu, we've captured more than 100,000 livestock and over 3,000 people this time. There are also more than 1,000 dead livestock. What do you think we should do now?" Shui Tu was shocked and his eyes widened. "That many? It's a lot, but not too much. After coming to the Grasslands, I've also studied the lifestyle of the Grassland people a lot. A herder family of 6 or 7 people needs at least 100 head of livestock, including cattle, horses, and sheep, to support such a large family. Of course, the proportion of sheep is relatively large, and large livestock like cattle and horses do not exceed 2 or 3 out of 10. This pasture has more than 6,000 young and strong households. At 100 head per household, that's more than 600,000 livestock. We've only captured 100,000, which is only 1/6. Most of them were let go by the enemy. We couldn't stop them. The results of the battle can only be said to be mediocre," Shui Dongliang said, shrugging helplessly. But after hearing this explanation, Shui Tu still clicked his tongue. He felt that the Tiger Stance Guard had not been able to exert its full advantage in this battle, and had even fought a bit poorly. How could there be such a large haul? He still couldn't believe it. "I say, old Shui, you didn't count wrong, did you? Are there really that many? Why do I feel that this battle didn't go smoothly?" Shui Tu asked with a frown. Shui Dongliang's face also darkened. He sighed and shrugged again. "You're not wrong. This battle really didn't go well. But the time the chief chose was good. We got a big bargain this time." Shui Tu listened and, after a little thought, suddenly understood. "You mean, what we captured was all for free?" "That's right, you could say that." Shui Dongliang nodded in affirmation, then explained again. "This is Maodun's home base, but he's not here now. He took more than half of the young and strong men from the camp to rob our caravan. But the women, children, and most of the livestock of these young and strong men were not taken away and were left in this camp. During the battle just now, the families with a male head of household at home almost immediately let all their livestock go, and then let their wives and children retreat first. They came over to block us for a while, and then immediately retreated as well. So in the end, the ones who didn't escape and were stopped by us were basically the families whose young and strong men had gone out with Maodun. Those herder women had to take care of their children and drive the livestock. Some also wanted to pack up their things at home. They simply didn't have time to run and were caught by our soldiers. Don't you think this is like picking it up for free? The same goes for the livestock. Most of them were unguarded and were then intercepted by us. Some were even left in entire pens waiting for us to receive them. The enemy fled in such a hurry. They couldn't even take care of their own wives, children, and livestock. How could they have time to care for others? But even so, they still took away a lot. You have to know that the number of families with a male head of household here is only 4 or 5 out of 10, less than half of all the young and strong households. Logically, we should have intercepted at least half of these 600,000 plus livestock. But now we only have a little over 100,000, which is far from half. Shuetu nodded after hearing this. This was about what he had thought. This time, it wasn't that the Tiger Stance Guard fought particularly well, but that they really got a big bargain for free. But he immediately asked again, what about the losses? How big were our casualties this time? Casualties, nearly 300, Shui Dongliang said, flipping through the small notebook in his hand after hearing the question. Shuetu was shocked again. That many? Yes, as of now. Our army has suffered a total of 289 casualties, including 43 deaths, 29 serious injuries, and the rest are minor injuries. Shui Dongliang read from his small notebook for a while, then turned his head and scanned the battlefield again, and said again, this number may still increase. Still increase? How is that possible? The enemy has already been driven away. How can it still increase? And the soldier's armor is so excellent. How can there be so many casualties? Shuetu asked with some anger. Shui Dongliang immediately smiled bitterly. He patted the notebook in his hand and then handed it to Shui Tuesday. See for yourself. Shuetu immediately took it, first looked at Shui Dongliang with suspicion, and found that the other party was still signaling for him to see for himself. He then opened the notebook and looked. On it was a clear and detailed record of the casualty list. How many were dragged to death by the enemy's lassos, which unit they belonged to, what their names were. The number was only 20 plus. He knew about this, and it was within his acceptable range. But the records below made him a little angry. A certain soldier from a certain company in a certain platoon was gored to death by a cow while capturing livestock. A certain soldier was kicked in the head by a horse and died on the spot. And such cases were not isolated. There were more than 10 of them in total, which made Shuetu extremely frustrated. The records of minor injuries were even more ridiculous. Apart from a few who were injured in battle, most of the minor injury records were actually bite wounds. What's with these bite wounds? You're not going to tell me they were bitten by those herder women, are you? Shuetu asked, patting the notebook in his hand. Shui Dongliang immediately shook his head helplessly. They really don't have that ability. But their sheepdogs do. Sheepdogs? Shuetu was shocked again. Yes, when receiving livestock and capturing prisoners, many of our soldiers were bitten by the sheepdogs raised by the local herders. Our soldiers' armor is indeed excellent, but their lower legs and elbows are not armored. The sheepdogs mostly bit these places. The bite wounds are mostly concentrated on the limbs. I just looked, and there are already more than 100 people, and the number may still be increasing. The herders all raise dogs, and not just one. The number of dogs is very large. These animals don't understand human language and are very protective of their owners. Their usual task is to help their owners herd. Now that we are going over to receive the livestock, we naturally become the targets of these animals' attacks, Shui Dongliang explained again. Shuetu didn't speak after hearing this, just secretly sucked his teeth. What the hell was all this? Shui Dongliang immediately said again. Now the situation is like this. The reason I'm looking for you is to discuss with you how we should deal with these spoils and casualties. How to deal with them. Shuetu was also very troubled. Not to mention anything else, just the livestock was a big problem. That was 100,000 living creatures. After pacing back and forth for a few laps, Shuetu suddenly asked, you just said that large livestock like cattle and horses only account for 2 or 3 out of 10 of all livestock. Is that right? Shui Dongliang nodded. That's right. There are only a little over 20,000 cattle and horses among these livestock. The remaining 80,000 are all sheep. Although cattle and horses are more important, we can't just give up the sheep, right? More than 80,000 sheep is not a small number. Shuetu's brows were deeply furrowed. He held his chin with his hand and thought carefully. After a while, he proposed his opinion. My suggestion is also to keep these livestock. So many cattle, horses, and sheep, it would be too much of a waste to kill them all and throw them into the lake. How about this? Let's not load the prisoners onto the ships. We'll pick out the women with children and use their children to threaten them to help us drive the livestock. The ships will mainly be used to transport the wounded, the animal carcasses, and a small number of prisoners. The rest of the uninjured infantry will be responsible for walking back to the camp with the livestock and prisoners. What do you think? Shui Dongliang thought for a moment and nodded. This is a good idea. I have no objection. It's just that if we can't get on the ships and evacuate as soon as possible, We need to immediately send a letter to the chief to let him know, so that our actions don't disrupt the chief's plan. Of course, but you still have to write the letter. I'll just sign and stamp it at the end, Shuetu said, quickly shirking the responsibility when he heard he had to write. Fine, I'll write it. You can arrange the rest. It's already late spring and early summer. The temperature is high during the day. If we still want those dead horses and dogs, we need to deal with them as soon as possible. Leave some as rations, and then quickly load the rest onto the ships. If we really can't take them, we'll dig a pit and bury them on the spot, Shui Dongliang reminded. We want them. How can we not want them? That's all meat. The soldiers usually can't even get much of it, Shuetu said nervously. There was no way around it. He was used to being poor. It was the first time he had seen so much meat. It was right at his lips, and there was no way he would throw it away. Soon, according to Shuetu's latest orders, the entire tiger stance guard began to move. All the prisoners and livestock were gathered by the lake, and then handed over to Shui Dongliang to register the prisoners. He picked out the women with children, then took their children hostage, forcing these women to look after the herds for the Han tribe. Their children were taken onto the ships by the soldiers of the tiger stance guard. The women cried and wailed, but facing the fierce Han tribe soldiers, they had no thought of resistance. Because any who dared to resist would not have been captured here. They would have died at the time of capture. The several thousand tents in the pasture had all been burned to ashes. The livestock had either run away or been captured. The prisoners had also been mostly sorted out. Of the more than 3,000 prisoners, most were women and children. There were only 500 or 600 men who had surrendered and been captured, and most of them were old and weak. The real young and strong men had either died in battle or fled. Very few were actually captured. Shui Dongliang selected 1,000 women with children from among them to temporarily manage the 100,000 head of livestock, with each person responsible for about 100 head, which was basically the same as their daily herding number. Shuetu then assigned an archer to each woman to watch them, thus achieving one-on-one surveillance and 1-to-100 herding. In addition, with the cooperation of these women, the surviving sheepdogs also became much more obedient and unwillingly became the spoils of war for the tiger stance guard. The archers were all responsible for monitoring the prisoners and herds, and the remaining soldiers were not idle either. They first moved the bodies of the soldiers and the wounded onto the ships, where the logistics soldiers treated their wounds. Then they brought all the killed horses, a small number of livestock, and a large number of sheepdogs to the lake shore and began the open-air butchering work. Fortunately, these soldiers had years of hunting experience before joining the army and were very good at handling animal carcasses. There were many people who could do this work, so they took turns. Some were responsible for standing guard to prevent the enemy from suddenly returning, while others butchered at the lake shore. Because they were in the enemy's home base, they didn't dare to stay long, so they worked very quickly. But even so, they were busy until noon before they finished. The stripped animal skins were all moved onto the ships and first salted to prevent decay. Some of the remaining meat was sent to the ships to be taken away, and some was left for the soldiers of the tiger stance guard as a side dish for the next few days. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the fleet was sailing towards the Han tribe's new city on the grasslands, carrying these things. However, under Shuetu's command, 15 two-masted sailboats were left to sail slowly along the lake shore, following the footsteps of the tiger stance guard's march. They were mainly responsible for monitoring the front and back. In addition, the tiger stance guard did not have vehicles for this expedition, so the various supplies that accompanied the army could only be transported by these ships. And on the other side of Maodun's home base, the herders who had fled were now hesitating whether to go back. The Han tribe's army was gone, but their homes were also gone. All the yurts and tents had been burned down. Except for their families and livestock, they had almost nothing. This meant that from today on, they would have to live the hardest life again. Without tents, they could only eat and sleep in the open. Without cooking utensils and containers, they had to give up cheese and live on roasted meat every day, and they dared not eat much. More importantly, they didn't know if the chief had managed to get the white salt. If there was no salt, they might really have to take desperate measures. That's right, a hard life was impossible. If things were gone, they could just go find some small tribes to rob. Although they had been defeated by the Han tribe this time, they still had horses and warriors. The most important thing now was to find their own chief and rendezvous with the chief's army. Maodun had not yet received word that his home base had been raided. He was still obsessed with finding the Han tribe's shipment of white salt. Could the Exian envoy have lied? He shook his head. The envoy wouldn't have dared, and Maodun trusted his own interrogation methods. No one could fabricate a lie under that kind of torture. Maodun's 3 search parties were scouring the land. One group found the merchant camp on the north shore of the strait, but it was a ghost town. The simple courtyard was empty, save for a few abandoned mud brick huts. 1,000 nomad warriors stormed the place, searching every corner, even the well, but found nothing. In a fit of rage, the leader ordered the camp burned and the huts leveled before riding away in frustration. The second group, searching for the freight wagons, also came up empty-handed. They began harassing small tribes that had bought a few Han chariots, confiscating their meager salt supplies and sparking several skirmishes. Little did they know that Saren and Galsang, who were actually transporting the salt for the Han tribe, didn't have a single wagon. They were moving the salt on pack animals. By the time the Huban guards were sacking Maodun's home, the salt caravan was already nearing the new Han city by the lake. The final group, tasked with chasing the Han merchant caravan, had been engaged in a pointless game of tag with Yuji for days. Yuji's caravan consisted entirely of light riders. Even the wagons were empty, for horses pulling an empty cart could easily keep pace with light cavalry. They just needed the rest of the caravan to protect them from being flanked. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, the pursuers were ready to give up. "Brother Arasilon, should we keep going?" A short youth on a black horse asked their leader. "The horses are exhausted. Even if we catch them, the wagons are empty. We're gaining nothing." Arasilon, a cousin of Maodun in his late 20s and a tribal headman, glared at him. "Bagan, this is the leader's command. Do you dare defy him?" Bagan shook his head quickly. He patted his galloping horse's neck. "Arasilon, you know that's not what I mean. I just don't want to fight a battle with no reward. It's not the way of the plains. A wolf will track its prey for half a month," Arasilon said stubbornly. "Only a sheepdog circles the tent. But, enough. We catch them today. If we go any further, we'll be too close to the Han camp. The leader says they have thousands of soldiers there. We can't win that fight. We have to finish them before they reach safety." Bagan sighed. He knew he couldn't change Arizalan's mind. He signaled his men to pick up the pace. If they had to fight, they might as well get it over with. As evening approached, Bagan saw the Han caravan finally stop. They were setting up a defensive position as if preparing for a final stand. Bagan was surprised. Asterisk, why stop now? Are we in Han territory? Asterisk, he scanned the horizon. To the east, a cloud of dust was rising. A massive troop of riders was thundering toward them, flying the unmistakable red banners of the Han tribe. "Is that our cavalry?" The leader sent reinforcements. "Everyone, stay alert." Yuji shouted to his men. "We're not running anymore. We're going to meet our brothers, and then we're going to settle the score with those bastards behind us. They've been chasing us for days. It's time to show them the Han tribe's might." As the reinforcements drew closer, Bagan realized the situation had flipped. The Han caravan wasn't trapped. They were the bait. He saw over 100 Han riders break off from the main force to charge toward his 2,000 men. Bagan panicked. He turned his horse and rode back to Arasilon. "Arasilon, the Han army is here. We have to retreat." Arasilon frowned, thinking Bagan was lying to get out of the chase. But then he saw the 100 riders charging with reckless confidence, followed by a sea of red banners emerging from the sunset. His heart skipped a beat. A Han army? He didn't hesitate. He made a quick calculation and ordered an immediate retreat. He didn't go far, though. He stopped at a safe distance. He had spent 4 days on this chase. He couldn't just leave empty-handed. He decided to linger and scout. Maybe he could still find the salt. On the other side, the Han cavalry, a combined force of Huban and Shinyo guards, met up with Yuji. The relief force was led by Ling Feng and Wu Yun, former members of the merchant guard. "Ling Feng, you're just in time," Yuji shouted. "Those bastards are trying to run. Let's go crush them." Ling Feng quickly stopped him. "Captain, the leader's orders were to secure the caravan and return immediately. We're to avoid unnecessary combat. Most of these reinforcements are local nomads we just recruited. They haven't been fully trained. They look good for a show of force, but a real battle might be risky. We should head back." Ling Feng looked at the empty wagons and frowned. "Wait, where's the salt? If we don't have the salt, the mission isn't over." Yuji grinned. "Don't worry. The salt isn't here." "What? Then where is it?" "I knew we'd be targeted," Yuji explained. "Those wagons were a decoy. They're full of dirt. The real salt is being moved by a small tribe we recruited, the Galsang tribe. Their leader is a good man, and he's eager to join us. I sent them on a different route with Saren as their guide. I got word from them this morning. They're close." I see. Then what now? We can't go back without the salt. We'll camp here, Yuji decided. With your reinforcements, we have enough men to hold our own. We'll wait for Galsang. Once we have the salt, we'll all go back together. Arasilon only has 2,000 men, and our soldiers are armored. He won't dare attack us now. Agreed. We'll set up camp, Lingfeng said. The Han force of nearly 2,000 men began setting up a proper camp. Seeing this, Arasilon was baffled. What are they doing? He expected them to attack, but they were settling in as if for a long stay. Asterisk, are they waiting for a secret weapon? More reinforcements? Asterisk. While they were at a stalemate, word finally reached Maodun's main camp. A group of battered survivors from his home base had arrived with the news. They knelt in his tent, wailing, "Leader, you must avenge us." The Han army came from the lake at dawn, thousands of armored warriors. They used wooden walls bristling with spears. We couldn't even get close. They hid archers behind the walls and burned our tents, slaughtered our people, and took our livestock. You have to help us. Maodun was stunned. He knew about the 4,000 Han soldiers, but he'd assumed they were infantry and therefore not a threat to his mobile tribes. He'd wondered how they would even reach him. Now he knew. They didn't march. They sailed. But there was one thing he didn't know. His men, trying to shift the blame for their failure, had exaggerated the numbers. They claimed thousands had attacked, leading Maodun to believe the entire Han army of 4,000 had hit his base. In reality, only 2,000 had gone. This small detail led Maodun to a fateful miscalculation. If the Han army had sent all its soldiers to attack his home base, did that mean their own camp was empty? Could he strike back? Maodun considered it, but he quickly dismissed the idea. The Han tribe wouldn't be so careless. At the very least, they would have ships ready for a quick evacuation. At worst, it was a trap. After much deliberation, Maodun decided to send scouts to gather more information. The situation was spiraling out of his control, and the pressure was immense. He dismissed the weeping survivors and sat alone, rubbing his temples. Over the next 3 days, the displaced nomads began moving back to their original pastures. It was prime land, and they couldn't abandon it. The Han military action seemed to be a raid rather than an occupation, so they just needed to rebuild and stay vigilant. Rebuilding required resources. Food wasn't an issue yet. They could eat their livestock, but they lacked tents and basic supplies. They couldn't get cloth, but they could get felt. Maodun planned to raid smaller tribes for their felt stocks. He needed enough for thousands of tents. In Maodun's mind, if he could steal it, he wouldn't pay for it. He was still powerful enough to bully the smaller tribes. He just needed his scattered forces to return. But he had a long-term problem. He had offended both the Han and Ecchi tribes, the only two sources of metal and salt. He had to find a way to fix this, or his tribe would slowly wither. He also knew he had to prevent the Han and Ecchi tribes from forming a true alliance. If they joined forces, he was dead. Then, a thought struck him. He needed to capture Han craftsmen. If he could force them to produce salt and metal for him, he wouldn't need to trade. He called for the survivors from the home base. "Leader, are we going to get revenge?" one of them asked. "Humph," Maodun sneered. "If I led you there now, would you even dare to fight?" The man went silent. The Han armor was terrifying. Maodun didn't press the point. "When the Han attacked, did you take any prisoners?" "I need living Han people." "Leader, we caught a few dozen," the man reported. "But we wanted their armor and weapons, so we were rough. Most died. The Han cavalry came to recover the bodies, and we had to leave them. We had one live one, but we killed him before we retreated." "You had a live one, and you killed him?" Maodun roared. "Do you have any idea how valuable a prisoner is?" He paced the tent in a rage. "How did you even catch them if their armor is so strong? Who caught them? Bring that person to me." A few minutes later, they brought in a youth of about 16 or 17. To Maodun's surprise, the boy was wearing a captured Han steel helmet. "Greetings, leader," the boy said, removing the helmet. "I hear you found a way to deal with the Han armor," Maodun said, eyeing him. "Yes, leader. The Han armor is strong, but it has weaknesses. I've been thinking about it since the defeat. First, the lasso. If we can't pierce the armor, why try? We should just lasso them and drag them away. That's how we caught those men. We just lacked experience fighting the Han, so we lost too many people. But the tactic works." Maodun was impressed. The boy was right. Lassoing was a basic skill for every nomad. Good. A very clever approach. But the boy shook his head. "Leader, the lasso is good for skirmishes, but not for a full battle. If the Han form their tortoise shield wall, we can't get close enough." Maodun nodded. The boy was sharp. So what do we do about the shield wall? To fight armored men, we need our own armor. We don't have iron, but we can use leather. 1 layer, 2 layers, or even felt. It's not as good as iron, but it's better than nothing. Our archery failed because they had armor and we didn't. Second, weapons. Bone and stone arrows are useless against iron. We need iron arrows, but since we don't have them, we should use blunt weapons. Stone axes and maces. They won't pierce the armor, but the impact will break bones and cause internal injuries. Finally, tactics. We must avoid a frontal battle. We should use our most elite warriors to harass and ambush them. We can't win a head-on fight, but we can bleed them slowly. Maodun was delighted. This boy had analyzed the situation perfectly. Excellent. What is your name? My name is Dalantai, leader. Dalantai, a lucky find in old age. Is your father an old man? I was his last child, born when he was very old. He passed away when I was 10. Maodun thought for a moment. Dalantai, would you like to be my adopted son? Dalantai trembled with excitement. I would be honored, father. Good. You are a true warrior of the plains. Maodun helped him up. I want you to form a new unit. 500 of our best men. I will give you the best horses, leather armor, and weapons. But I want one thing from you. Anything, father. You said we should harass them. Do it. But I want prisoners. I want craftsmen who can work metal and wood. I want people who know how to make salt. I want women who can weave. Capture anyone with a skill. Do you understand? Dalantai bowed deeply. I will not fail you, father. I will bring you the prisoners you need. 3 days later, the caravan at the temporary camp finally met up with Saren and Galsang. They had traveled by night and hidden by day for half a month. When the salt was finally handed over to Yuji, everyone breathed a massive sigh of relief. Erasilon, who was still watching from a distance, was stunned to see a small tribe arrive with a massive amount of livestock. He rode closer with a few scouts to investigate. What he saw nearly made him spit blood. The nomads were unloading heavy sacks from their pack animals, which the Han merchants then loaded into their wagons. The Han workers even whistled and mocked Arizalan's scouts as they worked. Ha! We have nearly 2,000 men now, and 1,500 are cavalry, Saren shouted toward the scouts. That bastard Maodun can watch us load the salt all he wants. He can't do a damn thing. Commander Yu, the salt is here, and we have the numbers, suggested Ely, a newly recruited tribal leader. Why don't we just go wipe them out? It feels wrong to just leave after they've been harassing us. Yuji shook his head. He had considered it, but he knew the reality of his army. Forget it. We have the numbers, but Arizalan's men are all light cavalry with nothing to lose. We have women, children, and cargo to protect. Don't go looking for trouble. Getting this salt and these people back safely is the real victory. The leader will reward you well. Fine. Shall we leave now? Ely asked. Yes. All units, move out. We're going home. With Yuji's command, the caravan, the new cavalry, and Galsang's tribe, nearly 4,000 people in total, began the journey back to the Han city, singing and celebrating. Erasilon could only watch in fury. He didn't have the strength to stop them. He eventually led his men back to Maodun, vowing to report the incompetence of the units that had let the salt caravan slip through their fingers. A few days later, when all of Maodun's parties had returned empty-handed, Maodun didn't explode in rage. Instead, he told them about the raid on their home base. Erasilon and the others were horrified and then consumed by a burning rage. They weren't just angry for the tribe, they were angry for themselves. Most of the men on the expedition had lost their families and livestock to the Han raid. Leader, lead us to the Han camp. We must take back our people and our animals. Erasilon cried. Lead you there? With what? Maodun snapped. Do you want to lose even more? So we just let it go? Of course not. But not now. We've lost too much. We need to recover. We need to raid the smaller tribes for people and livestock. Women and animals can be replaced. We will lick our wounds and wait for the right moment. The men agreed. This was the way of the plains. Strength was everything. They spent 2 days resting before launching a massive sweep of the southern grasslands, raiding every small tribe they could find. Meanwhile, the Han camp was in a state of pure jubilation. First, the fleet arrived with thousands of prisoners. Then Yuji arrived with the salt and the new recruits. Finally, the Huban guards returned, driving over 100,000 head of livestock before them. The camp was filled with the scent of roasting meat for days. It was time for rewards. Han Feng took the distribution of rewards and pensions very seriously. A disciplined army required a leader who was fair. He promoted those who had earned it and provided for the families of the fallen. The Huban guards were ecstatic. Most had joined for the chance to earn merit. Han Feng awarded 10 sheep to every soldier. For the families of the fallen, he gave 30 sheep and a monthly stipend for their children until they reached adulthood. He also implemented a new policy. Families of martyrs could borrow oxen and horses from the government for free to help with farm work, compensating for the loss of their primary laborer. These policies sent morale skyrocketing. The soldiers were now ready to die for the Han tribe. As for the livestock, Han Feng kept the sheep for the tribe and sold the goats to the soldiers and the new recruits. He didn't want goats overgrazing the grasslands. He traded sheep to the new recruits in exchange for their horses and oxen, which were then sent back to the Han heartland to work the fields. Through trade and war, the Han tribe had gained over 40,000 head of livestock in just a few months. They had solved their labor shortage and established themselves as the dominant power in the region. 2 weeks later, the situation had stabilized. The new city was under construction, aided by the new slaves and recruits. Han Feng decided it was time to go home. He missed his wives and children, and he had a mountain of new resources to manage. He left in early May and arrived in Hanyang City by early June. His children, Luo Chung and Luo Lan, were now 7 months old and starting to babble. They were healthy, chubby, and adorable. Han Feng was content to play father for a few days. But on his 3rd day back, a message arrived from Bamboo Island. Shoya had succeeded. He had negotiated a permanent embassy on the island and secured a grant of land. The Han tribe now had a permanent foothold in the Ecchi tribe's territory. Although Han Feng only received the news in early June, the selection process for the diplomatic mission's permanent base on Bamboo Island had already been underway for over a month. Ever since Beast Fong and Commander Xian finalized the agreement regarding the assistance in construction for Bamboo Island, Commander Xian had explicitly given permission for Elder Zhu to accompany Beast Fong in selecting a site. As one of the few pro-Han members of the Xian tribe, Elder Zhu was quite enthusiastic about the task. He was also deeply interested in the various civil engineering projects of the Han tribe, particularly the cross-sea bridge project Beast Fong had proposed to connect Bamboo Island to the mainland. While guiding Beast Fong and introducing the local conditions of the island, he would frequently pester Beast Fong with questions about architecture and construction. Of course, Beast Fong wasn't exactly an expert in these matters. He simply bluffed his way through, recounting stories of the Han tribe's massive hydraulic engineering projects, like digging artificial rivers, which left Elder Zhu stunned and wide-eyed. Meanwhile, Beast Fong used this opportunity to meticulously record information about the geography, local customs, agricultural and pastoral specialties, and forestry and mineral resources of various locations on Bamboo Island. However, due to limited conditions, the areas he could currently explore were still very restricted. The choice of a long-term base for the mission was primarily driven by future maritime trade. Naturally, a location suitable for developing sea trade with the mainland had to be along the coastline facing the continent. Therefore, Beast Fong's activities were basically confined to the coast on the mainland-facing side. On these primitive lands, which showed no signs of artificial development, he couldn't find much useful information, so he ultimately focused on selecting a base. The first requirement for maritime trade was a large harbor. Otherwise, if ships couldn't dock, there was no point in doing anything. The most important indicator for a cargo port was water depth. To obtain hydrological data for the northern coast of Bamboo Island, the mission team practically risked their lives. Since they hadn't brought any boats, they had to cut bamboo and build rafts with the Xian tribe's permission, then manually pole their way along the long northern coastline to take measurements. The method of measurement was crude, poling the bamboo rafts out and using a lead weight on a rope to check the depth at specific points. Elder Zhu was very curious about this strange behavior and often asked Beast Fong about things he didn't understand. Envoy of Han, what are you fishing for? Are you trying to catch fish in the sea? Beast Fong was quite patient with Elder Zhu's questions. To collect more detailed intelligence on Bamboo Island, he didn't mind chatting with the old man. We are measuring the depth of the seawater near the shore. We tie a heavy object to a rope, lower it to the seabed, and then measure the length of the rope to determine the depth. Does the depth of the seawater have anything to do with the mission's base? Elder Zhu asked, puzzled. Beast Fong nodded with certainty. Of course. Elder Zhu, you know that the only passage currently connecting Bamboo Island to the mainland is that unopened underwater bridge. Its transport capacity is too poor. That is why our chief intends to use ships for water transport to trade with the Xian tribe. Shipping is not only fast, but has immense transport capacity. A single large ship can carry a load equivalent to countless horse-drawn carriages. For long-distance trade, it is actually much more cost-effective than land transport. What if the cross-sea bridge to the mainland is completed? You know, the kind of bridge you mentioned that allows several large carts to travel side by side. Can't that compare to shipping? Elder Zhu asked again. Of course not, Beast Fong said firmly. Seeing Elder Zhu's confusion, he began to explain. Land transport is nothing more than horse carriages or ox carts. Regardless of whether it's a two-wheeled cart or a heavy four-wheeled wagon, it relies on livestock for traction. The distance from the Han tribe to the Xian tribe is vast. It would take months to travel. The number of oxen and horses consumed, along with the grain and fodder, would be a huge cost. Most importantly, the cargo capacity is limited, and it is heavily restricted by the number of passable roads. But shipping is different. Rivers and waterways are natural transport lines. Moreover, ships are massive. One ship can carry 1,000 people. How many people can you fit in a carriage? If you're carrying cargo, you can fit even more because goods don't need to move around or eat and drink. As long as the ship doesn't sink, you can stuff it to the brim. Most importantly, ships are powered by the wind. That costs no money. You save a massive amount on oxen, horses, and fodder, so the cost comes down. Elder Zhu listened with glowing eyes. He now desperately wanted to see what a Han tribe ship looked like. Beast Fong made it sound so wonderful. It could carry so much, didn't need to eat or drink, didn't need people to push or horses to pull, and moved on the water solely by the wind. It sounded like a divine artifact. However, think as he might, he couldn't imagine what such a thing looked like. Looking at the bamboo rafts the mission team had made, an image of a supersized bamboo raft gradually formed in Elder Zhu's mind. He quickly shook his head to toss that idea out. Based on his knowledge, the Han tribe would absolutely not build something with such low technical content. Besides, a raft couldn't be pushed by the wind. Clearly, they were not the same thing. Envoy of Han, I wonder if our Xian tribe has a chance to build the kind of ship you described? Would the Han tribe be willing to help us? Elder Zhu asked eagerly. Beast Fong thought for a moment, then shook his head. Fearing a misunderstanding that might affect their cooperation, he explained to Elder Zhu. Shipbuilding is not a job that can be completed by any single trade. Take the Han tribe's three-masted sailing ship, for example. It requires countless strong men to go into the mountains to fell giant trees. After years of air drying, a very advanced, massive processing factory is needed to cut and treat the timber. This involves various metal tools for processing wood, as well as a large number of steel parts needed when building the ship. Speaking of which, this also involves mining, metal smelting, and processing. Once you have these raw materials, you need precise mathematical calculations, navigational design technology, and a large number of skilled carpenters and blacksmiths. And that's not all. Including the ropes and sails used on the ship, it requires agricultural planting technology for plant fibers, collection and processing technology, and superb textile technology. Just the sails for a single three-masted ship require hundreds of different looms and over 1,000 female weavers working continuously for many days to complete. In short, this is not something a single department can complete. It is a pinnacle product reflecting the Han tribe's overall manufacturing level. It is the largest individual man-made transportation tool built by the collective power of the entire Han tribe. In other words, if you want to build a ship, you need a tribe as great as the Han tribe. Elder Zhu was stunned into silence by these words. He had never imagined that building a single ship would require so many advanced technologies, covering almost every manufacturing industry he knew of. Yet, the Xian tribe possessed none of these. Wanting to build a ship was simply nonsense. Build a ship? With what? Just as Beast Fong said, did the Xian tribe need a ship? No, what they needed was a great tribe. Of course, there was a slight element of exaggeration in Beast Fong's words, but generally speaking, it was true. Everyone knows that shipbuilding is fundamentally not a problem solvable by a single trade. Even if built, you couldn't sail it without advanced navigation technology. This kind of transportation tool, currently the most advanced in the world, was simply not something the Xian tribe could play with. Beast Fong said this to make the Xian tribe give up the idea of playing with ships. Asterisk, just honestly go build your cross-sea bridge. Is a high-level toy like a ship something you can handle? Isn't it sweet to just let the Han tribe monopolize maritime trade? Asterisk. Perhaps the Xian tribe wouldn't find it sweet, But that didn't matter. As long as the Han tribe found it sweet, that was enough. And so, under the harassment of Elder Zhu's various questions, Beast Fong led the mission team to spend over a month thoroughly scouting the entire northern coast of Bamboo Island. They finally selected 3 locations as potential bases. However, Beast Fong did not make the decision himself. Instead, he sent the topographic maps and all data of the 3 locations to Han Fong, letting the chief make the final decision. The long letter Han Fong was holding contained detailed data on the 3 candidate sites from Beast Fong, as well as some information he had collected about the Ecchi tribe, information they hadn't possessed before. It could be said that this set of data was extremely valuable to the Han tribe. First was a crucial piece of intelligence the Han tribe had just learned: the organizational structure of the Ecchi tribe. The Han tribe's organization was a centralized model with counties governed separately under central authority. But the Ecchi tribe was different. It was an organizational form similar to a suzerain system with semi-autonomous vassal states. Previously, the Han tribe had received news that Bamboo Island was not a monolith, nor was there only the Ecchi tribe. It was composed of 6 tribes. But how exactly it was constituted, and which tribes they were, the Han tribe had no idea. This intelligence gap was completely filled by Beast Fong. The 6 tribes of Bamboo Island, ranked from strongest to weakest, were Ecchi, salt, food, fish, hunt, and divination, boo. Among them, the Ecchi, salt, and food tribes were the most powerful. Their combined population accounted for 70% of the entire island. The fish, hunt, and divination tribes were very weak. The second-ranked salt tribe, due to its territory being near the coast and controlling large coastal mudflats, focused on boiling and sun-drying salt. They produced 80% of the sea salt exported from Bamboo Island. Although the other 5 could produce some sea salt for their own needs, they couldn't export without the salt tribe. Thus, their political status was very high. The food tribe controlled the most fertile land on Bamboo Island and produced abundant grain, so their population was also very large. In terms of population alone, they could even rank second, so their status was relatively high as well. The fish tribe occupied the cliff areas on the easternmost side of Bamboo Island. The land there was barren with few mudflats. It neither produced grain nor was suitable for drying salt. However, heaven never seals off all exits. The people of the fish tribe had all mastered the skill of catching turtles in the deep ocean. They had no fishing nets and relied entirely on bamboo harpoons to hunt fish. The most formidable fish hunters could dive 20 meters deep in coastal waters without any equipment. Holding a stone in one arm as a weight and a harpoon in the other, they could walk on the seabed for 5 minutes. Every one of them was a diving expert. However, correspondingly, under such harsh and primitive survival conditions, the fish tribe's population was very small. As the saying goes, poor mountains and vicious waters breed unruly people. The fish tribe was no exception. Although their population was small, their combat power was off the charts. Therefore, in several major annexation wars in Bamboo Island's history, they maintained their independence. The other tribes looked down on their broken land, and the price to completely conquer the fish tribe was too high, so they tacitly accepted their existence. The hunt tribe was the origin of archery on Bamboo Island, skilled in making bamboo bows and arrows. They occupied the mountainous areas in the center of the island. Originally living by hunting and gathering, they later introduced livestock from the grasslands and began farming, but they never lost their hunting traditions. Like the fish tribe, their population wasn't large, but their combat power was strong, earning them a place on Bamboo Island. The last one, the divination tribe, was a purely charlatan tribe, extremely superstitious. They worshipped several great gods within their tribe that even they couldn't figure out. Their population was small, and their combat power was trash. Yet, since they could maintain their existence, there was a reason. The divination tribe wasn't entirely useless. Besides superstition, they knew medicine. Humans eat grains and cereals. Who can guarantee they won't get a headache or fever? When someone got sick, they had to beg the doctors. So they survived. At the same time, the divination tribe had the smallest population on the entire island. Based on the intelligence provided by Beast Fong, Han Fong analyzed that it was likely they poisoned too many of themselves while tasting 100 herbs. Furthermore, the divination tribe excelled at raising poisonous creatures, scorpions, venomous snakes, and the like, playing with them daily. It would be strange if they survived easily. Coupled with their peculiar customs, few from the other tribes were willing to intermarry with them. which further impacted the divination tribe's population growth. However, regarding this entity that people both needed and feared, the other tribes didn't dare to provoke them easily. In the several massive changes in Bamboo Island's history, the divination tribe had remained as steady as an old dog, holding its place. The remaining strongest tribe, the Ecchi tribe, went without saying. This was a tribe favored by the heavens. The Ecchi tribe occupied the most strategically advantageous land on the entire island. They had fertile fields and were self-sufficient in food. They also had coastal mudflats and could produce salt. Though the yield wasn't high, it met their own needs, so they weren't controlled by others. At the same time, the Ecchi tribe controlled the freshwater source for the entire island. The only large river on Bamboo Island flowed out from the Ecchi tribe's territory. Additionally, the metal or veins were all within the Ecchi tribe's territory. Most critically, the underwater bridge connecting the mainland and Bamboo Island was also within the Ecchi tribe's territory. They controlled the only passage to the mainland. This was a strategic advantage. The salt produced by the Salt tribe could only be sold with the Ecchi tribe's help to exchange for needed livestock and tools. The Food tribe focused on farming. They also needed the Ecchi tribe to get livestock from the grasslands for them, as well as the metal farming tools produced by the Ecchi tribe. Controlling these two largest powers, the Ecchi tribe couldn't be bothered with the remaining three oddities. Thus, over hundreds of years of evolution, the Ecchi tribe became the suzerain tribe of the other five. The other five recognized it as the suzerain and accepted the Ecchi tribe's jurisdiction. However, due to the lack of a perfect management organization and message delivery mechanism, the Ecchi tribe usually didn't interfere in the internal affairs of the other five, letting them manage themselves. But when it came to external matters, the Ecchi tribe's word was very effective, and the other five obeyed. In Han Feng's view, this situation already showed signs of transitioning from a tribal alliance towards a unified kingdom. Of the three potential sites Beast Fong had selected, two were in the territories of the Salt and Food tribes, while the last one lay between the Food and Fish tribes. Each had its own characteristics, and Beast Fong found it difficult to make a choice immediately. Han Feng sat on the Kong in his home, spreading out the maps Beast Fong had drawn, and then carefully examined them against the written descriptions. Among the three sites, the one located in the Salt tribe's territory was an open mudflat. It was unobstructed, with no massive rocky mountains. The mudflat by the seawater was quite steep, so the water level was relatively deep. At high tide, the water depth at the seaside could reach over 30 meters, and even at low tide, it was over 10 meters deep. The seawater here was extremely clear, a deep blue. No obvious reefs were visible on the surface. Near the shore, the ground was mostly coarse sand and small pebbles. Theoretically, this depth was sufficient for docking 10,000-ton giant ships. However, Han Feng did not make a decision immediately, not for any other reason, but because the tidal range was too large. Although the slope from the low-tide coastline to the high-tide coastline was steep, the width was still over 700 meters. Coupled with a tidal drop of nearly 20 meters, building a port here would be too difficult. If the port's trestle bridge, the pier, was built at the low-tide line, then when the tide rose, the seawater would submerge the entire port. But if it were built at the high-tide line, when the tide fell, the trestle would be suspended 20 meters above the sea surface. With such a huge drop, how could ships unload cargo? Unless a floating trestle was built, it would be basically useless. But given the Han tribe's current strength and technology, building a floating harbor was simply too hard. There was another reason Han Feng didn't like this place. The surrounding area wasn't great. It was completely barren land, not close to any native villages on Bamboo Island. The surrounding soil was too saline alkali to grow grain. There were no useful minerals, and trees were scarce, just some sparse woods and bamboo groves. In short, it had little development value. The second candidate site was located in the north-northeast direction of Bamboo Island, under the jurisdiction of the Food tribe. The scenery here was beautiful, with mountains, water, and green trees. There were mountains right by the sea, but they were earthen hills, so construction wouldn't be difficult. There were plenty of forests. The mountains were covered in towering, ancient trees. There were also several Food tribe villages nearby with inhabitants. Although the villagers had been cutting firewood for generations, the trees' ability to regenerate was faster than they could chop, so the forest remained lush. Most importantly, there was a freshwater river over 20 meters wide at the foot of the mountain. It was a vital water source for the surrounding native villages to irrigate their fertile fields and draw water for daily life. Crossing over the earthen hill from the seaside, there was a plain at the foot of the mountain. That freshwater river flowed across the plain, winding its way eastward. As for the hydrological conditions at the seaside, the tidal range was still too large. The bay here had no reefs, and the water depth was perfectly fine. Aside from the tides, Han Feng was relatively satisfied with this spot. First, the hills by the sea were earthen, with deep soil layers. There was ample fresh water and vast timber resources. These conditions were very useful for base construction. The abundance of earth made excavation and shaping easy, suitable for rammed earth buildings. Proximity to water allowed for agricultural development. Rich timber resources meant wood for construction, and in the future, the mission could use local materials to make tools to sell to the natives. So, Han Feng valued this place highly, but he still didn't confirm it. There were two reasons for rejection. First, the tidal range issue remained. Second, the earthen hills by the sea. While the thick soil and forests were good, they formed a barrier blocking access to Bamboo Island's interior. If it were just for walking, that would be fine. But this was a cargo port. Large amounts of supplies needed to be transported into Bamboo Island daily. If the traffic between the port and the interior was blocked by hills, roads would have to be built to transport supplies. While not difficult, it would waste a lot of time. The final, third location made Han Feng's eyes light up. The environment here was different from the first two. This place was located at the northeast corner of Bamboo Island, the point closest to the mainland. What Han Feng liked most was that this was the estuary of that large freshwater river on Bamboo Island. A freshwater river estuary. Just looking at these words, it wasn't hard to guess the surrounding geographical environment. Vast sandbanks formed by river sediment, and the overall terrain was high inside and low outside. Otherwise, the river wouldn't flow into the sea here. Water flows downwards, after all. Additionally, there was the issue of surrounding power distribution and topography. To the east of this cape was the cliff mountain area mentioned in Beast Fong's letter. The seaside was full of steep stone cliffs. Of course, there were lower places suitable for a port, but to the west of the cape was an inland river plain. Both banks of the river had large amounts of farmland and villages, with a relatively concentrated population. Its power division happened to be right between the food tribe and the fish tribe. Building a port here meant people were available, making it easy for the mission to recruit local native labor. Moreover, this was a major settlement for the food tribe. The population was very large, at least several thousand nearby, equivalent to a county in the Han tribe. The food tribe happened to be an agriculture-based tribe, just like the Han tribe. Han Feng and Beast Fong were confident they could build a good relationship with them here. The fish tribe on the other side was also easy to deal with. Their lives were hard to begin with. If the mission took care of them a little, they could establish good relations. Plus, it meant one more customer. The topography of the entire cape was also suitable. To the west was a sandy beach and the river estuary. The terrain was relatively flat, so the muddy tidal flats by the sea were very wide, difficult to walk on like a swamp, with many marine mangroves. But these weren't problems. They could be artificially modified to harden the land. To the east of the cape was Cliff Mountain. Outside Cliff Mountain, there were many reefs and small islands. The larger ones were the size of a primary school, occupying a few hectares. The smaller ones were only dozens of square meters, about the size of a living room. Most of these islands and reefs had hard rock bases. Some small islands would stand like giant stone pillars in the sea during low tide. This was exactly what Han Feng liked most about it. Don't look down on these isolated reefs the size of a few rooms. They were the best locations for establishing batteries and lighthouses. For example, building huge lighthouses on those towering reefs, equipped with rotating convex lens searchlights, large bells, and horns, could provide light and sound guidance for ships at night and in heavy fog, ensuring they wouldn't get lost and could return safely to port. Furthermore, if the port was built at the river estuary, the cliff mountain to the southeast could be used to shield the port from major storms, truly turning this place into a safe haven, reducing unnecessary losses for fishermen and merchant fleets. Regarding transport into Bamboo Island's interior, if the inland river route was navigable, the mission could load supplies onto small boats and sail upstream against the current, selling goods to every inhabited corner of Bamboo Island. After all, humans naturally lived near water. This plan was not impossible. The final difficult problem was the large tidal range and how exactly to build the port. This third candidate site was truly suitable. It was excellent in every aspect. But if the port issue wasn't resolved, it ultimately wouldn't work. Han Feng began to worry. He didn't understand why the tidal range here was so huge, reaching 15 to over 20 meters. That was equivalent to the height of a 6- or 7-story building. Just thinking about it made him realize how difficult building this port would be. Could it be because there are 2 moons? Double gravity causing massive tides. Han Feng suddenly had this thought, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. However, he wasn't insane enough to try poking a moon out of the sky, nor did he have the ability. In the end, he had to find a solution at the port itself. A port mainly consists of a wharf, a platform for people, horses, and vehicles to load cargo, and a trestle bridge, the passage connecting the wharf to the ships. The wharf was easy to build. It could be constructed at the edge of the highest water line, but the trestle had to extend to the ship docking point at the lowest water level. The biggest technical challenge was this section of the trestle. Han Feng thought about it. Using a floating trestle wasn't impossible. There were no technical issues. They could make thousands of large wooden barrels with a capacity of over 1 cubic meter, the kind a person could fit inside, to provide buoyancy. Then, seal the empty barrels, arrange them in a square matrix, tie them securely, and lay wooden planks on top. One end would extend into the sea, and the other would connect to the wharf. If they feared the floating trestle swaying left and right, they could hang iron anchors into the seabed on both sides to stabilize it. Looking at it this way, there seemed to be no problem. It was similar to building pontoon bridges with landing craft in the past. The technical difficulty wasn't high, and the construction period was short. They could completely prefabricate the parts and transport them to the site for assembly. However, after thinking it over, Han Feng gave up on the idea, mainly because of the tidal range. After simulating the scenario in his head, he imagined low tide, one end high, one end low. A trestle several hundred meters long with a slope 6 stories high. The anchor chains fixed on both sides would become loose and slack due to the falling tide. The entire trestle would lie on the slope like a twisting snake. It would be utterly pitfall-ridden. But thinking of twisting and high slope, Han Feng suddenly remembered a lesson from his school days. He couldn't remember the name of the text, but he knew the content. It was about Zhang Tianyu building the railway in Zhangjiago. Because Zhangjiago was mountainous and the slopes were steep, trains struggled to climb. Finally, the clever Zhang Tianyu used a herringbone, zigzag, railway to solve the steep slope problem. Although Han Feng was building a port now, the difficulty encountered was similar. The slope was too steep. Perhaps he could borrow Zhang Tianyu's herringbone railway principle, dividing the trestle into several horizontal tiers, extending the passage to reduce the slope. That was indeed a good idea. But saying it was one thing. Without seeing it personally, he had no confidence. Never mind others. No one knew better than him how a port should be built. Although he didn't know how to build one himself, he had seen them. Others hadn't even seen one. This was the advantage brought by perspective. Since that was the case, they would make do with a floating trestle for now. Until this shipping route was opened, building any port was useless talk. The current goal should be establishing a land base. Speaking of this, Han Feng had plenty of ideas. The Han tribe would definitely expand towards the seaside in the future. He wouldn't be content with running an inland nation. Historical experience from his past life told him that the most developed cities in the world were all within 100 kilometers of the coastline. What did this prove? It proved the importance of the ocean. The future Han tribe would definitely have more than one seaport city, perhaps even the capital. But currently, the area explored and developed by the Han tribe was very limited, so talking about seaport cities was still quite distant. However, the mission base was different. This was a ready-made opportunity. The Han tribe could treat it as a pilot project for a seaport city, using this city to accumulate experience in building seaports and prepare for developing the coastal economy later. Although it was just a mission base, Han Feng's thoughts weren't overly exaggerated because so many things were indeed needed. An administrative center, a commercial center, shops and depots, warehousing, logistics, manufacturing factories, residential areas, agricultural zones, banks, barracks, schools, and so on. Even if only one of each was built, it would be enough to be called city-scale. The location for the city would be by the banks of the Clearwater River, facilitating urban water use. The main position would be between the fish tribe and the food tribe. Sovereignty disputes here weren't significant. Neither side valued this place much. Coupled with the Ecchi tribe mediating and the Han tribe promising some benefits, it would be enough to secure a piece of land to build a city. Of course, such a huge project couldn't be completed all at once, so the old method would be used: phase construction. Phase 1 would focus on 3 goals: the mission residential area, the garrison camp, and the factories and warehouses. First, secure housing and safety. Then, use the factories to spread some low-level technology to win people's hearts and open up the situation locally. Once the local natives knew the Han tribe and saw that the Han tribe could bring them a better life, and when people were willing to enter the factories to learn skills and work, the mission could then recruit a large number of laborers to build the second and third phases. With ample labor, it would be much simpler. Thinking of this, Han Feng quickly found paper and a pen to write down all his ideas. He prepared to let Beast Fong act according to this line of thought, but he didn't dictate the specific city planning at all. He only offered some suggestions, leaving the layout entirely to Beast Fong's own discretion. Han Feng wrote down his final choice and ideas for the base construction, then sent all these materials to Beast Fong, instructing him to adapt to the local situation and contact him immediately if there were any difficulties or needs. Then, he began to busy himself with the construction of the rear area. It was now early June. Han Feng had just received news that the Youjiang tribe's millet harvest for the first half of the year was complete, and the entire tribe was ready to move to the Han tribe at any time. Upon receiving the news, Han Feng quickly ordered Weishan County to organize a fleet to pick them up and instructed the counties along the route to prepare for settling the new citizens. Putting the entire Youjiang tribe in one place to establish a county was impossible. That would make the clan's power too great, which was unfavorable for his control. So, Han Feng's plan was to have them land at Weishan County, settle a portion directly there, settle another portion when they reached Luoyang County, then Riyang County, and finally let the remaining people rest in Hanyang County. The high-ranking members of the Youjiang tribe, including their direct families, would be kept in Hanyang City, while other clan members would be distributed among various county towns. This way, with the direct high-ranking members under Han Feng's own watch and their clans scattered across various places, the few high-ranking families who had lost their clan power wouldn't be able to stir up any big waves under his nose. However, Han Feng didn't plan to wait for them in Hanyang City. Instead, he went to Weishan County ahead of time to guide the work and incidentally check on the prisoner of war camp there, as well as Yu Ye's recent work progress. Yun Ji, the magistrate of Weishan County, had been working very hard recently. He had promised Han Feng that he would bring in a population of 50,000 for the Han tribe in exchange for the position of magistrate. Han Feng had agreed, but in the year or so Yun Ji had been there, he still hadn't gathered the promised population. At the end of last year, Han Feng had given him an ultimatum to gather people as soon as possible. He had also recruited a large number of soldiers from Weishan County and transferred more than half of Weishan County's population to Shingang County to build the new city. The entire Weishan County, except for the technical workers left behind, had been almost drained by Han Feng. Seeing the large county he had worked so hard to build become smaller than a town, how could Yun Ji sit still? He racked his brains again, thinking of every possible way to recruit natives from the lakeside areas to immigrate to the Han tribe. Now, half a year later, the recruitment work had shown significant results. This was thanks to the foundation laid before. Although Han Feng had transferred away many people from Weishan County, the houses and land of those who left remained. Yun Ji used these newly built houses and land, as well as high-quality living security, to lure the surrounding wild people to join the Han tribe. Han Feng had no objections to this. As long as the Han tribe's population grew, he wouldn't mind such things. Although new people getting free housing seemed unfair to the old residents, it didn't matter. Before long, these newcomers would also have to build houses for the next wave of newcomers. Even if they took advantage now, they would have to pay it back in the future. Walking in Weishan County with Yun Ji, watching the bustling people, Han Feng suddenly asked Yun Ji beside him, "What is the population of Weishan County now?" Hearing this, Yun Ji trembled all over. He immediately put on a mournful face and begged, "Chief, there aren't many people left. You can't transfer people out anymore. These are all people I worked so hard to recruit." Han Feng was thick-skinned and didn't care at all. He feigned anger and said, "Who said I wanted to transfer people? I'm just asking how many people there are now. Can't a chief know how many subjects are under his rule? Why do you have so much nonsense? Speak quickly." Oh. Yun Ji peeked at Han Feng skeptically, then hesitated before saying, "Weishan County had a population of over 20,000 at the end of last year. Before the new year, the chief recruited many soldiers. At the beginning of the year, the chief transferred more than half to immigrate to Shingang County. By early this year, the population was less than 5,000. It's been half a year now, and I've only recruited a little over 10,000 newcomers. Currently, the total population is over 17,000. This doesn't count the slaves. The slaves placed here before were also assigned by the chief to Shingang County and Lake Hard Island for construction. However, I have a batch of new prisoners of war from the Grasslands here. There are over 3,000 of them, but the proportion of women is very large. I was just wanting to ask the chief how to arrange these people. Han Feng nodded after listening. These figures were similar to the situation he had grasped through other channels. Finally, hearing Jin Yi ask how to arrange the prisoners, he glanced at him expressionlessly. Why? Do you have ideas about this batch of prisoners? Jin Yi scratched his head in embarrassment, then asked tentatively. Chief, you know that Weishan County is mostly made up of newly joined citizens. When these people registered their households, some didn't have formal spouses yet. There are some bachelors among them. It's hard for me to arrange for such people, so. Jin Yi deliberately didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was already obvious. He believed the chief could understand. Han Feng was curious now. Those newly joined small tribes lacked women? That shouldn't be. In his understanding, men hunted with high danger, and the unnatural death rate was far higher than that of women. How could there be a situation with more men than women? So he voiced his doubts. Chief, you might not know, but many tribes along the Great Lake are actually predominantly agricultural. They mostly grow wild rice and sweet sorghum from the surrounding swamps. Tribes that rely purely on hunting are rare. So the population structure of these tribes is kept relatively balanced. The death rate of men isn't high. Instead, the death rate of women remains high due to the risks of childbirth. Hearing Han Feng's question, Jin Yi immediately explained to him. Oh, so that's how it is. Han Feng let out an "oh" of realization, but immediately followed up. But there aren't many female captives either. How many do you plan to keep? I can't leave them all to you. Well, at least half. Jin Yi asked tentatively. There were over 3,000 Grassland captives this time, but very few males, less than 500. The rest were women and children, as well as some underage boys and girls. Those nearing adulthood had also been assigned by Han Feng to the adult male prisoners to perform auxiliary tasks. As a result, the remaining captives were predominantly adult women, plus many little boys under 5 and girls of various ages. The number was as high as 1,500. If counting only adult women, there were only about 800. Jin Yi asking for half men about 400 people. This number wasn't large, but it could solve the problem for 400 bachelors and form 400 tax-paying agricultural families for the Han tribe. Calculated this way, it was quite cost-effective, so Han Feng agreed on the spot. Fine, giving you half is no problem. But while accepting those women, you must also make those men take responsibility for raising the children. You must make this clear to those newcomers in advance. As for the remaining people, I have other arrangements. By the way, where did Yi go? Hasn't he come back yet? After agreeing to Jin Yi's request, Han Feng asked about Yi. Reporting to the chief, Yi took 4 ships and is still scouting the hydrology of the Great Lake. He hasn't been back for almost 2 months since he left. However, he sent back a message a few days ago saying that he found a seasonal waterway in the northeast of the Great Lake. There is a river there that leads directly to the north. As Yi's partner, Jin Yi immediately reported the situation upon hearing Han Feng's question. What? A seasonal waterway leading to the north? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Where has he gone now? While walking and chatting, Han Feng suddenly heard this explosive news and almost jumped up on the spot, asking with some excitement. About this matter, he only sent the message back a few days ago. In the letter, he said he didn't know when that waterway would close up, so he took 2 ships and went in first. The remaining 2 ships are on their way back. As for when they will return, I don't know. But Yi said they brought bows and fishing nets on the ship and can get food, so there's no need to worry about supplies. He said he wanted to go take a look first and talk about it when he gets back. Jin Yi was also startled by Han Feng's reaction. After recovering, he quickly reported. Han Feng realized his loss of composure and quickly adjusted his mood before continuing to ask, can we still contact him now? How many people did he take? We can contact him via Carrier Eagle. He took 2 double-masted sailing ships, the kind with skulls. According to his fleet organization, 2 ships should have 150 people. Jin Yi calculated and said, oh, since the opportunity is rare, let him go. Let's ignore him for now. After stabilizing his emotions, Han Feng temporarily put the matter aside. The waterway had just been discovered. As for where it led, even if he contacted Yu Yi now, he wouldn't be able to say. Better to wait until he returned. However, Han Feng silently noted the matter of this new waterway in his heart. The so-called seasonal waterway was actually similar to tides. For example, the underwater bridge connecting Bamboo Island and the mainland was only exposed for passage when the great tide receded at the beginning and end of each month. This seasonal waterway was similar, but it had nothing to do with tides and everything to do with seasonal rainfall. For instance, during the rainy season when rainfall was abundant and water levels surged, places that were originally dry would see seasonal rivers appear, or original swamps and mudflats would turn into boundless marshes. This was all very normal. In other words, the surface area of lakes and rivers changed with the seasons. A swamp discovered last autumn might suddenly be navigable by boat now due to rising water levels. This was likely the situation Yu Yi had encountered, as Han Feng guessed. Of course, if it were just a seasonal waterway, it wouldn't be surprising. The key was that Yu Yi judged it to be a waterway leading to the north. That made it important. To date, the Han tribe had only made one long-distance exploration to the north, also led by Yu Yi, reaching the cannibal settlement after months of trekking. At that time, Yu Yi had walked upstream along the Ruyang River channel. But back then, the Han tribe hadn't built suitable sailing ships, and the Ruyang River wasn't very big, only about 10 meters wide, so it couldn't accommodate large ships. Taking 2 small boats upstream to cause trouble was obviously inappropriate. So, Han Feng had kept his gaze locked on the south these past few years. First, because the southern grasslands held tangible interests for the Han tribe. Second, because the Han tribe had won several consecutive battles against the cannibals, capturing all invading enemies and turning them into slaves. These wars caused huge losses to the cannibals. In this era, where many places were still hunting-gathering or using slash-and-burn agriculture, populations weren't large to begin with. The cannibals had lost thousands of people in several battles with the Han tribe. Coupled with the vast distance, an expedition against the Han tribe was clearly not cost-effective. Han Feng guessed that perhaps their population wasn't sufficient to launch a new war, or they felt the losses of an expedition outweighed the benefits, so they stopped their southward advance. Since then, the Han tribe had never set foot in the northern territories again. The furthest north they went was the Shingang County iron mine. The Three River Junction area where the 2 tribal alliances were discovered hadn't been visited for years. And the crystal mine cave Yu Yi found hadn't been mined because it temporarily lacked significant value. If Yu Yi, who had been to the north, found a waterway allowing sailing ships to go north, it would definitely have major significance for the Han tribe. Perhaps realizing this, he took the initiative to go north without much preparation. Or perhaps, simply because he had been there, he was interested in the new route. Han Feng knew Yu Ye's nature very well. He wasn't as steady as his older brother Yu Fu and liked to run around. Han Feng had kept him confined to the Great Lake for the past 2 years, not letting him go south with Yu Fu, which probably stifled him. That was likely why he left without even telling Han Feng, possibly fearing Han Feng wouldn't agree to let him explore. But Yi guessed wrong this time. If he had really told Han Feng would certainly have agreed to let him look and would have supplemented him with elite crew and equipment, so he wouldn't have to sail as hastily as he was now. Speaking of this, Han Feng thought of Yu Ye's older brother, Yu Fu. Yu Fu led the fleet south along the Luyang River, opening up many valuable waterways for the Han tribe, successively finding coal mines and new copper mines, and opening up the route to the grasslands. At the beginning of this year, he cooperated with the army's expedition to wipe out the barbarian tribe. But after that, he separated from the main force. The Tiger Guard and Thousand Bull Guard went to the grasslands, while Yu Fu continued south to open up new routes. Several months had passed now. Who knew where he was? Or if he had found the end of the Luyang River? Was it a desolate continent with no inhabitants? Or an estuary leading directly to the sea? Everything was still unknown. However, standing on his ship at this moment, looking at the strange city on the bank, Yu Fu didn't know whether he should be happy or afraid. He hadn't expected that besides the Han tribe, there were other humans in this world who had built cities. Han Feng's hope for Yu Fu was primarily for him to follow the current downstream and reach the mouth of the Luyang River as soon as possible. If the common sense of this world still aligned with his knowledge, then a water system of the Luyang River's magnitude, which could be called a major river, must end at the sea. Once the sea was found, they could follow the coastline to find the route to Bamboo Island. Han Feng hadn't planned for Yu Fu to engage in ocean voyages right from the start. That wasn't realistic. The Han tribe's current navigation technology and ships simply didn't support it. Running around in inland rivers was about enough. The development of civilization and technology needed to proceed step by step. Especially with something like sailing, trying to skip steps just because of his trans-temporal knowledge might not necessarily be a good thing for the current Han tribe. Yu Fu obviously didn't understand all this. He only remembered one goal the chief had given him: follow the Luyang River downstream until the end. Yu Fu didn't know how far that was. In his heart, the end was probably similar to the ends of the earth. However, the ends of the earth was even harder for him to understand because he had no concept of it. He had once asked Han Feng in confusion, "Chief, does the Luyang River have an end? What will it be like there? How will I know if I've reached the end of the Luyang River?" Han Feng found this hard to answer. After all, he hadn't seen the sea of this world either, nor did he know what it looked like. But since the Ecchi tribe on Bamboo Island could dry salt from seawater, the seawater being salty couldn't be wrong. So Han Feng's answer at the time was, the end of the Luyang River is the sea. It is countless times larger than a lake. There is water everywhere. The most important sign is that the seawater is salty, and there is an inexhaustible supply of salt in it. Yu Fu could still recall how excited his reaction was when he heard the chief say that. Inexhaustible salt. What was salt? In this era, it was hard currency, a daily necessity, something that could be used as money to trade for things. If the Han tribe found such a place, wouldn't they strike it rich? With a new goal, Yu Fu's long-distance exploration had something to look forward to. Every day in a new basin, he would taste the local water, hoping that one day the water he drank would turn salty. However, after several months, not only did he not encounter the ocean of his fantasies, but he found a city on the bank of the river water. Yes, a city built of rammed earth, and it looked massive in scale. Outside the city were vast farmlands growing crops that looked like wheat and millet. They were dry fields. From a distance, the wheat in the fields was arranged in rows, indicating that they had mastered certain agricultural techniques. At least they knew row planting, rather than the most primitive slash-and-burn method of just scattering a handful of seeds and being done with it. This section of the river was about 300 meters wide. Yu Fu's fleet was sailing down the middle. Standing on the second deck, he saw many people working on the shore, both men and women. Some were using circular fishing nets to catch fish, while others dragged long fish traps out of the river water. Women would then scoop the fish out from inside. Roughly speaking, their fishing technology seemed relatively developed. Of course, such fishing methods didn't exceed Yu Fu's understanding because the Han tribe had done similar things. What surprised Yu Fu the most was another special fishing method. Looking from afar, there were people poling rafts in the coastal waters. Yes, bamboo rafts, and a small number of dugout canoes, the kind made by hollowing out tree trunks directly, not assembled wooden boats. One person steered the raft or canoe, while another managed a dozen black water birds standing on the raft. Those birds would jump into the water from time to time, and when they came up, they would spit out a lively fish from their mouths, then stand on the edge of the raft waiting for another chance to dive. Yu Fu was shocked. He had always thought small birds like chickens and ducks were stupid animals, unlike large livestock like oxen and horses that were intelligent enough to be trained as labor by humans. But this tribe right before his eyes could train water birds to catch fish for them. It really surprised him. However, just as he was marveling at their fishing methods, the fishermen working on the shore and the fishermen poling rafts were even more stunned looking at Yu Fu's large sailing ships. They had never seen such huge rafts, and without anyone poling or rowing, those giant rafts could move on their own. Asterisk, was that thing being pushed by the water? Otherwise, why was it coming down from upstream? Asterisk. Both sides were amazed by the other's technology, but for a moment, it seemed like a stalemate. They stared at each other, neither daring to take the initiative to greet the other. "Commander, should we pull over and take a look? This is a city. There's quite a population." The captain of the flagship Yu Fu was on asked him. The Han tribe's shipbuilding industry, thanks to the bug-like existence of Han Feng, developed very rapidly. A surge in the number of ships caused a shortage of professional sailors. Correspondingly, every time a new ship was launched, a large number of newcomers would be added. Under these circumstances, the promotion speed of the veterans was very fast. Sailors had become the most sought-after profession. But it was just popular. There were many popular industries in the Han tribe. It could be said that as long as one had a skill in the Han tribe, there was no need to worry about livelihood. But with a stable life, people's ideological pursuits increased. With the chief promoting the meritocracy system, those who didn't worry about livelihood thought more about how to earn merit and get promoted a rank or two to bring glory to their ancestors. Other systems had their channels, and the sailor profession had its own way of earning merit. Getting into Yu Fu's long-distance exploration group was the best choice. Although it meant being far from home, and life on the ship was hard, going to unfamiliar territories meant every contact with a strange tribe carried certain risks. But merit wasn't easy to earn. It always came with risks. The greater the risk, the higher the merit, especially for being the first to ascend, vanguard, to go ashore and communicate with a strange tribe. Didn't you see that although a few people in the fleet died when contacting the barbarian tribe last year, those who died received posthumous titles, 2 ranks higher? They didn't enjoy the benefits of the title themselves, but their children could inherit this posthumous title. Although the hereditary title set by the chief decreased by generation, it was still a title. So if the exploration group encountered strange tribes along the way, the crew members would fight to go ashore and contact them. Every tribe befriended was a merit. And for a tribe like this with a huge city, encountered for the first time in 2 voyages, if one could take this vanguard mission, it would definitely be a heavy stroke in the merit book. So the flagship captain took the initiative to ask. Even as a captain, he couldn't help wanting to go ashore and communicate with those strangers. Drop sails and lower anchor. Stop the ship first. No rush to go ashore. Don't look at how they aren't coming over actively now. They must have sent someone into the city to call a big shot. Let's wait a bit and see if someone in charge comes out. Yu Fu observed the situation on the shore and thought for a moment before speaking. The flagship captain thought this made sense. If they rushed to contact, they might only meet civilians. Without seeing the leader, it wouldn't be of much use to the Han tribe. Another thing Yu Fu didn't mention was that no one knew how the other side would react to outsiders. Seeing who came out would tell them a lot. If a large group of armed young men came out, the risk of contact would skyrocket. If the other side intended to contact them, that would be a different game. With the situation unclear, it was better to observe first. So, after receiving the signal from the flagship, several sailing ships dropped their sails and lowered their anchors, stopping in the middle of the river. Seeing this, the people on the shore fell into another commotion. Some quickly packed up various fishing gear. Those poling rafts to catch fish had already dragged their rafts onto the shore. Inside, several more people ran towards the city, presumably to report the latest situation to the superiors. Those giant rafts had stopped. Sure enough, not long after, a group of people clustered around a middle-aged woman wearing a yellow cotton robe walked out. Someone led the way in front of her, pointing excitedly at the large ships in the middle of the river and chattering away. Tangi was the woman in the yellow robe. She was the leader elected by the many clansmen of the Tang tribe. Unlike ordinary tribes, the Tang tribe was massive in size, with a total population of no less than 40,000. The main body was the huge city in front of them, inhabited by over 10,000 people. The rest of the population was distributed in villages around the main city. The population composition of the Tang tribe was also complex. They were a collective composed of many small clans. So, for such a huge tribe, naturally, a system where the patriarch served as the leader like in other tribes couldn't appear. Instead, the leaders of various clans jointly elected the leader. Succession still used the abdication system, merit-based selection, and hadn't formed a primogeniture system. Therefore, although the Tang tribe had many people, it was actually relatively primitive and backward, somewhat similar to the era before Yu the Great. According to Han Feng, the Xian tribe's management system and leader succession method could barely count as a state, but the Tang tribe clearly didn't meet the conditions to become a state. Calling it a clan-tribe alliance was more appropriate. However, regarding the leader election system, this was similar to the legend of Yu the Great. Only those with great merit to the people and supported by the people could be elected as leader. Tangi was no exception. Her contribution to the Tang tribe was inventing the method of building rammed earth walls. Tangi was originally the daughter of a clan leader in the Tang tribe. It could be said she had some political capital. Tangi herself was a very smart woman good at innovation. Decades ago, the Tang tribe had a considerable population, but there were also many hostile tribes around. The Tang tribe occupied the most fertile land by the river and controlled several salt wells, having the ability to produce salt themselves. Thus, they were coveted by neighboring tribes. Several neighbors often united to attack the Tang tribe, hoping to seize their territory. Although the Tang tribe relied on their numbers and never lost a battle, having to constantly guard against enemy attacks and harassment was annoying. It seriously affected the Tang tribe's production and life. In those years, more people died from freezing and starvation than from war. Under these circumstances, using her father's prestige as a clan leader, Tangi proposed the plan of building rammed earth fortresses. She enclosed important production and storage facilities like salt wells and granaries within walls to protect important assets. It could also be used for military purposes, allowing their side to use high walls for defense when enemies attacked. Tangi's clan was the first to adopt this method and began building city walls. Later, when the enemy attacked again, Tangi's clan indeed relied on the advantage of the high walls to drive the enemy away without suffering any losses. The warriors defended from the walls, minimizing their combat casualties. Seeing that building walls was effective, other clans in the alliance followed suit, coming to ask Tangi to teach them the method of building walls. In the time that followed, Tangi traveled among various clans, helping them build fortresses and teaching them how to fight and defend relying on high walls. Later, a series of rammed earth defense systems appeared within the Tang tribe alliance. From then on, enemies gained no advantage in every attack. Even with numbers several times that of the defenders, they ended in disastrous defeat. Forced by helplessness, the enemies migrated far away to find more suitable living lands. Within a year or two, only the Tang tribe alliance remained in the surrounding area. The war that lasted for decades and spanned several generations finally ended with the Tang tribe's victory. Tangi, who brought decisive victory to the entire alliance, was naturally elected as the new leader. After taking office, to consolidate her power and better defend against foreign enemies, Tangi advocated using her own clan as the main body to connect the fortresses of several adjacent clans with city walls, forming a fortress group. Eventually, it became the large city before them, inhabited by over 10,000 people. After becoming the leader, Tangi was not only exceedingly wise, but also very good at developing production technology. She successively made technical improvements to the Tang tribe's agriculture, breeding, textiles, fishing, hunting, and metallurgy. Over nearly 10 years, she developed the Tang tribe to be even stronger. Thus, she received even more praise and love from the people, becoming the most prestigious leader. Hearing her clansmen report that several huge rafts had arrived on the river outside, she rushed over immediately. The first sight of the Han tribe's sailing ships brought her shock that couldn't be added to. She evaluated internally that this was definitely something made by a large tribe far surpassing them. The arrival of this strange tribe was definitely dangerous for their Tang tribe. However, accompanying the danger was a rare opportunity. If the other side was willing to communicate peacefully, this would be a good chance to learn. So Tangi stepped forward. She waved for the crowd not to follow too closely, then walked to the riverbank alone. She just stood quietly looking at the large sailing ships 100 meters away, wanting to see how the other side would react, and if they had any thought of contacting them. "Commander, look." Someone in a long robe came out of the city. "That must be the big shot you mentioned. And that person doesn't seem to have brought any soldiers. Look." She went to the riverbank all by herself. Bored sailors stood by the gunwales, staring at this strange tribe in surprise, discussing the locals' lifestyle and the women's attire. Standing there alone, there shouldn't be any danger. It seems they intend to communicate with us. Who wants to be the vanguard and go say hello? Yufu quickly assessed the situation and asked the crew. "Commander, let me go." Me too, me too. You have to take me." "Stop fighting over it. I row the fastest. Whoever goes, I have to be the one taking them." Seeing everyone eagerly volunteering, Yufu waved his hand. All right, stop fighting. This is a large tribe. We can't act too casually. This time, we'll only take the landing craft to the riverbank. Absolutely no going ashore. Just deliver some gifts. No need for deep interaction yet. All right, you can ask if they're interested in trade, and use that to ask about their specialties. That's all. If nothing else, we need to continue downstream and find the estuary the chief spoke of soon. Hearing Yufu say this, everyone realized the purpose of this negotiation was just to say hello. Still, people signed up enthusiastically. In the end, the flagship's captain led a few sailors. They changed into the Han tribe's formal robes and caps, prepared exquisite gifts, and carefully steered the landing craft over. On the shore, seeing people from the Han tribe's large sailing ship approaching in a small boat, the people around Tangi immediately grew tense, unsure of what this strange tribe wanted. But before they could think much, the Han tribe's large ship was only 100 meters from the shore, within bowshot range, and the small boat rowed even faster. In the blink of an eye, the landing craft reached the riverbank. Seeing the strange men close at hand, someone on the shore immediately blocked Tangi with their body, fearing she might meet with mishap. The leading flagship captain was familiar with this routine. He ignored the nervousness of the people on shore. Instead, he calmly cupped his hands in greeting to Tangi. Respected friends, we are merchants of the Han tribe coming from upstream, heading downstream to find the sea. Passing by your noble tribe, we present a small meeting gift, hoping to exchange for some food supplies. Is that acceptable? Of course, if you have any good things, we are also willing to trade for them. The captain gestured as he spoke, pointing to the gifts held by his subordinates and introducing them one by one, finally explaining that they hoped to exchange these things for food. Many people on the other side understood the meaning and sighed in relief. As long as there was no malice, it was a good thing. These people just came to trade for food. It was easy to understand. After all, the Tang tribe was also a tribe with very developed handicrafts. They could produce cloth, grain, white salt, coarse pottery, metal, and other items. When they produced more than they could use, they would sell to surrounding small tribes or wild people. So, they felt no strangeness toward the trade proposed by the Han tribe. The only thing slightly unfamiliar was that this time the seller was another tribe, and they became the buyer. Tangi didn't say anything. She just nodded and signaled her clansmen to accept the gifts. The few men from the Han tribe, as agreed beforehand, did not go ashore. They handed over the gifts generously and appropriately. Although they knew their side would lose out in such a trade, how could they make friends without taking a small loss? Meanwhile, Tangi was astonished by the gifts the Han tribe brought out. The Tang tribe members around her all sucked in a breath of cold air, utterly impressed by the Han tribe's exquisite gifts. In their eyes, these were already rare treasures. There were ceramic vessels glazed in white. The most valuable was a set of 5-color tea sets. This was a type of porcelain first coated with a base glaze, then painted with 5 mineral pigments, and finally fired meticulously. It was fired by the Han tribe's top kiln master, Cripple, or rather, the Han tribe official kiln he managed. The Tang tribe's ceramic firing level was still at the stage of red pottery with black paint, red pottery base painted with black patterns. The top pottery had 3 color patterns, but compared to these Han tribe porcelains emitting a glassy luster, there was obviously no comparison. There were many other ceramic vessels, bowls, basins, and plates for dining. There were also miscellaneous items like ceramic lamps and brush washers, adding up to quite a lot. The other gifts were a roll of plain linen cloth, a bolt of colored brocade, and a bolt of plain brocade. As soon as these 3 treasures appeared, the surrounding crowd stared blankly, unable to stop themselves from letting out a wow. The Tang tribe had linen, but it didn't look as smooth and dense as what the Han tribe wove. However, they mostly used linen for sacks. The Tang tribe people generally didn't wear linen clothes. They wore cotton. The cotton used was similar to the cotton melon discovered by the Tiger Guard, but this crop was already widespread in the Tang tribe. Its planting range was even greater than hemp because it could be used not only for weaving cloth, but also as filling for cotton jackets, trousers, and quilts, something hemp fiber couldn't compare to. But no matter how impressive the Tang tribe's cotton cloth was, when they unfolded the Han tribe's colored brocade and plain brocade, they still thought they were divine objects. The colored brocade was relatively thick and dense compared to thin gauze, woven with colorful patterns. The overall tone was a peacock color of blue and green, interspersed with yellow, red, brown, and cyan. The pattern was hundreds of birds paying homage to the phoenix, with a background of green forests and clear waterfalls filled with countless colorful little birds, each looking alive. The other bolt of plain brocade was pure white, but thin as a cicada's wing, like smoke or mist, giving a hazy feeling. Most importantly, the Han tribe currently had few silkworms and mostly used chestnut silkworm silk. The greatest characteristic of chestnut silk was its high reflectivity. Even at night, a little light shining on it would be reflected. So, the Han tribe people preferred to call it glowing fabric. It was currently morning. As the plain and colored brocades were unfolded before the crowd, looking at the fine weaving patterns, the bright and vivid colors, and the reflection like divine light, the group was stunned. Even Tangi, who was usually knowledgeable, was captivated by the treasures before her eyes. However, she had seen big scenes after all. Hearing the exclamations of her clansmen, she quickly recovered, then had people put away the brocade and cloth to continue looking at the other gifts. Besides the high-end ceramics and brocade, the rest were small gadgets. Opening two exquisite carved wooden boxes, one contained a knife and a sword. Neither was very long, more like daggers. The sheaths were ordinary black ironwood, and the handles were common sheep horn. The shapes were unique, but it couldn't hide the fact that the materials were ordinary. Still, they were decent, at least they were made of steel. Another small box contained sewing scissors, a tape measure, colored thread, chalk powder, and steel needles of various sizes. The last larger box contained the Han tribes for treasures of the study. Brush, ink, paper, and inkstone were all there, along with 2 books, Han etiquette and selected poems. The packaging wasn't exactly exquisite, but these weren't things just any tribe would give. For a small tribe that didn't even know farming, Yufu would at most bring out hard currency like white salt, cloth, iron pots, and pottery bowls. But seeing that the Tang tribe possessed such a huge city, boundless fertile fields, and citizens who were just fishing, Yufu knew they wouldn't care for ordinary things. It had to be something with cultural depth, like books. Of course, printed books were nothing. The key was the writing on them. Sure enough, when Tangi took out 2 horizontal printed thread-bound books emitting the scent of ink from the box, and opened one, she stood frozen on the spot, seemingly even more shocked than when she saw the brocade. She flipped through it twice in succession, then started reading seriously from the beginning, pointing at each character with her finger for 2 pages. She seemed to sense a pattern, discovering that many of these symbols appeared repeatedly and looked exactly the same. Although she didn't understand the meaning, she gained a lot from observation. Coincidentally, since the Tang tribe began to move towards prosperity and stability under Tangi's leadership, she had also started the work of optimizing and supplementing the Tang tribe's existing writing system. However, creating characters was truly not a job for ordinary people. Tangi only realized how difficult it was after doing it herself. Now seeing the Han tribe's books, she was naturally greatly inspired. Then there was the material of the book and the printing method. It was much better than the oracle bones and bamboo or wooden slips currently used by the Tang tribe. Such a small book from the Han tribe contained so many characters, was light and thin, and was very convenient to flip through. This was much easier than flipping through turtle shells. Seeing so many exquisite gifts, Tangi had a great impression of this tribe asking for trade. She put the books back into the box, then smiled and invited the Han tribe group to enter the city to rest. The Tang tribe would treat them to delicious food, and both sides could discuss the specific details of the trade. But the flagship captain rejected the proposal, claiming he wasn't the leader and needed to go back to ask for instructions regarding going ashore. So, under Tangi's expectant gaze, the few Han tribe men returned to the sailing ship. After a while, Yufu personally led people to the riverbank again. Tangi knew the main character had arrived this time and invited Yufu and his group into the city as guests. Yufu wasn't afraid. He smiled and entered the city with Tangi. Other Tang tribe members lingered around them, mostly coming to see the treasures after hearing rumors from others. Shortly after, in a separate courtyard of the city lord's mansion, on a huge carved stone square table in the courtyard, several maids had already served many local specialty fruits on pottery plates, wooden trays, and even huge leaves. Several of the gifts the Han tribe had just presented were also placed on the stone table. Straw mats were spread on both sides of the stone table, with several cushion-like pads placed on top. Tangi and Yufu's group sat facing each other. These are unique fruits from our area. Friends from the Han tribe, please enjoy. Tangi greeted them first, then continued asking, I heard you come from the Han tribe upstream. I wonder how far the Han tribe is from here. What is the population? How much territory? How many cities? Tangi gestured as she spoke. Her accent was also very obscure and difficult to understand, different from the Han language family, and different from the Ecchi tribe's dialect or Grassland languages. Communication between the two sides wasn't very convenient. Fortunately, Yufu's group had long experience dealing with strangers and understood body language and facial expressions very well. Eventually, they understood Tangi's meaning. Our Han tribe is very far from here. Traveling by water upstream requires many transfers and takes over 3 months. We have a population of several 100,000 and over 20 cities of various sizes. By the way, do you know what month means? It's the cycle of time, the speed of the sun and moon's rotation. I have a copy of the Han tribe's almanac here for Leader Tang to view. As Yu Fu spoke, he took out a book. It wasn't very thick, looking more like a pamphlet. The cover read Great Han Jianyuan Almanac. Opening the first few pages, there were woodblock printed diagrams. The patterns were similar to the scapula lunar calendar the rat shaman had held back then, detailing the close connection between the Han tribe's understanding of the sun and moon's celestial cycles and time/seasons. After reading this, the back contained the calendar for each month. However, these were hand-copied versions. There was plenty of blank space after each date, and some earlier parts were filled with densely written small characters. Actually, this was a daily calendar/memo Yu Fu carried with him. It functioned as a calendar, but could also be used to record major events of the day or mark future dates for tasks. It was very convenient to use. Tangi was very interested in this. The diagrams modified by Han Feng at the beginning of the almanac were easy to understand. Plus, the Tang tribe already had certain celestial knowledge and concepts of time, so understanding it wasn't difficult. Thus, Tangi requested to buy Yu Fu's almanac. The Tang tribe could exchange food or other things the Han tribe needed. This put Yu Fu in a difficult spot. There was only one almanac, and it had so many records in it. If I sell it to you, what will I use? But he had another way. Yu Fu pointed to the box containing the 4 treasures of the study among the gifts. Under Tangi's gaze, he took out the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He moistened the brush and copied a simplified version of the almanac on the spot, just the opening diagrams and the specific dates for each month at the back. After finishing and letting it dry, Yu Fu marked the current date for Tangi so she could understand it herself. However, Tangi's attention was no longer on the calendar, but captured by the Han tribe's set of writing tools. Unlike the Tang tribe using knives to carve oracle bone script, the Han tribe's brush and ink were much more convenient for writing. And looking at the quality of the finished books, they should last a long time if preserved properly. Therefore, Tangi proposed again that she was willing to pay a certain price to exchange for the method of making these things from the Han tribe. This request immediately stunned Yu Fu and his group. A tribe willing to learn Chinese characters and the Han tribe's lifestyle was naturally something Yu Fu liked. The Han tribe, adhering to the concept of cultural export, made all technologies regarding basic education and the manufacture of brush, ink, paper, and inkstone open to the outside world. As long as you were willing to learn, I was willing to teach. It was just that Yu Fu was tight on time and had heavy tasks. He simply didn't have much time to stay here and teach these technologies, nor could he leave behind a few technicians. But the other party's willingness to learn was still highly valued by Yu Fu. So he spoke up. Leader Tang, if you like these things, we can sell some to your tribe first. Regarding the production technology, we can tell you in the future. But right now, we have other important missions and no time to stay here. However, we will return later. We will definitely come back once this year, and again next year. Please rest assured, Leader Tang. When the time comes, we will certainly pass on the production methods to your tribe. Tangi seemed a bit disappointed after understanding this, but she didn't force it. After all, it was their first contact. How could they so generously teach the technology to her? Yu Fu agreeing to sell a badge for her use first was already giving her a lot of face. Thinking of what Yu Fu just said, Tangi suddenly asked curiously, "Friend from the Han tribe, you mentioned by the river just now that you were going somewhere? Is there something you must go there for?" And in such a hurry, Yu Fu smiled, not feeling there was anything to hide. "We are going to the end of the big river outside the city, to find a place full of salt water. We have been out for several months this time. We don't know how much further we have to go to reach it. Our food is running low, which is why we hope to trade for some food with you for our people to eat on the road." Tangi nodded, pondered for a moment, and suddenly said to Yu Fu, "I know the place you speak of. It shouldn't be far from here. About 40 sunrises." Yu Fu was startled. He carefully confirmed the number with Tangi several times before understanding the concept of 40 days. Only 40 days to the end of the river? To find the ocean full of salt water? Really? Yu Fu asked himself, somewhat overwhelmed. On one hand, it was the joy of finally knowing the destination was near. On the other, he questioned the news. "Leader Tang, how do you know these things? Have you been to that place?" Yu Fu couldn't help asking. Tangi took a piece of cut yellow fruit from the table and ate it before saying, "Our Tang tribe hasn't been built for long, less than 20 years. Back then, we did this to defend against several surrounding tribes. After our city was fully built, the neighboring tribes found they couldn't beat us, so they had to migrate elsewhere to find land more suitable for survival. The direction they migrated was downstream of the big river. At that time, we were still enemies, so naturally, we didn't care if they lived or died. It was better if they all left. But in the second year, a clan tribe suddenly ran back from downstream. Their patriarch voluntarily admitted his mistake, willing to exchange his life for our forgiveness, begging only for the Tang tribe to take in his clan. Tangi paused here, ate another piece of fruit, and seeing Yu Fu still looking at her eagerly, continued gesturing and speaking. I asked him why he came back. Hadn't they already migrated? That patriarch told me they spent several months walking to the end of the earth. The river flows into salt water there. The distant horizon is water and sky merging into one. In the summer, demon winds blow from that endless salt water, sweeping away their houses, grain, and even livestock. Even people are no exception. They had migrated there with great difficulty, but soon after encountering the demon wind, internal conflicts erupted. Many clans left on their own. Some found suitable places to start homes themselves, some chose to backtrack, and some tribes chose to hide in the valleys. There are big mountains there as barriers. It is heard that the mountain god can resist the demon wind. Many clans went there, and it is now a large stronghold. The patriarch I mentioned was the one who chose to lead his clan back. He said the end of the earth is all endless salt water. Every summer there are demon winds and rainstorms. The edge of the earth is all gravel and stones, with no soil, unable to grow any grain. It is not a place for humans to stay, so he chose to bring his clansmen back to live. Yu Fu managed to understand Tangi's meaning with difficulty, then looked surprised again. He hadn't expected someone had actually been to the seaside the chief spoke of, but the ocean Tangi described didn't seem like a good place. This was quite different from the ocean the chief longed for. After carefully sorting it out, Yu Fu suddenly found a loophole in Tangi's words. So he asked again, "Leader Tang, didn't you just say it only takes 40 days to walk to the seaside from here? Then why did you say those migrants walked for several months?" Tangi froze for a moment, then quickly answered, "When they first went, they didn't know the way, and their goal was to find land suitable for living. They stopped and started along the way, going in circles. Naturally, it took a long time. But the clan tribe I mentioned, they were set on coming back, and they knew the way they came. So the return trip was fast. The whole clan only took 40 days to walk back." Yu Fu suddenly realized, so that was it. If that was the case, there really was no problem. And the time Tangi mentioned was the time taken by the whole clan, men, women, and children walking together. That speed certainly wasn't fast. If it were a group of strong men focused on traveling, they would definitely walk faster. If it were cavalry, maybe just a week. They were traveling by sailboat now. Perhaps the speed would be even faster. Sailing day and night. Maybe they could arrive in 3 or 4 days. Thinking of this, Yu Fu's eyes suddenly shot out a burst of light. Finally, we're almost there. Tangi looked curiously at Yu Fu's excited expression. She didn't know why this group from the Han tribe wanted to go to such a distant place with such difficulty. And according to the clan that returned, the end of the earth was barren and not a good place at all. So she asked directly, "Friend from the Han tribe, I really want to know why you want to go to such a place, and in such a hurry. Is there something good there that you need?" Yu Fu paused, immediately calming down from his excitement to consider how to answer. After a moment of thought, he replied, "I don't know what's there either. After all, we haven't been there. But it doesn't matter what's there. We aren't doing this for anything, but for the route. Besides, didn't Leader Tang just say that many of the people who migrated there chose to settle down? It shows that place isn't that terrifying. There might be dangers, but we should be able to handle them." Tangi obviously disapproved of this answer. If the Han tribe really had a purpose, how could they easily tell her? However, to get the production method of the 4 treasures of the study promised by Yu Fu earlier, she kindly offered a few reminders, hoping this group of Han tribe people could come back alive. "Friend from the Han tribe, do you know why the clan tribe I mentioned chose to come back instead of settling in the valley with the others?" Yu Fu was stunned, thinking, "I haven't been there. How would I know?" But since she asked, he played along. "Right? Why did they want to come back?" "Because the patriarch of that clan tribe said there are many man-eating blue-faced monsters in the mountains at the end of the earth. Many of his clansmen saw them with their own eyes. They always appear in groups. They look very much like humans, but are covered in yellow hair like beasts, walk on 4 limbs, and can jump around in trees." Yu Fu was startled by this news again. He quickly pressed, "Is that thing very big, covered in red hair, extremely strong, good at running, and able to jump up and down trees?" Tangi looked surprised, not knowing why Yu Fu was so excited. Could it be they had seen similar monsters in the Han tribe? But the thing Yu Fu described wasn't the same species she knew. She explained, I haven't seen that thing, but people who have seen it say it's not very big. At least not as big as a human. If you have to compare it to a human, that thing should be about the size of a child. But they are very fast, and can jump up and down trees. They have weird blue faces, and their calls are very scary. Every time they appear, it's a large group. They never appear alone. Yu Fu realized it wasn't a creature like a giant ape. But this news was still worth being vigilant about, and he should tell the chief as soon as possible. Maybe the chief would know what that thing was. Yes, in Yu Fu's heart, the chief was omnipotent because there really were many things the chief knew. Finally, Yu Fu said to Tangi again, whatever monsters there are have nothing to do with us. We have our own big ships and don't need to go ashore. Our goal is to enter the ocean full of salt water. But before that, I hope the Tang tribe can replenish us with sufficient food. We will exchange suitable things for it. Tangi nodded expressionlessly and agreed. In her heart, she still didn't quite believe Yu Fu's explanation. There's nothing at the end of the earth. What can you do in that salt water? Go all that way just to take a bath? Of course, she also knew that even if she asked further, Yu Fu wouldn't tell her the truth. Her purpose had been served. Telling Yu Fu it was dangerous there was enough. She hoped this group of fools from the Han tribe could really come back alive. She still hoped to conduct long-term trade activities with this tribe possessing superb manufacturing skills, which would help the Tang tribe learn technology from them. 4 double-masted sailing ships combined had less than 300 people. The Tang tribe could easily provide the grain needed for 300 people. It was a small matter. However, the grain stored by the Tang tribe was unprocessed millet. Whether it was millet or wheat, it was stored directly with the husks. This allowed for longer storage time. If stored properly, grain with husks could be kept for 4 or 5 years. But stored this way, it wasn't very convenient to eat. Before eating grain every day, one had to pound or mill the rice on the spot to remove the husks. It was fine for daily life, but where would Yu Fu and his men pound rice on the ship? Buying this grain would be useless. So Yu Fu proposed again if they could buy husked grain. The Han tribe was willing to pay a higher price. If not, waiting 2 more days didn't matter. Anyway, they weren't far from their destination now. Tangi thought Yu Fu's reason made sense. These people really couldn't process grain on that big wooden ship. But mobilizing so many of her clansmen to pound rice for them obviously wasn't an easy task. It wasn't that she lacked the rallying power, but she didn't see the profit. Yu Fu had an idea and quickly said, if Leader Tang is willing, I am willing to give you a rice pounding tool from our Han tribe. It is very simple to make, but it can save a lot of manpower, and the speed of pounding rice will be faster. Oh, is that possible? Tangi became interested upon hearing this. Of course. And so, after Yu Fu demonstrated the working principle of the treadle-operated tilt hammer, step pestle, with stones and wooden sticks, Tangi agreed readily. However, she had a condition. Since pounding rice would take 2 or 3 days anyway, she asked Yu Fu to teach them how to make this treadle tilt hammer. Yu Fu agreed fully. It was a good opportunity to learn about the Tang tribe's situation over these few days. 3 days of interaction indeed let Yu Fu know many things. For example, the Tang tribe's main crops were millet and wheat. The animals raised were chickens, ducks, and pigs. There were no large livestock like cattle or horses, nor sheep. Some people raised deer about the size of sheep. In terms of metal smelting, the Tang tribe already had the technology to artificially produce charcoal. However, they couldn't make bellows or leather air blast bags, so even with charcoal, they couldn't raise the smelting temperature. Without high enough temperature, they couldn't melt copper into liquid, so naturally, they couldn't cast bronze. Therefore, the Tang tribe currently used iron tools. The threshold for early iron smelting technology was lower. It didn't require very high temperatures or melting the iron. As long as the ore was heated red and then repeatedly hammered to remove impurities, it was fine. The Tang tribe used this method to produce iron tools. The output was very low, and they didn't smelt iron every day. Instead, they treated iron smelting like a major festival, doing it once a year after the harvest. They mined the ore themselves, built a small mud furnace at home to smelt, produced for their own use, and made their own farm tools this way. Textile technology remained at the backstrap loom stage. Spindles were used for spinning thread. The cloth woven was at most half a meter wide. The material used was mostly cotton. Cotton planting was very common here. Every household grew it. Flax fibers were also plentiful, but generally used to make ropes, fishing nets, sacks, and the like. In terms of ceramics, it was still coarse pottery. Porcelain hadn't appeared yet. However, this aspect was centrally produced. Many citizens also made it themselves. The method was women digging mud by the river, treading the mud, making the embryo, drying it, and then firing it in an open pile using wheat straw. The success rate wasn't low. They must have mastered some experience. Besides these, there was bamboo near the Tang tribe. They also used bamboo tubes to make some natural containers, which many people used. 3 days later, the treadle tilt hammer Yufu mentioned was made, and the grain the Tang tribe prepared for the Han tribe was ready. Yufu used some cloth, iron pots, white paper, and ink ingots to pay, as well as small items urgently needed by the Tang tribe like needles and thread, especially steel needles. They could twist thread from cotton themselves, but they really couldn't make steel needles. Originally, the fleet brought white salt, but the Tang tribe had their own salt wells and was self-sufficient, so the salt wasn't sold. Both sides exchanged goods and were satisfied with the transaction numbers. Yufu had established a good relationship with the Tang tribe. As for the future strategy toward the Tang tribe, it would have to wait until he returned and let the chief formulate it. When leaving that day, Tangi personally came out to send Yufu out of the city. However, Yufu raised another matter. Leader Tang, I want to hire a few people who have returned from the seaside as guides. Is that okay? People from the tribe you mentioned that migrated and came back. I am willing to exchange things for it. Of course, a share for the hired people, and a share for you. At the gate of the Tang tribe's main city, Yufu, along with several trusted aides and 2 hired guides, cupped their hands together to bid farewell to Tangi. Immediately after, they rowed the landing craft back to the large ship, and the 4 double-masted sailing ships of the long-distance exploration group set sail once again. Weigh anchor, hoist the sails. Following Yufu's command, the sailors performed their duties. Those weighing anchor did so, and the men handling the sails shouted heave-ho, heave-ho, as they hoisted the sails to the highest point. The captain then calculated the angle of the longitudinal sails based on the heading and the wind direction flag atop the mast, ordering the sailors to adjust accordingly. Compared to transverse soft sails, Chinese-style longitudinal hard sails, though less flexible, had the advantage of simple operation. Sailors didn't need to risk climbing the masts to manually raise or lower the canvas. They only needed to pull ropes from the deck. In terms of sailing, longitudinal hard sails, having a row of battens from top to bottom, caught the wind better. Under the same sea conditions and wind force, hard sails were faster. They also had a major advantage. They could catch wind from 8 directions. Even oblique winds or crosswinds at sharp angles could be effectively utilized by hard sails, turning them into forward momentum. Such an advanced navigation tool, combined with such massive load-bearing capacity, instantly stunned the 2 guides. Watching the ship advance rapidly under the wind's power, the curved bow splitting the river water and pushing out 2 white waves to the sides, the 2 guides were so scared they retreated 2 steps, daring not stand at the edge of the deck for fear of falling off. This timid appearance immediately provoked laughter from the crowd on the ship. The 2 guides looked at the dozens of people around them and felt even more afraid. What kind of thing did these people build? Why can such a big house float on water without sinking, and even house so many people? And this house's strange way of moving, without poling or rowing, it rides the wind. Truly magical, However, magic was one thing. If it was too magical, it became frightening. So Yufu simply called the 2 of them to the observation deck on the top floor, set up a low table, and invited them to drink wine with him. Both guides were male, one old and one young. The older one was from the clan Tangi mentioned, while the young man was about 20 years old and claimed to be Tangi's kinsman. Barefoot, they arrived at the second-floor open-air deck. Seeing Yufu sitting cross-legged there, they quickly sat down on the deck as well, leaned forward slightly, placed their hands on the low table, and finally let out a long sigh of relief. Yufu smiled at their appearance. After pouring rice wine for them into bamboo cups, he spoke to them. Come, gentlemen, please drink this cup with me. We will be troubling you 2 brothers to guide us this time. No need for this. Yes, we accepted your cloth. Helping is only right. Seeing Yufu being so polite, they quickly waved their hands. But seeing Yufu insist, and seeing it was just a cup of rice soup, they didn't refuse further. Smelling a strange fermented fragrance, they gulped down the rice soup, then immediately started coughing, their cheeks instantly turning flushed. Yufu smiled and pushed a plate of dried meat and peanuts across the table, then continued. I wonder how I should address you too. Cough, cough. I am the brother of the current clan elder of the Yu Yuan clan. You can call me by my name, Chi Cow, Red Buttocks. The white-haired old man coughed twice and spoke first, then glanced at Yu Fu twice, picked up a sausage from the table, and started chewing. I am Tang Chi, Soup Spoon, of the Yu Tao clan. The young man spoke very little, just saying a simple sentence before eating on his own. Oh, you are of the same clan as leader Tang. Yu Fu was surprised this time. He hadn't expected this young man to be Tang Ji's relative. This was interesting. Was he a spy sent by Tang Ji? But if he were a spy, revealing his identity so directly seemed a bit unreasonable. Yes, Tang Ji asked me to help you. I've been to many places and know a lot about our Tang tribe. She said you people from the Han tribe would definitely need me. The youth named Tang Chi confessed directly. Yu Fu thought to himself, interesting. The leader of the Tang tribe really knows how to play. She doesn't pull any conspiracies. This is an open plot. Clearly stating, I put a spy on you. And whatever happens next depends entirely on you. But Yu Fu wasn't afraid. He hadn't planned to do anything to these two anyway. He just wanted to learn more about the surrounding environment from the locals. So he said, oh, that's wonderful. A few days ago, I heard your leader say that there are demon winds here in the summer and heavy rainstorms. I don't know exactly when that is. If we stay there for 2 months, will it affect us? Old man Chi Cow tore off a piece of sausage with his mouth and hands. Hearing Yu Fu ask this, he seemed to remember something terrifying and quickly waved his hands and feet, speaking animatedly. That won't do at all. You can't stay that long. The annual demon wind is around this time. If you arrive there and come back immediately, it's fine. If you stay too long, when the demon wind rises, we'll all be swept into the sky. At that time, not to mention people, even houses, and these ships of yours, none will escape. You absolutely cannot stay that long. By the way, what exactly are you going there for? If there's nothing important, better to take a look and leave quickly. Otherwise, if you want to die, don't drag me, Chi Cow, to die with you. Yu Fu didn't think much of Chi Cow's words. This man had indeed been to the seaside, but he was very cowardly. They all said the wind at the seaside was strong, which was true, but didn't some of the many people who migrated there choose to settle down? Since this so-called Yu Yuan clan ran back and voluntarily surrendered to their enemies, just thinking about it meant they were cowards. Immediately, Yu Fu turned his gaze to Tang Chi, hoping to hear his opinion. Tang Chi didn't waste words. He poured himself another cup of rice wine and drank it. With flushed cheeks, he said, that's right, the wind is very strong, but it's not always there. Sometimes it happens just once a year, sometimes 7 or 8 times. It's unpredictable. And before every demon wind, it will definitely rain heavily. Afterwards, it's violent wind and rainstorms, but at most for a day, the demon wind will leave. As long as we can find a sheltered place before the demon wind arrives, we should be fine. Also, it's not the hottest time yet. The demon wind usually comes during the hottest time of the year. I can't say for 2 months, but within 1 month, nothing major will happen. Oh, sounds like you are very familiar with the wind and rain here. But how do you know this? Have you been there? Yu Fu asked again in surprise. Tang Chi took a deep breath, poured and drank another cup of rice wine, sighed, and said, I was a child who was taken by them and ran back after a few years. Back when our Tang tribe was still fighting enemies, I was still small and playful. Once, I didn't go home in time before a battle and was taken by them. Not long after, I migrated with that group to the seaside. I lived there for 7 years. Only after having a woman and children did I find a chance to run back. That's why I'm relatively clear about things over there. Don't look at this old ghost Chi Cow saying he's been there. Actually, people of their time only stayed at the end of the earth for a year before running back. They know less than I do. If you have anything to ask, just ask me. Tang Chi finished speaking and rolled his eyes at old man Chi Cow, snatching the dried sheep trotter from in front of him. Oh, so that's how it is. That's really great. No, having you as guides is really great. Seeing that young Tang Chi just waved the sheep trotter in his hand casually, as if he didn't care at all, Yu Fu continued to ask. By the way, Tang Chi, I heard your leader say the other day that there are blue-faced monsters in the mountains at the end of the earth. I wonder what exactly those are. Tang Chi scoffed, dismissing it. What blue-faced monsters? They're just a bunch of omnivorous apes. They just have ugly calls and scary blue faces. Otherwise, they're no different from apes. I've even killed 2 with my own hands. The meat on their legs is the most delicious, chewier than this deer trotter of yours. As he spoke, he pointed to the sheep trotter in his hand, mistaking it for a deer foot since he had never seen a sheep. Yu Fu immediately put his heart back in his stomach. So it was just a group of apes. There was really nothing to worry about. Then he asked the two about the local climate and if there were any suitable places for shelter. However, neither had any good ideas. Old Man Chi Cow still suggested Yu Fu take one look at the sea and go back quickly. If they couldn't go back, they should go ashore and find a cave to hide in for safety. This time, surprisingly, Tang Chi didn't object. Speaking of shelter, Tang Chi also highly recommended caves on the shore. He said the mountains there were mostly stone mountains with many natural rock caves, very suitable for sheltering from wind and rain. But Yu Fu wanted to find a place to shelter the ships. Otherwise, they wouldn't abandon the ships to go ashore alone. Besides, they couldn't do that. If the people were fine but the ships were gone, how would they return without transport? It was so far from the Han tribe's territory. Whether returning to the Han tribe's headquarters or the new base in the Grasslands, they couldn't walk back in a year or two. And who knew how many would be lost along the way or how many could finally return home? Considering all this, Yu Fu finally decided to play it safe. Concentrate resources to conduct reconnaissance in the shortest time possible. Send 1 or 2 ships to take the risk, while the other ships return with most of the personnel. Of course, this was based on the time consumed exceeding 1 month. Another guarantee was that Tang Chi personally promised them he could predict the arrival of the demon wind 3 days in advance and see signs within 10 days. With Tang Chi, a weather forecaster who had lived locally for 7 years, the fleet's plan gained a layer of insurance, increasing confidence in Yu Fu's heart. The fleet sped downstream day and night. Such speed, requiring no effort, just wind, and no rest, traveling hundreds of li a day, truly shocked Tang Chi and Chi Cao. Finally, on the 3rd morning after departing from the Tang tribe, the large sailing ships entered a strange place. It resembled a lake, with a very wide water surface. Looking into the distance, one could see the ocean. But this wasn't the thing worth marveling at. What was most surprising was that the water surface here consisted of 2 colors, half blue, half muddy yellow. The 2 colors of water wrestled with each other but never merged, forming a fluctuating boundary line that greatly amazed the Han tribe group. However, standing beside Yu Fu, Tang Chi looked very calm. He pointed to the peaks on both sides and said, "This is the end of the earth and the end of the big river. Except for the valley we are in now, outside is the endless salt water. The water line you see now is the boundary between the salt water and the river water. In the morning and evening, the water line will rush into the valley. When the sun rises high, the water line will retreat out of the valley. But even if it retreats, the water here is undrinkable. It's muddy and salty, with a bitter taste." Yu Fu nodded. He had some understanding of the sea. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he had heard about it from the Xian tribe people and Han Feng. Seawater had tides. Not only did they change at the beginning and end of the month, but there were also high and low tides every morning and evening. Looking at it this way, Tang Chi's words weren't hard to understand. When he said the water line retreated into the valley in the morning and evening, it was actually because the tide rose and the salt water rushed up. But soon Yu Fu grasped the key point. He asked, "You said the water here is undrinkable. Doesn't that mean we can't go any further?" Tang Chi nodded as a matter of course. "Yes. If you don't believe me, you can taste the water here. It really can't be drunk. If you still want to go out, you must bring enough fresh water and food. Oh, and firewood. Otherwise, you can't even cook. Outside is all water. I don't know what exactly you want to do. The salt water has already reached the horizon. Do you want to go outside the sky to take a look?" Yu Fu frowned and gripped the railing without answering. Now was the time to make a choice. Whether to go out, how to go out, how many ships to send, how many people to take. All these had to be calculated carefully. There was also the issue of identifying direction. But he still deeply remembered what the chief had said back then. Asterisk, if you really find the sea, remember you must bring a compass when going out to sea. Do not go out without a compass. Also, sailing in the sea for the first time, you must not stay far from land. Always sail along the edge of the land. Unless you discover another piece of land appearing on your other side, only then can you try to go look. Otherwise, do not easily leave the continent you are on, or you will be lost forever on the sea and finally swallowed by the wind and waves. Asterisk. The chief's words were still in his ears, expressing deep concern for them. But from these words, One could also see that the chief really hoped they would sail into the ocean. For the chief's strategy regarding the Exian tribe in Bamboo Island, and for the endless resources in the ocean the chief spoke of, he finally decided to send one ship out to take a look. But not today. To go to sea, they had to replenish the fleet's supplies first. The fleet stayed in the bay at the estuary for a morning, then turned around and headed back upstream. However, they didn't go very far. They stopped as soon as they found a suitable place to collect clean fresh water. A ship was only so big, and the living supplies it could carry were limited. So, besides filling up on water and food as much as possible, they had to reduce unnecessary consumption. Thus, reducing personnel became inevitable. The fleet led by Yufu had at least 70 people on each ship, totaling over 280 people on 4 ships. But actually, if it was just for sailing, that many people weren't needed at all. They were the long-distance exploration group. Sailing was just the mode of travel. Their main tasks were gathering food on shore, establishing diplomatic relations or trading with strange tribes, mapping important locations and routes, and exploring local specialties and resources, including human resources. For such comprehensive work, it obviously couldn't be completed by a few sailors. So, to use a modern term, the fleet had a large number of payload specialists, professional talents responsible only for specific technologies, not for daily chores or navigation. But at this point, even payload specialists couldn't all stay. Yufu took the flagship, which was in the best condition, as the exploration vessel. Don't look down on it just because it was an old ship built last year. Feelings grow with time. It had run so far with him without incident, so using it to go out now made him feel secure. The personnel were decided. Yufu himself was definitely going. Although the risk was relatively high, if he could come back alive this time, it would be a great merit. Although he didn't plan to be fixed in one place as a magistrate, who wouldn't want their title promoted, and with higher status, his family could continue better. Besides Yufu himself, 14 others were going out this time. Of the 2 guides, only Tang Chi was brought along. The old man Chi Kao stayed with the fleet to introduce the local situation to the people left behind. A flagship captain personally doubled as the helmsman. For skull-rowing strongmen doubled as warriors, cooks, and craftsmen. 8 sail-handling sailors, in groups of 4, were responsible for the 2 sails, while also serving as archers, lookouts, and even taking on the heavy responsibility of fishing. Everyone held multiple posts. Even Yufu himself was responsible for recording the logbook and mapping the sea chart. No one was an idler. 3 days later, Yufu stood on the deck of the flagship, holding a list in his hand, and asked the dozen or so people on the ship, "Is the hull inspection and repair complete?" Report: hull inspection complete, everything normal. Rudder is good. 3 compasses, calibration correct. Anchor cables normal, sculls normal. Sails normal, 2 spare sails complete. 30 inflatable skin rafts, normal. 1 landing lifeboat, normal. Yufu nodded, checked a few boxes on the list in his hand, and continued to ask, "How are the food reserves?" Report: 15 people's dry rations for 30 days. Flour enough for 6 months. Not much dried meat left, but we can fish at sea. 2 fishing nets. Also 1,000 caddies of charcoal. Fresh water reserve, 60 standard barrels, 30 jars of rice wine, 200 large and small water pots. Based on minimum drinking volume. Enough for 15 people for 4 months, including consumption for cooking, assuming the water doesn't spoil. Hearing this answer, Yufu couldn't help frowning, but he nodded and didn't say anything. Regarding the issue of drinking water for navigation, Yufu had heard the chief say before that pure fresh water sealed in wooden barrels would spoil. The best drinking water for sailing was beer or other low-alcohol wines. In short, beverages containing a little alcohol didn't spoil easily and could be stored for a longer time. But the Han tribe didn't have beer yet, and rice wine production was insufficient, so the fleet carried very little alcohol. But there was no other way now. They could only hope the water on the ship would spoil slower, or they could find new supply points along the way. After checking these preparation items, he asked again, "How are the vegetables and fruits prepared?" Report: between our own gathering and purchasing, we scraped together 1,000 caddies of fruits and wild vegetables. Well done. Yufu nodded again, then said to the skull-rowing strongmen doubling as cooks, "Eat the wild vegetables and easily rotting fruits first these few days. Save the fruits with long storage times for later." "Yes, Commander. You don't have to worry about this. We got a lot of good stuff following Old Man Chi Kao these past few days." Besides the wild vegetables we dug ourselves, those fruits were all exchanged from surrounding tribes with his help. The locals say these two kinds of fruits can be kept for a long time. One of the cooks, nearing 30, said holding strange fruits. One was a green, round fruit, crunchy to the bite and relatively sour. It looked very much like the wild apples found around the Han tribe, but the Han tribe's wild apples turned red when ripe. According to the locals, this apple was green even when ripe. If stored properly, it could be kept for half a year without problems. However, that was in the second half of the year. Summer was too hot, so no one knew how long it could last, but at least a month would be no problem. The other fruit was a local specialty, hard skin, yellow flesh, sweet and sour taste, and it made the mouth tingle if eaten too much. Locals called it ground thorn fruit. A few days ago at the Tang tribe, Tangi had used this to treat Yufu, and the others from the Han tribe liked it very much too. If Han Feng were here, he would definitely recognize this as pineapple, or rather, ananas. It was just smaller than the pineapples of his previous life, tasted more astringent, and belonged to an unimproved native variety. Yufu was very satisfied seeing the fully prepared supplies. He explained the follow-up matters to the 3 ships staying behind, then ordered the flagship to set sail. In the first year of the Han era, on the morning of June 21st, Yufu led 14 warriors sailing from the Luoyang River estuary towards the boundless ocean. By mid-afternoon that day, the flagship arrived again at the bay they had visited a few days ago. Since it was still early before sunset, Yufu ordered the flagship to continue at full sail. The purpose of this flagship's trip was to find the route to Bamboo Island from the sea. Judging from the direction of the Luoyang River flowing southeast all the way, to find Bamboo Island now, they should sail west along the coast. Theoretically, it was possible to discover Bamboo Island. Bamboo Island was connected to the mainland, separated by a strait about 20 kilometers wide. Since that was the case, it meant Bamboo Island hadn't broken away from the continental shelf. As long as they searched along the coastline, no matter which direction they circled, they would eventually discover Bamboo Island. So Yufu wasn't worried about the heading of this trip. The only things he couldn't let go of were actually not knowing the weather at sea and the shelf life of the fresh water on the ship. The weather at sea in late June was very good. The clear sky stretched for 10,000 miles with drifting white clouds. The distant blue sky and ocean merged into one. If not for the sun in the sky and the ship bumping in the waves under their feet, it could really cause spatial disorientation, making it hard to distinguish which side was the sky and which was the sea. Moderate wind blew evenly on the 2 sails, puffing the canvas out. The masts drove the entire hull to travel rapidly westward. The waves weren't high, not exceeding half a meter, which counted as calm seas. With this, many people became idle. For example, the cooks who didn't need to row when there was wind began wanting to find something to do. "Commander, now that we've entered the ocean, we haven't eaten fish from the ocean yet. How about we cast a net?" One of the head cooks suggested to Yufu, who was standing on the second-floor deck gazing at the mainland mountains on the right. Yufu didn't think much of it. He just looked at the sun in the sky to estimate the time and agreed to the head cook's suggestion. Several strongmen and 3 idle sailors began using a dragnet at the stern. This was also Yufu's idea. Before dark, the ship couldn't stop. In this way, fishing while moving using a dragnet became the best method. The dragnet trailed behind the ship. As the ship moved forward, fish were constantly trapped in the net behind. After the net had been down for 10 minutes or so, the men felt a heavy weight in the net. It seemed there was quite a catch, which surprised them greatly. Too fast. So, except for the helmsman, sail handlers, and lookouts, all other idlers on the ship came over to help pull the net. With just a few pulls, they dragged up a net full of sea fish. Inside were over a dozen types of fish, large and small, instantly opening everyone's eyes. Even Tang Chi, who claimed to be knowledgeable, clicked his tongue in wonder, not expecting the Han tribe people to have such fishing skills. What surprised Tang Chi even more was that catching fish in the ocean was so easy. Drop the net, and in a short while, pull up a net full of fish. This means of producing meat was simply too powerful. Was this why the Han tribe insisted on coming to this ocean? Thinking of this, Tang Chi couldn't help falling into deep thought. The Han tribe crowd on the ship didn't think that much. They were immersed in the joy of harvest. As soon as the fishing net was shaken open, thousands of fish clumped together poured out, flopping all over the deck. Silver ribbon fish were the most numerous and conspicuous. Their silver-white scales dazzled in the sunlight. Large yellow croakers jumping around were no less impressive. Several half-meter-long squids stretched their tentacles, clinging to the net and refusing to come down. There were also rays looking like plates lying flat on the deck, struggling to wiggle their slender tails, but unable to move. These strange fish were one thing, but what surprised everyone most was a lobster half a meter long, holding up two huge pincers majestically, and a green-haired sea turtle the size of a wash basin, moving its short limbs trying to escape the place. Wow, there's actually an AO turtle here. A sail handler suddenly shouted loudly. Everyone looked and immediately recognized this guy. He was a member of the AO clan, the first batch to join the Han tribe. Back then, this tribe used the giant turtle as their totem. Seeing such a big turtle again in a place so far from the tribe instantly gave him a sense of intimacy with this ocean. Others pointed at these unseen fish, chattering and discussing, critiquing them. Hey, look at these shrimp. Are these shrimp? How did they grow so big and grow two big pincers? When I was at home, I often took my son to grope for shrimp in the ditches by the fields, but the biggest shrimp there was only about the size of a finger. This shrimp in the sea. My God, it must weigh over 10 caddies. I think this flat fish is more interesting. Lying there like a plate. Just don't know if it's edible. Hey, look at this one quickly. This thing squirts ink. Ha 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 ha. This guy must have read a lot of books, a belly full of ink. A cook laughed loudly, pulling a squid from the net. As soon as he grabbed the squid's body, it squirted a jet of ink. The surrounding crowd looked and clicked their tongues in wonder. Yufu even had an impulse to collect some ink to write with, but was immediately amused by his own thought. All right, stop playing. Clean these fish up. We'll gut them and salt them to dry later. I see there are plenty of fish here. Let's catch a few more nets while we can. We won't lack meat on this trip. You got it. Seeing so much catch, everyone's enthusiasm for fishing soared. They hurriedly cleaned up the catch on the deck and cast another net. In a short while, they pulled up another full net. Everyone was overjoyed. After 4 consecutive nets, the ship couldn't hold any more fish. The deck was full of catch, attracting many seabirds to snatch food. Some grabbed fish and ran. Others landed on the ship and were caught by the sailors with nets. The crew nimbly processed the catch, their hearts incredibly excited. Tangi, who watched the whole process from the side, was deeply shocked. In such a short time, a single Han tribe ship had caught so much fish meat. And they stopped because there was no room on the ship, not because they couldn't catch fish. One could imagine how many fish were in the ocean. Asterisk if all 4 Han tribe ships came? If the Han tribe had more ships? If the Han tribe had bigger ships? Wouldn't they be able to feed everyone just by eating fish? Asterisk. No. After I go back, I must tell the leader. The Tang tribe must also find a way to get a share of the pie. Tang Chi thought. Yufu was also emotional. He finally knew why the chief said the ocean was a good place. There were inexhaustible marine resources. Just the seawater being able to dry endless salt was immense wealth. He hadn't expected the fishery resources the chief spoke of to be true as well. They just casually cast a few nets and had such a massive harvest. If they organized a fleet specifically to fish here, they could feed at least several counties. However, what Yufu didn't know was that they were benefiting from the estuary. The Luoyang River merged with other tributaries downstream into a great river. Thousands of kilometers of freshwater river carried massive amounts of organic matter into the sea, making the river estuary a gourmet paradise for marine fish. The fish gathering here numbered in the thousands of species, and the quantity was enormous. It was far beyond what a volume like the Han tribe could digest. The fishery resources here were boundless. The sun slowly set, and the exploration group's flagship, floating on the open sea, had dropped its sails and lowered its anchor. Several bamboo-framed paper lanterns hung from the mast, though they hadn't been lit yet. The distant horizon was filled with rosy clouds, but the entire flagship was enveloped in a thick smell of fish. The sailors were still working tirelessly to gut and salt the fish, while several moonlighting cooks were figuring out what to make with this seafood. On the open-air deck atop the cabin, Yufu and Tang Chi stood side by side, watching the distant sky and chatting occasionally. Tomorrow will be a fine day, Tang Chi said with certainty, looking at the rosy clouds on the horizon. Why do you say that? Yufu was puzzled. What was this kid basing his judgment on? Our tribe has an old saying, sunset red soaks half the sky. Take quilts and grain out to dry. Morning red clouds fill the air. Don't leave the city anywhere. This means if there are red clouds in the sky before nightfall, the next day will definitely be sunny. So hurry up and prepare to dry your quilts and grain. If you see such red clouds in the morning, it will definitely rain that day, so you can't run too far. Tangi explained nonchalantly. Since it was an old saying, in their tribe, everyone naturally knew it. Oh, is that so? You guys understand this too? Does your tribe have any other old sayings? Let's hear them. Yufu found it interesting and wanted to ask for more. But just then, a cook who was fanning the stove to start a fire suddenly screamed, looking at the sea not far away. Look quickly. What kind of monster is that over there? Hearing this, everyone stopped their work and looked in the direction he pointed. But they only saw a few small whirlpools and waves on the sea surface. Nothing else was there. Just as they were about to tease the cook for seeing things, before they could avert their gaze, they saw a white water column suddenly surge 8 or 9 meters high from that spot on the sea. In just a few breaths, the gushing water column fell back down, disappearing into the waves. This sudden scene frightened everyone. What was happening? Why would the sea surface spout water? Hey, what exactly did you see just now? What monster? Someone next to him nudged the cook with his elbow, asking quickly with his mouth, but his eyes stared straight ahead at that spot on the sea without blinking. I saw a huge monster underwater. That water column just now was spat out by it. The cook explained hurriedly. WH, what kind of thing? I'm telling you, don't talk nonsense to scare people. It's about to get dark. Don't scare yourself. Someone immediately criticized in disbelief, seemingly looking for an excuse to comfort himself. But the cook was very serious and argued strongly. I'm not talking nonsense. There really is a huge monster in the water. It looks like a big fish. Look quickly. That thing is coming out again. Sure enough, looking over again, everyone saw the distant sea surface suddenly surge with an abnormal giant wave, bulging like a hill made of water. Immediately after, a giant fish monster revealed its head. A jet of water suddenly sprayed from the blowhole on top of its head. The immense pressure shot the seawater 8 or 9 meters high before it fell back to the sea surface. The whole scene was exactly what everyone had just seen. No one on the entire ship spoke anymore. Everyone naturally held their breath, as if afraid of attracting the sea monster's attention. Only their eyes stared dead at the sea monster not far away like bull's eyes. Ho! After spouting water not far away, the big fish dipped its head back into the water. Subsequently, its back was exposed from the sea surface, and finally, it extended 2 huge tail flukes. Unlike other fish, this big fish's tail grew horizontally, and its swimming method was up and down, vastly different from other fish that swayed left and right. As the big fish swam, it occasionally emitted ethereal calls. Sometimes it sounded like the echo of strong wind rushing into a valley. Sometimes it sounded like an old ox mourning in the fields. But every sound struck directly at the soul, giving people a sudden sense of vastness, as if they were in the boundless deep sea. Could this be some kind of monster in the sea? Someone suddenly broke the silence on the ship, unable to help muttering aloud. What monster? I think it's just a fish, only bigger. Besides, the ocean is so big and deep. Isn't it normal to have a few big fish? Someone retorted. Chill. Don't talk. That thing is coming over. Yufu, standing on the top deck, could see the furthest. Seeing the massive black shadow in the sea swimming toward the ship from a distance, he quickly hushed everyone. Just then, the big fish in the sea rolled all the way toward the sailing ship. The crew had caught a lot of fish earlier and started gutting them right by the gunnels. Many fish gills and internal organs were thrown directly into the sea, attracting many schools of fish. The big fish in the water seemed to be coming for these schools of fish. The big fish opened a mouth wider than the ship. When it swam to the side of the ship, it sucked a mouthful of seawater, swallowing countless small fish and shrimp. The sailing ship on the sea actually rocked due to the suction generated by its mouth. The big fish, having taken a full mouthful, swam from under the ship to the other side, surfacing again to spray out the seawater in its mouth, leaving only countless fish and shrimp swallowed into its belly. The Han tribe crowd on the ship hugged the masts and railings tightly, their legs shaking like sieves, daring not make a sound. Their eyes stared like copper bells at the big fish underwater. When the big fish turned its body and swam past the ship, everyone's eyeballs almost popped out. The 20-meter-long double-masted sailing ship was only half the length of this big fish. The ship's width of over 6 meters wasn't even as wide as the big fish's mouth. Heavens, how can there be such a monster in the sea? All of us probably aren't enough to fill the gaps between its teeth once. Wait until the big fish went far away. The people on the ship let out a long sigh of relief. When they were so close to the big fish just now, no one on the ship proposed the idea of hunting such a big fish. One could imagine the shock this sea monster brought to everyone. That may not be true. Yu Fu, standing on the top deck, immediately retorted. Seeing everyone looking at him, Yu Fu began to explain. That fish just now was indeed big, twice as big as our sailing ship. If it were on land, probably only adding up several of our chief's giant elephants could match that big fish. But that fish is too big. I estimate it's at least 30 or 40 meters long, and it swims so slowly, eating small fish and shrimp. It doesn't look like a very agile animal. So don't look at how big such a fish is. Maybe it doesn't have any aggression. Instead, those half-big ones bite more fiercely than dogs. Everyone thought about it and agreed it made sense. The biggest animal they had seen on land was the Deinotherium, terror beast/elephant. But despite looking scary, the Deinotherium was a vegetarian. Instead, animals like wolf packs and leopards were the fiercest beasts. Having witnessed such a huge sea beast, everyone calmed down from the joy of the harvest just now. A sense of awe for the ocean suddenly arose in their hearts. It seemed that although this ocean was incomparably rich, it also held existences they couldn't afford to offend. However, Yu Fu and Tang Chi, standing on the top deck, had their own thoughts. Yu Fu thought of his chief, Han Feng. Why did the chief repeatedly emphasize building big ships for future navigation? They had already built giant ships 40 meters long, yet he still thought it wasn't big enough, claiming they should strive for sea ships 60 meters or even 100 meters long in the future. If they were riding a giant ship 100 meters long today, would they still be afraid of that sea beast just now? Tang Chi was even more shocked inside. From coveting the countless fish in the ocean at the beginning to the fear generated now. The Han tribe had the ability to build such big wooden ships, yet they were scared motionless in front of the sea beast. If it were his own tribe, wouldn't they be even more doomed? But watching others eat meat, while not even getting soup, wasn't Tang Chi's character. After witnessing the multifaceted nature of the ocean, Tang Chi became even more determined to go to sea. But how to go to sea? It had to be the Han tribe's wooden ships. Thus, after recovering, Tang Chi found his goal. Take a good look at this ship. Observe carefully. How exactly is the Han tribe's ship made? If I can figure something out and learn to imitate it when I go back, will I still fear having no status in the tribe when only I, Tang Chi, know how to build ships in the Tang tribe? If I lead my clansmen to build big ships and obtain countless meat from the sea, maybe the next leader will abdicate to me. Once this thought appeared, Tang Chi couldn't hold it back anymore. He forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart, pretended nothing was wrong, and began to mix into the ranks of preparing dinner, wanting to build a good relationship with the Han tribe crowd and strive to learn more useful things from them. Due to fresh water and fuel issues, the ship naturally couldn't cook gourmet food extravagantly. But on such a harvest day, everyone was still very happy. Yu Fu was also straightforward and let the cooks make a few more dishes. The rice was still plain rice, but the dishes today were quite sumptuous. Everyone had a pan-fried ribbon fish. There was also a dish of squid stir-fried with lobster. After eating these, there was large yellow croaker soup to drink. It was incredibly comfortable. Everyone ate a hearty meal. Even Tang Chi was fascinated by the Han tribe's unique cuisine, or rather, the deliciousness of this seafood. The weather the next day was indeed as sunny as Tang Chi said, with a sea breeze carrying a slight fishy smell blowing on their faces. The sea conditions were excellent, and supplies on the ship were plentiful. After everyone ate a bowl of seafood porridge in the morning, they hoisted the sails and set off. Meat on the ship began to be supplied in unlimited quantities. Whoever wanted to eat could eat. A cooking stove was used as a barbecue grill, burning charcoal all day. People would pick some sea fish they wanted to eat and roast them from time to time. More than a dozen people sailing along the coast felt like they were having a barbecue party on a yacht. However, good times didn't last long. After eating for a few days, even delicious lobster and abalone could get tiresome. That was when everyone remembered the fruits and cured meat on the ship. The flagship had also traveled a considerable distance riding the sea breeze these past few days, but they still hadn't discovered new land on the left. Just like that, until June 28th, the 8th day the sailing ship went out to sea. Perhaps because it was approaching July, or because of the rising tide at the end of the month, the weather at sea began to turn bad. The wind grew stronger and stronger. The waves rose higher one after another. The flat-bottomed, double-masted sailing ship, originally designed for inland river transport, began to show its deficiencies. First, the bottom was too flat and the draft too shallow, causing the sailing ship to bump violently in the waves that weren't even too big yet. It was often lifted high by the waves and then smashed heavily into the seawater. Additionally, the gunnels were relatively low. The sideboards, less than 2 meters high in total, couldn't block the invasion of the waves at all. From time to time, a wave would crash directly over the side onto the deck, causing serious water intake in the cabin. Fortunately, the ship wasn't old, and the hull was sturdy, so no tragedy of bottom leakage occurred. But everyone still dared not be careless. Except for the helmsman and a few sail controllers, everyone joined the ranks of draining water, using various containers to scoop water out of the cabin. However, they ultimately failed to save all the charcoal from being soaked. On the night of the 28th, the wind and waves subsided slightly. The exhausted crowd, having lost dry charcoal, couldn't even drink a mouthful of hot water and could only barely fill their bellies with dry rations. The next day was another gloomy day. The sky was as black as the bottom of a pot from the morning, so everyone naturally gave up the plan to dry the charcoal and could only continue preparing to survive on cold water and dry cakes. By late morning, heavy rain finally fell. Yufu ordered the sails dropped and anchor lowered. After everyone tied down everything on the ship with ropes, they all went into the cabin above the deck to hide from the rain. The wind and waves at sea were still as scary as yesterday. The pouring rain washed the flagship's deck. On the bumping sailing ship, everyone felt like they were on a roller coaster. Cold, hungry, tired, and sleepy, yet they dared not sleep, fearing that if they dozed off for a moment, the wind and waves would capsize the ship, leaving them no time to escape. Their stomachs rumbled with hunger, but looking at the ship full of food, they couldn't eat. It was all cold, hard dry cakes. Coupled with severe seasickness, they simply had no appetite to eat, hastily finishing with a little cold water. June 29th, evening. The storm that had raged for 2 days and 1 night finally dispersed. The sky revealed brilliant stars again, as if the rain of the past 2 days had washed the sky clean. When everyone lay on the deck looking at the stars, they felt they were brighter than before. This was probably the feeling of cherishing something only after losing it. June 30th, the last day of the month. After delaying the journey for a day, Yufu issued the order to hoist sails and set off again. The sailing ship sprinted westward again. Those with nothing to do seized the time to dry things soaked by seawater in the good weather. Finally, in the afternoon of this day, a lookout climbing to the top of the mast shouted excitedly. Everyone looked quickly. There's a bay ahead. There are mountains on both the left and right. We might have found Bamboo Island. On the afternoon of the 10th day since the flagship set out to sea, the lookout on the ship finally spotted land on the port side. The sailing ship had been traveling west along the coast, with the mainland where the Han tribe was located always on the starboard side. Therefore, the land appearing on the port side now was extremely likely to be the legendary Bamboo Island. Yufu hurriedly looked ahead. At this moment, the coast on the right was full of black rocky mountains or reefs. What appeared on the left also looked like a mass of black rocky mountains from afar, with many scattered small islands and black stone pillars. But judging by the length, it was definitely a relatively large piece of land. Don't rush yet. Wait until we get a bit closer. Sail handlers, watch the wind direction. We'll circle around the outside first. Those with nothing to do, go to the gunnels and watch the ship's bottom. Be careful not to hit reefs. Yufu quickly issued new orders. Yes. The crowd on the ship shouted in unison, then began to perform their respective duties. After sailing for nearly half a month, having eaten enough seafood, seen sea beasts, and experienced great winds and waves, they were finally about to reach their destination. Everyone's heart was excited. Some had even thought about what they would do first after going ashore. The sailing ship was accelerating. The sailors adjusted the angles of the 2 hard sails to the most suitable positions, using the 2 masts as levers to output forward power to the entire hull. Looking at the increasingly clear land on the left ahead, on the top deck, Tangi, standing with Yufu, had opened his mouth wide in surprise. His worldview was being rapidly crushed and then reassembled. Tangi, who had lived in the coastal area since childhood, kept his clansman's theory firmly in mind. They lived at the end of the earth, and outside the end of the earth was boundless salt water. The salt water connected to the sky. After the fresh water on the earth flowed into the salt water, it would all return to the sky eventually. Of course, that wasn't important. What was important was that Tangi had always firmly believed he lived at the end of the earth. But now, after sailing with the Han tribe's ship for 10 days, they suddenly discovered another piece of land. The impact of such a worldview-shattering event suddenly appearing before his eyes on Tangi was imaginable. Looking at the distant black cliffs and countless reefs, and the new continent with no visible edge over there, Tangi even started muttering nonsense to himself. That is another Earth. So there is other Earth in the salt water. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. You guys weren't out fishing at all. You knew long ago there would be another Earth here. You came just to find this new land, didn't you? Didn't you? Tangi muttered somewhat deliriously. At first, he was talking to himself, but in the end, he actually grabbed Yu Fu's clothes with both hands, staring into his eyes and interrogating him. Hearing Tangi's words, the others on the ship also turned to look. Finding that he had actually grabbed Yu Fu's clothes, they all shot vigilant looks. Some had already started looking for handy weapons, ready to go up and finish him off. Yu Fu, however, smiled and nonchalantly slapped Tangi's hands away. Staring into his eyes, he said, "When did we ever say we came out to fish? You're right. We indeed knew about this place. From the beginning, our goal was to find this place." Of course, saying it that way isn't entirely correct either. Actually, our Han tribe has already been to that big island. Our people are still on it. And I told you from the start, we just intended to find a water route from that big river to this island. Tangi was dumbfounded, unable to accept this fact for a moment. After all, the worldview of the past 20 years was crushed in an instant. He started to feel that the Han tribe people had deceived him. But listening to what Yu Fu just said, he suddenly realized that what Yu Fu said was actually the truth. Asterisk fishing? That was just what I assumed. Asterisk the people on the ship indeed never admitted it. No wonder they kept running this way. So this was the purpose. Yu Fu ignored Tangi, who was still dazing there. Looking at the approaching island, holding the compass to check the direction, he began to command with full concentration. It's a southeast wind now. 2 sails, left forward right back, use the crosswind to advance. Left rudder, 3rd gear. Watch out for reefs underwater. Look out. Pay attention to the surroundings. See if there are signs of human habitation on the shore. Find a suitable landing position. Report. Reefs 100 meters ahead. Evade to the right. A cook who had been lying at the bow staring at the water bottom immediately shouted a report upon seeing a large black shadow appear in the water ahead. Hearing the warning, Yu Fu quickly looked over. Seeing the general shape of the reef, he hurriedly ordered the flagship captain to turn the rudder to the 4th gear to the right to evade. But after bypassing it, he immediately adjusted the direction and sailed toward the island again. It was now June 30th, exactly the last day of the month. The tide was at the lowest water level of the month. Even the underwater bridge northwest of Bamboo Island was exposed from the water. Many reefs here that were originally soaked in deep water were also exposed above the sea surface. The closer they got to the island ahead, the more carefully the sailing ship moved. Forced by necessity, Yu Fu even issued an order to advance at half sail. The slower the ship's speed, the easier it was to dodge underwater reefs. In just a dozen kilometers, the sailing ship advanced with great difficulty. Yu Fu couldn't help but label this place as bad in his heart. With so many reefs, it was obviously not a very good channel. This wasn't even a very big ship. If larger ships came in the future, they absolutely couldn't take this route. "Commander, I see people. There are many people on a reef over there." The lookout lying at the top of the mast looked around and quickly identified the target, reporting his discovery to Yu Fu. "Where? What people?" Yu Fu immediately looked up and asked. "Over there." The lookout also looked at Yu Fu on the deck and pointed the direction for him. Yu Fu looked immediately. Sure enough, he saw quite a few people standing on a large reef relatively close to the island. Those people were thin and small, but looked wiry. They were completely naked, wearing almost no clothes. Their skin was dark, showing signs of constant sun exposure. Beside them were many slender bamboo rafts and bamboo-woven fish creels or baskets. From time to time, people holding harpoons and stones jumped into the sea. After a while, they climbed up again, throwing the speared sea fish and shrimp onto the reef to be processed and collected by the people on the reef. The spear fishers would then dive back down with a splash. They were repeatedly carrying out extremely inefficient fishing operations. Just then, the people standing on the reef also discovered Yu Fu's sailing ship. They froze on the spot instantly. Many people who had just surfaced from the water were preparing to let the people above take the fish, but seeing them all staring in one direction, they looked too. With this look, they also froze. They saw a man-made behemoth suddenly sailing from the distance. A huge flag stood on that thing. The character Han, right in the middle, was dazzlingly eye-catching, allowing them to recognize it at a glance. That's right. This group stationed at the seaside reef as a frontline base, relying on deep diving to spear fish, was none other than the fish tribe of the Cliff Mountain area on the easternmost side of Bamboo Island. The fish tribe was also part of Bamboo Island and under the jurisdiction of the Ecchi tribe. Naturally, they had long known of the Han tribe's existence, but they had never had contact with the Han tribe. However, just last month, Elder Zhu of the Ecchi tribe brought a group of people claiming to be the Han tribe mission to them, saying they wanted to designate a piece of wasteland for the Han tribe's use. The fish tribe didn't care much about this neighbor popping up out of nowhere. Everyone lived their own lives. As long as the Han tribe didn't come to trouble them, they would live in peace. But what they didn't expect was that a Han envoy calling himself Beast Fong showed a very friendly attitude toward them. When visiting their village as a guest, he brought many gifts and even sold them some rare cloth at a low price. He promised that after the Han tribe took root here, they could sell them weaving machines and teach them to weave cloth for free. Beast Fong's condition was hoping to get the fish tribe's support locally. If they were short of people to build houses in the future, he hoped the fish tribe could send some people to help. Of course, this help wouldn't be for free. The Han tribe was willing to pay some things the fish tribe urgently needed as labor fees. With such a good thing delivered right to their doorstep, the fish tribe naturally had no reason to refuse. The patriarch of the fish tribe stated on the spot, "Isn't it just a shortage of people? Just say the word in the future. The fish tribe will definitely help with the Han tribe's affairs. Therefore, under the mission's diligent management, the fish tribe's first impression of the Han tribe was very good. They always regarded the Han tribe as a very wealthy, technologically advanced, and approachable tribe. It seemed everyone in the Han tribe was very friendly. Since the Han tribe mission stationed themselves next to the fish tribe, many fish tribe people would carry the catch of the day to the mission. At first, it was purely treating the mission as friends, with the idea that everyone eats together if there's food, and having a feast together if there's plenty of meat. But every time, the Han tribe people would say how hard the fish tribe's life was and resolutely refused to take friends' food for free. So, people who went to deliver the catch would always get some small items from the mission as a return gift when they left. Sometimes it was just a beautiful porcelain bowl, sometimes hair ornaments, or exquisite small knives. Recently, it seemed the mission really ran out of things, so they started using Han tribe coins to exchange. In short, adhering to the sentence said at the beginning, never take friends' food for free. Meeting such principled and generous neighbors, the fish tribe was naturally happy. Being able to exchange their uneaten seafood for practical little gadgets at the Han tribe's place, they were certainly glad. It was just that the things the mission brought the first time were ultimately limited. After many things were given away, they had to start using coins for exchange. At first, the fish tribe people didn't really want those coins. Although those shiny metal discs were exquisite and beautiful, they weren't practical, not as real as a porcelain bowl that could hold rice. But the Han envoy calling himself Beast Fong told them to keep those coins safe. The Han tribe didn't bring many things now, but when they brought more things later, they could take those coins to exchange for things again. In short, he conveyed a concept to them. In the Han tribe, money could be exchanged for anything. Only then did the fish tribe take money seriously. It was also during this process that the fish tribe and the mission developed a friendship and goodwill toward the Han tribe. At the same time, through the small objects gifted by the mission and the coins, they recognized Chinese characters. For example, the character Han, which appeared most frequently, was the one they were most familiar with. At this moment, seeing that behemoth on the distant sea flying the Han tribe's flag was undoubtedly shocking and joyful for these fish tribe people. That is also a friend. And so, before the dozen people on the sailing ship greeted them, the fish tribe crowd standing on the reef had already started jumping and waving to greet Yu Fu and his group. This strange scene instantly dumbfounded everyone on the ship. What are they doing? Are they welcoming us? One of the crew members asked in confusion. Probably not. Even if this is Bamboo Island, not that many people would know our Han tribe, right? That's not necessarily true. Didn't they say the mission has been here for almost a year? Maybe they've seen our mission, so they know us. How would I know? I haven't been here either. Commander, what should we do? Those people seem to be greeting us. Should we go over? The lookout at the top of the mast also asked Yu Fu. Of course we have to go over. Since the other side recognizes our ship, Maybe it's because they've seen the mission we sent to Bamboo Island. If they really know the mission, that would be perfect. It would help us contact the mission. But we can't all go. That risk is too great. Yufu thought for a moment and said. The others nodded. They all understood this logic. It was actually similar to the Vanguard during the inland river navigation period. This time, a suicide squad definitely had to be picked to make contact. Sure enough, just as everyone was thinking about who would go, Yufu directly called out 4 names. He told them to go into the cabin to put on armor and clothes, bring handy weapons, and take the landing craft over to negotiate with the fish tribe. No one had any objections. The minimum operating number for the landing craft was 2 people, 1 sculling at the stern, 1 paddling at the front to control direction. Now with 4 people, it was enough to handle some small scenes. If it was a problem they couldn't solve, sending more people would be useless. But people also had to stay to guard the sailing ship. Yufu couldn't send more people over. Hey, are you from the Han tribe? Come over here quickly. They're coming. For people are coming. Wow, that thing they're sitting in is so magical. For people sitting inside, and there's still so much space. If used for fishing, how great would that be? It could definitely hold a lot of fish. Here they come. Friends from the Han tribe. Are you here to deliver things to the mission? On the large reef by the sea, a leading young man from the fish tribe asked the 4 people on the landing craft in broken Chinese.